The demon emperor Zhui Yifan, inheriting the ancient legacy of the demon sovereign, unwittingly summoned a catastrophic fate. Upon his rebirth, he found himself ensnared by the torment of inner demons and desperation. He was compelled to take refuge within a declining family, assuming the role of steward. Let us witness how this ruthless demon emperor guides this inconsequential clan step by step towards the pinnacle of power. At the lofty Tianma Peak, a man clad in black robes sat in deep meditation. In the expanse of the sky, the sun and moon traversed together, their warm rays and the chilling glow of the moonlight cascading upon the earth simultaneously. The man inhaled deeply, raising his hands skyward as two beams of light swiftly converged. They shot towards him, merging into his palms, causing the entire sky to dim in an instant. Suddenly, a chilling wind howled, echoing with a mournful wail, reminiscent of countless malevolent spirits in lamentation. The man's flowing hair billowed in the wind, revealing a visage of eerie allure. As the two beams of light were absorbed into his being, the radiance of the sun and moon gradually faded, while his aura grew increasingly formidable, emanating dark mist that enveloped him entirely. Feeling the biting cold wind brush against his cheek, he exhaled a breath, revealing a sinister smile. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted, and the four surrounding peaks of Tianma exploded violently, causing the very ground of Tianma Peak to tremble. The man, who was drawing in the essence of the sun and moon, abruptly opened his eyes and gazed into the distance. Just then, a sound of something slicing through the air resonated, as 7 streaks of light swiftly approached, landing before him. As the brilliance dissipated, 7 figures radiating powerful presences emerged. The man's brow furrowed slightly as he regarded the 7 individuals, his tone laced with malice. You 7 have always looked down upon us practitioners of the dark arts. What brings you to Tianma Peak today? Demon Emperor Zhui Yifan, do you truly remain oblivious to our purpose here? An elder with a white beard stroked his beard disdainfully, fixing his gaze upon him. Feeling a stirring in his heart, Zhui Yifan cautiously probed, Old Sword Emperor, I fail to comprehend your meaning. Cease your feigned ignorance. If you are wise, hand over the Jiyo secret record. Stepped forward a Taoist nun, commanding with an authoritative tone. Upon hearing this, Zhui Yifan was struck with shock. Just a month prior, he had discovered the legendary lair of the Jiyo Demon Emperor, enduring immense peril to finally obtain the Jiyo secret record, which contained his lifelong ultimate techniques. How could these 7 individuals have learned of this within such a brief time? As this thought crossed his mind, a realization dawned upon him, and his expression darkened. Zhao Cheng, come forth, Zhui Yifan bellowed. As his voice fell, a light chuckle echoed through the hollow woods. A handsome youth clad in white emerged from behind the 7, bowing slightly to Zhui Yifan, saying with a smile, Master, did you call for me? Fixing a dark, piercing gaze upon the duplicitous countenance before him, Zhui Yifan remarked coolly, did you leak the information about my acquisition of the Jiyo secret record to them? Indeed. Zhao Qing nodded with a smile. And you were the one who unraveled the protective formation I established? Yes. Zhao Qing nodded again. Why? Have I not treated you well? Zhui Yifan's fists clenched tightly, the murderous intent in his eyes intensifying. Though he was a practitioner of the dark arts, Zhui Yifan was not one to kill indiscriminately. He acted according to his own whims. Otherwise, he would have long since faced the wrath of those who uphold the righteous path, especially towards Zhao Cheng, who was an orphan that Zhui Yifan had taken under his wing due to his promising talent. To his dismay, he now found himself betrayed. Sensing the escalating malevolence radiating from Zhui Yifan, Zhao Cheng maintained a facade of calm. Yet he instinctively took 2 steps back, positioning himself beside the 7. Master, you have shown me immense kindness, and Zhao Cheng understands this well. However, you should not monopolize the position of the 8th Emperor, leaving me forever in your shadow. Furthermore, after acquiring the Jiyo secret record, you practice alone, treating me as if I were a thief, not even allowing me a glance. Upon hearing these words, Zhui Yifan's heart ached. What Zhao Cheng did not comprehend was that Zhui Yifan's intentions were to protect him. Fearing that an impulsive attempt to comprehend the Jiyo secret record would lead him to madness, he had planned to fully comprehend it before passing it on. Yet, in just a month, Zhao Cheng's true ambitions had been laid bare. How well said, Zhao Cheng, You are indeed a fine disciple. Zhui Yifan laughed heartily, his fury reaching a boiling point. Since that is the case, let me show you the essence of the Jiuyo secret record. Zhui Yifan, with us 7 present, you have no right to act so recklessly, the white-bearded elder interjected, stepping protectively in front of Zhao Cheng. I am the 8th emperor, recognized by the sacred domain. Even if all 7 of you join forces, I shall not regard you. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhui Yifan struck towards Zhao Cheng. In an instant, a black claw manifested in the sky, descending with terrifying force. Zhao Cheng's pupils constricted in fear as he hurriedly retreated. The white-bearded elder, bracing against the overwhelming pressure of the black claw, drew his sword. In a flash, a beam of white sword light shot into the heavens, instantly severing the black claw into nothingness. The Jiuyo secret record is nothing but this. The elder stood resolutely, exuding an air of disdain. Witnessing this scene, Zhui Yifan grinned wickedly, both palms thrusting forward. Old Sword Emperor, do not be so arrogant. Boom! Following a deafening sound, it was as if thousands of thunderclaps erupted. In the sky, thousands of black palm prints manifested, pressing down upon the 7. Each palm print was more than double the size of the previous black claw, instilling terror in the eyes of all present. How could this be possible? Has he truly broken through to the sacred tier? The Sword Emperor gasped as he beheld the sky cloaked in black prints, unable to contain his shock. The others trembled in fear, their hearts gripped by dread. A sacred tier master was not a being they could confront even when united. Zhao Cheng's face turned ashen, regret flooding his mind. Who could have imagined that in just over a month of cultivating the Jiuyo secret record, Zhui Yifan had grown to such formidable heights? Treacherous traitor, this is your fate. Zhui Yifan sneered at the panicked Zhao Cheng. Suddenly, a ray of white light descended from the sky, piercing through the layers of black prints and appearing before Zhui Yifan. Before he could react, the light had already pierced through his body. A mouthful of crimson blood spewed forth, and the thousands of black prints in the sky dissipated into swirling black mist. Zhui Yifan, lifting his pale face towards the heavens, beheld a middle-aged figure standing above, radiating a holy glow. A saint. Zhui Yifan gritted his teeth in frustration, murmuring, already discerning the intentions of the newcomer. Demon Emperor Zhui Yifan, I, as the representative of the sacred domain, demand the return of the relics of the Demon Emperor. Surrender them, and I shall spare your life. Gazing down at the gathered crowd, the middle-aged man exhibited an expression devoid of emotion. Were it not for Zhui Yifan possessing the Jiuyo secret record, he would hardly have deigned to cast a glance in his direction. This was the most powerful saint of the sacred domain. Even those of the royal tier were mere insects in their eyes. With a bitter smile, Zhui Yifan produced a radiant jade tablet from his robe. Upon sighting this jade tablet, all present, including the saint, exhibited expressions of intrigue. Casting a scornful glance at the assembly, Zhui Yifan sneered, "What upholders of justice? What saints you are all not but covetous scoundrels. Today, even if I were to destroy this Jiuyo secret record, I shall not allow any of you to possess it." As his words fell, a terrifying aura surged from his being. This is bad, he intends to self-destruct. The Sword Emperor's eyes widened in alarm as he swiftly took flight, followed closely by the others. Only the saint, eyes ablaze with fear and fury, charged towards Zhui Yifan. Stop. With a triumphant grin, Zhui Yifan exerted force at the moment the saint approached, shattering the jade tablet into dust. Observing the saint's clenched teeth, Zhui Yifan erupted into a hearty laugh. Boom! Amidst his laughter, Zhui Yifan exploded. The violent shockwave reduced Tianma Peak to rubble. As the smoke cleared, only the furious saint emerged from the dust, his garments merely torn in a few places. Saints truly are remarkable to remain unscathed even amidst such a cataclysmic self-detonation. The Sword Emperor approached the saint, bowing deeply in admiration. With a cold snort, the saint ignored him and turned to leave. At that moment, Zhao Cheng hurriedly stepped forward to block his path. "Saint, wait. The Demon Emperor Zhui Yifan is cunning and treacherous. Should he seize another's body, only he will know the contents of the Jiuyo secret record, and he will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon us in the future. His self-detonation would obliterate his very soul. What could he possibly use to seize another's body? With a flick of his sleeve, the saint vanished from their sight. Upon hearing his words, the crowd finally felt a sense of relief. With a saint in attendance, the Imperial-level experts could only dream of escaping through self-detonation. Such an endeavor was utterly futile. It was a pity, however, to see the ancient demonic emperor's 9 nether secret record meet such a fate. Casting their gaze back towards the ruins of the Demon Peak, the onlookers were beset by a tumult of emotions. Some felt gratitude, others sorrow, but most were overwhelmed by a profound sense of regret. Chapter 2. The Rebirth of the Demon Emperor. The night was shrouded in darkness, as if ink spilled across the sky, with the bright moon concealed behind ominous clouds, casting no glimmer of light. The silent forest lay strewn with corpses, a grim tableau of post-battle carnage. The air was thick with the acrid stench of blood, drawing wild beasts from the surrounding wilderness in ravenous packs to feast upon the remains. Suddenly, amidst the gruesome banquet, a youthful groan emerged from the mass of bodies. The vigilant ears of the beasts perked up in unison, their gazes drawn towards the source of the sound as they cautiously approached. With a resounding thud, 2 corpses were shoved aside, and a figure arose from the heap, bloodied and disheveled. The beasts recoiled in shock, retreating a couple of steps, but upon discerning that the figure was a living being, their predatory instincts ignited, revealing a hunger in their eyes as they advanced slowly. Yet the youth appeared utterly oblivious to the peril surrounding him, simply sitting there in a daze. Is this me now? He raised his hands, examining them, his gaze clouded with a misty haze. Suddenly, a fierce roar erupted, and a wolf lunged at the boy. Hearing the commotion, he abruptly turned his head, revealing a face smeared with blood, his eyes glinting with a murderous intent that pierced the wolf's gaze like twin daggers. The advancing wolf halted abruptly, shivering as it instinctively retreated. The other beasts, equally startled, kept their distance, intimidated by the demonic gaze of the youth. Despite his apparent frailty, the primal instincts of the animals warned them that he posed a significant threat. As the silence enveloped them once more, the youth inhaled deeply and slowly closed his eyes. His name was Fan, a 15-year-old servant of the Luo family of Guyenvillad. He had once led a carefree existence, but 3 days prior, a band of marauders from Hafing Mountain had laid waste to the villa. As he and the guards escorted the young master and mistress in a desperate flight, he met his demise in this very forest. Yet, as he faced death, a singular obsession lingered within him. This obsession intertwined with the vengeful spirit of the demon emperor Zhu Yifan, enabling the emperor to seize control of his being. Realizing this, Fan opened his eyes, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. Hee. Sword Emperor Zhao Cheng, you could never have fathomed that the 9 nether secret record contains a method to seize control without requiring a soul. Wait for me. Once I return to the sacred domain, it shall be your turn to meet a grim fate. Within the darkened forest, Fan's chilling laughter echoed, causing the beasts gnawing on corpses to shudder and flee. Cough. A sudden, light cough interrupted him, and Fan's laughter ceased abruptly as he turned his hawk-like gaze towards the source of the sound. Help me! A weak voice called out, and Fan hurried over, discovering a Luo family guard lying beneath a pile of corpses, blood staining the corners of his mouth. Humph! What do the affairs of the mundane family have to do with me? Narrowing his eyes slightly, Fan shook his head and turned to leave. The former Fan would have undoubtedly rescued a member of the Luo family, but now he was the demon emperor Zhu Yifan, and the Luo family was but a mere ant in his eyes. Who would bother to save the life of an ant? However, just as he was about to take 2 steps, he abruptly halted, as if struck by a thought. Immediately, he focused and sat cross-legged, examining the body he now inhabited. After a moment, Fan's eyes flew open, filled with astonishment. This lad, at 15 years of age, had never cultivated and retained a pure body. In the empire of martial arts, the vast majority of individuals practiced cultivation. Even farmers toiled in the fields with at least 1st or 2nd foundation levels. Thus, encountering someone who had never cultivated by the age of 15 was a rarity. The highest technique recorded in the 9 nether secret record, the celestial demon transformation technique, allowed one to absorb the cultivation of others, ultimately leading to the supreme realm where all of heaven and earth lay within one's grasp. But it required a pure body to master. Moreover, this technique was comprehended by the 9 nether demon emperor after reaching the imperial realm, and while he hesitated to abandon his own cultivation to begin anew, he was met with a coalition of Imperial Realm experts seeking his life. The Nine-Nether Demon Emperor was one of the 3 strongest among the 10 ancient emperors. The level of the technique capable of prompting him to consider such a sacrifice must have been extraordinarily powerful, perhaps even surpassing celestial-grade techniques. Thus, upon acquiring this technique, Zhuo Yifan had contemplated renouncing his cultivation. However, before he could act, the 7 emperors and Zhao Cheng had already cornered him. Now, with this untainted body that had never undergone cultivation, the effects of training would surely be amplified. With this realization, Zhuo Fan rushed to the guard's side, pushing aside the surrounding corpses to extricate him from beneath the gruesome pile. Gazing at the man who had pulled him back from the brink of death, the guard managed a grateful smile. "Zhuo Fan, it's you? Thank you. I will repay you handsomely when I return." "Hee. Why wait until then? You can repay me right now." A sly smile crept onto Zhuo Fan's lips. Upon seeing this expression, the guard felt a chill creep up his spine. Although they were both members of the Luo family and had met previously, he had never seen Zhuo Fan wear such a sinister visage. Akin to a wolf eyeing a hapless rabbit. "Zhuo Fan, what are you planning to do?" the guard asked warily, his apprehension palpable. Zhuo Fan offered no reply, only scrutinizing the guard's body with a smile, murmuring, "Quite good, a second-level chi-gathering realm. Excellent material for a foundation." The celestial demon transformation technique differed from other techniques. While others absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to gradually refine their bodies, this technique required the usurpation of another's cultivation as the foundation for future training. However, how could an ordinary person seize the cultivation of a practitioner? Naturally, the target must be grievously injured and incapacitated. Zhuo Yifan had worried whether he would encounter such an opportunity when he hesitated about abandoning his cultivation. If he did not, he would remain a mere ordinary person for life, a loss that would cost him dearly. The Nine-Nether Demon Emperor likely shared similar considerations. Yet, unexpectedly, as soon as he successfully seized control, the heavens bestowed upon him this rare opportunity to cultivate. Truly a fortuitous encounter, as the guard sensed Zhuo Fan's gaze upon him. Brimming with the eagerness of a rogue eyeing a maiden, unease gnawed at his heart. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, You are not Zhuo Fan. Hee. Correct?" A chilling smile spread across Zhuo Fan's face, revealing his true nature. "I am the foremost of the 8 emperors of the sacred domain." The Demon Emperor Zhu Yifan, Chapter 3. The Celestial Demon Transformation Technique Pu. Zhuo Fan, amidst the guard's terror-stricken gaze, struck his palm upon the man's crown, activating the technique. In an instant, tendrils of black energy spiraled from his hand, resembling writhing worms as they burrowed into the guard's body. As the black mist permeated within, the guard's expression morphed from fear to agony, his previously pallid face now turning ashen in mere moments. He was wholly transformed into a mass of charred remains, indistinguishable against the backdrop of the night. Witnessing this transformation, a faint smile curled at the corners of Zhuo Fan's lips, his eyes alight with a rare excitement. Although the celestial demon transformation technique allowed him to convert another's cultivation into his own power, could the hard-earned essence cultivated by another be so easily seized? Even if absorbed, it would likely clash with his own essence. Especially as this would serve as the foundation for his future cultivation, it required meticulous care. Thus, Zhuo Fan needed first to demonize the guard's essence before fully assimilating it. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan steadied his racing heart, tightening his grip as the black energy began to flow back from the guard into his own body, causing the guard's form to wither rapidly. Half an hour later, Zhuo Fan withdrew his palm, sitting cross-legged on the ground to refine the newly acquired essence within him. The guard's body crumbled to the earth with a thud, disintegrating into dust as if a millennia-old corpse, unearthed and exposed to the air, had eroded into mere particles. The celestial demon transformation technique, created by the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor, not only seized another's power but also drained their life essence. The potent black energy surged through his body like a torrent, and Zhuo Fan quickly focused his mind, channeling it through his meridians, continuously flushing and expanding their barriers. The entirety of a chi-gathering realm expert's power surged into this body that had never undergone cultivation, and the excruciating pain nearly tore his meridians apart, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yet he endured, for he understood that such a formidable influx of power would lay a foundation unmatched by any other. With this solid base as assurance, his future cultivation would yield exponential results. Time slipped by. 1 hour, 2 hours. Zhuo Fan clenched his teeth, sweat cascading down his forehead like a waterfall. After 3 more hours, Zhuo Fan finally relaxed his jaw, the black energy circulating within him for hundreds of cycles before settling in his dantian as a pool of black liquid, tranquil and devoid of the previous turbulence. Gradually opening his eyes, Zhuo Fan exhaled a long breath of stale air. The clouds on the horizon began to glow with a faint light, and the beasts that had gorged themselves throughout the night started to retreat deeper into the forest. Has dawn arrived? He chuckled softly, surprised that it took an entire night to refine the power of a second-tier qi-gathering practitioner. Zhuo Fan couldn't help but smile wryly, shaking his head as he began to assess his current physical state. With a resounding crash, a massive stone crumbled into dust beneath Zhuo Fan's frail fist. He nodded in satisfaction. His body had been tempered by the elemental energy of a qi-gathering master, resulting in significant enhancement in terms of physical strength. He was now on par with a qi-gathering expert. Next, he turned his attention to his cultivation level. However, upon inspection, he was taken aback by what he discovered. His cultivation had surged directly from nothing to the 5th level of foundation establishment, and the energy stored within him was not merely that of the foundation establishment realm, but rather the elemental power of the qi-gathering stage. Remarkable, the heavenly demon transformation technique is indeed extraordinary, Zhuo Fan thought to himself, feeling a surge of delight. Generally, reaching the 5th level of foundation establishment would take even the most gifted prodigies in the sacred domain a year and a half. Yet, he had achieved what others might take 2 or 3 years to attain in just a single night. It seemed that before long, he would be able to return to the sacred domain. He mused with a sinister smile. However, just as he reveled in thoughts of reclaiming his former glory, the sudden sound of battle cries pierced the air. Furrowing his brow, Zhuo Fan cautiously approached the source of the noise. He understood that although he now possessed the power of the 5th level of foundation establishment, his current abilities were still insufficient to wield even the simplest martial techniques, leaving him vulnerable against any true master. Thus, it was wise to proceed with caution. After all, he was no longer the formidable demon emperor of yore. Moving stealthily like a wildcat, Zhuo Fan edged closer to a patch of grass and slowly parted the foliage to peer out. There, 2 factions were locked in a standoff. One group, consisting of a dozen or so individuals, were clearly the guards of the Luo family, encircling a young girl of around 17 or 18 and a small boy of 5 or 6. The opposing faction, clad entirely in black and led by an elderly man, numbered around 20. Zhuo Fan's gaze sharpened as he recognized the old man. It was none other than the Luo family's steward. Steward Sunday. The boy and girl surrounded by the guards were none other than the Luo family's young master, Luo Yunhai, and young mistress, Luo Yunshang. Humph! No wonder the Luo family's defenses were breached by the bandits of Haifeng Mountain. It seems they have traitors among them. Zhuo Fan sneered inwardly, recalling his disciple Zhao Cheng, his fists clenching unconsciously in his past life. He had been betrayed by his closest disciple, leading to his demise. Now, the body he had taken over had also met a similar fate. This thought stirred a sense of shared sorrow within him. However, he quickly shook his head, sighing softly, and turned to leave. With his current strength, he could offer no assistance to anyone. Besides, he had no ties to the Luo family and saw no reason to risk his life for them. Just as he took 2 steps back, a sudden sharp pain pierced his heart, rendering him unable to take a 3rd step. Startled, Zhuo Fan clutched his chest tightly, collapsing to the ground as he murmured, "What is happening? Have I fallen into a state of demonic deviation while practicing?" Panic began to rise within him at the thought. If the heavenly demon transformation technique were to go awry from the very beginning, with an unstable foundation, it would not merely mean wasted effort. He might never cultivate again and become utterly useless. Yet, the pain in his heart seemed fleeting, vanishing almost instantly. Zhuo Fan stood up, exhaling deeply, his brow furrowed as he touched his chest, utterly perplexed. However, when he attempted to take another step, the pain surged once more. No, this is not demonic deviation. It is the heart demon. This time, Zhuo Fan discerned the source of the affliction and quickly focused his thoughts on understanding its origin. For cultivators, if one allows the heart demon to run rampant, they are not far from falling into demonic deviation. In just a few breaths, Zhuo Fan identified the cause, but it left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Before being usurped by the demon emperor, Zhuo Fan had been a loyal servant, well treated by the family head and young mistress, vowing a lifetime of loyalty to the Luo family, in his final moments. His regret had been his inability to protect the Luo family. That instant, the resentment of the demon emperor fused with his own, resulting in the usurpation of his soul and body, causing his lingering attachment to become a binding contract with the demon emperor. This meant that the demon emperor, born of his attachment, was destined to safeguard the Luo family for eternity. Otherwise, the heart demon would wreak havoc. How infuriating! Why must this fool's attachment be to serve others? Zhuo Fan felt tears welling up, bitterness flooding his mouth. Here he was, the formidable demon emperor Zhuo Yifan, the foremost of the 8 emperors in the sacred domain. How could he be burdened by a mere small family? Yet, he could not ignore the heart demon. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan helplessly rubbed his forehead. Even if this fool's final wish were to seek vengeance, he could have arranged to kill someone in a few years. Instead, sigh, my life has been ruined because of you. Who goes there? Show yourself. Suddenly, a hoarse shout rang out, and Zhuo Fan felt a surge of murderous intent directed at him. Reluctantly shaking his head, he sighed and strode forward, determined to confront the traitorous steward Sunday. Pushing aside the dense underbrush, Zhuo Fan marched boldly into view. Upon seeing him, Steward Sun let out a laugh, his eyes gleaming with disdain. Humph, I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's just you, little brat. After that, Steward Sun turned his gaze back to Luo Yunshang, completely disregarding Zhuo Fan. Young lady, I advise you to hand over the return dragon palm technique quickly. Lest more lives be lost, I believe you wouldn't want to witness such a scene. How dare you, old traitor? As long as we are here, you will not harm the young mistress or young master. The captain of the Luo family's guard stepped forward, shouting defiantly. Luo Yunshang glared with furrowed brows, her beautiful face radiating defiance. Steward Sun, the return dragon palm is a spiritual-level martial technique passed down through generations of the Luo family. We would rather die than surrender it to you. Hearing their words, Zhuo Fan snorted disdainfully. Was the reason for the bandits' attack on the Luo family merely for a spiritual-level martial technique? On the imperial martial continent, all techniques and martial arts were categorized into 5 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, spiritual, and mundane, each further divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced tiers in the sacred domain. Spiritual-level martial techniques were as common as dirt, and to Zhuo Fan, they were nothing more than trash. He possessed thousands of such techniques. To risk their lives over something so trivial was hardly worth it. Zhuo Fan sighed in resignation and lazily called out, Young lady, it's just a spiritual-level martial technique. What's the big deal? Give it to them. If need be, I'll compensate you with another one later. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned before casting Zhuo Fan incredulous looks, as if he had lost his mind. Zhuo Fan, you little brat, what audacity! You casually claim you'll replace a spiritual-level martial technique? On what grounds? Just because you've been a servant in the Luo family for 15 years? Steward Sun laughed heartily, his eyes filled with mockery. The other bandits joined in the laughter, their derision unabashed. The guards looked at Zhuo Fan with bewilderment, especially those who were familiar with him, who were even more perplexed. This fellow was usually quite honest. How could he be spouting nonsense now? He must have been driven mad by these bandits. Yes, that must be it. Consequently, all the guards' gazes turned sympathetic, fully aware of their thoughts. Zhuo Fan shrugged indifferently at this moment. Even if he claimed he possessed not only spiritual-level martial techniques, but also the ancient secrets of the Demon Emperor, the 9 Nether Secret record, they would likely not believe him. Zhuo Fan, stop speaking nonsense and hurry over to protect the young master. Suddenly, a sharp voice called out. Zhuo Fan turned to see Luo Yunshang glaring at him furiously. Yet, deep within her eyes, he could discern a flicker of pity. A smirk crept onto Zhuo Fan's lips as he grasped her intentions. It seemed this young mistress thought he had lost his mind, but did not wish for him to be mistakenly harmed in the ensuing conflict. Thus, she sought to draw him under the protection of the guards. What are you all waiting for? Hurry and bring him here. Don't let him embarrass himself. Luo Yunshang shouted again at the guards. However, before they could move, a bloodthirsty silver blade was suddenly pressed against Zhuo Fan's neck. Hold on. Steward Sun chuckled coldly, his eyes locked onto Luo Yunshang's, as if he could see through all her thoughts. Heh heh heh. The young lady remains as kind-hearted as ever, even attempting to save a mad servant. With a frown, Luo Yunshang retorted angrily, "Steward's son, do you not even spare the madman? Ha ha ha. The same message applies. If you don't want innocent lives to be entangled in this, hand over the returned dragon palm quickly. Otherwise, we won't hesitate to shed more blood." As soon as he finished speaking, the bandit holding the blade against Zhuo Fan's neck drew it across his face, accompanied by a bloodthirsty grin. Luo Yunshang pressed her lips together, her eyes reflecting a moment of hesitation, but she quickly closed her eyes in anguish. Seeing this, Zhuo Fan understood her decision completely. Although this young lady did not intend to exchange martial skills for his life, the mere hesitation she displayed as a master towards a mere servant was enough to bring him some solace. However, if he wished to survive, he would have to rely on his own wits. Casting a glance back at the burly bandit wielding a knife, whose physique matched his own and whose strength was estimated to be at the 7th level of Foundation establishment, he felt confident he could handle the situation. Zhuo Fan clenched his fists tightly, channeling his inner energy towards his left arm, a fierce glimmer flashing in his eyes. "Humph, young lady, since you are so obstinate, then let it be known that Zhuo Fan shall be the first to perish because of you." Butler's son waved his hand dismissively, his gaze fixed intently on Luo Yunshang's pained eyes. Commanding, "Fatty, make your move." Upon hearing the order, the rotund bandit let out a sinister chuckle, raising his silver blade high. Yet, at that moment, a resounding crash echoed, followed by the sickening sound of bones shattering, only to be succeeded by the bandit's wailing akin to a slaughtered pig. The knife in his hand fell to the ground. Zhuo Fan swiftly caught the descending blade and turned to strike. In an instant, blood splattered, and a hefty head soared into the air. Though Zhuo Fan was only at the 5th level of Foundation establishment, his physical strength and the inner energy he harbored were akin to those of a master at the Qi-gathering realm. Seizing the opportunity when the bandit was distracted, he delivered a brutal elbow strike to the bandit's chest. Shattering his ribs with a swift motion, he brought the knife down, executing the entire sequence flawlessly as if it were a flowing river. None present could comprehend the unfolding events, and before they knew it, the bandit had been decapitated, his life extinguished. Thud! The bloodied head landed on the ground, rolling to Butler's son's feet. He stared dumbfounded at the familiar visage, unable to believe it was real. Having served the Luo family for many years, he had watched Zhuo Fan grow up. How could he not know what sort of person he was? A loyal, honest servant, easily bullied. Who would have thought that such a meek individual would reveal his fangs one day? Dispatching a 7th level Foundation establishment expert with a single stroke, the ferocity of his actions sent chills down the spines of even the bandits. The guards of the Luo family were equally astonished. Was this truly the affable and good-natured Zhuo Fan they had known? Setting aside his cultivation level, even his agile and lethal skills surpassed their captain's capabilities. The suddenness of it all left everyone in stunned silence. As if time itself had paused, all eyes fixated on Zhuo Fan, who stood motionless with the bloodied blade in hand, seemingly having forgotten to breathe. If not now, then when? Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes. Making a decisive move as the onlookers remained dazed, he violently swung the bloodied knife towards Butler's son and charged towards Miss Luo. By the time Butler's son regained his composure and attempted to block the bloodied blade, Zhuo Fan had already reached Luo Yunshang's side. With one arm, he scooped up Luo Yunhai, and with the other, he seized Luo Yunshang, sprinting deeper into the woods. "Let us go." Luo Yunshang, momentarily taken aback, could only comply. Allowing him to pull her along, Butler's son, seeing the fat sheep slip away once more, felt a surge of panic and bellowed after them. However, just as they moved, the captain and his guards had already positioned themselves in their path. "Humph, do you really think you can stop us?" Butler's son glared at the captain, venom dripping from his words. The captain merely chuckled, shaking his head. "We may not be able to stop you, but we can buy some time for the young master and young lady to escape." "Heh heh heh. You think they can escape while you all perish?" Butler's son hissed darkly. Glancing towards the direction Zhuo Fan and the others had vanished, the captain nodded confidently. In the past, perhaps they could not flee, but now that child is there to protect them. The other guards nodded in agreement, an inexplicable sense of trust in Zhuo Fan blossoming within them. Though they did not understand why Zhuo Fan had suddenly become so formidable. Having such a warrior by the young master and young lady's side provided them with a glimmer of hope for survival. Gritting his teeth, Butler's son cast a sinister gaze into the distance, his eyes glinting like a serpent's. That little brat dares to thwart my plans. Once I catch him, I shall flay him alive, leaving him in pieces. Chapter 6. The malevolent servants of Fan sprinted forward, one arm cradling Luo Yunhai, the other grasping the delicate hand of Luo Yunshang, as the cacophony of battle and cries of anguish erupted behind them. Wait! We cannot leave them behind. Luo Yunshang finally regained her senses after running several hundred meters, urgently exclaiming. Ignoring the young lady's protests, Zhuo Fan continued his mad dash. Let go! Seeing him disregard her command, Luo Yunshang forcefully broke free from his grasp. Zhuo Fan halted and turned to gaze at her coldly. We must go back. We cannot let the guards of the Luo family perish for our sake. Can you defeat those bandits if you return? Zhuo Fan replied flatly. Luo Yunshang bit her lip, furrowing her brow as she sighed. Sigh, the others may be manageable, but Butler's son possesses the strength of the 6th level of Qi gathering, while I am only at the 3rd, and the captain is merely at the 4th. Even if they joined forces, they would not be his match. Then what use is it for you to return? Let us go. Zhuo Fan snorted coldly, lifting Luo Yunhai once more and continuing forward. However, at that moment, the child in his arms began to squirm vigorously. You dog servant! How dare you speak to the young lady like that? Apologize to my sister immediately, or I will ensure your backside is left in tatters. Taken aback, Zhuo Fan glanced at the squirming child, then at Luo Yunshang, who wore a look of indignation. It dawned on him that he was currently a servant of the Luo family. His previous words had indeed been disrespectful. But what of it? He was not the real Zhuo Fan. Besides, what could a nearly extinguished clan like hers possibly do, if it weren't for the fear of being haunted by his dark past? The formidable demon emperor would hardly deign to concern himself with such trivial matters. Little brat, do you believe I won't make your backside bloom right now? Zhuo Fan shot a glare at Luo Yunhai. You dare, dog servant? Luo Yunhai retorted fearlessly, having grown up in the mountain village, well aware of the disparity in status and not intimidated by a mere servant's threat. Unfortunately, he was not facing a true servant of the Luo family. With a cold smirk, Zhuo Fan placed him across his knee, swiftly pulling down his pants and delivering several resounding slaps, leaving bright red handprints on his backside. The sharp sound of slapping echoed in the air, leaving both Luo Yunhai and Luo Yunshang momentarily stunned. They could hardly believe that a servant would have the audacity to strike the young master. Especially for Luo Yunhai, the little boy forgot the pain on his backside. After a moment, however, he felt the fiery sting and began to wail loudly, impudent. Luo Yunshang snapped back to her senses. Taken aback, she hurriedly snatched her brother away, cradling him protectively and scolding, Zhuo Fan, how dare you lay a hand on the young master? Known for her gentle demeanor and grace within the Luo family, Luo Yunshang had never raised her voice at servants. Yet witnessing Zhuo Fan's audacity to disrespect her authority ignited her fury, and she shouted in outrage. Zhuo Fan cast her a sidelong glance, scoffing, if we're talking about audacity, I cannot rival you, young lady. The enemy is nearly upon us, and you still have the leisure to chastise me. At that moment, the sounds of battle from afar grew fainter, and both Zhuo Fan and Luo Yunshang understood that the guards could hardly hold out much longer. I may only be able to spank this little brat a few times. But if you don't run now, the incoming foes will take his life, Zhuo Fan remarked, pointing at Luo Yunhai with indifference. Luo Yunshang, though still seething with anger, found the truth in Zhuo Fan's words. Luo Yunhai was the last male heir of the Luo family. Even if she, as his sister, were willing to risk her life, she could not allow any harm to come to her brother. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to Zhuo Fan and said earnestly, Zhuo Fan, you must take the young master away immediately. I will hold off those bandits. I refuse, Zhuo Fan retorted without hesitation. If you dare leave, I will strangle this little brat. You? Luo Yunshang was momentarily speechless, her heart filled with frustration. She never anticipated that the Luo family would harbor such an audacious and arrogant servant. One who would dare threaten their master. I have grown up in the Luo family, and I am unfamiliar with the terrain nearby. If you are not here, it will be difficult for me and this little brat to escape. Zhuo Fan continued. Upon hearing this, Luo Yunshang subtly nodded, her anger dissipating somewhat, as his reasoning held merit. However, his next statement reignited the flames of her ire. It matters not if you die. It's just not worth it for me to accompany you to the grave. You? Luo Yunshang's face turned green with rage, yet she could not find the words to respond. Not sparing another glance at the pair, Zhuo Fan turned to leave. By the way, are there any places nearby where we can hide? With a huff, Luo Yunshang regarded Zhuo Fan with disdain, refusing to respond. Yet, being a refined young lady, despite her anger, she meticulously assessed the situation. Within 100 miles, there are only farmlands, with no suitable hiding spots. There is, however, a misty forest on the west side of Black Wind Mountain, rarely visited by anyone, and even the bandits of Black Wind Mountain may not be familiar with its terrain. Excellent, let us head there. Zhuo Fan nodded slightly, gesturing to Luo Yunshang to hold her brother and lead the way. With an annoyed huff, Luo Yunshang turned her gaze away from him and strode forward. She was unaware of the misfortune that had befallen her, finding herself in the company of such a domineering lackey. Now, as she led the way, it felt as though she were being escorted by this servant, a humiliation she and her brother had never encountered before. Just you wait. Once we escape this peril, I shall deal with you, Luo Yunshang thought furiously. Chapter 7. The Insha Formation. 2 hours later, the three arrived at the edge of a forest shrouded in mist. As they gazed upon the vast expanse of white fog enveloping the entire woodland, a profound light flickered in Zhuo Fan's eyes. This was the misty forest, perpetually blanketed in fog, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to emerge once they entered. Luo Yunshang looked ahead, her eyes filled with hesitation. While we could find temporary refuge inside, we might never find our way out again. However, Zhuo Fan seemed entirely unperturbed by her words, his gaze scanning the surroundings. Upon sighting a towering mountain in the east, his eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance. Is that Black Wind Mountain? He inquired, pointing at the peak. Nodding cautiously, Luo Yunshang replied, My father said the mountain lord possesses formidable strength, rivaling his own. Yet, for decades, our two families have coexisted peacefully. I wonder why their bandits would suddenly raid our estate this time. Haha, what a splendid place, Zhuo Fan remarked, stroking his chin appreciatively. With the east azure dragon, west white tiger, south vermilion bird, north black tortoise, and the central Qilin soaring into the heavens. This is indeed a natural grand formation, Zhuo Fan murmured, lamenting the absence of knowledgeable individuals to uncover its secrets. But now that I am here, I shall transform this place into the second heavenly demon mountain. Excitement radiated from his eyes as he fully comprehended the mountain's worth, even in the holy domain. Such a treasure could only be seized by a saint. Miss, shall we eliminate Steward's son and his cohorts right here? Zhuo Fan suddenly turned to her. Startled, Luo Yunshang gasped, At this moment, there are only the three of us. And their strength surpasses ours. We can barely hide, let alone defeat Steward's son. Luo Yunhai scoffed disdainfully, making a face at Zhuo Fan. You boast like a fool. Zhuo Fan shot him a fierce glare, and Luo Yunhai dared not speak further. The sting on his backside from earlier was a clear reminder that this servant did not regard him as a master. Hemph, a wise man avoids immediate losses. Just wait until I return home to gather some allies. Then you'll see, Luo Yunhai muttered, burying his head in his sister's shoulder to shield himself from the wicked servant. Concerned for her brother's safety, Luo Yunshang asked, What do you intend to do? With a faint smile, Zhuo Fan extended a hand. Miss, may I inquire how many spirit stones you possess? Please hand them all to me. What do you need spirit stones for? Luo Yunshang questioned warily, eyeing Zhuo Fan. Ha ha ha, miss, please do not misunderstand. I am not the sort of wretched servant who would take advantage of my master's misfortune to plunder their wealth. Everything I do is for your safety. Humph, you're not a wretched servant? Luo Yunshang retorted, I in my eyes. There is no one more despicable than you. She gently rubbed her brother's sore bottom. She secretly thought to herself, yet she obediently removed a ring from her finger and handed it over. This is all my family's wealth. If you dare deceive me, I will not let you off easily. With a carefree smile, Zhuo Fan accepted the ring and vanished into the thick white mist. Wait for me here. Humph, this servant is truly audacious, daring to command his master, Luo Yunhai exclaimed. Sister, you must teach him a lesson on my behalf. Slightly shaking her head, Luo Yunshang gazed into the white mist and said softly, Yunhai, While this servant may be disrespectful, he has consistently aided us. He is far better than those who speak sweetly while plotting behind our backs. We should not repay kindness with malice. After pondering for a moment, Luo Yunhai nodded in understanding. Right? It's that steward's son who truly deserves punishment. Luo Yunshang nodded in satisfaction, praising, Yunhai, you have finally matured and gained wisdom. However, Luo Yunhai soon gritted his teeth, declaring, as for that wretched servant, he deserves to have his trousers pulled down and his backside spanked. Merely killing him would be too lenient. Luo Yunshang was momentarily rendered speechless. Zhuo Fan strolled through the misty forest, his penetrating gaze surveying the surroundings. Occasionally, a flicker of light would emanate from his hand as a spirit stone would suddenly fly from the ring and disappear into the forest's soil. Though it was his first time in the misty forest, he moved as if he were intimately familiar with the terrain. Unaffected by the fog, just a quarter of an hour, Zhuo Fan had traversed the entire forest. Open the gates of the netherworld, summon the evil spirits from all directions. Rapidly forming hand seals, Zhuo Fan recited the incantation derived from the 9 Nether secret record to activate the formation. Instantly, the winds howled and the sky darkened, accompanied by piercing wails. Ghostly figures in shades of gray descended from the darkened sky into the misty forest. In a short while, the once white mist began to turn red, then black, ultimately merging with the sky into a pure void of darkness. The chilling cries of spirits echoed relentlessly from within. Luo Yunshang and her brother had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle and instinctively huddled together, retreating in fear. Yet soon, the ghastly wails ceased, the sky cleared once more, revealing brilliant sunlight. The mist of the forest rapidly dissipated, and Zhuo Fan emerged, panting heavily. What just happened? Was that your doing? Luo Yunshang gazed at Zhuo Fan, her expression a mix of astonishment and suspicion. Without answering her question, Zhuo Fan beckoned her with a wave of his hand and turned to re-enter the forest. Follow me, a hint of doubt flickered in her eyes. But Luo Yunshang nonetheless followed her brother. That moment, Zhuo Fan seemed to be cloaked in an air of mystery, compelling Luo Yunshang's curiosity to explore further. Before long, the trio arrived beneath a millennia-old tree. Zhuo Fan looked at Luo Yunshang and said, in a moment, you will sit beneath this tree while I teach you the hand seals of the Yin Sha formation. When Steward Sun and his men arrive, you will manipulate the formation to eliminate them. What? This is a formation? Luo Yunshang gasped, looking at Zhuo Fan in disbelief. Formations were far more precious than martial arts or techniques in this world. Typically, their schematics were closely guarded secrets of sects and noble families. Even if one were to stumble upon a level 1 formation schematic at an auction, it would cost hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. And often, there would be no market for it. If their Guiyun manor had a protective formation, they would not have been so easily besieged by bandits. Yet now, a mere servant had effortlessly set up a formation, leaving the manor's young mistress astounded. Chapter 8. Luring the enemy in you. How could you? Don't worry about how I know. Just follow my lead. This is the maze formation, designed to disrupt the enemy's mental state within the formation. This one is the killing formation, meant to control the Yin Sha to eradicate foes. Luo Yunshang stared blankly as she attempted to follow Zhuo Fan's hand seals, but his movements were so swift that the entire sequence was executed seamlessly. She glanced at him but could not retain the information. Her hands were at a loss for how to move. Ugh, why are you so slow? This is the simplest pair of hand seals. Zhuo Fan, frustrated at her lack of progress, scolded, with your current state, when Steward's son and his men catch up, you might as well surrender. You are as dim-witted as a pig, having been cherished as a precious gem throughout her life. Luo Yunshang had never experienced such indignity, especially at the hands of a servant. Unable to contain herself, 2 glistening tears fell, her head bowing deeply, yet she persisted in her practice. Seeing his sister humiliated, Luo Yunhai summoned an unexpected courage and suddenly shoved Zhuo Fan, shouting, wretched servant, you shall not bully my sister. Sighing in exasperation, Zhuo Fan had no time to argue with the child. He had just realized that while he could activate the formation, he lacked the strength to control it in a complete Yin Sha formation. Even without control, it could annihilate Steward's son and his men without a trace. Unfortunately, he had only over 1,000 spirit stones. Had this place not been a natural grand formation, he could not have even set up a flawed one at present. The only one capable of controlling the formation was this young mistress with her cultivation at the third level of qi gathering. Yet the complexity of the formation's hand seals made it challenging for her to grasp quickly, and time was indeed of the essence. In desperation, Zhuo Fan suddenly embraced Luo Yunshang from behind, capturing her delicate hands within his own. "What are you doing?" Luo Yunshang exclaimed, her cheeks flushing suddenly. "Don't move, just follow my lead," Zhuo Fan commanded, guiding her hands as he began to teach her the hand seals directly. At that moment, Luo Yunshang finally understood his intentions. Being embraced intimately by a stranger for the first time in her life, Luo Yunshang felt her heart race like a fawn, her cheeks flushing increasingly red. Yet, whenever her mind wandered, a commanding voice would pierce her thoughts. "Focus." Casting a glance at Zhuo Fan, she noticed his serious expression, devoid of any improper intentions. "Humph, he certainly appears to be a paragon of virtue." Luo Yunshang silently scoffed, instinctively leaning back against the solid arm behind her, experiencing a sliver of safety for the first time in 3 days of flight. "Sun Butler, they are heading towards the misty forest," reported a gaunt bandit, thin as a reed, after surveying the ground. With a cold smile, Sun Butler stroked his 2 white whiskers at the corners of his mouth, remarking nonchalantly, "It seems they have a knack for finding good hiding spots." Knowing the terrain of these mountains is indeed a challenge for us, however. As he spoke, Sun Butler cast a glance at the heavily bound captain of the guards, a sinister gleam flickering in his eyes. "Captain Pang, I shall see how you fare soon enough. Given the temperament of the young lady, she is unlikely to abandon you." "Pa, you think you can use me to threaten the young lady?" "Son?" The captain's eyes blazed red as he fixed his gaze on Sun Butler. If looks could kill, his murderous glare would have reduced Sun Butler to mere fragments. "You would do well to kill me now. Otherwise, I shall surely exact vengeance for my fallen brothers. Hee. Once I obtain what I seek, I shall grant you your wish." Sun Butler squinted slightly, letting out a chilling laugh. "Let us proceed." Half an hour later, Sun Butler and his entourage of over 20 arrived at the edge of the misty forest. However, before they could draw closer, they spotted a figure lazily leaning against a large tree, sleeping upon closer inspection. It was none other than Zhuo Fan, the one who had slain one of their own. "Sun Butler, it is the one who killed the fat man," a bandit shouted. Awakened by the shout, Zhuo Fan yawned broadly and opened his bleary eyes. Upon seeing Sun Butler and his men, he displayed no fear or anxiety, but rather a carefree smile. "Sun Butler, I have been waiting for you." Furrowing his brow, Sun Butler scrutinized him. He sought to glean something from Zhuo Fan's expression, yet found nothing but composure. How profoundly cunning, Sun Butler mused. In the past, he would have never deigned to look at Zhuo Fan, a mere servant of no consequence. Yet after witnessing how swiftly he dispatched a bandit, Sun Butler's perception of him had been entirely transformed. This young man not only concealed his depth but also struck with ferocity. Once he has gained his wings, he will undoubtedly become a formidable adversary. "Zhuo Fan, you possess an audacious spirit to stand before me so brazenly," Sun Butler said, narrowing his eyes. Without responding, Zhuo Fan directly proposed, "Sun Butler, how about we strike a deal?" "What deal?" Sun Butler inquired. "Puzzled. I will hand over the Luo siblings to you, and you will ensure my prosperous future in Hafeng Mountain." "What?" At Zhuo Fan's words, both Sun Butler and his men were taken aback, while the bound captain of the guards was utterly stunned. He had initially intended to rely on Zhuo Fan to protect the young master and mistress, never expecting Zhuo Fan to betray them, using the young lady and gentleman as bargaining chips. "Why would you do this? The Luo family has treated you well," Sun Butler questioned, his heart filled with doubt. "Ha ha ha. And why would you betray the Luo family? They have shown you greater loyalty, have they not?" Zhuo Fan laughed heartily, mocking. Upon hearing these words, Sun Butler's cheeks flushed, anger rising within him. With a cold smirk, Zhuo Fan continued, "One must look out for oneself. Otherwise, one faces the wrath of heaven and earth. The Luo family has fallen. I alone cannot reverse the tide, so why seek my own demise? It is only natural to use the lives of the siblings to secure my own escape." Saying this, Zhuo Fan picked up a red rope from the ground, its other end extending into the vast white mist. Their hiding place lay beyond that rope, marked by various forks. Only I can discern the way. Sun Butler grasped the red rope, nodding slightly. To ensure a safe exit, marking with a red rope is indeed a clever idea. Moreover, Creating forks within to mislead pursuers is wise. However, I cannot trust you. Ha 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 ha. Handing the red rope back to Zhuo Fan, Sun Butler nodded. Very well, it is a deal. Lead the way, but do not attempt any tricks, Sun Butler. I am but an honest man, Zhuo Fan replied with a sly smile. Sun Butler disdainfully shook his head. I may have believed you before, but now I do not. With that, the two exchanged a knowing glance, erupting into an eerie laughter, each harboring their own ulterior motives. The captain of the guards, witnessing this, was filled with rage, cursing Sun Butler as a treacherous villain and Zhuo Fan as a traitor seeking personal gain. Yet no one paid him any heed. Bound, he was compelled to follow as they ventured into the vast, swirling mist. Chapter 9. The manifestation of the Great Formation. The group moved through the dense white fog like a string of candied hawthorns, each holding tightly to the red rope. Zhuo Fan led the way, with Sun Butler firmly clutching his clothing from behind to prevent his escape. The fog was so thick that even those nearest could not see one another, forcing them to rely on touch to stay close together and avoid getting lost. As they reached the heart of the misty forest, where escape became impossible, Zhuo Fan suddenly halted. What is it? Sun Butler asked, startled, his grip on Zhuo Fan's clothing tightening instinctively. With a sinister smile, Zhuo Fan replied coolly, Sun Butler, I shall escort you no further. The path to the underworld is one you must traverse alone. A chill of realization gripped Sun Butler. He had fallen into a trap. Instinctively, he pulled Zhuo Fan closer and struck down with his palm. With a thud, Zhuo Fan's clothing tore apart, revealing not him but a hefty piece of wood. How did this brat manage to slip away? Sun Butler stared in astonishment, having been vigilant against Zhuo Fan's deceit throughout their journey, only to be outsmarted. Quick, retreat the way we came, he ordered urgently. Upon hearing his command, the group immediately tugged at the red rope to return. However, at that moment, a panicked shout echoed from the mist. It's bad. The red rope has snapped. Upon hearing this, the others looked as if struck by lightning, their faces turning ashen. Trapped in the fog without the guiding rope, how could they safely return? Sun Butler gritted his teeth, stamping his foot in frustration. Damn it, that little brat has played us. Bring that Pang fellow here, he cried. Sun Butler, it's dire. Pang has also vanished, you scoundrel. Sun Butler roared, slamming his fist into the ground, creating a 1-meter square hole. He never imagined that, despite his lifetime of cunning and strategy, he would fall prey to a mere youth. You little brat, I have traversed more bridges than you have walked roads. Do not think a mere misty forest can trap me, Sun Butler bellowed to the heavens, vowing vengeance for the humiliation. He. You shall have no opportunity for that. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan's light laughter echoed through the misty forest, and the once pale mist gradually turned crimson. What is happening? The fog has turned red. The group gazed in shock at the transformation, terror etched on their faces. Even these bloodthirsty bandits had never witnessed such an uncanny event. Sun Butler, you are well versed in the world. What is the meaning of this? A bandit shouted anxiously, but no response came as he groped forward and back. He found not a single figure remaining, as if everyone had vanished, leaving him utterly alone. The others shared a similar fate. Those who had once been tethered by the red rope were now nowhere to be seen. Sun Butler, surveying the scene, revealed disbelief in his eyes as he murmured, could it be a formation? Having lived a long life, Sun Butler was indeed knowledgeable, yet the more he knew, the more he understood the terror of formations. He realized that formations harness the power of heaven and earth. With just one individual at the helm, they could annihilate dozens of opponents of equal strength. The sheer potency was unfathomable. Yet, he never anticipated they would be ensnared within a formation. Zhuo Fan, who are you? Sun Butler stammered, his body trembling, his eyes filled with unprecedented fear. Only now did he comprehend that Zhuo Fan was no ordinary person. Who else could command such knowledge of formations? Had Zhuo Fan revealed the formation from the outset, he would not have dared pursue him, the center of the formation, controlling the entire array. Luo Yunshang understood the situation within completely and involuntarily glanced at Zhuo Fan, her eyes filled with curiosity. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Zhuo Fan maintained an expression of calm indifference, stating coolly, Kill. Upon hearing the command, Luo Yunshang immediately altered her hand seals. In an instant, the blood-red mist underwent a sudden transformation, morphing into a pure black that engulfed all present within its thick, oppressive shroud. If they had previously been unable to perceive others, at this moment, they could not even glimpse their own forms. Only the chilling wails echoed in their ears, reminiscent of countless vengeful spirits encircling them. Solitude and terror rendered their hearts utterly devoid of the will to resist, as tendrils of black energy surged unimpeded into their very beings. They felt as if their bodies, minds, and souls were being devoured by an unseen force, powerless to counteract. In that moment, their eyes reflected nothing but sheer dread. A faint smile curled at the corners of Zhuo Fan's lips, excitement flickering in his gaze. With a swift motion, he distanced himself from Luo Yunshang and positioned himself at another focal point of the formation, assuming a meditative posture. The myriad formations chronicled in the 9 Nether secret records could be interlinked with the heavenly demon transformation technique. Now, all those within the array had succumbed to demonic transformation. Next, he intended to absorb the essence of their life force. Chapter 10. Continuous breakthrough. Dust to dust, earth to earth, the 9 Nether demonic fiends belong to me. In an instant, Zhuo Fan executed a series of hand seals, causing Luo Yunshang, who was controlling the formation, to suddenly lose her grip over the Yin Sha formation. Concurrently, the vivid images of Butler's son and the others vanished as if they had never existed. Luo Yunshang, perplexed, attempted to form seals once more, yet she could no longer command a single blade of grass within the array. Suddenly, anguished screams erupted from every corner of the misty forest. Butler's son and the others had completely transformed into shadows of darkness. Yet a flicker of consciousness remained. Shadows incessantly fled from their bodies. With each one that escaped, they emitted cries of agony, as if a piece of flesh had been severed from them. Only when every last shadow had departed did their wails cease. However, their eyes had long since lost their luster, and their bodies withered like ancient corpses, crumbling to dust at the slightest breeze. Zhuo Fan sat cross-legged amidst the inky mist, as thousands of shadows surged towards him like a swarm returning to the hive. He welcomed them with serene acceptance, his complexion gradually darkening like that of Butler's son and his companions before. Once all the shadows had entered his body, he altered his hand seals and activated the heavenly demon transformation technique. In that moment, a torrent of black life force surged within him, crashing through his meridians like a roaring sea, ultimately coalescing in his dantian. His aura swelled with tremendous vigor. A sudden sound echoed. Zhuo Fan had broken through to the 6th layer of foundation establishment. Another gentle pop, and he shattered the barrier of the 7th layer. Soon after, he ascended to the 8th layer, then the 9th, finally reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Slowly opening his eyes, Zhuo Fan took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and continued his ascent. This time, the process proved far more arduous. The demonic life force's potency had nearly been depleted. Yet, with the experience of a seasoned practitioner, he understood that breakthroughs achieved during such moments of exhaustion were invaluable for future accomplishments. Gritting his teeth, he persevered through his cultivation, extracting every last drop of life force brought forth by the demonic shadows. And with his remaining energy, he launched one final surge. With a resounding crash, Zhuo Fan perceived the sound of something shattering. Instantly, a formidable life force erupted within him, sweeping through his meridians once more before returning to his dantian, replenishing the parched energy within. This surge expanded his meridians by more than double, gathering Qi realm. Zhuo Fan opened his eyes, his expression radiant with joy, drawing from his prior experience as a demon emperor. This breakthrough into the gathering Qi realm had rendered his meridians far more expansive than in previous attempts. Moreover, the life force stored in his dantian was not something an ordinary practitioner of the gathering Qi realm could compare to. It was at least 3 times greater. Exhaling deeply, Zhuo Fan altered his hand seals once more, allowing the lingering demonic energy to depart from his body. This time, however, the shadows transformed into a gray hue, and the blackness enveloping his form dissipated entirely. Once the shadows had vacated, Zhuo Fan rose to his feet, gesturing with his hand as the black mist vanished, allowing brilliant sunlight to pierce through the long enshrouded forest. At this moment, he could effortlessly command the formation, no longer reliant on Luo Yunshang's assistance. Glancing up at the azure sky, a smile graced his features. Having achieved the gathering Qi realm, it was time to cultivate some martial techniques. The recent annihilation of Butler's son and the bandits was not merely to protect the Luo siblings. The true victor was Zhuo Fan himself. Had he not consumed the life force of Butler's son and the others, he would not have reached the gathering Qi realm so swiftly. Only by attaining this realm could he cultivate martial techniques, ensuring not only his own safety but also greater opportunities to absorb other powerful beings and grow even stronger. At that moment, a clear voice rang out as Luo Yunshang approached him, cradling her brother and flanked by the guard captain. "Where did you run off to just now? How did the formation suddenly spiral out of control?" "Oh, perhaps it was due to the lack of spirit stones, resulting in a flaw in the formation that caused it to falter. I had gone to check if Butler's son and the others had perished. To my delight, not a single one escaped." Zhuo Fan deflected, unwilling to disclose his secrets. After all, in this world, practitioners of the demonic path were feared by others for their strength, enigma, and rapid cultivation. Moreover, his heavenly demon transformation technique was the essence of demonic arts. Should it be discovered, he would surely become a target for countless adversaries. Having met his demise in a previous life for this very reason, he would not make the same mistake again in this one. Luo Yunshang nodded, harboring little suspicion. Captain Pang gazed at Zhuo Fan with a hint of hesitation in his eyes, but soon resolved himself, taking a step forward and kneeling before him. "Brother Zhuo, I was reckless earlier. Unaware that you were luring the enemy and I spoke out of turn and have caused you offense. You may punish me as you see fit, even if it means taking my head. I shall not flinch." Seeing this, Zhuo Fan silently approved. This Captain Pang was indeed a loyal servant. Had Zhao Cheng possessed even half of his loyalty, he would not have fallen to such depths. With a quiet sigh, Zhuo Fan helped Captain Pang to his feet, smiling, "You are the captain of the guards. I am but a humble servant. How could I merit such a grand gesture? Furthermore, our success in annihilating Butler's son and the others was primarily due to the formation set by the young lady." Upon hearing this, Luo Yunshang was momentarily taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Zhuo Fan. When she noticed him signaling to her, she nodded slightly. Although she did not comprehend why Zhuo Fan was reluctant to acknowledge it as her formation, she acquiesced to his wishes, having benefited from his earlier assistance. Captain Pang looked at Luo Yunshang in astonishment. "Miss, you know formations?" Luo Yunshang chuckled awkwardly, reluctantly affirming. Heaven bless the Luo family. With the young lady's knowledge of formations, the revival of the Luo clan is but a matter of time, Captain Pang exclaimed, his eyes brimming with tears of excitement. Zhuo Fan rubbed his nose, non-committal. Meanwhile, Luo Yunshang discreetly glanced at Zhuo Fan. Realizing that if the formation could indeed restore the Luo family, it would undoubtedly hinge on this individual. Chapter 11. Entering Windling City seemingly grasping her intent, Zhuo Fan hastily inquired, now that the threat from Butler's son and the others has dissipated. "What are your plans, miss?" "Oh, we originally intended to escort the young lady to seek refuge with the Kai family." Before Luo Yunshang could respond, Captain Pang interjected. At this moment, he no longer regarded Zhuo Fan as a mere servant, but rather as an equal, worthy of respect. "You must understand, the young master of the Kai family has a matrimonial agreement with our young lady Dao. Is it the Kai family of Windling City?" Zhuo Fan stroked his chin, nodding thoughtfully. According to the memories of this young man, the Kai family was the foremost clan in Windling City, rivaling the Luo family. If he could entrust the Luo siblings to them, perhaps this young man could finally find peace, alleviating the burdens of his heart. Perhaps even eradicate them entirely, leading to genuine liberation. With this in mind, Zhuo Fan nodded repeatedly. "Very well, let us seek refuge with the Kai family." He then turned to gaze at the Black Wind Mountain, murmuring, "I shall return, at the same time." Within a dark cavern atop Black Wind Mountain, a sinister-looking young man sat in a grand chair, watching a lowly underling with a sharp glint in his eyes. "Have there been any updates from Butler's son and the others?" Reporting to the young master, Butler's son has sent word that the techniques will soon be acquired. The underling trembled, lowering his head deeply, daring not to meet the young man's gaze. "Ha ha, you may leave." "Yes." The underling wiped the sweat from his brow, retreating hastily as if he feared being devoured by the young man. Once the underling departed, the young man rose slowly and approached a curtain behind him, pulling it aside. Behind the curtain lay an elderly man with white hair, who glared at the young man in fury. Yet his lips trembled, unable to utter a word. The young man chuckled softly, patting the elder's gnarled hand. "Rest assured, master. Your old friend has already gone ahead to await you. Once I acquire the dragon returning palm, I shall reunite you two." Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes flared open, blood-red with rage, as if he craved vengeance. Yet his body remained motionless, trembling uncontrollably. Upon witnessing this scene, the cavern resonated with the reckless laughter of the young man. Wild and sinister, Fenglin City, the largest metropolis within 100 miles, lay a 10-day journey away from the Luo family estate. Fearing that the bandits of Haifeng Mountain might pursue them, Zhuo Fan and his companions traveled overnight, reaching their destination in a mere 5 days. As they entered Fenglin City, the bustling splendor within caused a palpable sense of relief among them, as if the tension and fear of the preceding days evaporated in an instant. Immersed in the harmonious atmosphere of the bustling streets, Luo Yunshang, whose face had been taut with anxiety for days, finally revealed a smile. "Yunhai, look over there," Luo Yunshang exclaimed, taking her brother's hand and pointing excitedly at a street performance stall. Captain Pang, observing their unperturbed demeanor despite the devastation of their family, grinned with satisfaction. Turning to Zhuo Fan, he remarked, "Brother Zhuo, I recall you have never been to Fenglin City, have you?" With a slight nod. Zhuo Fan maintained his aloof expression. Captain Pang was momentarily taken aback. The opulence of Fenglin City was renowned far and wide. He remembered his own exhilaration upon first arriving, unable to sleep for 3 days and nights. How could this boy, who had never left the mountain estate, arrive in such a vibrant metropolis and feel nothing? Little did he know, in Zhuo Fan's eyes, this city bore no distinction from a small village. "Old Pang, hasn't the Kai family arrived yet?" Through the shared trials of the past few days, Zhuo Fan had grown closer to Captain Pang, and they had even begun to address each other as brothers. Before Captain Pang could respond, Luo Yunshang interjected, "We cannot go directly to the Kai family. Yunhai and I should visit their residence first and then come back to escort you. You two can find lodgings at the inn ahead." "Such trouble," Zhuo Fan frowned. With a wry smile, Captain Pang shrugged, "There's no helping it. We are here to seek refuge with the Kai family. If we were to show up unannounced, it would be considered rude." "Very well, you may go ahead." Zhuo Fan took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. As long as he ensured the siblings were settled, he would find himself free. Waiting a little longer was inconsequential. However, at that moment, the cawing of crows, which had been absent for 5 days, echoed in his ears once more. "Humph, you lowly servant. This Fenglin City is my brother-in-law's territory now. Just wait and see how I deal with you," Luo Yunhai declared, hands on his hips, his nose pointed skyward, reverting to his former arrogant demeanor. Bang! Just as those words left his lips, Zhuo Fan kicked him squarely in the backside without hesitation, sending him sprawling a meter away. "Face first into the ground, and no need to wait for your brother-in-law. I shall deal with you myself right now." Seeing this, Luo Yunshang hurriedly helped her brother up and shot a fierce glare at Zhuo Fan. "Why must you always stoop to the level of a child?" "Your brother has it coming," Zhuo Fan retorted, casting a sidelong glance at her and waving his hand dismissively. "Hurry along now. Once you are settled, if you still find me displeasing, you can simply send me away." With an angry huff, Luo Yunshang picked up her brother and departed. Luo Yunhai, nestled against his sister's shoulder, blushed crimson, unable to utter a word. At his tender age, he could not comprehend why, when they had been vulnerable in the woods and bullied by this vile servant, he had to endure the same treatment in Fenglin City, his brother-in-law's domain, where he should have been protected. Did this servant fear nothing? He had never encountered such a person within the Luo family. Captain Pang, witnessing the entire exchange, stood in stunned silence, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. He could scarcely believe that Zhuo Fan had become so audacious as to strike the young master in front of the young lady, and she merely chided him without pursuing the matter further. After all, the young master was the apple of her eye. Even a harsh word was rarely spoken against him. Now, Zhuo Fan had boldly kicked him without a hint of remorse, and so adeptly at that. Now he understood why, throughout their journey, the young master had been rendered mute at the mere sight of Zhuo Fan. It was sheer terror. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Captain Pang turned to Zhuo Fan and said, "Brother Zhuo, the young master is still our superior. One must not disregard the young lady's feelings, nor those of her brother-in-law." With a dismissive chuckle, Zhuo Fan shrugged nonchalantly. He had never regarded anyone as a master. All he sought was to rid himself of his inner demons. Chapter 12. The peculiar young woman, since they would not return anytime soon. Let us explore other places, Zhuo Fan suggested, turning away. Captain Pang, realizing his words had fallen on deaf ears, sighed in resignation and followed suit. Before long, the pair arrived at a marketplace, a hub where various itinerant practitioners set up stalls to barter goods, either trading items or exchanging spiritual stones for cultivation. Drawing from his past experiences, Zhuo Fan anticipated finding some overlooked treasures here. As they wandered through the market, Captain Pang's eyes sparkled with excitement, and on several occasions, he nearly reached for his purse, but seeing Zhuo Fan's disinterested expression, he quickly fell back in line. Perhaps he did not even realize that this esteemed captain had grown accustomed to trailing after Zhuo Fan. Alas, how many undiscovered treasures could possibly await? Never mind, let us move on. After surveying the marketplace, Zhuo Fan found nothing of interest and shook his head in disappointment. Just as he was about to leave, a cacophony of voices reached his ears. Following the sound, he discovered a vendor in a heated argument with a young maiden. Curious, Zhuo Fan and Captain Pang pushed through the crowd to observe. At that moment, Zhuo Fan took a good look at the girl. Dressed in simple garments, her gently arched brows resembled a crescent moon. She appeared remarkably tranquil. Even as the vendor hurled insults, she maintained a faint smile, showing no signs of anger, yet remained resolute in her stance. This piece of ink jade is not genuine. Which of your eyes deemed it not authentic? This is the purest ink jade. Even under the sun for an entire day, it remains as cool as water. Crafted into a pendant, it would enhance one's cultivation exponentially. The vendor spat as he extolled the virtues of his jade. Miss, do you even understand this trade? The girl shook her head, her smile unwavering. I may not comprehend ink jade, but I have seen true ink jade once and know yours is a forgery. Haha, that you claim to discern the authenticity of ink jade after seeing it just once? Everyone, is there such absurdity in the world? Indeed, I possess that ability, if appraised. The lowest quality ink jade is worth 10 spiritual stones, the finest worth 100. Yours is only worth 3. Get lost, you insolent girl. Do not disrupt my business. The vendor, unable to lash out at her smiling face, could only seethe in frustration. You are correct. This piece of ink jade is indeed a fake. Suddenly, a male voice emerged from behind, and everyone turned to see Zhuo Fan smiling at the girl. Miss, your discerning eye is commendable. Yet one cannot expose a forgery without offering proof. After all, what is false may also appear true. The girl blinked in surprise, regarding Zhuo Fan thoughtfully before nodding in understanding. With a gentle smile, Zhuo Fan addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, could you assist me in procuring a few items? Sulfur? Alfalfa? Zhuo Fan's requests were for the most common items in the marketplace, and soon, some curious onlookers hastily gathered what he needed. Before everyone, Zhuo Fan placed the items in clear water, stirred them, and then looked at the vendor. Please place that ink jade into this water. Humph, I will. The vendor, brimming with confidence, slowly lowered the jade into the water. Yet, as soon as it touched the liquid, bubbles began to rise rhythmically, and the water gradually turned crimson, exuding a faint metallic scent. What is happening? The vendor gasped in shock. The girl blinked her large, serene eyes, astonished by the unfolding spectacle. Do not be alarmed. This ink jade is a counterfeit, hence it begins to fade upon contact with the solution. Zhuo Fan explained as he retrieved the jade and returned it to the vendor. Now, you should realize that this young lady spoke the truth. Damn it, I was duped by those scoundrels. I paid 20 spiritual stones for this. The vendor gritted his teeth in anger. Your ink jade is worth only 3. The girl reiterated her appraisal, then turned to Zhuo Fan with a smile. Sir, your eye for detail is remarkable. I only knew it was fake, but was unsure how to prove it. Thankfully, you intervened. Not at all. I merely once fell victim to such a ruse myself, Zhuo Fan replied with a slight bow. Miss, will you not purchase it? Though it is only worth 3. No, I merely wish to enlighten him on the jade's true value. The girl smiled and turned to leave the marketplace. As she walked away, Captain Pang approached Zhuo Fan, marveling, what a peculiar young woman. With a long, relieved sigh, Zhuo Fan murmured to himself, this woman possesses a sharp eye. Fortunately, her inexperience spared me, or she would have snatched this treasure from right under my nose. As he spoke, Zhuo Fan turned once more to gaze at the block of ink jade, his eyes glimmering with excitement. However, the vendor had already begun to sigh heavily while packing up his belongings, preparing to return home. Chapter 13. Blood Elf. Damn it, I never expected I could misjudge. On the dimly lit path, the vendor trudged forward, his burden weighing heavily on his shoulders, surrounded by an eerie silence, punctuated only by his unceasing lamentations. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed from behind him. "Excuse me. Sir, please hold on." Startled, the vendor halted and turned to see Zhuo Fan hastening towards him. "You are not the one from earlier." The vendor recalled Zhuo Fan, the very individual who had revealed the truth about his counterfeit ink jade to all the patrons in the market. "What can I do for you?" Sir, I wish to purchase your ink jade and I offer 10 spirit stones." Zhuo Fan flashed a smile at the vendor, his gaze frequently darting towards the burden on the vendor's back. After a moment of contemplation, the vendor regarded Zhuo Fan with curiosity. "Sir, you are well aware that my ink jade is a fake. Why then do you offer 10 spirit stones? That young lady just mentioned it is only worth 3. Shaking his head with a smile, Zhuo Fan replied nonchalantly, "Even if the ink jade is counterfeit, it is nearly indistinguishable from the genuine article I in my hands. It could fetch a price akin to that of genuine ink jade." "Oh, I see. You intend to resell it to an unsuspecting buyer." The vendor's eyes lit up with realization as he nodded. "In that case, your offer of 10 spirit stones seems rather paltry for such a lucrative opportunity." "And how much do you desire?" Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of menace passing through them. "It's the very least, 50 spirit stones." The vendor waved his hand dismissively, revealing a cunning grin. "Otherwise, I could easily find an ignorant buyer willing to pay over 100. Having been prompted by Zhuo Fan's words, the vendor realized that those who truly understood the value of ink jade were a rarity. Just moments ago, he and Zhuo Fan were the only ones in the entire market to discern the jade's authenticity. He could easily pass off the counterfeit as real and profit significantly more. "Do you wish to buy it, or shall I seek out a buyer myself?" Noticing Zhuo Fan's silence, the vendor recognized that he could not muster the required spirit stones. Yet, this was fortuitous for him. It allowed him to pursue the sale himself and avoid giving someone else a bargain. He raised his leg to leave. Wait. Just as the vendor took a step forward, a hand, like an iron claw, clamped down on his shoulder, eliciting a sharp yelp from him. "Sir, one must not be overly greedy in business," Zhuo Fan stated coldly. "Humph, and what of it? The ink jade belongs to me, and I shall sell it for whatever price I choose." The vendor attempted to retort, but before he could utter another word, a surge of dark elemental energy surged into his body, silencing him completely. Gradually, his form began to darken until, with a gentle gust of wind, he disintegrated into a fine powder, scattered into the air. Exhaling a long breath, Zhuo Fan assessed the elemental energy within him. It had only increased slightly as a master at the first level of qi gathering. It was becoming increasingly difficult for him to gain significant enhancement from the foundational skills of this small vendor, who was at the 7th level. Although Zhuo Fan had initially hesitated to eliminate the vendor, his unwillingness to negotiate left Zhuo Fan with no choice but to seize the jade by force. After retrieving the ink jade from the vendor's burden, Zhuo Fan turned towards the inn where he was staying. He was not a bloodthirsty individual. It was simply that some had chosen their own demise. Upon returning to the inn, he encountered Captain Pang, who was waiting for his return. Zhuo Fan casually tossed him a cloth bag. "Old Pang, this is for you." Captain Pang accepted the bag and opened it, puzzled. The 10 spirit stones are still here. Did you not make a purchase?" Earlier, Zhuo Fan had asked Captain Pang to return to the inn first and borrowed 10 spirit stones, claiming he had set his sights on something valuable. Yet now, the 10 spirit stones remained untouched within the bag. "The vendor was generous and gifted it to me," Zhuo Fan deflected. "And, Old Pang, you must guard the entrance. No one is to enter." With that, Zhuo Fan entered his room and shut the door. Although Captain Pang was perplexed, he was determined to assist his brother, so he chose not to return to his own room, opting instead to sit on the floor outside Zhuo Fan's door, keeping watch. Zhuo Fan was acutely aware of everything occurring outside his door, silently acknowledging his good fortune in having encountered such a loyal companion. He then placed the ink jade on the table and unleashed a surge of dark elemental energy towards it. With a resounding crash, the jade's emerald-like exterior cracked, layer after layer peeling away to reveal a crimson glow within. At that moment, it was no longer merely ink jade. It had transformed into a vibrant blood jade. Moreover, the blood jade pulsated rhythmically, resembling a beating heart, emanating a radiant red light. "I was right. It is indeed a blood elf." Fan swallowed hard, an exhilarating excitement blooming on his face. Blood elves are typically born from rare stones and minerals, nourished by the life essence of countless beings, absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth over millennia to take form. They are treasures coveted by practitioners of the dark arts, exceedingly rare in the world. Typically, practitioners would cultivate a blood elf into a life-bound blood infant, which, when unleashed against foes, could drain their life essence, rendering it a fearsome weapon. Furthermore, the blood infant could grow alongside its cultivator, especially a saint-level blood infant, which even emperor-level figures would hesitate to provoke. According to the ancient records of the Nine Nether, there was once a dark arts master known as the Blood Demon Ancestor who had cultivated a blood infant to the saint level. Even the 10 ancient emperors were reluctant to engage him in battle. In the end, the Blood Demon Ancestor, believing himself to be invincible, sought out the Nine Nether Demon Emperor to contest for supremacy in the dark arts. The Nine Nether Demon Emperor, by a hair's breadth, managed to defeat the Blood Demon Ancestor but suffered severe injuries in the process. Yet, he obtained the secret techniques for cultivating blood infants, which he later improved upon and incorporated into the great transformation technique of the Celestial Demon. At that time, the Nine Nether Demon Emperor had considered cultivating a blood infant, but had never found the opportunity. Little did he expect that upon his rebirth as a demon sovereign, he would come across such fortuitous luck, presenting him with the chance to cultivate his own life-bound blood infant. Had he possessed a life-bound blood infant in his previous life, he would have dismissed even saint-level beings as inconsequential. With this in mind, Fan eagerly drew a blade across his wrist, allowing drops of blood to fall upon the blood jade. Chapter 14. The ritual of the blood infant gurgled, like an infant suckling. Each drop of blood that fell upon the jade vanished in an instant, while the jade pulsated with increasing vigor. Observing this spectacle, Fan's lips curled into a sinister smile as he continued to exert himself, forcing out more blood to nourish the blood jade. To cultivate a blood infant, one must first irrigate it with the cultivator's own blood until it resonates in harmony with the blood elf's heartbeat. As time trickled by, Fan's blood flowed more abundantly, yet the blood elf seemed insatiable, akin to a ravenous wolf, never ceasing its consumption. Fan licked his parched lips, his complexion gradually paling, and the world around him began to blur. He understood this was due to excessive blood loss, yet he could not relent. This was his singular opportunity to subdue the blood elf and forge the blood infant. If he were to cease providing blood now, it would feel abandoned, akin to a child forsaken, believing he had given up on it, thus severing their potential bond. Therefore, once he began, Fan had no choice but to persevere. Half an hour passed, and Fan felt as if the very fabric of the universe was spinning around him. He realized that if he continued to bleed, he might jeopardize his own life. If he lost his life, the pursuit of the blood elf would hold no meaning. However, just as he hesitated on whether to give in, an inexplicable rhythm suddenly emerged within his heart. Fan was taken aback, a surge of joy blossoming within him. He had finally established a connection with the blood elf. He hastily grasped the blood stone in his hand and activated the great transformation technique of the Celestial Demon. In an instant, torrents of dark elemental energy coiled around the blood stone, while strands of blood essence seeped from it, gradually flowing into Fan's body. Finally, with a resounding explosion, the blood stone shattered, and a beam of red light erupted from within. Surging into Fan's body, focusing intently, Fan beheld a red infant, roughly the size of a palm, peacefully resting within his dantian. If sensing Fan's mental scrutiny, the infant opened its eyes for a fleeting moment before drifting back into slumber. This is a life-bound blood infant. Fan was momentarily stunned before leaping up in joy. He could hardly believe how effortlessly he had succeeded in cultivating a life-bound blood infant. Yet, despite his triumph, he had lost an excessive amount of blood. As he stood, his legs buckled beneath him, sending him crashing to the ground, though an exhilarated smile remained plastered on his face. With the life-bound blood infant now secured, his next course of action regarding martial techniques was clear: Blood Shadow Palm, a mid-level technique of the mundane tier, when executed, would undoubtedly cause the opponent's blood to surge uncontrollably, disrupting their meridians and rendering them defenseless. Coupled with the assistance of the blood infant, the recipient would suffer severe blood loss, making it exceedingly treacherous. Although it belonged to the mid-level of the mundane tier, its power exceeded that of typical high-level techniques. 10 days later, with a creak, the door swung open, and Zhuo Fan emerged, radiating a vibrant glow. Captain Pang, who had been vigilantly waiting at the door, immediately rose, rubbing his bloodshot eyes as he approached Zhuo Fan. "Why have you only just emerged now?" The people from the Kai residence have been urging for quite some time. Observing the weary old Pang, who had not closed his eyes for 10 days, Zhuo Fan chuckled and said, "Old Pang, you have worked hard, for a brother. What hardship is there? It's merely that we must not keep the young lady and young master waiting too long. Are you not curious about what I have been doing these past 10 days? That is your affair. If you wish to inform me, you will naturally do so." Commander Pang waved his hand dismissively and promptly pulled Zhuo Fan towards the Kai residence. Watching the robust figure of this man in action, Zhuo Fan felt a surge of emotion. Although their time together had been brief, old Pang had bestowed upon him an unwavering trust that he had never encountered even during his arduous journey to become the Demon Emperor in his past life. Half an hour later, Commander Pang led Zhuo Fan to a grandiose gate, above which hung a plaque inscribed with the gleaming characters Kai Residence. However, just as they were about to enter, 2 guards intercepted them. "Halt! Who are you to dare intrude upon the Kai Residence?" Commander Pang clasped his fists and smiled. "I am Pang Yu, the chief guard of Guyun Manor, and this is Zhuo Fan, the steward of the Luo family. Our young master and young lady are currently guests at your esteemed residence." Upon hearing this, Zhuo Fan was taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Commander Pang. When did he become the steward of the Luo family? Seemingly reading his thoughts, Pang Yu leaned in and whispered, 8 days ago, someone from the Kai family claimed you were the steward of the Luo family. It's likely that the young lady introduced you as such. Congratulations, Zhuo brother, he. With a helpless shake of his head, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had no desire to play the role of the Luo family steward. He merely wished to ensure the safety of the siblings before leaving after dispelling his inner demons. How could a dignified demon emperor stoop to be a steward for a minor family? Nevertheless, he looked down upon the Luo family, and it seemed the guards of the Kai residence shared his sentiments. With a disdainful glance, the guard sneered, "Humph, here come 2 more freeloaders. How dare you speak like that?" Commander Pang, incensed, moved to confront them, but Zhuo Fan seized him, striding straight into the Kai residence. Confused, Pang asked, "Why are you pulling me?" Zhuo Fan said nothing, his expression grave. The attitudes of the servants often reflect that of their masters. What was there to discuss with them? Their immediate task was to locate Luo Yunshang and clarify the situation. Perhaps the Kai residence was no longer a safe haven for him. Soon, after inquiring with the servants of the Kai residence, the duo arrived at the quarters of Luo Yunshang and her brother. The sight of the dismal surroundings, which were even worse than the inn they had been staying at, ignited a furious rage within Commander Pang, who shouted, "How could the Kai family treat the young master and young lady in such a manner? Lacking even the most basic hospitality? Not only lacking, they treat them like mere servants," Zhuo Fan thought, feeling a flicker of anger. Not so much for the siblings, but for the futility of his efforts. "Let us go inside." With a stern expression, Zhuo Fan entered the room, and Pang hurriedly followed. Upon entering, they found only Luo Yunhai sitting despondently at the edge of the bed, his eyes vacant and devoid of the usual vivacity and arrogance. The room was sparsely furnished, containing only a broken table and a rickety stool. Seeing this, tears welled in Pang's eyes as he exclaimed, "Young master, please do not be distressed. Where is your sister?" Zhuo Fan asked bluntly, lacking any sympathy. It seemed that the blows he had received from Zhuo Fan had left a lingering shadow in Luo Yunhai's heart. Upon hearing Zhuo Fan's voice, the formerly dazed Luo Yunhai shivered. Snapping back to reality, sister went to find, young Master Kai, seeking his assistance to restore Guyun Manor. With such an attitude, what was there to plead for? It was merely self-degradation. "Come, lead me to your sister," Zhuo Fan commanded, pulling Luo Yunhai off the bed with a fierce demeanor. Commander Pang, alarmed, sought to prevent Zhuo Fan's reckless actions, knowing that a servant should not address a master so. However, Zhuo Fan possessed an innate aura of intimidation. In his fury, Pang found himself lacking the courage to intervene. Thus, trembling, Luo Yunhai led the way, with Zhuo Fan following closely behind. Reminiscent of a previous scene in the woods, Pang trailed behind, somewhat dazed, pondering just who the true master was. Chapter 15. the regret of breaking off the engagement by the side of a crystal-clear stream. A handsome young man was frolicking with a charming girl dressed in red. The two chased each other, their laughter echoing across the serene lake. Observing their flirtatious antics, Luo Yunshang felt a pang of sorrow. However, in order to revive her family, she steeled herself and approached, shouting "Ji." His expression darkening, the handsome young man cast a cold glance at Luo Yunshang, stating, "Luo Yunshang, I have made myself very clear. From now on, I have no relation to you. My heart belongs solely to Yu Fei. Indeed, those who know their place should leave promptly. Shouting Ji has long ceased to harbor feelings for you." The girl in red scoffed, lifting her eyelids to look at her. Biting her lip, Luo Yunshang felt tears welling up in her eyes. She still clearly remembered when the Luo and Kai families were on amicable terms, with their parents having arranged their marriage since childhood. Growing up alongside Kai Shouting, they had sworn eternal companionship. Thus, when misfortune befell the Luo family, her first thought was to seek refuge with her fiancé. However, to her dismay, upon bringing her brother to the Kai residence, she faced repeated disdain. Moreover, Kai Shouting had taken on a haughty and domineering fiancé, Sun Yu Fei. From that moment, she understood that marrying into the Kai family was no longer a possibility. Nevertheless, in her quest to restore her family, she still hoped that the Kai family would lend a hand due to their past connections. Yet, to her surprise, the head of the Kai family, Kai Rong, remained utterly indifferent, showing no intention of offering assistance. After staying at the Kai residence for 10 days in hopes of gaining their support, seeing Kai Rong's disregard, she had no choice but to seek out Kai Shouting. Shouting Ji, I do not expect you to fulfill the marriage contract of your. I merely hope you can persuade your father to assist the Luo family, considering the friendship between our families. This matter is none of my concern. Go speak to my father. Kai Shouting waved his sleeve, coldly replying with a thud. Luo Yunshang fell to her knees, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Shouting Ji, if you refuse, I shall perish here today. Kai Shouting gazed at her intently, his brow furrowing as hesitation flickered across his face. Just then, a sharp sound rang out as Sun Yufei stepped between them, delivering a resounding slap to Luo Yunshang's delicate face, the force causing her to stumble back, a trickle of blood staining her lips. Humph, shameless woman, Kai Shouting belongs to me. Stay away from him from now on. Sun Yufei shrieked fiercely, then turned to Kai Shouting, commanding him, stay away from this woman. If I discover any lingering ties between you two, I will not spare you. Kai Shouting shivered involuntarily, hastily nodding and swearing, Yufei, rest assured, my heart is solely yours. Other women are but dust in my eyes. His gaze shone with sincerity as he looked at Sun Yufei, appearing as docile as a puppy. Sun Yufei nodded in satisfaction, while Luo Yunshang felt her world turn gray. She realized that her only glimmer of hope had been extinguished. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, followed by the sharp sound of 2 slaps. Before Sun Yufei and Kai Shouting could comprehend what had transpired, they found themselves marked with 2 bright red handprints. Shuofan stood before Luo Yunshang. His face darkened as he glared at them. A pair of adulterers, daring to thwart my plans. Who are you? Sun Yufei and Kai Shouting exclaimed in shock, taken aback by the figure before them. They were both renowned prodigies in Fenglin City, experts beyond the gathering Qi realm, unmatched among their peers. Yet Shuofan appeared to be of similar age, moving with astonishing speed, catching them off guard and delivering 2 resounding slaps before they could react. When did such a figure emerge in this realm? At that moment, Commander Pang and Luo Yunhai also rushed over, assisting Luo Yunshang to her feet. As they gazed at the slender figure before them, Pang's astonishment surpassed that of the 2 young nobles. Though he was a 4th-tier expert in the gathering Qi realm and Kai Shouting was a 3rd tier, he was merely a servant, and his martial arts could not compare to those of the noble families. Thus, in a true confrontation, he might not prevail against Kai Shouting. Yet, this noble scion had been easily struck by Shuofan, with no ability to evade. Reflecting on Shuofan's previously displayed strength in the woods, Pang found it difficult to fathom how he had become so formidable in such a short span of time. Ignoring the inquiries of the 2 nobles and Pang's astonished gaze, Shuofan turned back to the tear-streaked, pitiful form of Luo Yunshang, feeling an inexplicable twinge of pain within himself. Damn those inner demons, Shuofan gritted his teeth. He understood that with his heart forged as a demon emperor, he had long seen through the sufferings of the world. How could he possibly be pained by the humiliation of a mere girl? This can only be attributed to the previous owner of this body, who is mourning and angered for their master. Alas, it seems I shall be entangled with the Luo family for quite some time. With a resigned sigh, Shuofan reached out to wipe away the tears from Luo Yunshang's face and said softly, "Let us depart." Raising her eyes to glance at Shuofan, Luo Yunshang nodded slightly. Under the current circumstances, there was no reason for them to linger at the Kai residence. Thus, she lifted the sorrowful Luo Yunhai into her arms. And with the support of Captain Pang, they made their way outside, thinking they can leave after assaulting someone. It won't be that easy. Suddenly, Sun Yufei called out sharply, blocking their path, and Kai shouting hastily chimed in, "Luo Yunshang, do you think this place is yours to come and go as you please?" Witnessing this, Luo Yunshang's heart brimmed with indignation as her fists clenched instinctively. She was truly regretting her decision to seek refuge with the Kai family. Faced with their aggressive demeanor and being on their territory, she felt an overwhelming fury that could not be expressed if it were just her. She would rather perish than lose her dignity, but she had her brother to consider. If anything were to happen to him, she would have no face to meet their parents in the afterlife. "What do you want?" Luo Yunshang stammered, her voice trembling. "Oh, it's quite simple. All of you must kneel and bow to us 3 times before you can leave. Otherwise," Sun Yufei sneered, pointing directly at Shuofan, "especially him." Captain Pang's eyes blazed with fury, wishing he could rush forward and fight the two of them. This was intolerable. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Yunshang slowly closed her eyes and began to bend her knees. "Everyone kneel." Her voice, now tinged with sobs, was audible to all. Sun Yufei lifted her chin proudly, wearing a smug smile. However, before Luo Yunshang and the others could kneel, a mournful cry echoed as both Sun Yufei and Kai shouting suddenly found themselves kneeling on the ground first. Though it was more accurate to say they collapsed to their knees. The stone tiles beneath them cracked like a spider's web. Had they not been masters at the 8th level of bone refinement, their knees would have been shattered, leaving them unable to stand. Grimacing in pain, they looked up to see Shuofan standing before them with an indifferent expression. "You again." They understood that among all present, only Shuofan could strike them without their knowledge. "Even if you all kneel and beg for mercy now, I will not spare you." Sun Yufei glared at Shuofan, her voice hoarse and filled with malice. With a swift kick, Shuofan sent them flying without even glancing in their direction. "You think I would kneel? You are sorely mistaken." For a moment, Sun Yufei and Kai shouting were stunned, even forgetting the pain from the kick. Initially, Shuofan's slaps were defensible as an act of chivalry for Luo Yunshang. But now that she had spoken, how dare he strike them again? Did he not fear that none of them would leave the Kai residence alive? While Captain Pang felt anger towards their actions, he also believed they had to endure for the greater good. Otherwise, the lives of the Luo siblings could be at stake. Luo Yunshang could only smile bitterly. While others may not understand Shuofan, she had come to fully comprehend his temperament during their time in the mountains. In his eyes, there was no distinction between master and servant. He acted according to his own will. She could not fathom why the Luo family had such a servant. Meanwhile, Luo Yunhai's attitude towards Shuofan had significantly changed, his large eyes fixed on Shuofan with a hint of admiration. This dog servant who had been bullied was not only unafraid of their 2 masters, but also of even stronger forces outside. He truly feared nothing. In an instant, Shuofan transformed in Luo Yunhai's eyes from a mere servant into a heroic figure destined to save the Luo family. "Who dares to wreak havoc in the Kai residence?" Suddenly, a booming voice interrupted, and a formidable figure appeared before everyone. Upon seeing this person, Luo Yunshang's expression changed, her grip on her brother tightening. Even Luo Yunhai could sense his sister's tension. Kai Shouting's face lit up with joy as he shouted, "Father, you came just in time. This person is causing trouble in our Kai family." Recognizing that the newcomer was Kai Rong, the head of the Kai family, Shuofan scrutinized him closely. Kai Rong appeared to be in his 50s, with a robust physique that emanated an aura of strength. 8th level of bone refinement, Shuofan remarked with a smile. Raising an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise flashed in Kai Rong's eyes. He had not expected this youth to discern his cultivation level at a glance. "What keen eyesight," Kai Rong praised. "May I ask your name?" "Butler of the Luo family, Shuofan." Kai Rong was taken aback once more, scrutinizing Shuofan with renewed interest. Although he had heard from Luo Yunshang that the Luo family had replaced their former butler due to treachery, he had not anticipated that the new butler would be so young and carry an air of mystery about him. Normally, due to his cunning nature, he would avoid provoking someone as enigmatic as Xue Fan. However, he was acutely aware of the more formidable force that he could not afford to offend. Uncle Kai, you must stand up for Yufei. Sun Yufei displayed the red marks on her face to Kai Rong, glaring at Xue Fan with hatred in her eyes. With just one glance, Kai Rong comprehended the situation entirely. He patted Sun Yufei's hand and reassured her, "Do not worry. Uncle Kai is here." He then turned to Luo Yunshang, his expression darkening. "Yunshang, I took you and your brother in out of goodwill. Not only do you show no gratitude, but you also bring turmoil to my doorstep." Luo Yunshang trembled, utterly at a loss for words. Xue Fan stepped forward, smiling. "Kai family head, at your age, bullying a young girl is quite unbecoming. If you have something to say it to me, and stop pretending as if you were doing the Luo family a favor. Let us speak candidly. There is always a motive behind such actions, or else you wouldn't have called off the engagement. Very well, since you wish to tear the facade, I shall not hold back." Kai Rong's expression shifted, and he said coldly, "Today, I must give Yufei an explanation. Each of you must take a blow from me. I shall not exploit you, only exert 2 points of strength. Fate will determine your survival." "What? 2 points of strength?" Captain Peng exclaimed, his eyes narrowing. "Your 2 points of strength at the 8th level of bone refinement are stronger than the full force of a 9th level master in Qi gathering. Are you not clearly seeking our lives? Uncle Kai, please, Yunhai is just a child. He is innocent." Luo Yunshang pleaded urgently, yet Kai Rong merely snorted coldly and turned his face away, while Sun Yufei wore a smug expression. "All right, I'll go first," Xue Fan said with a smirk. Suddenly, a red palm print appeared in the air. Kai Rong was taken aback. He had never expected Xue Fan to strike first. He immediately unleashed his aura and retaliated with a palm strike. With a loud crash, the blood imprint shattered, and Xue Fan was forced back over 10 steps, yet he suffered no harm. "The 2nd level of Qi gathering can withstand my 2 points of strength." Kai Rong was astounded, staring intently at Xue Fan, but thought to himself, "Even if you survive this, the others may not share your fortune. That I live in this world because I never rely on luck." Xue Fan replied with an enigmatic smile, pointing at Kai Rong's hand. "I depend on strength." Kai Rong looked down and felt his eyes widen in shock. His hand was bleeding. How could he have sustained an injury from that exchange? It was inconceivable. Xue Fan was merely at the 2nd level of Qi gathering, while he was at the 8th level of bone refinement. There was a whole tier between them. Moreover, Xue Fan continued, "Did you truly believe you exerted 2 points of strength? I doubt you even reached half a point." Upon hearing this, Kai Rong reflected deeply. Although the earlier encounter had been sudden, he had indeed intended to use 2 points of strength. Yet before he could deliver that blow, he had felt a surge of blood and energy, and the actual force he unleashed had barely reached half a point. "And now, look at your son." Xue Fan gestured towards Kai Shouting. Kai Rong hurriedly glanced over and saw Kai Shouting, who had appeared unscathed, suddenly spewing a mouthful of blood. "Father, what is happening?" Kai Shouting stammered, confused and panicked. He felt no pain. "So why was he bleeding?" "Xue Fan, what have you done?" Kai Rong roared at Xue Fan. "Just wanted to inform the head of the Kai family that I, Xue Fan, can take your son's life at any moment. Please proceed with caution," Xue Fan said with a smirk. Seeing Kai Rong hesitate, Xue Fan beckoned, and Kai Shouting involuntarily coughed up another mouthful of blood. "All right, I believe you," Kai Rong said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. His voice trembling, he was uncertain what Xue Fan had done to his son, but it was clear he had prepared for this before arriving. He genuinely regretted not realizing earlier that the Luo family had such a shrewd and ruthless butler. Had he known, he would not have taken such drastic measures. "Then, head of the Kai family, we shall take our leave," Xue Fan scoffed, cupping his fists towards Kai Rong, before pulling Luo Yunshang away as they walked. He laughed heartily. "Today, you disregarded me. Tomorrow, I shall make you regret it. Uncle Kai, are you just going to let them leave?" Sun Yufei pressed relentlessly. With a resigned sigh, Kai Rong gazed at Xue Fan's receding figure and murmured. In days gone by, this old man was too disinterested to offer refuge. Today, however, it seems I have released a tiger back to the mountains. Alas. Shaking his head, Kai Rong led Kai Shouting towards the house. But after just a few steps, He turned back to glance at Sun Yufei, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Niece, if Shuofan is not eradicated promptly, he will undoubtedly pose a threat to the Sun family in the future. I advise you to prepare accordingly. Humph, you worry for your son and dare not act against that boy, but the Sun family fears him not, that I shall make him experience the consequences of offending a descendant of the 7 great families. Sun Yufei ground her teeth in resentment. Chapter 17. The Hidden Dragon Pavilion. As the three exited the Kai residence, Luo Yunshang and Captain Pang walked with trepidation, frequently glancing back, fearful that Kai Rong might change his mind and pursue them. Only Zhuo Fan maintained a serene demeanor, though a flicker of anger lingered deep within his eyes. Miss, do you have any destination in mind? Suddenly halting, Zhuo Fan spoke coldly without turning back at his words. A hint of mist appeared in Luo Yunshang's eyes as she shook her head in confusion. Captain Pang also sighed quietly, a wave of despondency washing over him. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan clenched his teeth. Resolute in his determination to one day bring ruin upon the Kai family. They were so close to securing a safe haven for the Luo siblings, yet the machinations of Kai Rong and his son had thwarted their efforts. Should the Kai family ultimately fall, Kai Rong would surely regret having offended Zhuo Fan. But that was a matter for the future. Though Zhuo Fan was incensed by his plans being dashed, the ties of his inner demons compelled him to protect the siblings. He could not allow them to come to harm. Contemplating this, he paused and said, Miss, do you know what the 7 great families are? What? How do you know about this? Luo Yunshang was startled, looking at Zhuo Fan as if he had unearthed some monumental secret. However, recalling his recent peculiar behavior, she soon found it unsurprising. Captain Pang, too, regarded Luo Yunshang with curiosity, as if hearing the term for the first time. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yunshang turned to them, her expression serious. Previously, during our time at Guyun Manor, we had no dealings with them, and ignorance was bliss. But now that we are adrift, if we were to encounter anyone from the 7 great families, we must avoid them at all costs. Conflict is not an option, even with their hounds. Feeling a chill, Captain Pang had never seen Luo Yunshang so grave, as if discussing a figure of great terror. Despite her current misfortunes, she would never have uttered such a warning if it were not serious. Disregarding Luo Yunshang's caution, Zhuo Fan remained composed, listening intently. Whether it be our Luo family or the Kai family, despite their might, they are merely secular clans. However, at the inception of the Tianyu Empire, 7 meritorious ministers were granted royal sanction. Able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the royal family, possessing their own territories and powers above all other clans. To oppose them is to oppose the entire empire. That is the essence of the 7 great families. What? There are actually families that can stand alongside the royal family, Captain Pang gasped in shock. Nodding gravely, Luo Yunshang declared, the 7 families are a forbidden zone that no clan should tread upon. Every family leader is aware of this. I am now imparting this knowledge to you. You must remember it well. Is the Sun family among them? Zhuo Fan interjected before Luo Yunshang could finish. Momentarily taken aback, Luo Yunshang shook her head in confusion. Why do you ask that? Indeed, if she were one of the 7 families, the young lady would have certainly prevented you from confronting her. Captain Pang chuckled, casting a glance at Luo Yunshang. It was evident that by not stopping them earlier, she had tacitly allowed it. If having his thoughts laid bare, Luo Yunshang's cheeks flushed, and she shot a fierce glare at Captain Pang. In truth, witnessing Sun Yufei being struck was a source of delight for Luo Yunshang. This was apparent to Captain Pang, and Zhuo Fan, too, discerned it. However, he contemplated deeper matters. Now that animosity had been established, one must understand the opponent's background. Thus, the Sun family was indeed connected to the 7 great families. How do you know? Luo Yunhai's hand trembled involuntarily, anxiety creeping into her voice. That moment, she wished fervently that Zhuo Fan would laugh it off as a jest. But his expression remained serious. That girl mentioned making us experience the might of the 7 great families. How could this happen? Have we inadvertently offended someone from the 7 great families? In an instant, Luo Yunshang's face turned pale, her mind seemingly frozen as she stared blankly at Zhuo Fan. Captain Pang's eyes bulged, his heart seemingly halting. For a moment, it felt as though the entire world was on the brink of collapse. Engulfed in silence, Zhuo Fan, we must hurry and apologize to Miss Sun. Luo Yunshang urgently pulled at Zhuo Fan, attempting to return to the Kai residence. But Zhuo Fan stood resolute as a nail, refusing to budge. Going now would only lead to death, he replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Luo Yunshang froze, collapsing helplessly to the ground, her eyes brimming with despair. Although Zhuo Fan's words were harsh, each one was a harsh truth. Offending the 7 great families was not something easily rectified. Otherwise, people would not regard them with such reverence. Shuagu, what shall we do next? Suddenly, a youthful voice piped up. Everyone turned in surprise to see Luo Yunhai standing before Zhuo Fan, his eyes shimmering with trust as he looked directly at him. This was something Zhuo Fan had not anticipated. The child, who usually regarded others with disdain, was now regarding him with such earnestness. Are you no longer calling me a dog servant? Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes, speaking coldly. Shuagu has saved the lives of my sister and me, a kindness beyond measure. From now on, you shall be my reborn parents. My elder brother, my brother-in-law, please, save us once more. Yunhai, be quiet. Do not speak such nonsense. Luo Yunshang shot an admonishing glare at her brother, her face flushed, though her eyes frequently darted towards Zhuo Fan. It was indeed Zhuo Fan's prowess that had allowed them to escape peril. Despite his arrogance, his capabilities commanded respect, which was why Luo Yunshang had secretly promoted him to the role of steward. To restore their family, they needed such talent. Zhuo Fan met Luo Yunhai's pleading gaze and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This boy, despite his usual arrogance, was, at heart, a person of courtesy and charm when he chose to be. Moreover, assisting the Luo family was a duty Zhuo Fan felt compelled to fulfill, so he nodded and said, Are there members of the 7 great families in Fenglin City? Yes, the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, the foremost treasure appraisal family among the 7 great families, is incredibly wealthy. Very well, let us return to the inn first and visit the Hidden Dragon Pavilion tomorrow. Zhuo Fan ruffled Luo Yunhai's hair and began to stride towards the inn. What do we intend to do at the Hidden Dragon Pavilion? Luo Yunshang hurriedly inquired. Form an alliance, Zhuo Fan replied coolly. At this declaration, everyone fell into stunned silence. The notion of the 7 great families, particularly the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, forming an alliance with their impoverished clan seemed utterly far-fetched. Chapter 18. Dragon Nightshade. At the easternmost edge of Fenglin City stood an ancient edifice, its towering entrance exuding an oppressive aura that deterred anyone from lingering within 100 meters. Outside its gates stood 2 guards clad in golden attire, their presence radiating an air of authority that made them seem as formidable as a battalion of elite soldiers. Though the guards remained still, their glances sliced through the air like blades, intimidating any who dared to meet their eyes. Yet, in this seldom visited place, 4 figures suddenly appeared. Peak of the gathering energy realm. Zhuo Fan murmured to himself as he approached, followed closely by Luo Yunshang, Luo Yunhai, and Captain Peng. In stark contrast to Zhuo Fan's composed demeanor, the others stiffened at the sight of the guards' eyes, nearly forgetting how to walk as they shuffled forward. Stop! As Zhuo Fan reached the entrance, the 2 guards extended their hands to block his path, bellowing, Dare you trespass upon the Hidden Dragon Pavilion? Please inform your superior. Miss Luo Yunshang of Guyun Manor seeks an audience with the steward here, Zhuo Fan stated, his gaze fixed straight ahead, not sparing the guards a glance. The guards exchanged incredulous looks. They had encountered many who sought an audience with the steward of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, but never had they seen such audacity. Most visitors were subservient, trembling with deference, yet this young man exuded a hubris they had not witnessed before. The Luo family? I have never heard of such a name. Our steward does not meet with nameless rabble. One of the guards retorted coldly to this. Luo Yunshang hung her head in silence. The likes of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. A family like the Luo clan was scarcely worth mentioning, far beneath even the level of ants. Not only were they unlikely to form an alliance, they would not even grant an audience. Zhuo Fan. Luo Yunshang tugged at his sleeve, but before she could elaborate, he shrugged her off, sneering, Whether or not you meet is your master's concern. It is not for 2 servants to decide. What did you say? 2 guards shouted fiercely, their faces flushed with anger, and their imposing presence suddenly expanded in an instant. Everyone felt a halt in their breath, retreating several steps. Only Zhuo Fan, forcing himself to hold his breath, stood his ground and exclaimed, Is this how the 7 noble families of the Yu family treat their guests? Humph, truly, it is better to hear of someone than to meet them in person. Cease this at once. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out, and a young lady in white slowly emerged from within. The two guards, upon hearing her, quickly bowed and respectfully addressed her. "Miss, there are intruders. I heard everything you just said inside. It is you who are in the wrong. Guests must not be treated rudely." The girl coldly glared at the two men and reprimanded them. Then she turned to Zhua Fan and smiled. "Sir, it is a pleasure to see you again. I ask you." Both Zhua Fan and Captain Pang were taken aback, realizing that this girl was the same one they had encountered in the market. This made matters much easier for Zhua Fan, who secretly chuckled to himself, although his face remained impassive as he replied, "I did not expect the young lady to be from the Qianlong Pavilion. I apologize for my earlier rudeness." With a slight smile, the girl nodded and said, "I am Long Kuei, merely handling some trivial matters at Qianlong Pavilion. May I inquire what brings you here, sir?" To be candid, "I am Zhua Fan, the steward of the Luo family. Due to our family's decline, I have come alongside the young lady to sell some heirloom treasures, having heard that Qianlong Pavilion is the foremost treasure appraisal family in the Tianyu Empire." "Oh?" Long Kuei's eyes brightened, and after nodding at Luo Yunshang with a smile, she turned her gaze back to Zhua Fan. "I must see the treasures you wish to sell. Please, do lead the way." With that, Long Kuei took the lead, and Zhua Fan followed closely behind with the three timid companions, leaving the two guards staring blankly at the disappearing figures. Eventually, they exchanged glances and muttered, "Was that person just now a friend of the young lady? Could it be? How could the young lady have such a shabby friend? Perhaps she merely wants to practice her skills. When they present their treasures and find them unworthy of the young lady's taste, they will surely be expelled out of tea that time. Heh. Yes, we must teach this group a lesson, especially that arrogant Zhua Fan. But what if they present a treasure that pleases the young lady? That is impossible. Just judging by their shabby appearances, it would be remarkable if they could produce a piece of ink jade. Ha 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 ha." Upon hearing this, the other guard burst into loud laughter, already rolling up his sleeves. Preparing for a grand performance later on the other hand, Long Kuei led the four into a splendidly adorned room. After everyone was seated, she smiled and said, "I wonder what treasures you have. Do present them for my appraisal." Zhua Fan glanced at Long Kuei, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. This young girl, seemingly detached from the mundane world, was actually quite astute. He was certain that she had witnessed everything that transpired outside. But she had used the two guards to test them, thereby determining her strategy for the business negotiation. Had they shown even the slightest hint of yielding outside, her demeanor would have been exceedingly assertive now. However, despite her cleverness, she was still too inexperienced in the presence of an old fox like Zhua Fan. With a swift motion, Zhua Fan unfurled a scroll before her, revealing a myriad of strange patterns intricately drawn. Yet, even this ambiguous artwork captivated her gaze instantly. As she delicately accepted the scroll, treating it as a treasured artifact. Long Kuei examined it closely. Luo Yunshang and Captain Pang exchanged puzzled glances. This painting had been hastily created by Zhua Fan the night before, and at that time, they had only felt a sense of bewilderment, questioning its value. However, witnessing Long Kuei's reaction now, it seemed the artwork held considerable worth. "Mr. Zhua, how much do you wish to sell it for?" Long Kuei inquired, having tucked the scroll away, though her expression had turned serious. "Miss Long, as an appraisal expert, I have seen your skills in the market. Please state your price," Zhua Fan replied with a faint smile. Biting her lip, Long Kuei gazed into Zhua Fan's deep-set eyes, realizing he was also an expert and not easily deceived. She finally offered, 200,000 spirit stones. "What do you think?" "What? 200,000? Luo Yunshang's breath caught in her throat, causing her to rise in astonishment. During their prosperous days at the Luo estate, they had never reached even 50,000 spirit stones, yet Zhua Fan's painting, whatever it was, commanded a starting price of 200,000? Captain Pang was equally dumbfounded, staring vacantly as if his mind had short-circuited. Seeing their reactions, a hint of disdain flickered in Long Kuei's eyes. "Pa, I set the price high. These peasants are amusing." Yet, upon noticing Zhua Fan's inexplicable smile, her expression grew serious once more. A true treasure appraisal expert was undoubtedly this steward. 200,000. Heh. Zhua Fan rubbed his chin, shaking his head with a light chuckle as he extended his hand for the scroll. "Since Miss Long shows such a lack of sincerity, let us terminate this business transaction right here." Leaning back, Long Kuei clutched the scroll tightly to her chest, seemingly afraid Zhua Fan would snatch it back. "Mr. Zhua, It is merely a first-level array diagram. 200,000 is already quite generous. Moreover, this is hand-drawn, not stored in a jade slip. Offering 200,000 is exceedingly fair. Heh heh heh. Miss Long, even if my education is lacking, you cannot deceive me so easily. Please return that scroll, Shuo Fan said, extending his hand, though he was not in a rush to reclaim it, maintaining a steady gaze on her eyes. Clutching the scroll tightly, Long Kui gritted her teeth and shouted, this time, consider it a loss for me. 30,000, Miss Long. Your sincerity remains lacking, Shuo Fan lamented, shaking his head in disappointment, leaning forward and reaching for the scroll again. Long Kui instinctively recoiled, attempting to evade Shuo Fan's grasp. Indeed, the painting depicted a first-level array diagram, and this was not Long Kui's first encounter with such a diagram. In her valuation, 25,000 was the appropriate price. The initial offer of 20,000 was due to her awareness of Shuo Fan's expertise, knowing she could not deceive him. However, many of the formations depicted were unfamiliar to her. In the treasure appraisal repository of Qianlong Pavilion, the nation's foremost treasure appraisal family, there were formations she had never seen before. This intrigued her immensely, compelling her to possess this array diagram even at a loss. Yet, Shuo Fan seemed to have anticipated this and remained steadfast. Consequently, she turned her gaze toward the seemingly insignificant Luo Yunshang. Miss Luo, this diagram is worth at most 30,000. Besides, only we at Qianlong Pavilion possess the capability to acquire this diagram. You won't fetch this price elsewhere. Luo Yunshang hesitated, glancing at Shuo Fan. Sensing an opportunity, Long Kui hurriedly continued to entice. Miss Luo, with such a significant transaction with Qianlong Pavilion, you will naturally become our esteemed guest, and the doors of Qianlong Pavilion will always be open for you. Esteemed guest? Luo Yunshang was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, doesn't that mean having a powerful ally? Elated, she promptly turned to Shuo Fan. Shuo Fan, perhaps we should— Silence! Shuo Fan bellowed, glaring fiercely at her. This foolish woman had been easily swayed by mere words. How could Qianlong Pavilion extend themselves for some trivial esteemed guest? If they wish to become a protective shield, mutual interests must be tightly bound. Miss Long, I am the steward of the Luo family, and all affairs of the Luo family are decided by me. Please return that scroll to me. Shuo Fan inhaled deeply, suppressing his earlier smile, and coldly regarded Long Kui. Long Kui was momentarily stunned, glancing between Shuo Fan and Luo Yunshang, utterly dumbfounded. While it was indeed the steward managing family affairs, had the steward's authority grown to the point of controlling the master? Was it still appropriate to call him a steward? Yet, observing the situation, it was clear that the master of the Luo family could not dictate terms to this steward. With a sigh, Long Kui reluctantly caressed the scroll, then returned it. What a pity. Mr. Taizhua, your demands are simply too high for us to meet. However, I assure you by the reputation of Qianlong Pavilion that this first-level array diagram is truly worth at most 30,000. Taking back the diagram, Shuo Fan regarded Long Kui, slightly bowing as a gesture of respect, which took her by surprise. However, before she could question him, Shuo Fan began, I apologize. I initially thought you were attempting to swindle us, but it seems you genuinely do not understand. Are there any other appraisers present here? What do you mean I do not understand? Long Kui stammered, her face flushing with anger. Deep down, a surge of indignation welled within her. From childhood, anything she had glimpsed, she could recall its characteristics and comprehend its value. This talent enabled her to discern the authenticity of inked jade amidst a sea of fakes in the market, which was her gift and the advantage that propelled her to become a top appraiser at Qianlong Pavilion. In essence, she was extraordinarily gifted. Yet, Shuo Fan's words were a blow to her innate abilities, a denial of her appraisal skills. This insult to her dignity felt more offensive than any personal attack. Mr. Shuo, though your insight is commendable, do not let it lead to arrogance, Long Kui retorted with a smile that was more furious than angry, her teeth audibly grinding. However, Shuo Fan continued to nod and smile. May I ask, are there any other appraisers present? After a moment of silence, Long Kui nodded emphatically and said, all right, just wait. As her words fell, she turned and departed. Watching her vanishing figure, Luo Yunshang anxiously gazed at Shuo Fan and questioned, have we offended the Qianlong Pavilion? Shuo Fan gently shook his head, revealing a mysterious smile. Before long, accompanied by a steady sound of footsteps, Long Kuei reappeared before everyone, this time with an additional figure, a one-eyed old man. Xinyan Longjio. Luo Yunsheng exclaimed in surprise, then quietly informed Zhuo Fan, he is the chief steward of Qianlong Pavilion in Fengling City. The premier appraiser, Xinyan Long Jiu.is, that the young lady from the Luo family. From a distance of 100 paces, Long Jia's voice distinctly reached everyone's ears. When I met your father 20 years ago, he was still brimming with vigor. Who would have thought that his descendants have now reached the point of selling off family assets? Zhuo Fan's heart sank, his brow slightly furrowing. The strength of this person surpassed that of Kai Rong by a considerable margin. Rendering Zhuo Fan unable to discern his cultivation level, it was not due to Zhuo Fan's lack of insight or the old man's deliberate concealment. Rather, the disparity in their strengths was simply too great. Truly, it was no wonder that Qianlong Pavilion boasted such formidable experts, Zhuo Fan mused. Soon, with Long Kuei's assistance, Long Jiu approached the group. Luo Yunsheng quickly bowed gracefully, exclaiming, Master Jiu. The others hurriedly paid their respects, while Zhuo Fan remained standing upright. Long Jia's murky old eyes scrutinized Zhuo Fan for a moment before he remarked indifferently, So you are the new steward of the Luo family? Yes, Zhuo Fan nodded. Well, as long as it's not that old son fellow. It doesn't matter who manages the Luo family. Long Jiu cast a meaningful glance at everyone, slowly taking a seat, then turned his attention back to Zhuo Fan. I hear you have doubts regarding Xiaokuei's appraisal? I do, Zhuo Fan replied. Long Kuei snorted in indignation, rolling her eyes. He. Though Xiaokuei has only recently entered the field, her discerning eye is exceptional. What she says is likely to be accurate. However, since you harbor doubts, let this blind old man take a look. Please have a look. Zhuo Fan presented the painting, which Long Jiu accepted with a smile. Yet, as he unfurled the scroll, his expression suddenly stiffened, his gaze fixed intently upon it. Master Jiu, isn't it just as I told you? Long Kuei raised her chin, proclaiming loudly, it's a first-level formation diagram, valued at 300,000. Long Jiu remained silent, his eyes glued to the diagram until, after a while, he turned his serious gaze back to Zhuo Fan and stated, I didn't expect the Luo family to possess such a treasure. Young man, how about 1,800,000? What? The moment the words left his mouth, everyone was left dumbfounded, especially Long Kuei. She could hardly fathom that Long Jiu, the chief appraiser of Qianlong Pavilion, would offer such an astronomical sum for the painting. Master Jiu, this. Long Kuei stared at Long Jiu in disbelief, her eyes filled with confusion. But Long Jiu merely waved his hand, his single eye intently focusing on Zhuo Fan's composed face. Zhuo Fan likewise regarded Long Jiu. And after a moment, a mischievous smile crept onto his lips. Isn't that a bit low? What? Zhuo Fan's words provoked gasps from all present, not just Long Kuei, as even Luo Yunsheng and Captain Peng looked at him in astonishment. 1,800,000 was an unfathomable fortune for the Luo family. Even Luo Yunsheng, the young lady, had never dreamed that the family would one day possess such a sum of spiritual stones. Yet, from the perspective of Zhuo Fan, who hailed from a humble background, it seemed inadequate. This left both Luo Yunsheng and Captain Peng in a daze. Were it not for Zhuo Fan's upbringing in Guiyun Manor, they would have presumed him to be of noble birth. His vision was simply too elevated. However, before the impact of Zhuo Fan's words could dissipate, Long Jia's response once again astonished everyone. I understand this, but 1,800,000 is all the funds I can mobilize at present. I cannot offer more. Then let us give Master Jiu some face. 1,800,000 it is. Luo Yunsheng wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead, forcing a smile. She never anticipated that a mere painting from Zhuo Fan could be worth such a fortune, compelling the blind old man to exhaust all his financial resources to acquire it. Moreover, it appeared that Long Jiu was determined to obtain this painting, so it would be wise to sell him a favor, while also fostering goodwill with Qianlong Pavilion. Indeed, upon hearing Luo Yunsheng's words, Long Jiu displayed a gratified smile, carefully rolling up the scroll. However, at that moment, with a resounding thud, Zhuo Fan slammed the painting back onto the table, coldly stating, if you cannot offer a higher price, then this transaction is off. Zhuo Fan? Luo Yunsheng gasped, casting frantic glances at him, yet Zhuo Fan appeared oblivious, his grip on the scroll unwavering. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Long Jiu unleashed a formidable pressure upon Zhuo Fan. Young man, I have made up my mind to acquire this item. Feeling the terrifying aura of the powerful figure, Everyone recoiled in unison, while Luo Yunshang and Captain Peng's faces turned pale with dread. Long Jiu was a force far more formidable than Cairong. Offending him could result in instant annihilation. Yet Zhuo Fan endured the oppressive pressure, coldly gazing back at him. Master Jiu, your actions could tarnish the reputation of Qianlong Pavilion. Are you not afraid, young man? Long Jiu intensified his pressure. Hemph, Master Jiu, are you not afraid? Zhuo Fan retorted with a sneer. Momentarily taken aback, Long Jiu suddenly retracted his aura, bursting into hearty laughter. Ha, good lad. With someone like you supporting the Luo family, there's no worry of becoming a washed-up fish. Witnessing this exchange, everyone stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. The tense atmosphere that had just been palpable seemingly dissipated in an instant. Yet they were unaware that the two had just engaged in a psychological duel of power. Long Jiu's intention to exert pressure on Zhuo Fan aimed to coerce him into compliance. To sell the diagram. However, Zhuo Fan's defiant retort, despite the pressure, bore a deeper significance. After all, Qianlong Pavilion was the only commercial family among the 7 great families. Should they resort to coercive tactics, it would undoubtedly tarnish the family's honor. Zhuo Fan wagered his life against the value of familial reputation in Long Jiu's mind, and ultimately, Zhuo Fan emerged victorious. After a deep glance at Zhuo Fan, Long Jiu candidly stated, "Young man, I know you came to Qianlong Pavilion for more than just selling this painting. Lay out your terms." With a slight smirk, Zhuo Fan pushed the painting forward toward Long Jiu, saying, "I ask for 10 million. We will accept 1 million in advance and the rest can be paid gradually. As if you owe us this." Long Jiu regarded the painting in front of him, contemplating for a long while before finally nodding decisively. "Very well, until the debt is settled, Qianlong Pavilion owes the Luo family." Having said that, Long Jiu took the scroll and exited the parlor without uttering another word. Only after his figure had disappeared did his voice drift back. "Xiaokuei, give them 1 million and see them off." Yes. Long Kuei hesitated for a moment, utterly confused, as she had never seen Long Jiu wear such a gloomy expression before. When she turned to look at Zhuo Fan, she found the steward of the Luo family, who had oscillated between joy and anger since entering, finally displaying a look of satisfaction. Subsequently, after Long Kuei handed 1 million spiritual stones to Zhuo Fan, she escorted them out. At the entrance, 2 guards had been preparing to teach them a lesson once they emerged. But upon witnessing Long Kuei respectfully sending them off, they were left in a state of shock. However, when they heard that the transaction had reached 1 million, they were utterly dumbfounded. They could never have imagined that such a substantial deal could transpire in such a remote town. In fact, even in the historical dealings of Qianlong Pavilion, this transaction would rank among the top 3. Goodness, how fortunate we were not to act rashly. Otherwise, it would have been a grave mistake. One guard wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he watched the 4 depart, exclaiming, while the other nodded in agreement like a chick pecking at grains. Qianlong Pavilion treated wealthy patrons with utmost respect. If any of their members were to offend them, they would undoubtedly face severe repercussions from the family. Especially for clients involved in transactions exceeding 1 million, even the slightest disrespect could lead to a death sentence. With this in mind, the 2 guards were drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, after sending off Zhuo Fan and the others, Long Kuei returned to Long Jiu's chamber, where she found him meticulously examining the first-level formation diagram. "Master Jiu, it's just a first-level formation diagram. How could it be worth 10 million? I have never seen anything priced at 10 million. Long Kuei hurriedly inquired upon entering. Sighing, Long Jiu beckoned Long Kuei closer and said, "Xiaokuei, you must carefully observe this diagram. It is likely the only one of its kind in the Tianyu Empire." This is. Long Kuei's eyes widened in astonishment. An ancient formation diagram. Excitement flickered in Long Jiu's eyes, and his voice trembled slightly as he continued. "The ancient formations have long been lost, but according to records from ancient texts, it cannot be mistaken. This is indeed an ancient formation diagram. This is a priceless treasure, far beyond the value of 10 million spiritual stones." "What, is this diagram truly that precious?" Long Kuei asked, her eyes wide. Nodding, Long Jiu's face broke into a childlike grin, as if he had encountered his most beloved toy. Yet, almost immediately, his expression darkened as if recalling something. "Xiaokuei, have a Jie find 4 or 5 capable individuals to protect the Luo family. They offended the Sun family yesterday." "Why must we protect them?" Long Kuei asked, bewildered. Long Ju let out a soft snort and replied nonchalantly, "Did you not hear? It is our debt to them." Upon hearing this, Long Kuei finally understood that Zhuo Fan's earlier haggling with Long Jiu was for this matter. However, given that Uncle Jiu was a seasoned veteran of numerous battles, it was rather unsettling to see him outmaneuvered by a mere inexperienced youth. It was no wonder he was displeased. With this thought, Long Kuei couldn't help but chuckle softly. Chapter 21. The provocateur arrives the next morning. Zhuo Fan was meditating in his room at the inn when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching. Before long, there was a loud crash as the door was forcefully pushed open. Captain Peng burst in, panting heavily, his face a mask of urgency. "This is bad. We're surrounded by members of the Sun family outside." Slowly opening his eyes, Zhuo Fan revealed a peculiar smile. "The provocateurs have finally arrived. Why are you so calm?" Captain Peng asked in bewilderment. Waving his hand dismissively, Zhuo Fan stood up and headed for the door. "I've been expecting them. Bring those two siblings along as well." This, Captain Peng could only roll his eyes in resignation. Although Zhuo Fan was nominally the steward of the Luo family, addressing the siblings as young master and young miss in front of others, he had never truly regarded them in private eye in the past. Captain Peng would have insisted on administering the family discipline. However, he had grown accustomed to Zhuo Fan's sharp tongue and soft heart. Though he berated the young master and Miss daily, he was always the first to step forward to protect them in times of peril. Just yesterday, upon returning to the inn, he had scolded Luo Yunshang for her loose tongue, nearly jeopardizing his negotiations with Qianlong Pavilion. Although the miss felt wronged and did not fully comprehend the negotiations, she could tell from Long Zhe's expression when he left that Zhuo Fan had secured a significant advantage for the Luo family. Given the family's current plight, acquiring 100,000 spirit stones in an instant, thus preventing them from falling into destitution or becoming reliant on others, was all thanks to Zhuo Fan's efforts. Most importantly, everyone had heard Long Zhe's assessment of Zhuo Fan.as long as he was present. The Luo family had hope for resurgence. Captain Peng, somewhat enviously observing Zhuo Fan's retreating figure, turned to find Luo Yunshang and her brother. Moments later, in the inn's main hall, Captain Peng accompanied the two siblings before Zhuo Fan. Seemingly still mulling over yesterday's events, Luo Yunshang's face bore traces of grievance. "Let us go, young miss and young master." Zhuo Fan signaled towards the door, and Luo Yunshang huffed softly, taking her brother's hand as they stepped outside. With a creak, the inn's door opened slowly. Luo Yunshang, true to her upbringing as a lady of a prominent family, instantly composed herself, adopting an air of dignity. Zhuo Fan could not help but silently commend her. She indeed epitomized the grace of a well-bred young lady. Outside, over 30 guards from the Sun family had gathered, most of them experts at the gathering Qi realm or above. Among them stood two leaders. One was Sun Yufei, the Sun family young lady who had been soundly beaten by Zhuo Fan at the Kai Manor, and the other was a young gentleman, handsome and elegant, holding a folding fan that fluttered with the breeze. His captivating gaze fixated on Luo Yunshang's graceful figure. Noticing the lecherous glances directed her way, Luo Yunshang turned slightly towards Sun Yufei and inquired, "Might I ask why Miss Sun has brought so many people to seek us today?" "Humph," feigning ignorance. "Surely, you haven't forgotten the kindness you showed me at the Kai Manor." Sun Yufei retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at the nonchalant Zhuo Fan. "Today, I shall ensure the complete annihilation of the Luo family." At this, Luo Yunshang's brow twitched involuntarily, her grip on Luo Yunhai tightening. Yet, upon seeing Zhuo Fan's expression, she relaxed once more. Time and again, Zhuo Fan had managed to diffuse dire situations unexpectedly, whether facing Kai Rong or Long Jiu. As long as Zhuo Fan remained composed, everything would be manageable. Compared to those two formidable experts, these individuals were hardly a cause for concern. At this moment, Luo Yunshang understood that as long as Zhuo Fan remained unperturbed, they were safe. Glancing at Zhuo Fan, who bore an indifferent expression, she inadvertently smiled, raising her chin with pride as she declared, "My Luo family has stood tall in Fenglin City for centuries. Do you think we can be extinguished at your whim? Miss Sun, your family has only resided here for a few decades. I suggest you mind your words." In that instant, Luo Yunshang regained the haughty confidence befitting the eldest daughter of the Luo family. A confidence that rendered everyone momentarily speechless. In contrast, Sun Yufei, the flourishing young lady of her family, appeared more like a raucous commoner, while Luo Yunshang exemplified the true demeanor expected of a noble woman. Observing the expressions of those around her, Sun Yufei's face flushed crimson with anger, her energy surging uncontrollably. Luo Yunshang, today I shall show you the reality that a fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken. As her words fell, Sun Yufei lunged at Luo Yunshang. Captain Peng quickly positioned himself in front of her. However, before any confrontation could ensue, a folding fan suddenly blocked the path between the two. Cousin, you. Sun Yufei looked bewilderedly at the fan's owner, her eyes filled with rage. With a faint smile, the young gentleman did not even glance at Sun Yufei but instead addressed Luo Yunshang with a respectful bow. Miss Luo, please forgive my cousin's rudeness. In truth, we have come today seeking your family's steward to address my cousin's grievances. This matter has nothing to do with you. If you hand over that person, I assure you that no harm shall come to the Luo family. Cousin, did we not agree to exterminate them all? Why are you? Sun Yufei paused, her voice rising in urgency, but the gentleman merely waved his fan, obscuring her face from view, completely ignoring her. Moreover, if the young lady wishes, I can assist in restoring the Luo family's former glory, he continued. That won't be necessary. Zhuofan is a member of the Luo family, and seeking trouble with him is tantamount to seeking trouble with us. I am the head of the Luo family. If there is an issue, let it be directed at me. Luo Yunshang stood resolutely, unafraid. With a bemused chuckle, the young gentleman shook his head in resignation. I advise the young lady against acting rashly. If you knew my identity, you might not speak so boldly. Furrowing her brow, Luo Yunshang fixed her gaze on the young man's eyes. I am Yu Quan, a disciple of the Yuming Valley. What? Luo Yunshang gasped, stepping back involuntarily as she murmured. You are from the 7 great families. Ha ha ha. Are you scared now? Sun Yufei laughed triumphantly, her gaze sweeping over the Luo family members. A heavy and unprecedented gravity settled over the faces of all the Luo family members, excluding Zhuofan. If the earlier encounter with Long Jiao of Qinlong Pavilion had merely been a business negotiation with no animosity, the current situation with Yuming Valley represented a genuine antagonism. Any member of the 7 great families could obliterate a secular family with a mere flick of a finger, and it was now clear that the Sun family was indeed connected to the Yuming Valley, which explained why even the head of the Kai family had to heed the whims of this young lady. Zhuofan. Luo Yunshang anxiously grasped Zhuofan's hand, her voice trembling, offering a reassuring smile. Zhuofan stepped forward, addressing Yu Quan. I am Zhuofan, the steward of the Luo family. What do you wish to do? One-on-one? Or shall you all come at me together? Humph, just as my cousin said, an arrogant and foolish lackey. Yu Quan sneered, slowly advancing towards Zhuofan. To deal with someone like you. Fighting together would only tarnish the reputation of Yuming Valley. As his words fell, a swift whoosh echoed, and Yu Quan vanished from sight in an instant. Zhuofan's pupils dilated as he rolled to the side, performing a somersault. When he finally lifted his head, a distinct blood mark marred his cheek, blood trickling down drop by drop. The spot he had occupied was now claimed by the man. Humph, you managed to evade. Yu Quan chuckled coldly, regarding Zhuofan as if he were a mere plaything. Gathering Chi's 6th layer, a practitioner of the demonic path. Zhuofan narrowed his eyes, an unusual smile spreading across his lips. Interesting. Just moments ago, Youchuan's assault was both eerie and phantasmal. Had it not been for Zhuofan's extensive combat experience, he would have perished under that sudden strike. However, this encounter had clarified the nature of Yuming Valley's cultivation methods, which indeed belonged to the demonic path. Should this individual confront others, he would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. The demonic path practitioners pursued rapid strength, often exhibiting bizarre and domineering techniques rife with peril. In contrast, righteous cultivators advanced steadily. Though they might lack the raw power of demonic path experts, they avoided the pitfalls of flawed cultivation. This also indicated that despite Youchuan's cultivation being at the Gathering Chi's 6th layer, his actual strength far surpassed that. Currently, Zhuofan was merely at the Gathering Chi's 2nd layer. In the realm of the demonic path, the gap between the two was even greater than that in the righteous path. Fortunately, Zhuofan was well versed in the various arts of the demonic path, which might just be his only advantage. Zhuofan, are you all right? Luo Yunshang called out, her voice tinged with anxiety upon seeing the blood on his face. Gradually rising to his feet, Zhuofan wiped away a trace of blood from his cheek, his expression alight with exhilaration. He had faced challenges beyond his capabilities before, but those had always been against righteous practitioners. This was the first time he encountered a superior opponent from the demonic path, and an unusual sense of novelty welled up within him. Let the battle commence, even if it were not for the sake of the Luo family. The confrontation with Yuquan was an inevitable necessity, driven by a plan long conceived in his heart. This was not a matter of rational thought, but rather the reckless fervor of an old demon devoid of reason. Yet, upon witnessing Zhuofan's suddenly bloodthirsty gaze, Yuquan found himself momentarily stunned. Logically, his strike should have been utterly lethal. Even if someone managed to evade it, they would be left terrified, lacking the courage to face him again. However, to his utter astonishment, Zhuofan not only exhibited no fear but appeared to revel in the moment. Just as Yuquan began to entertain a thought, a sudden rush compelled him to hastily raise his hand in defense. Crash! A blood-red handprint exploded on his palm, the immense force propelling him backward until he finally halted, only to discover that his hand was gushing blood. Cousin, be careful. Uncle Kai also suffered a setback from that strike. Sun Yufei shouted in warning. Youquan's brow furrowed, and for the first time, the usually frivolous demeanor on his face turned grave. This is troublesome. I never expected to encounter a fellow practitioner here. Raising his gaze to Zhuofan, he found him wearing an inexplicable smile. Yuquan could only sigh in resignation, feeling a sense of vigilance rise within him. Damn it, had I known I would encounter such a person, I should have refrained from wading into these murky waters. Chapter 22. The most dangerous man, the demonic path, unlike the righteous sects that adhere to strict codes and principles, focuses on the relentless pursuit of power. It is precisely due to this extreme obsession that practitioners of the demonic path often display a frenzied side that sets them apart from others. They resort to any means necessary to attain strength, which is why practitioners of the righteous path regard them with such trepidation. Opposing them is akin to battling a horde of lunatics. Understanding this principle, Yuquan felt a pang of regret upon realizing that Zhuofan was also a practitioner of the demonic path. While he was confident in his ability to defeat Zhuofan, confronting a madman who would fight without reservations would inevitably exact a heavy toll. Even in victory, he needed to eliminate him swiftly. Youquan's eyes narrowed slightly, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing through them as his palm emanated a dark green gas. As this gas materialized, the temperature around him plummeted, even at a distance of 10 paces. Luo Yunshang and the others could distinctly feel the chill. With her pupils constricting slightly, Luo Yunshang fully grasped the terror of this technique, her heart racing with alarm. However, before she could warn Zhuofan, Yuquan had transformed into a green shadow, charging toward him, with all the flowers and grass along his path wilting instantly, a high-level martial skill of the mortal rank, the underworld claw, bang. A claw imbued with icy green energy struck Zhuofan's chest with ferocity. Before Zhuofan could react, he found himself spitting out a mouthful of blood, tinged with traces of icy blue. Humph! Your heart meridian is sealed by me. No tricks will avail you now. Upon landing a sudden strike, Yuquan couldn't help but reveal a triumphant smile, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. After all, the two were 4 ranks apart in strength, even if he was a practitioner of the demonic path. No matter how cunning or ruthless, having his heart meridian sealed meant that a significant portion of his power was rendered useless, posing little threat. Cousin, finish him off, Sun Yufei called out loudly. Meanwhile, Luo Yunshang and the others wore expressions of deep concern. Internally nodding, Yuquan acknowledged that while he often found his cousin capricious and reckless, she was right this time. An enemy of a demonic practitioner could not be left alive. Understanding the nature of demonic practitioners, he knew well that their capacity for revenge could be exceedingly troublesome. Thus, he summoned another wave of green energy, raising his hand to strike at Zhuofan's head. Humph! Perish! Seeing this unfold, Luo Yunshang and the others were taken aback, their hearts leaping into their throats. Yet at that moment, a loud explosion echoed, and Zhuofan's head remained unscathed while Yuquan was sent hurtling backward like a kite with its string cut. A line of blood tracing through the air, blood shadow palm. Zhuofan roared, his body still poised in the stance of his attack. How is this possible? Yuquan rose from the ground, clutching his searing chest, his face a mask of disbelief. Your heart meridian is sealed. How can you still unleash martial skills? Humph! My elder brother Fan possesses boundless abilities. Nothing can hinder him, Luo Yunhai proclaimed proudly, raising his chin. Luo Yunshang and the others exchanged relieved smiles, grateful that Fan was unharmed. Suddenly, a muffled sound erupted, and Fan coughed up blood uncontrollably, a gaping hole appearing in his chest, blood gushing forth. What is happening? Luo Yunshang was stunned by this sudden turn of events, while Captain Pang rushed to support Fan, who was on the verge of collapse. Only Yuquan seemed to understand, revealing a sinister smile. I wondered how he could still wield martial skills. It turns out he self-destructed his heart meridian to instantaneously counter my underworld claw. However, this means he is now on the brink of death. What did you say? Luo Yunshang exclaimed in alarm. Ignoring her, Yuquan mockingly turned his gaze to Fan, whose eyes were gradually losing focus, sneering, what a pity. Had our strengths been equal, that last blow might have resulted in mutual destruction. But now, your actions were merely those of a reckless fool. Even injured, I can still deliver you to death. As his words fell, Yuquan lunged at Fan. Though his speed was diminished, it remained elusive to Luo Yunshang and the others. No? Luo Yunshang stretched her hands out to shield Fan. Yet Yuquan merely grinned, effortlessly sidestepping her. Heh. Miss Luo, I wouldn't want to kill you just yet. Whoosh, before the eyes of the three members of the Luo family, Yuquan once again struck toward Fan's head. They could clearly see the trajectory of his icy hand descending, yet they were powerless to stop it. Yuquan sought to kill Fan before the entire Luo family. As he felt the chilling wind of the impending attack. Fan revealed an enigmatic smile. Bang. Suddenly, the green hand was ensnared in an iron grip, rendered immobile mid-air. Mortal rank intermediate martial skill, hidden dragon claw. With his pupils narrowing slightly, Yuquan looked ahead, only to see a warm face gazing back at him. It belonged to a young man of 17 or 18, clad in a golden robe, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, yet his eyes shone with sharpness. Long Jie, is that you? Yuquan ground his teeth. Sun Yufei gasped, murmuring, Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Yuquan, show mercy when you can. There is no need to pursue total annihilation, Long Jie said with a gentle smile, his tone placid. Humph, this is my affair. Do not meddle. Shaking his head, Long Jie maintained a calm demeanor, yet his eyes conveyed an undeniable authority. I am under the orders of Uncle Jiao to ensure the safety of the 4 members of the Luo family. If you wish to kill him, you must first pass through me. Impossible. The Hidden Dragon Pavilion would actually. Sun Yufei trembled at this revelation, unable to comprehend the connection between the Luo family and the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, which had come to their defense. With the Sun family backed by the Yuming Valley, the Luo family, though reduced to 4, now stood behind the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. In terms of influence, they were not inferior. In fact, one could argue that within Fenglin City, the Luo family was the only entity capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the Sun family. As the realization sank in, Sun Yufei's earlier sense of superiority evaporated in an instant. A family supported by the Hidden Dragon Pavilion could rise again in the blink of an EYT. This moment, as she looked back at Luo Yunshang, she found it difficult to harbor any feelings of disdain. Humph, Long Jie, do not forget that our strengths are comparable. Do you truly believe you can protect them? Yuquan cast a glance at the barely conscious Fan, his murderous intent unabated. Suddenly, his expression turned severe as Long Jie dropped his earlier smile. Speaking coldly, Yuquan, do not forget that you are currently injured. Can you still be my opponent? Yuquan was about to retort but was interrupted by Long Jie. I know what you intend to say. Although demonic pathmasters are formidable, capable of unleashing their full prowess at critical moments, if we engage in a deadly battle here, it will undoubtedly provoke a conflict between our 2 families. Are you prepared to bear that responsibility? Hearing this, Yuquan hesitated. Both Yuming Valley and Hidden Dragon Pavilion belonged to the 7 families of Yuxia, and both had mutual grievances. A war was inevitable, but not at this moment. If his actions were to jeopardize the family's greater affairs, he would bear an unbearable burden. Fine. However, just as he was about to nod in agreement, a vice-like grip shot toward his heart. Startled, he quickly summoned his energy to resist. But a surge of blood surged forth, momentarily stalling his breath. In that instant, the iron grip pierced through his chest, fiercely gripping his heart. Did your master not warn you? As practitioners of the demonic path, Any hint of hesitation in battle can cost you your life. Yuquan heard a familiar voice whispering in his ear, and before him stood Zhuo Fan with an eerie smile. You doubt you are not. Yuquan stared at him, bewildered. This person was on the brink of death. Where did this strength come from? Moreover, it was even greater and faster than when they had fought initially. Could it be I in that moment? He comprehended everything. This person was luring him into a trap. Not just him, but also. Realizing this, he turned to the equally astonished Long Jie, his eyes betraying a hint of pleading. Save me, die. Zhuo Fan's voice echoed before the two like that of a malevolent fiend from the depths of hell. In unison, they cried out, no. Yet, it was already too late. Zhuo Fan's hand had exerted a brutal force, and the very heart of Yuquan was wrenched from his body. A torrent of blood gushed forth like a spring. And Youquan's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed to the ground. He had never intended to engage in battle with a practitioner of the demonic path, for he had always understood the treacherous and ruthless nature of such individuals. Cousin! Sun Yufei exclaimed in anguish at the sight of Youquan's lifeless form, fainting from the shock. The guards of the Sun family hastily whisked the young lady away, realizing they were now without support. Only members of the Qianlong Pavilion remained, and they were not a force to be trifled with. Gulp, for the first time. The usually unperturbed Long Jie nervously swallowed hard, turning to Zhuo Fan, who still held the pulsating heart in his hand. Inexplicably sweating profusely, he had encountered many practitioners of the demonic path, yet Zhuo Fan's actions left him utterly astounded. In comparison, the demons he had previously met seemed like genteel gentlemen. You are the one sent by Ninth Master to protect us? Correct? Thank you for your assistance. Please convey a message to Ninth Master. There is no need to send anyone in the future. Zhuo Fan casually tossed the heart aside and clasped his fists in salute to Long Jie. With a bitter smile, Long Jie returned the gesture half-heartedly, saying nothing, and turned to leave, resembling a general who had just suffered defeat. 3 hours later, within the Qianlong Pavilion's Funlin City branch. Bang! Long Jie slammed his palm onto the table. Rising in fury, his single eye twitching uncontrollably as if it might pop from its socket. Before him stood two individuals, Long Kuei and Long Jie, both with their heads bowed, too afraid to meet his gaze. I never imagined that I, Long Jie, would be outmaneuvered today by a mere young fool, ruining our family's grand scheme. Long Kuei hesitated before looking at Long Jie, puzzled. Uncle Jie, I don't understand. What does Zhuo Fan's ambush and murder of Yuquan have to do with our Qianlong Pavilion? Foolishness! Long Jie turned in anger, scolding. At the time, Jie was present, and he even clashed with Yuquan. This is a matter witnessed by all. That brat killed a disciple of the Yuming Valley right before Jie's eyes. Whose head do you think this debt falls upon? The Luo family, of course, Long Kuei replied, as if it were obvious that this. Long Jie laughed in frustration, shaking his head. Long Jie explained, Long Kuei, can you believe that a member of a small family would dare to kill a disciple of the 7 great families? After pondering for a moment, Long Kuei shook her head. Long Jie continued, if you do not believe it, then the people of the Yuming Valley and the Sun family will certainly not. They will undoubtedly point their fingers at us. What? Are we truly so unfortunate? Why should we bear the blame for the Luo family? Unfortunate. This is precisely the plan that Brat devised. According to Jie, that boy was nearly out of breath at the time. Even if Yuquan sought his life, he remained motionless. It was only after Jie intervened that he seized the opportunity to ambush. His strength was far greater than at the outset. This was clearly premeditated. What? So he had long known that brother Long Jie was nearby, and thus plotted against Yuquan? Long Kuei gasped in shock. With a sigh, Long Jie helplessly shook his head. Silly girl, he is not merely plotting against Yuquan. He is scheming against our Qianlong Pavilion and the Yuming Valley. Only by instigating conflict between our two families can the Luo family extricate themselves. How could that be? Is he not afraid of offending 2 great families at once? This, too, he had anticipated. At the time of selling that painting, he had already discerned my family's emphasis on reputation. Thus, if we were to act against the Luo family or ignore them, it would be tantamount to showing weakness to the Yuming Valley, damaging the prestige of the Qianlong Pavilion. Therefore, we can only steadfastly protect the Luo family. Alas! Long Jie shook his head in resignation. From the very beginning, he had calculated it all, even down to my old man. This boy is the most dangerous man I have ever encountered. Upon hearing this, Long Jie seemed to recall the earlier scene, nodding deeply in agreement. Chapter 23. Conspiracy Get Out. In the dead of night, Zhuo Fan struggled to staunch the bleeding from his chest, his complexion pale as he sat cross-legged upon the bed. Luo Yunshang attempted to tend to his wounds, but was met with an angry roar that sent her fleeing. Although he had ultimately emerged victorious from his battle with Yuquan, the victory felt hollowed. It was not the act of ambush that left him feeling unworthy. Such tactics were commonplace in the demonic path, but rather the profound sense of powerlessness he experienced. Despite the 4 levels of strength separating them, he had believed that with his perspective as the Demon Emperor, he could surely defeat this inexperienced youth. Yet the reality was that not only could he not win, but he could not gain any advantage whatsoever. In the end, he had relied on his original plan, luring the Qianlong Pavilion members into the open, then catching one off guard and igniting a feud between the two families, allowing the Luo family to remain uninvolved. Everything unfolded according to his scheme, yet he felt no joy in his success, so weak. Zhuo Fan slowly closed his eyes, helplessly rubbing his temples, now, in order to extricate themselves from the entanglements of the Kai and Sun families. They had become thoroughly ensnared in the conflict among the 7 great families, akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Although they had achieved temporary tranquility, the enemies they would soon face would be the 7 great families. However, given his current strength, he could neither protect the Luo family nor even ensure his own safety. He needed to grow stronger. He must become powerful in a short span of time. Gritting his teeth, Zhuo Fan formed a peculiar hand seal, his eyes suddenly flashing with an eerie red light. At that very moment, 1,000 meters away within the Kai residence, Kai Shouting was meditating in his room when a sharp pain struck his abdomen. Contorting his entire face, beads of sweat the size of peas cascaded down his forehead, and before long, he lost consciousness, completely unaware of his surroundings. Then, a blood-red light flickered within his abdomen, and a palm-sized infant slowly floated out. This blood infant was none other than the life essence Zhuo Fan had cultivated. When he was at the Kai residence, to counter Kai Rong's threat, Zhuo Fan had swiftly inserted the blood infant into Kai Shouting's body, so quickly that no one had seen it. Subsequently, he used this as leverage to compel Kai Rong not to act against the 4 members of the Luo family. Simultaneously, the blood infant residing within Kai Shouting's body allowed Zhuo Fan to monitor the Kai family. Any movements they made would be known to him in advance. However, at this point, the Kai family's actions were no longer of importance. The blood infant turned its head, glancing at the unconscious Kai Shouting, and revealed a cold smile as it transmitted Zhuo Fan's voice. Humph, I shall spare your life for now, allowing you to witness how the Kai family is obliterated. As soon as the words left his lips, the blood infant transformed into a beam of red light, darting out of Kai Shouting's room, vanishing in an instant in a shadowy garden. A Kai family guard patrolling the night abruptly felt a red light penetrate his body. Before he could utter a sound, his entire being went numb, rendering him immobile. In the next moment, his body rapidly withered away, and with a gust of wind, he turned to dust, while the red light darted off to another location. In such a manner, within a mere quarter of an hour, over 30 Kai family guards inexplicably vanished. Meanwhile, within the inn, Zhuo Fan sat with his eyes closed, an ominous smile gracing his lips as he continued to guide the blood infant in search of new prey. At this moment, the blood infant was one with his spirit. The blood infant was Zhuo Fan, and Zhuo Fan was the blood infant. Once the blood infant entered a practitioner's body, it utilized the heavenly demon transformation technique to drain all of their essence and spiritual energy, returning it to Zhuo Fan's true form for refinement. Originally, Zhuo Fan had not intended to call back the blood infant so soon. He needed it to heal from the damage he sustained during his battle with Yuquan. However, this was the perfect opportunity to strike at the Kai family. At present, the blood infant had already reached the Qi gathering realm. Even an initial stage bone refinement expert would find it exceedingly troublesome to deal with. And as for practitioners of the Qi gathering realm, they would be easily dispatched. Had he possessed the blood infant during his battle with Yuquan, Zhuo Fan would not have needed to resort to any strategy to eliminate him. Reflecting on this, Zhuo Fan could not help but marvel at the perfect synergy between the heavenly demon transformation technique and the blood infant. Cultivating the blood infant to enhance its prowess was an arduous task, far more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Even the blood demon ancestor had only managed to cultivate a saint-level blood infant. But now, utilizing the heavenly demon transformation technique, Zhuo Fan had elevated its cultivation to the qi gathering realm within just 10 days during his retreat at the inn. Indeed, in those 10 days of seclusion, Zhuo Fan had spent one day refining his life essence into the blood infant, while the remaining 10 days were dedicated to sending the blood infant out to siphon essence. This not only boosted the blood infant's cultivation, but also replenished his own vitality, in a family like the Kai's. Experts above the bone refinement realm were exceedingly rare, so Zhuo Fan was unafraid of his blood infant coming to harm. Consequently, he roamed freely, and in no time, it had consumed the life essence of over 50 individuals. However, just as Zhuo Fan grinned mischievously while stealthily eliminating members of the Kai family, an unusual aura suddenly caught his attention. A practitioner of the demonic path? Zhuo Fan paused slightly, directing the blood infant towards the source of the aura. Soon, the blood infant arrived before a small room, dimly lit, where approximately 20 peak qi gathering experts stood guard 10 meters away. This piqued Zhuo Fan's curiosity, prompting him to guide the blood infant closer to the window for a better view. The guards, oblivious to the blood infant's presence, remained unperturbed. Inside the room, only a single oil lamp was lit, and 3 elderly men sat according to their host's seating arrangement. In the main seat sat Kai Rong, the head of the Kai family. To his left, the first individual was a bald elder. His murky old eyes half closed, emanating an eerie aura. Zhuo Fan recognized it instantly as the presence of a practitioner of the demonic path. Kai Rong, adorned in exquisite garments, stood with his right hand raised. Exuding a faint aura of demonic energy, albeit not overtly, it seemed he had taken up the path of the demonic arts rather late in life. Both Kai Rong and the elegantly dressed figure before him displayed profound respect towards the bald elder. Could it be that? Zhuo Fan sensed an inkling of understanding. Indeed, Kai Rong bowed deeply to the bald elder, addressing him with reverence. Elder Jian, I was unaware of your and Master Sun's esteemed presence today. What brings you here? The elder's murky old eyes cast a cursory glance at Kai Rong, causing him to tremble slightly. With a faint smile, Elder Jian remarked, I trust that Master Kai is already aware of the incident regarding our disciple Yuquan, who was slain by Qianlong Pavilion. Was it not the work of the Luo family? Kai Rong replied, forcing a laugh. Do you truly believe the Luo family possesses such audacity? Elder Jian chuckled softly, his clouded eyes suddenly gleaming with fervor. The enmity between our Yuming Valley and Qianlong Pavilion has long been established. Neither side dared to strike first, fearing the disruption of the equilibrium among the 7 great families. This time, Qianlong Pavilion has shamelessly utilized the Luo family as a pretext to murder our disciple. What could their intentions possibly be? Upon hearing this, Zhuo Fan could not suppress a chuckle. It was precisely as he had surmised. The 7 great families had reigned supreme for so long that they could scarcely fathom anyone daring to challenge their authority. Their arrogance led them to prefer believing in a conspiracy behind the incident rather than accepting the truth before their eyes. Similarly, Qianlong Pavilion would rather shoulder this blame than show any sign of weakness. Then, your purpose in seeking me is... Kai Rong hesitated, his anxiety palpable. It is quite simple. We require your assistance to probe into Qianlong Pavilion's motives. If we were to intervene ourselves, it would inevitably lead to a confrontation between our 2 families. Elder Jian, that is Qianlong Pavilion we speak of. How could my Kai family possibly afford to offend them? Kai Rong's panic was evident. Why involve our humble clan in your conflicts with the 7 great families? Elder Jian, shaking his head slowly, replied indifferently. Do not misunderstand, Master Kai. Your family is not yet worthy of a direct confrontation with Qianlong Pavilion. What I meant by probe is for you to deal with the Luo family and observe Qianlong Pavilion's reaction. What? The Luo family? Kai Rong was taken aback, deep in thought. Ever since Zhuo Fan's battle with Yuquan, the entire Windling City was aware that the Luo family's powerful backing was none other than Qianlong Pavilion. To send me to provoke the Luo family would be tantamount to offending Qianlong Pavilion itself. As he contemplated this, Kai Rong glanced at Master Sun, who was smiling broadly at him, seemingly relishing the situation. How is it that your Sun family, with such close ties to Yuming Valley, does not confront the Luo family? Wasn't your daughter quite vocal just recently? Now that it involves Qianlong Pavilion, you dare not act? Kai Rong was filled with resentment, yet dared not offend Yuming Valley. He could only sigh. Alas, Zhuo Fan is a man I despise most. A short while ago, he caused chaos in my Kai residence, employing some sinister sorcery that rendered my son bedridden for days. If I were to provoke him again, I fear he may resort to that dark magic once more and take my son's life. Fifth, before Kai Rong could finish, Zhuo Fan burst into laughter. The blood infant he had inserted into Kai Xiaoting's body was merely a lesson for the Kai family. He had not tormented the young man since then. He had not anticipated that Kai Rong would fabricate such a clumsy excuse to evade responsibility. Elder Jian, seemingly unconvinced by the old man's flowery words, grew increasingly aloof. Observing the situation, Kai Rong hastily redirected the blame. Elder Jian, Master Sun is astute and capable, with close ties to Yuming Valley. Entrusting this matter to him will surely meet your expectations. Hey, Kai Rong, what do you mean by that? Master Sun stood up, alarmed. The Luo family was a hot potato. Who could ascertain the depth of their ties with Qianlong Pavilion? If they were to confront the Luo family, it could very well provoke the ire of Qianlong Pavilion, which was no trivial matter. Although the Sun family had familial ties to Yuming Valley, they were not among the 7 great families. Offending Qianlong Pavilion would lead to dire consequences, and whether Yuming Valley would intervene remained uncertain. To take on the Luo family now was akin to embarking on a suicide mission. Witnessing the 2 families, who professed loyalty to Yuming Valley yet hesitated to act in critical moments, Elder Jian could no longer restrain himself and roared. Enough of your useless prattle. This time, I shall seek others to undertake this task, and Kai Rong, have you prepared the spirit-level martial skill? The wind-breaking leg, that you were to present? Yes, please review it, Elder Jian. Kai Rong promptly handed over the prepared jade slip, though a trace of reluctance lingered in his eyes. Elder Jian, this is the only ancestral spirit-level martial skill of my Kai family. Rest assured, it shall not be taken in vain. With a cold snort, Elder Jian tossed another jade slip back. This is the intermediate spirit-level martial skill, Flame Finger, which far surpasses your inferior skill. Upon receiving the jade slip, Kai Rong was overjoyed and expressed his gratitude profusely. Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan outside the door wore a puzzled expression, trading an intermediate spirit-level skill for a lower one. What scheme was Yuming Valley concocting? Elder Jian, who do you intend to enlist to deal with the Luo family? Sun Master inquired cautiously, while Kai Rong set aside the jade slip, straining to listen intently. With a cold smile, a glimmer of disdain flickered in Elder Jian's eyes as he mocked, 2 lackeys. Do you fear being replaced? Humph, rest assured, that person is one of us from Yuming Valley. Isn't Yuming Valley reluctant to take direct action? Then how? Kai Rong and Master Sun disregarded Elder Jin's scorn and expressed their astonishment. A peculiar light flashed in Elder Jin's eyes as he explained. He is an agent we have long established, positioned in Blackwind Mountain. Blackwind Mountain? Zhuo Fan was startled, a flicker of energy escaping his control. Who is it? Elder Jian turned sharply, striking outward with his palm. With a resounding crash, the entire door shattered into splinters, and Zhuo Fan commanded the blood infant to transform into a streak of red light and flee outside. At that moment, Elder Jian pursued swiftly. How fast? Zhuo Fan was alarmed. Just as the guards converged around him, a smirk crept across Zhuo Fan's lips as he guided the blood infant to swiftly enter the body of one of the guards. Blood explosion. As the scene unfolded, everyone gasped in shock when Zhuo Fan shouted, causing the guard to explode with a thunderous roar. The surrounding guards, unprepared, perished in the blast. Elder Jian was momentarily halted by the sudden explosion. Allowing the blood infant to escape successfully, Kai Rong and Master Sun caught up, surveying the grim aftermath with uncertainty. What was that just now? Elder Jian shook his head, his expression growing increasingly grave. I do not know. But it is undoubtedly an artifact of the demonic path. Chapter 24. A further breakthrough whoosh. Beneath the inky night, a streak of red light darted through the doors, entering Zhuo Fan's room within the inn, instantly burrowing into his body. Exhaling a long breath of turbid air, Zhuo Fan opened his eyes, inwardly relieved. Thankfully, the blood infant had fled swiftly. Otherwise, that bald elder would have obliterated it. He had never anticipated encountering such a formidable figure at the Kai residence. Though he could not discern the elder's cultivation level, the aura he exuded was akin to that of the divine Eye Dragon 9, clearly not inferior in strength. Had the blood infant been destroyed? Given his dual cultivation with it, his own life would have been forfeit. Conversely, as long as the blood infant survived, even if he were to self-destruct his heart vein, his life would remain unthreatened. From the moment the blood infant was forged, it had become his heart vein. It was clear that he needed to intensify his training to bolster his strength. Zhua Fan thought to himself. At this moment, he acutely felt the impending danger. Although Yuming Valley and Qianlong Pavilion were maintaining a fragile peace for now, the involvement of Blackwind Mountain could serve as a catalyst, posing a significant threat to the Luo family. Thus, his most pressing concern was to elevate the blood infant to the bone-forging realm before the impending conflict. At that point, even if he encountered a powerhouse like Dragon 9, he would possess the capability to fight back. With this resolve, Zhua Fan promptly closed his eyes and began to cultivate, refining the Yuan force and blood energy brought back by the blood infant. In an instant, the crimson light flickered within his abdomen. As streams of red energy surged through his meridians towards his heart, as these energies converged, the grievous wound on his chest miraculously began to heal. The faint pulse of his heart also started to strengthen gradually. Within half an hour, his chest wound had completely healed. Had no one witnessed this miraculous recovery, it would have been hard to believe that he had just self-exploded his heart vein earlier that day. Having healed his injuries, Zhua Fan intensified his cultivation, refining the Yuan force brought back by the blood infant into a stream of black energy. Part of it flowed into his dantian, while another portion was returned to the blood infant to enhance its cultivation. Over 50 Yuan forces from masters of the gathering Qi realm were refined one by one, and Zhua Fan swiftly broke through the bottleneck of gathering Qi third layer, pushing towards the fourth layer. Another crisp explosion echoed as both Zhua Fan and the blood infant simultaneously ascended to the gathering Qi fourth layer. Zhua Fan could not help but feel elated. This rapid leap in power was astonishingly easy. He had only taken less than 10 days to break through to the gathering Qi second layer previously, yet this time, he had ascended 2 layers in succession. However, as he aimed to continue breaking through to the gathering Qi fifth layer, he found that the Yuan force from the blood infant had been entirely depleted. Taking a deep breath, Zhua Fan felt somewhat unsatisfied. Yet, achieving 2 breakthroughs in quick succession had left him thoroughly content. Lifting his gaze towards the window, he noted that the sky had begun to brighten slightly. After rising and stretching his limbs, he walked towards the door. The people from Blackwind Mountain were approaching, and he needed to find a safe refuge for the Luo family. Creak. Zhua Fan opened the door, but before he could take a step forward, a heavy object suddenly landed at his feet with a thud. Upon closer inspection, he saw Luo Yunshang awkwardly getting up while rubbing her drowsy eyes. "What are you doing in front of my room?" Zhua Fan furrowed his brow, bewildered. Yesterday, his mind had been connected to the blood infant, focusing solely on the Kai family, and after the blood infant returned, he had been practicing diligently, completely oblivious to the commotion outside. If those outside had been enemies, he would have been dead by now. Zhua Fan silently berated himself. Seeing Zhua Fan's irritated expression, Luo Yunshang's face flickered with a hint of guilt as she murmured, "I was worried that your injuries might worsen, so I stayed outside to keep watch. Now that you seem fine, I shall take my leave." "Wait, you mean you stayed outside all night?" Zhua Fan felt a stir in his heart, responding calmly. Luo Yunshang's cheeks flushed slightly, and without saying a word, she turned to leave, her footsteps unusually hurried compared to usual. At that moment, Captain Peng approached and, upon seeing Zhua Fan unharmed, was overjoyed. "Brother Zhua, it's truly wonderful that you are well. Do you realize how terrifying your injuries were yesterday? You nearly frightened us to death. The young lady remained vigilantly at your door, fearing for your safety." "Oh, where is she now?" "She has left," Zhua Fan replied nonchalantly, touching his nose, yet a warmth blossomed within him. "Damn that inner demon!" Zhua Fan cursed silently again. How could the formidable demon monarch be moved by such trivial matters concerning a woman? It must be that pesky heart demon of that Luo family servant. "By the way, old Peng, you arrived just in time. Come with me to Qianlong Pavilion. But what about the young lady and the others? Fear not, after yesterday's incident, no one dares to touch the 2 siblings. If they wish to avoid offending Qianlong Pavilion," Zhua Fan smirked wickedly. Captain Peng was momentarily taken aback before responding with a thumbs up, his gaze towards Zhua Fan filled with admiration. Although he did not fully understand Zhua Fan's entire plan, it was evident that this impression of the Luo family as being backed by Qianlong Pavilion was entirely Zhua Fan's doing. "Housekeeper Zhua, old Peng truly admires you this time. Who else could take on the responsibility of managing the Luo family if not you? Previously, your talents were indeed underappreciated." Laughing heartily, Zhua Fan patted Captain Peng on the shoulder, shaking his head in resignation. That person from before was truly not me. A quarter of an hour later, The two arrived at the entrance of Qianlong Pavilion, where the same two guards stood as before. However, upon seeing Zhuo Fan and his companion, they immediately bowed respectfully. "Esteemed guest, please enter." "What? No need for an announcement," Zhuo Fan replied with a mischievous grin. The guards, realizing Zhuo Fan still held a grudge, quickly apologized. "Previously, it was our oversight for not recognizing your status as a major client capable of making $1 million deal with a guest of your caliber. How could we dare to obstruct you?" "Himph, how short-sighted," Zhuo Fan scoffed, strutting in with Captain Peng, leaving the guards bowing ingratiatingly, their smiles betraying their inner resentment. As they stepped through the grand entrance, they encountered Long Kuei. Unlike the cordial reception from their previous visit, Long Kuei huffed in annoyance and turned her head away. "Did we offend her somehow?" Captain Peng was taken aback, looking at Zhuo Fan with confusion. Zhuo Fan smiled faintly, fully aware of the situation. "Miss Long Kuei, is this how Qianlong Pavilion treats its guests?" "Humph, do you even consider yourselves guests?" Long Kuei glared. "You plotted against us and still dare to call yourselves guests?" Stroking his chin, Zhuo Fan chuckled. "Ah, such a young lady, still too naive." His voice was light yet clear, the disdain evident, and Long Kuei felt the sting keenly. Always the jewel of her family, she had never been so belittled. Especially not by a peer. "Zhuo Fan, who are you calling naive?" "You, Miss Long Kuei," Zhuo Fan replied with a slight smile. "In both business and the relations among the 7 great families, everything hinges on the calculation of interests. If one is schemed against and responds with anger, how can one survive in this world?" In contrast, that friend named Long Jie is far more mature. Upon realizing he had been outmaneuvered, he said nothing and merely left. Acknowledging defeat is also a form of strength. At least next time I wish to scheme against him, it will not be so easy. Long Kuei was momentarily stunned. She had never heard such reasoning before. Having been brought to follow Long Jiu from her main family, the elders had often praised her exceptional talent but deemed her unfit for significant responsibility. Arriving here, Long Jiu had echoed similar sentiments. While Long Jie, who was less gifted, enjoyed Long Jiu's trust, she had never understood why, but now it seemed clarity was dawning upon her. Love and hate cannot aid you. Interests are of utmost importance. Zhuo Fan observed the confusion in Long Kuei's eyes and suggested, "Shall we set aside our grievances and negotiate a business deal? Perhaps it could also serve as a testament to your talent." Long Kuei pondered for a moment before giving a slight nod. Just then, a light cough interrupted the moment, followed by a venerable voice. "Mr. Zhuo Fan, allow this old man to speak with you." The three turned to see Long Jiu approaching, accompanied by Long Jie. Upon seeing Zhuo Fan, Long Jie's eyes flashed with surprise. Just yesterday, he had witnessed Zhuo Fan self-destructing his heart pulse, yet now he appeared completely unscathed, breathing evenly and exuding vigor. Could it be that he had healed overnight? How could that be possible? "Elder Jiu, are you not going to give the young ones a chance?" Without acknowledging Long Jie's astonishment, Zhuo Fan smiled, slowly shaking his head. Long Jiu chuckled lightly. "Haha, I have already been outmaneuvered by you. How could I allow these youngsters to practice on you? If it weren't for the fact that I have thoroughly grasped your background, knowing you are but a lad of not yet 20, I would have thought you to be some ancient monster hiding in the Luo family. Damn it, I almost got guessed right." Zhuo Fan chuckled incredulously, waving his hand dismissively. "Elder Jiu, you flatter me. How could I compare to you?" "Less chatter." Suddenly, Long Jiu's expression grew serious as he coldly queried, "What brings you here today?" "I seek a residence, as a sanctuary for the Luo family. I wonder if Elder Jiu has any suitable recommendations?" Stroking his beard, Long Jiu replied nonchalantly, "Why should I assist you? Quite simply, this is owed to us by Qianlong Pavilion, moreover." Zhuo Fan grinned enigmatically. "This would also facilitate your surveillance of us, would it not?" Long Jiu's pupils involuntarily contracted in surprise. This young man truly had an uncanny ability to discern everyone's intentions. Ever since the incident involving the assassination of Yuquan yesterday, Qianlong Pavilion had found itself in a passive position. Its relationship with the Netherworld Valley was particularly delicate, and war could erupt at any moment. The Luo family was an unstable factor. Due to Qianlong Pavilion's influence, no one dared to touch them. But this also allowed the Luo family to provoke trouble at one misstep could ignite a true conflict between the two great families. Thus, Long Jiu had already planned to monitor the Luo family closely. But now Zhuo Fan had suddenly appeared, uttering such words. This left Long Jiu pondering deeply. What exactly was this young man plotting? He never anticipated that this old warrior, seasoned by nearly a century of battles in the martial world, would be manipulated by a young lad while remaining utterly oblivious to the shifting tides of this situation, which left him quite displeased. Chapter 25. Master of Formation. Noticing the elder's hesitation, Zhuofan smiled lightly. How about this? Let me take a loss and sell you some information. Hemph, what information do you possess that could rival that of Qianlong Pavilion? Long Kuei scoffed, tilting her head in disdain. With a slight smile, Zhuofan remained noncommittal. I am aware that Qianlong Pavilion's influence spans the realm, but every cat has its path and every mouse its way. What I know may very well be information you are unaware of. Long Kuei pouted, clearly skeptical, and Long Jie shook his head in quiet disbelief. Only Long Jiu, with his singular eye, fixed his serious gaze upon Zhuofan's eyes. Were these words spoken by anyone else? Long Jiu would have dismissed them without a second thought. Yet Zhuofan's recent behavior had left him astounded, compelling him to regard the young man's every word and action with utmost seriousness. Let us hear it. Zhuofan grinned mischievously. You are aware that the Netherworld Valley has sent people, correct? What? Long Jiu gasped in shock. Since the founding of the nation, the 7 great families had divided their territories, and Fenglin City was exclusively under Qianlong Pavilion's domain. Other families were forbidden from stationing their members there. Doing so would be tantamount to provocation, potentially triggering a war between the two factions. Of course, the disciples were free to roam, so Yuquan could come here without Qianlong Pavilion intervening. However, elders and other strong figures could not freely settle without the consent of the local family. Zhuofan had learned of this rule from Luo Yunshang, and thus sought to probe the situation. Indeed, it is evident from their expressions that they are unaware of the old man's existence. This is impossible. I have been responsible for the intelligence network in Fenglin City, and no one can enter here without my knowledge. Long Jie shook his head, speaking with an unusual gravity. Humph, do not heed his words. He is surely attempting to deceive us again, Long Kuei retorted sharply, casting a cold glare towards Zhuofan. Only Long Jiu remained fixed on Zhuofan, his demeanor serious as he inquired, Do you possess any evidence? Smiling and shaking his head, Zhuofan replied nonchalantly, No evidence. Then are you merely speaking nonsense? Long Kuei tossed her hand dismissively, shooting Zhuofan a scornful glance. Zhuofan chuckled softly. However, the appearance of that man is that of a bald old man, referred to as Elder Jian by Kai Rong and the head of the Sun family. Bald Eagle Jian Fan? Suddenly, Long Jia's lone eye narrowed sharply, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, compelling everyone present to momentarily hold their breath and retreat in trepidation. It took a considerable time before the tension subsided. Zhuofan gasped for breath, an involuntary shiver coursing through him. Jiuyi, do you have any past dealings with that old man? Zhuofan probed cautiously. More than just dealings. One of Jushu's divine eyes was destroyed by him. Long Jiu remained silent, and Long Jie sighed. Upon hearing this, Zhuofan could not help but feel a sense of amusement. I fear you may have no grievances. Since there are deep-seated enmities, it makes matters much easier to handle. Jiuyi, please accept my condolences. Zhuofan feigned a sigh, shaking his head, with a wave of his hand. A fleeting glint of cold light flashed in Long Jie's eyes. Very well, since you can describe that man's appearance, I shall trust you. There is a courtyard 100 meters from here. You may go there. Thank you, Jiuyi. Zhuofan cupped his fist in gratitude, a slight smile gracing his lips as he led Commander Pang towards the exit. Yet, just a few steps away, Long Jie's chilling voice echoed once more. Boy, where did you encounter that old ghost? Stopping in his tracks, Zhuofan replied calmly. At the Kai family, though he may currently be at the Sun family. Understood. Long Jiu nodded, his fists cracking ominously. Once Zhuofan and his companion departed, he coldly instructed, Jie, send word to the family, urging them to dispatch more elders. I do not wish for Jian Fan to leave here alive. Furthermore, during this time, you are to move into that courtyard and keep a close watch on the Luo family. I do not want them causing any trouble that would allow Jian Fan to escape. Uncle Jiu, the opponent is an elder from the Netherworld Valley. If he dies here, a conflict between the two families may become unavoidable. Long Jie cast a worried glance at Long Jiu. Hmph. It is he who has disregarded the rules by stepping onto my territory. If I allow him to leave alive, it would be an affront to the eye I lost. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Long Jie could only sigh inwardly and descend with Long Kuei. Just as they departed, they heard Long Jie's furious laughter echoing behind them. The following morning, Zhuo Fan moved the 3 members of the Luo family from the inn into the courtyard provided by Long Jiu. This was the residence designated by the Qianlong Pavilion for esteemed guests, comparable in size to the previous Guiyun Manor of the Luo family. It was the finest courtyard in the entire city. Without exception, the various spies observing the Luo family swiftly relayed this news, and soon, the word of the Luo family's establishment at the Qianlong Pavilion spread throughout the streets and alleys. Everyone became aware that the Qianlong Pavilion was not only a significant ally for the Luo family, but also held them in high regard. Otherwise, they would not have granted them a dedicated courtyard with round-the-clock protection. Upon learning this, the Kai and Sun families were immensely relieved that they had not acquiesced to Elder Jin's demands at that time. Given the current situation, anyone daring to harm the Luo family would undoubtedly face the wrath of the Qianlong Pavilion. Thus, at the moment the Luo family stepped into that courtyard, they were instantly recognized as the foremost family in Fenglin City. Overshadowing the previously dominant Kai and Sun families, despite their mere 4 members. Shall we reside here from now on? Upon entering the courtyard, Luo Yunshang was awestruck by its grand and imposing atmosphere, especially by the guards stationed every few steps, all of whom were masters above the gathering Qi realm. Moreover, over 20 special guards clad in golden armor stood at various points, exuding an aura reminiscent of her father. Clearly experts above the bone refining realm, such a formidable lineup of guardians could only be matched by the 7 ruling families. Luo Yunhai and Commander Pang also stood in stunned silence. Commander Pang was overwhelmed by the powerful presence of these elite, while Luo Yunhai was filled with curiosity. Old Pang, when we rebuild the Luo family, would you be satisfied with a team like this? Zhuo Fan clapped Commander Pang on the shoulder, grinning at this. Commander Pang, slightly embarrassed, shook his head. Every one of these guards is stronger than I. Merely being among their ranks would be an honor, let alone leading such formidable experts. Yet, despite his words, a glimmer of hope shone in his eyes. Zhuo Fan chuckled. That day will surely come, however. As soon as he finished speaking, a mocking voice interrupted. Mr. Zhuo Fan, it seems you are not only deceiving others but even your own people. You must have coerced this steward into joining you. The crowd looked up to see Long Jie and Long Kuei approaching. Ever since learning of the Qianlong Pavilion's manipulation by Zhuo Fan, Long Kuei had not looked kindly upon him, and this time she spoke with disdain. Given the qualifications of this Commander Pang, he might only reach the 6th level of gathering Qi. Here, he would merely be a lowly guard, unfit to be a leader. I advise you. A small family should not harbor dreams of becoming a large family. Upon hearing this, Luo Yunshang and Commander Pang's expressions dimmed, while Zhuo Fan's countenance grew cold. Miss Long Kuei, there is a saying, do not underestimate the youth. Your words are rather excessive. Humph, what do you mean by that? Such platitudes are mere self-deception for those lost in daydreams. Any significant family is built upon generations of accumulation over hundreds or even thousands of years. Do not think that simply relying on petty cleverness to shelter yourself under our Qianlong Pavilion makes you exceptional. In my eyes, Fenglin City is but a speck of dust. Even if you reign here, you remain a frog at the bottom of a well, utterly unaware of the vastness of this world. Listening to Long Kuei's tirade, Zhuo Fan could not help but be incensed to the point of laughter. Does she not realize the enormity of the world? Is she truly the one who is a frog at the bottom of the well? How absurd! He, the dignified demon emperor, had descended from the sacred domain. To him, the entire Tianyu Empire was no more than a speck of dust, let alone your Qianlong Pavilion. Zhuo Fan, sensing Zhuo Fan's rising fury, Luo Yunshang gently tugged at his sleeve, her brows furrowed. After all, they were relying on the Qianlong Pavilion now. They must not offend them. Long Jie seemed to agree that Long Kuei's words were too harsh. Patting her shoulder and shaking his head at her, however, she merely huffed dismissively, ignoring him. Young miss, may I borrow a spirit stone? Zhuo Fan said with a dark expression. Luo Yunshang paused, unsure of his intentions, yet handed him a ring. Taking the ring, Zhuo Fan leaped onto the highest rooftop, surveying the surroundings from above. Hey, this isn't your home. What are you doing up there? Come down, Long Kuei pouted, speaking with disdain. Ignoring her, Zhuo Fan continued to observe before casually stating, a level 3 defensive formation, the Coiling Dragon Array. At this proclamation, Both Long Jie and Long Kui were taken aback. For what Zhuo Fan had just described was indeed the defensive formation laid out by Long Jiu for this courtyard. Yet, this young man had seen through it at a glance. However, before they could recover from their astonishment, Zhuo Fan leaped into the air again, scattering spirit stones from the ring like raindrops around the area. In less than a quarter of an hour, nearly 10,000 spirit stones had been buried within the courtyard soil. When Zhuo Fan landed, Long Jie and Long Kui both turned to him. "What exactly did you just do?" Without responding, Zhuo Fan suddenly formed a sealed eye in an instant. The ground of the entire courtyard began to tremble. Following this, with a series of dragon roars, 9 golden dragons erupted from the earth, soaring into the sky. The cries of the divine dragons resonated throughout the skies of Fenglin City, leaving everyone bewildered as they gazed at the unusual spectacle above. In a secret chamber of the Sun family, Elder Jin suddenly opened his eyes wide, alarmed. Who is setting up a formation? Could it be that old ghost? No, impossible. He lacks the ability to set such a grand array. Within the Qinlong Pavilion, Long Jiu took a swift step forward, his face filled with astonishment as he beheld the phenomena emanating from the courtyard, murmuring, "Is that my coiling dragon array? No, it cannot be. My coiling dragon array does not possess such power." At the entrance of Black Wind Mountain, a sinister young man gazed toward Fenglin City, his brow furrowed. What is happening in the city? Has the plan been initiated ahead of schedule? After pondering for a moment, the young man shook his head, muttering, "No, that cannot be. Elder Jin would not act so recklessly. So then, what exactly is transpiring?" Everyone was captivated by this extraordinary sight. After a quarter of an hour, Zhuo Fan altered his hand seal once more, causing the 9 golden dragons to swiftly return to the courtyard, disappearing into the earth. Yet by this time, a visible golden light slowly began to rise, enveloping the entire courtyard. What on earth did you do?" Long Kui stammered. Paying her no mind, Zhuo Fan respectfully returned the ring to Luo Yunshang, stating calmly, "Young miss, I noticed that the coiling dragon array was merely a level 3 formation. It likely would not safeguard your safety. Thus, I took the liberty of upgrading the formation to a level 5 array, the 9 Heavens coiling dragon array, expending considerable spirit stones. Please forgive me for my presumption." "What? A level 5 formation?" Upon hearing Zhuo Fan's words, Long Kui and Long Jie couldn't help but click their tongues, both momentarily stunned. A 5th level formation was an exceedingly rare skill within the entire Tianyu Empire, with scarcely anyone capable of arranging it, even among the 7 great families. Yet this young man had effortlessly set up such a formation. Could it be that he was a 5th level formation master? Observing their astonished expressions, Luo Yunshang realized that Zhuo Fan was deliberately humiliating them, and she complied with his intent. After all, it was the first time she had witnessed such a subservient side of Zhuo Fan. It was an opportune moment for her to unleash her temper, which she imagined would be quite gratifying. With this thought, Luo Yunshang smirked subtly, then suddenly put on a stern face. "Butler Zhuo, you have used so many spirit stones without permission this time, and you ought to be punished. However, considering your loyalty, I shall overlook it. Now, let us proceed." "What? Punished?" With a 5th level formation master in the family, even the 7 great families would treat him with utmost reverence. Who would dare to penalize him? In an instant, Long Kui felt as though he had swallowed a dead fly, utterly uncomfortable. Soon after, accompanied by Zhuo Fan, Luo Yunshang strode arrogantly inside, followed by the equally astonished yet secretly amused Commander Pang and Luo Yunhai, leaving Long Kui and Long Jie standing in place, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. They could never have imagined that the seemingly scheming Zhuo Fan, whose strength was merely at the 2nd level of Qi gathering, was actually a 5th level formation master. How could such talent arise from a small, obscure family? Chapter 26. Recruitment. Whoosh. With a sound of breaking air, a figure suddenly appeared before the two. Upon recognizing the visitor, they realized it was Long Jiu. At this moment, his single eye shimmered with excitement. "Who set the formation just now?" It was." The two exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Long Jie who reported. It was the Luo family's butler, Zhuo Fan. "What? It was him?" Long Jie was taken aback, and as he turned to examine the surrounding formations, his astonishment grew. A true master of formations not only possesses an in-depth understanding of each level, but also must have undergone years of cultivation and enlightenment to grasp the nuances of formations. At my age, I can only arrange a third-level formation. How could this young lad instantaneously set up a fifth-level formation? Long Ju seemed to be questioning Long Kue and Long Jia, yet it also felt like he was speaking to himself. The two could only manage a wry smile and shake their heads. They had no idea who Zhuo Fan was, but he occasionally performed astonishing feats that compelled one to acknowledge him. Even as members of prominent families, witnessing Zhuo Fan's display today made them hesitant to underestimate him, leaving them with a faint sense of inferiority. Go fetch that young man, or rather, invite him here. I wish to have a serious discussion with him. After surveying the surroundings for a moment, Long Ju suddenly grinned. Upon hearing this, the two clasped their fists and departed to fulfill his command. A short while later, in a pavilion within the back garden of the small courtyard, Long Ju brewed a pot of tea and set it on the stone table. Before long, Zhuo Fan, along with Long Kue and Long Jia, arrived. Ha ha ha, brother Zhuo, please take a seat. Upon their meeting, Long Jiu burst into laughter, gesturing for him to sit. Long Kue and Long Jia were momentarily taken aback. Brother Zhuo? In the family hierarchy, Long Jiu held a very high position, and they addressed him as Uncle Jiao, while he was known for his pride. Few could earn his recognition across the entire Tianyu Empire. Yet now, he referred to this young lad as brother. Leaving the two utterly astonished, however, Zhuo Fan remained unfazed, accepting the title with a smile as he boldly took a seat. To him, this was a world where strength prevailed, as long as he was powerful enough. He could easily be regarded as the younger brother of an elder, or even as a grandfather. I wonder what Brother Jiu has summoned me for? Zhuo Fan asked casually, pouring himself a cup of tea and unabashedly embracing Long Jia's brotherly title. Long Jia was momentarily stunned, seemingly still processing the situation. Long Kue, however, rolled her eyes, secretly scolding him for his shamelessness, as this young man truly knew how to climb the social ladder. Yet Long Jia was overjoyed. For this indicated a closer relationship, making it easier to converse. Since you have called me brother, I shall speak plainly. Theo, be honest, with your ability to set a fifth-level formation, why would you remain in the small Luo family? Why not join us at the Qianlong Pavilion? I assure you, you will receive the treatment of a revered guest. Even the family head would treat you with respect. Startled, Long Kue and Long Jia exchanged glances, unable to fathom that Long Jiu was so eager to invite Zhuo Fan to become a revered guest of the Qianlong Pavilion. That was the highest honor, surpassing even the elders, representing the strongest guardians of the Qianlong Pavilion. Why should a mere youth, fresh from adolescence, be entrusted with such a prestigious role? However, upon further reflection, they realized that despite Zhuo Fan's strength being merely at the Qi gathering stage, he was indeed a fifth-level formation master. Any family among the 7 great families would treat him as a revered guest. Long Jia's invitation was undoubtedly a great advantage for the Qianlong Pavilion. With a slight smile, Zhuo Fan remained silent. Taking a delicate sip of the fragrant tea, he had already sensed Long Jia's intentions before arriving. I in this empire, who would not covet a talent capable of setting a fifth-level formation. Even if he were to meet the emperor would treat him with courtesy. Thus, when he displayed his formation skills, he had anticipated this outcome. Brother Zhuo, what do you think? Seeing that Zhuo Fan remained silent, Long Jiu inquired again. With a slight grin, Zhuo Fan replied nonchalantly, I have a few conditions. Is that acceptable? Of course, there's no problem. As long as it is within the power of the Qianlong Pavilion, feel free to ask for anything. Long Jiu waved his hand grandly. Then I shall have her serve me tea, fetch water, wash my feet, and warm my bead. Is that acceptable? Zhuo Fan pointed at Long Kue, chuckling. Upon hearing this, Long Kue's face instantly flushed crimson, her eyes widening as she exclaimed angrily. In your dreams, Long Jiu, too, awkwardly shook his head. Little Kue, that is not permissible. Ha ha ha, I was merely joking. I already have one young lady at home. Do I really need another? With a smirk, Zhuo Fan's eyes gleamed momentarily before he suddenly turned serious and said, I want the Luo siblings to have peace for a lifetime. When Zhuo Fan said this, each word was articulated earnestly. Long Jiu was momentarily taken aback, his face reflecting admiration. He had never anticipated that Zhuo Fan's request would not be for himself, but rather for the Luo family. Such loyalty evoked a sense of respect in all 3 present. Even Long Kue, who had always been irked by him, cast a profound glance his way after hearing those words. Very well, I agree to your request. Long Zhu nodded solemnly. As long as the Qianlong Pavilion exists, the Luo family will not only enjoy peace for a lifetime, but for generations to come. You can rest assured. With a gentle nod, Zhuo Fan lifted his teacup and took another sip of the fragrant tea. Then from this moment on, you shall be a revered guest of the Qianlong Pavilion. I will inform the family, and in 3 days, I will have a Jia escort you to the family headquarters. Wait. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan raised his hand. I never agreed to become any revered guest. What? Were you not just? Alarmed, Long Jiao sprang to his feet. His face contorted with anger. Brother Zhuo, were you just toying with me? With a light chuckle, Zhuo Fan suddenly adopted a serious demeanor as he looked at him. If you had invited me a quarter of an hour ago, I would have accepted without hesitation. Moreover, the conditions would have been as I just mentioned. But now? Now what? Long Jiao trembled, questioning. Shaking his head slightly, Zhuo Fan turned to Long Kue, who wore a puzzled expression, and coldly stated, Miss Long Kue, do you remember what you said earlier? As he spoke, Zhuo Fan extended a fist. 10 years, in 10 years, I will ensure the Luo family stands above the 7 great families. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Fan downed the tea in his cup in one swift motion, slamming the cup onto the table before turning to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Long Kue felt an inexplicable shock. To elevate a small family above the 7 great families within a decade seemed utterly impossible. Even if he was a 5th-level formation master, it would be unfathomable. The foundation of the 7 great families could not be so easily surpassed. Yet, Zhuo Fan spoke with such confidence that she found herself at a loss for words to refute him. Little Kue, what exactly did you say to him? Long Jiao inquired, bewildered, looking at the two. From Zhuo Fan's expression, it was clear he was not merely acting out of line. Something must have transpired to provoke such a fierce reaction. Long Kue remained silent, merely gazing at Zhuo Fan's disappearing silhouette. Long Jia hesitated for a moment before recounting the earlier events. After hearing the full story, Long Jiao could only shake his head helplessly, sighing, I have long told you, do not strike a person's face or expose their weaknesses when arguing. You humiliated the Luo family so thoroughly. It is no wonder he was compelled to demonstrate his capabilities. But what he said is impossible to achieve. Long Jia hesitated, murmuring. Gently stroking his beard, Long Jiao's single eye glimmered with contemplation. With a 5th-level formation master in the Luo family, even if they cannot match the prestige of the 7 great families, they will undoubtedly stand out among the secular families. It is better to build alliances. Alas, you all nearly secured a 5th-level formation master as a revered guest. Long Jiao lamented, shaking his head at Long Ku. On the other hand, after departing from Long Jiao and the others, Zhuo Fan headed straight towards Luo Yunshang. Along the way, countless thoughts swirled in his mind. What a splendid opportunity to shelter the Luo family within the Qianlong Pavilion. With their safety ensured, his own inner demons could finally be laid to rest. However, he relinquished his ambitions, solely due to a single utterance from Long Kue. Daydreaming? Himph. If one cannot even dream, then one must resign oneself to fate. The path of demonic cultivation is to defy the heavens. All destinies are forged by one's own hand. Thus, Zhuo Fan detests hearing phrases such as daydreaming, resigning to fate, and foolish fantasies. He is determined to demonstrate to everyone that even a struggling, dwindling family can ascend to greatness. At this moment, his assistance to the Luo family is no longer merely to dispel inner demons, but rather for his own path of demonic cultivation. In this world, nothing is impossible. If heaven obstructs me, I shall defy it. My fate is dictated by me, not by the heavens. One day, he will transform this beleaguered family into the most formidable clan in the realm. As long as the demonic sovereign Zhu Yifan is present, nothing is beyond reach. With a resounding crash, Zhuo Fan burst through the door, his face a mask of menace. Luo Yunshang, Luo Yunhai, and Captain Pang were all present, and their expressions turned to shock upon his entrance. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Luo Yunshang hesitated but mustered her courage to inquire, Zhuo Fan, what does the 9th master want with you? He invited me to serve as a vassal of Qianlong Pavilion. Zhuo Fan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the faces of Luo Yunshang and the others darkened. Though their hearts were heavy, Luo Yunshang managed a forced smile, saying, Congratulations! Qianlong Pavilion is beyond the reach of the Luo family. You will surely have a brighter future there. In truth, They had already anticipated that Zhuofan's establishment of a fifth-level formation would inevitably attract the attention of the seven great families. A talent like Zhuofan could never be retained by a minor family such as theirs. Observing their sorrowful expressions, Zhuofan scoffed, "Why the long faces?" I turned him down. "What?" The group was taken aback, but their hearts swelled with joy. "Why?" "There is no reason. I am returning to my room." Without further explanation, Zhuofan turned to leave, pausing only to deliver a cold remark. "Miss, from now on, all matters, great and small, will be decided by me and the Luo family. Do not interfere." Luo Yunshang was taken aback, nodding in a daze. Had it not always been this way? Why was he suddenly saying this today? Shortly thereafter, Zhuofan's voice echoed again, seeming both to himself and directed at her. "From this day forth, I shall be the chief steward of the Luo family. Within 10 years, I will elevate the Luo family beyond Qianlong Pavilion." As soon as the words left his lips, Zhuofan vanished, leaving Luo Yunshang and the others stunned, unable to regain their composure. Chapter 27. Capturing a female mountain bandit in the following days. Zhuofan's presence was entirely absent from the small courtyard of Qianlong Pavilion. Not only Long Kue and the others, but even the trio from the Luo family seldom caught sight of him. After issuing his grand declarations, Zhuofan dedicated himself to intense cultivation, secluding himself in his chamber, avoiding all company. Only in the dead of night would he unleash his blood infant to siphon the essence of powerful beings. Targeting the Kai family. Thus, for over a week, Kai Rong, the head of the Kai family, found himself in a state of profound distress, as the number of his guards dwindled daily, vanishing without a trace. This led him to suspect that he had offended the Luo family, who had likely engaged Qianlong Pavilion to deal with them. In his view, only the formidable might of the seven great families could execute such stealthy assassinations of his guards. Consequently, Kai Rong lived in constant fear, especially at night, when he and his son huddled beneath the covers, trembling in dread of becoming the next victims. Life is not to be feared, but the agonizing wait for death is terrifying. Currently, the father and son of the Kai family endured this horrifying anticipation, making each day feel like an eternity. Once, Kai Rong had considered seeking intervention from the Yuming Valley to spare their lives. However, ever since obtaining their family's ancestral martial arts, Yuming Valley had changed its attitude, showing no regard for their survival. This led Kai Rong to curse vehemently from behind his locked door, realizing that the path of demonic cultivation was indeed unreliable, yet feeling utterly powerless. All of this was observed by Zhuofan, who sneered inwardly. As for the Sun family, Zhuofan had previously sent his blood infant to pay them a few visits, but due to the presence of Elder Jian stationed there, he had narrowly avoided detection on several occasions. Particularly in recent days, several formidable presences had appeared, prompting Zhuofan to refrain from further incursions. He merely instructed the blood infant to monitor the entrance before retreating. One day, as usual, the blood infant consumed the life essence of a dozen guards from the Kai family and then took a leisurely stroll outside the Sun family's residence before returning to the small courtyard of Qianlong Pavilion. Feeling satisfied, however, just as it was about to enter, an imperceptible aura captured its attention. In his room meditating, Zhuofan furrowed his brow, directing the blood infant to investigate the hidden presence. Soon, in a corner directly opposite the small courtyard, a figure clad in black came into view. The individual was gazing in the direction of the small courtyard. Humph! No one dares surveil Qianlong Pavilion's territory. This fellow must be here to scout. It appears the Black Wind Mountain bandits have arrived, Zhuofan mused with a smirk. He recalled overhearing the discussions of Elder Jian, realizing that this time, the attack on the Luo family was not orchestrated by the Kai or Sun families, but rather by the seemingly unrelated Black Wind Mountain bandits. Thus, even if the Luo family were to be annihilated by the Black Wind Mountain, it would not implicate Yuming Valley. However, how could a group of bandits breach the small courtyard of Qianlong Pavilion? Did they think this was the Guiyun manner of the Luo family? Raising an eyebrow slightly, Zhuofan commanded the blood infant to stealthily approach the back of the black-clad individual. Due to the blood infant's exceedingly subtle presence, the figure remained oblivious. After a period of observation, the individual seemed to have grasped the situation and turned to leave. Trailing behind was a crimson blood infant. Half an hour later, the black-clad figure arrived at the entrance of an inn, at which point the blood infant detached itself. With a swift movement, the black-clad figure leaped through a window, while the blood infant floated gracefully to the window to peer inside. There, 6 or 7 burly men were present, along with a girl of about 16 or 17 standing to the side, all eyes fixed on the black-clad figure, awaiting instructions. "Miss, how did the reconnaissance go?" Before the black-clad individual could speak, the girl had already presented a cup of tea. Inquiring with concern, Zhuofan was taken aback. A female? He never imagined that this operation against the Luo family would be led by a woman from Black Wind Mountain. Did they underestimate the Luo family, believing them to consist of only 4 individuals? Zhuofan shook his head in resignation and continued to observe. The black-clad figure removed the hood, revealing a pair of bright, captivating eyes and a cascade of glossy black hair that flowed like a waterfall. Her skin was as smooth as cream, delicate to the touch, a rare beauty indeed. Even the subordinates couldn't help but swallow hard, their gazes fixated. Only when the girl shot them a fierce glare did they hurriedly lower their heads. "Xiao Chui, bring me paper and pen." Without hesitation, the girl commanded, and the young girl promptly presented the writing materials. The girl rolled up her sleeves and meticulously sketched on the paper, in just a quarter of an hour. She completed a detailed layout of her residence. Zhuofan observed, internally praising her skill. The drawing depicted the precise structure of the small courtyard of Qianlong Pavilion, flawless in its accuracy. Tio creates such a detailed illustration after merely one night's observation. Zhuofan felt compelled to give her a thumbs up. Clearly, Black Wind Mountain's decision to send this woman as the leader was not unfounded. Pay attention. This is the structure of that courtyard. Here, and here are heavily guarded. In these 4 corners, there are experts at the bone refinement stage stationed. The black-clad woman explained the defenses of the small courtyard to the burly men. Once she finished, the men exchanged glances, their expressions grave. "Miss, this is Qianlong Pavilion. How do we get in? At this rate, we might not even make it through the door before being killed." One of the men wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Speaking with trepidation, nonchalantly waving her hand, the girl replied, "Don't worry. My senior brother has already contacted the people from Yuming Valley. They will provide an excuse to lure away the guards. At that point, we will charge in, eliminate the Luo family, and capture Luo Yunshang." "What? Capture the young miss? She's not even a man. What do we want with her?" Zhuofan found this utterly perplexing but felt no concern. Even without those guards, the 9 Heavens Dragon formation he had set up a few days prior was still in place. These minor characters would only be delivering themselves to their doom. What truly piqued his interest was the relationship between Black Wind Mountain and Yuming Valley. Were they merely being used like the Kai family, or was there a deeper connection? Miss, you might not want to hear this, but it concerns the lives of our brothers. Speak." The girl interjected, her tone resolute. After a moment's hesitation, the man, serious, said, "Miss, what is the relationship between the young master and Yuming Valley? Will the people from Yuming Valley listen to him? Even if they are willing to assist us, Qianlong Pavilion is still under the aegis of the 7 great families. Offending them is futile, even if we flee to the ends of the earth. Will Yuming Valley help us then? If they abandon us, we will truly have no way out. In the end, you are merely afraid of death." The girl scoffed angrily. "Is it right for you to utter such words today? Regarding the old chief, to heal the old chief's injuries and avenge him. What is a life worth?" Upon hearing this, all present instinctively lowered their heads, shamefaced, with a cold glare sweeping over them. The girl commanded, "Dismissed. Proceed according to plan without dissent." "Yes." The crowd clasped their fists and shouted in unison, their voices booming, as they respectfully retreated. Yet, the hesitation in their eyes had vanished, replaced by a resolve to face death head-on. "Quite a formidable presence." Zhuofan raised an eyebrow, slowly stood up, opened the door, and leaped out. It was now his turn to take action. Inside the inn room, after everyone had departed, the little girl clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Miss, you are truly impressive, embodying the spirit of the Mountain Lord." Shaking her head, the woman sighed, a flicker of sorrow flashing in her eyes. "If only my adoptive father were in good health. His presence would overshadow mine. Who among the Black Wind Mountain would dare to doubt him? Not at all. They still hold great faith in you, miss," the little girl hastily reassured, with a bitter smile. The woman in black shook her head. "Xiao Chui, please spare me your comfort. I only hope that after this journey, I can acquire the returning dragon palm to heal my adoptive father's wounds. Such filial piety. Your wish shall surely be granted. The little girl smiled gently, her eyes crescent-shaped. Seeing this, the woman in black also smiled with relief. However, at that moment, a faint sigh reached their ears. Little girl. Filial piety and the realization of wishes are two different matters. Moreover, who told you that the returning dragon palm could heal injuries? Who are you? The woman in black and Xiao Chui quickly turned towards the source of the voice, only to find Zhuo Fan sitting by the window, grinning at them. There is no need for alarm. I harbor no ill intentions towards either of you. I merely wish to ask a few questions. Zhuo Fan smiled slightly, extending a hand in a friendly manner. Who exactly are you? The woman in black, pulling Xiao Chui back 2 steps, wore a face of caution. She had not even perceived how Zhuo Fan had silently approached her. Had he desired her demise, she would have long since met her end. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet, Zhuo Fan said with a respectful bow. I am Zhuo Fan, the steward of the Luo family. What? You are from the Luo family? Upon hearing this, the woman in black's pupils contracted sharply, gritting her teeth. Since you are a member of the Luo family, prepare to meet your end as soon as the words left her lips. The woman in black suddenly raised 2 fingers and thrust them towards Zhuo Fan. A deafening thunderclap erupted, crackling between her fingers as if to pierce the heavens. Zhuo Fan's eyes narrowed in surprise. 9-fold qi gathering. A spirit-level martial technique? He could hardly believe that this girl possessed such cultivation, with martial skills at the spirit level. With such strength, she could contend even with those of the bone refinement realm. Unfortunately for her, she had encountered Zhuo Fan today, who looked down upon anyone below the bone refinement realm. For he possessed a blood infant. As he executed the hand seal, a crimson light instantly shot from his body and entered the woman. Eek! The body of the woman in black, which had been rushing forward, suddenly halted, the lightning at her fingertips still crackling in terror. She looked at Zhuo Fan. What did you do to me? A sinister smile crept across Zhuo Fan's face as he shook his head. I did nothing. Merely took control of your body. With that, Zhuo Fan grasped at her 2 fingers. Extinguished in an instant, the sharp thunderclap was silenced. The blood infant thrived on blood and could also manipulate a person's vital energy. Once the vital energy was controlled, all aspects of the body would fall under that control, unless one possessed overwhelming strength to break free with their essence. However, this only applied if the blood infant was weak. Were it a saint-level blood infant, even an emperor-level master would find it difficult to contend with. Such was the terror of the blood infant. Come with me. Zhuo Fan wrapped an arm around the waist of the woman in black and lifted her. She had no means to resist, finding herself in the embrace of a stranger. Miss, Xiao Chui shouted in alarm. Zhuo Fan turned to look back as if remembering something. Oh, and you too? As soon as the words left his mouth, he swiftly reached out, gripping her shoulder, and with a slight force, the girl fainted. Xiao Chui, being merely a maid and yet to break through the qi-gathering realm, was easily subdued by Zhuo Fan. Thus, as dawn broke, Zhuo Fan hurriedly carried the 2 women towards a small courtyard. Chapter 28. Interrogation Whoosh. Just as dawn broke, Zhuo Fan returned to the small courtyard, each arm cradling a young, beautiful woman. The guards of Qianlong Pavilion, upon seeing him, were momentarily stunned, for this Zhuo steward had been absent for over 10 days. Soon, understanding smiles spread across their faces, and some boldly teased. Steward Zhuo, you must have had a long night. Long Kuei happened to pass by, casting a glance at Zhuo Fan and the 2 alluring women in his arms, her brow furrowing slightly as she rolled her eyes in disdain and strode away, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Yet, she muttered under her breath, men are all the same. Aware of their misconceptions, Zhuo Fan paid them no mind as he entered his room, unceremoniously tossing the 2 women onto the floor, shutting the door behind him and casually taking a seat on a chair. Ouch! Xiao Chui, jolted awake by the impact, rubbed her bleary eyes and looked around. Where am I? Upon seeing the woman in black beside her, she gasped, Miss, what happened to you? The woman in black lay still on the floor, completely immobile, her alluring figure laid bare before Zhuo Fan. With a light chuckle, Zhuo Fan moved his fingers, and the woman in black immediately regained her freedom. Just then, she sprang up, reaching for her ankle. Inexplicably, a dagger appeared in her hand, swiftly slicing towards Zhuo Fan's neck. However, with a sharp sound, The dagger halted just a centimeter from his throat, leaving the woman frozen in place once more. Zhuofan chuckled derisively, nodding appreciatively. Impressive skills, but they are of no use before me. I only wish to ask a few questions. With no ill intent, if you answer truthfully, I shall release you shortly. Moreover, it would be wise not to display such lethal weapons in my presence. With a light laugh, Zhuofan took the dagger from the woman in black's grasp, then glanced at her curvaceous figure, saying, "By the way, you wouldn't happen to be hiding any other dangerous items, would you?" The woman's cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, "How dare you?" Zhuofan's hand halted mid-reach, his gaze fixed on her eyes, smiling as he shook his head. "Whether I dare or not depends on your cooperation." As his words fell, Zhuofan's expression suddenly turned serious, sternly demanding, "Who are you, and what is your purpose in Fenglin City?" The woman in black turned her head away, refusing to answer. With a swift motion, Zhuofan yanked the black belt from her waist, causing her outer garment to fall open and reveal a more intricate silhouette beneath. "Ah!" A sharp cry escaped her lips, filled with anger and humiliation as her eyes blazed with fury directed at Zhuofan, yet he remained unperturbed. Xiao Chui, witnessing this, charged forward, her delicate fist aimed at Zhuofan. "You scoundrel! How dare you disrespect our miss?" With a resounding clap, Zhuofan effortlessly caught her fist, and with a flick of his hand, he loosened the ribbon at Xiao Chui's waist, causing it to slip away. Xiao Chui gasped in shock, hastily covering herself and retreating, tears welling in her eyes. Zhuofan remained impassive, continuing to ask, "Who are you, and what is your purpose in Fenglin City?" Gritting her teeth. The woman in black bit her lip, still refusing to speak. With a tearing sound, Zhuofan ripped her black outer garment into shreds, observing her furious expression with cold indifference. "Who are you? And what exactly are you doing in Fenglin City?" Zhuofan's ruthlessness was akin to that of an emotionless machine, instilling a tinge of fear in the woman in black. Finally, her resolve crumbled. "I am the adopted daughter of the Black Wind Mountain Lord. Lei Yuding that I have come to Fenglin City to eliminate your Luo family." "How do you intend to eliminate us?" Zhuofan's expression remained as unyielding as ever, as though this matter bore no significance to him. This only intensified Lei Yuding's apprehension, as if she were not confronting a mere individual. "The Yuming Valley will distract the guards of Qianlong Pavilion, allowing us to infiltrate here." Zhuofan nodded in satisfaction at her response. In truth, he was already well aware of these matters. His inquiry was merely to dismantle her psychological defenses. What followed was the information he truly sought. "What is your relationship with the Yuming Valley? And what benefits do they receive from assisting you?" Shaking her head, Lei Yuding revealed a hint of confusion in her eyes. "I do not know." Zhuofan fixed his gaze upon her, understanding she was not lying, and pressed further. "How did you establish contact with the Yuming Valley? Who initiated the connection?" Lei Yuding's gaze flickered slightly, yet she bit her lip in silence. Zhuofan had already surmised a general idea in his mind, but still sought definitive answers. Thus, he tore away her inner garment with a swift motion. In an instant, Lei Yuding's exquisite form was laid bare before Zhuofan's eyes, with only a piece of red cloth embroidered with mandarin ducks covering her chest. Bitten lips and tears streaming down her cheeks, Lei Yuding remained silent. Zhuofan slowly placed his hand upon the crimson cloth covering her bosom, coldly stating, "You are beautiful. This is your final opportunity to maintain your dignity. If you refuse to answer, there are dozens of hungry men waiting outside, besides myself." "Scoundrel!" Lei Yuding seethed, gritting her teeth in outrage. Ignoring her curses, Zhuofan coldly declared, "I will count to 3. 1, 2, as Zhuofan's counting echoed. His grip on the red cloth tightened. Lei Yuding bit her lip tightly, as if trying to draw blood, her eyes brimming with tears that flowed like a torrent, yet she remained silent. "Well, you have some spirit." Zhuofan nodded, tightening his grip, poised to exert force. Xiao Chui cried out urgently, "Please, I beg you, do not bully the young lady any further." The connection to the Ghost Valley was entirely managed by Senior Brother Yang. "Who is Senior Brother Yang?" Zhuofan smirked, an evil grin spreading across his face. Lei Yuding wanted to shout and stop Xiao Chui, but Zhuofan's finger flicked, rendering her voice lost. Xiao Chui glanced at the humiliated young lady and confessed earnestly, "Senior Brother Yang is the closed-door disciple of the Mountain Master, named Yang Ming. Under the Mountain Master's arrangement, he and the young lady were betrothed. However, on that very day, the Mountain Master was ambushed by Luo Jinan. the head of the Luo family, and severely injured. He became paralyzed and unable to speak. Hence, so you all ambushed the Luo family? Zhuo Fan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. It is only just for a life to be repaid with a life. What is wrong with revenge? And what comes next? Zhuo Fan continued to inquire. Xiao Chui hesitated for a moment, then seeing Zhuo Fan's hand still resting on Lei Yuding's chest, she quickly replied, the Luo family's defenses are formidable. We have no assurance. Fortunately, senior brother Yang is exceptionally capable and managed to contact the Luo family's steward, allowing us to work in concert to strike against the Luo family. Later, the young lady of the Luo family escaped, and we have been unaware of her whereabouts. Recently, it was senior brother Yang who received news of your presence here and contacted the Ghost Valley for assistance. All right. Zhuo Fan waved his hand. Having grasped the entirety of the situation, his eyes sparkled as he turned to Xiao Chui, asking, how did you know that the mountain master was ambushed by Luo Jinan? Did you witness it personally? It was senior brother Yang who saw it. Then, it is also senior brother Yang who said that the return dragon palm can heal the mountain master's injuries. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. And Xiao Chui, her eyes wide, nodded vigorously, her gaze filled with astonishment as if to say, how did you know that? With all matters laid bare, Zhuo Fan slowly withdrew his hand from Lei Yuding's chest. At that moment, a sharp voice suddenly rang out, Zhuo Fan, what are you doing in here? As the words fell, Luo Yunsheng pushed the door open, followed closely by Luo Yunhai and Captain Peng. Upon witnessing the scene inside, the three were instantly dumbfounded. Two young and beautiful maidens were disheveled, and Zhuo Fan's lewd hand still rested on one of their exposed chests. Luo Yunhai's mouth fell open in shock, his lively eyes darting about. Suddenly, he covered his eyes, and Luo Yunsheng shouted at Captain Peng, quickly take the young master back to his room. Captain Peng nodded hurriedly, lifting Luo Yunhai away, but before leaving, he shot Zhuo Fan a knowing, lewd grin. Steward Zhuo? Luo Yunsheng fumed, directly addressing Zhuo Fan by his title. This is the place of the Qianlong Pavilion. How can you act so recklessly here? Unfazed, Zhuo Fan shrugged nonchalantly. I assure you, my actions are all for the benefit of the Luo family. For the Luo family? Luo Yunsheng, exasperated, laughed in disbelief. You brought two questionable women home and spent the night with them, and you say it's for the Luo family? Didn't you claim you wanted to grow stronger? Didn't you say you would help the Luo family surpass the 7 great families within 10 years? Is this how you intend to do it? Zhuo Fan was taken aback. Usually, Luo Yunsheng maintained a dignified and graceful demeanor, even in the face of anger, yet today she was furious, losing her usual composure. With a resigned shake of his head, Zhuo Fan replied, if you knew who they were, you would not say such things. Hearing this, Luo Yunsheng looked at Zhuo Fan in confusion. They are the female bandits of Black Wind Mountain. I was just interrogating them. Zhuo Fan glanced at the two disheveled women, scoffing, even if they are bandits. Such methods are still the most effective against women. What? They are from Black Wind Mountain. Ignoring Zhuo Fan's subsequent words, Luo Yunsheng's eyes reddened at the mention of Black Wind Mountain, her entire being radiating with energy as she struck towards Lei Yuding. Return my father's life. Slap. Zhuo Fan caught her delicate wrist and said coolly, calm yourself. I believe the enmity between Black Wind Mountain and the Luo family is not so simple. It is likely that all of this is the doing of the 7 great families. What? At Zhuo Fan's words, Luo Yunsheng was instantly stunned, and both Lei Yuding and Xiao Chui turned to look at him, their eyes filled with astonishment in the eyes of the 7 great families. Both the Luo family and Black Wind Mountain were nothing more than insignificant ants. To deal with them would require no effort at all. Why go through such elaborate means? Zhuo Fan, equally puzzled, flicked his finger, and Lei Yuding regained her ability to move. Miss Lei, I have an unusual request. Zhuo Fan bowed respectfully and said, I would like you to take me to Black Wind Mountain. I wish to clarify the truth behind this matter. Humph, there is no way you could infiltrate Black Wind Mountain. Lei Yuding snorted coldly, anger evident in her tone. Zhuo Fan smiled slightly and turned to Luo Yunsheng, saying, Miss, please hand me the technique for the return dragon palm. What do you intend to do with it? Luo Yunsheng asked, yet she still retrieved a jade slip from her ring and handed it over. If anyone else had requested this martial art, she would have never part with it. However, given Zhuo Fan's status as a 5th-level formation master, she believed he would not covet her spirit-level martial skill. Handing the jade slip to Lei Yuding, Zhuo Fan smiled. Miss Lei, this is the return dragon palm you seek. However, It is merely a martial art and cannot heal your mountain master's injuries. I only ask that you take me to Black Wind Mountain to uncover the truth. Perhaps Yang Ming has been deceiving you all along. Otherwise, both the Luo family and Black Wind Mountain may face extermination amidst the enmity of the 7 great families. Senior brother Yang is a good person. He would never deceive us. Xiao Chui raised her head, anxious. Ignoring her, Zhuo Fan focused on Lei Yuding. Yang Ming could easily turn the Luo family's steward, who has been in charge for decades, into an insider, and effortlessly connect with the Ghost Valley of the 7 great families. Miss Lei, as his fiancée, do you truly understand him? After a moment of hesitation, Lei Yuding was filled with doubt due to Zhuo Fan's words. Gently caressing the jade slip of the returned dragon palm, she looked at Zhuo Fan and nodded slightly. Since he had already given her the family martial skill, and given the numerous doubts surrounding these events, there was no reason to refuse him. Moreover, Black Wind Mountain was her territory, and Zhuo Fan was but one person. She doubted he could concoct any schemes. Seeing her agreement, Zhuo Fan nodded in satisfaction. However, after a moment, he awkwardly cleared his throat, ahem. Miss Lei, be careful not to catch cold. At that moment, Lei Yuding finally realized that her clothes had been torn by this unscrupulous steward, and she hurriedly tried to cover her body with some torn fabric. Luo Yunshang and Xiao Chui promptly shoved Zhuo Fan out of the door. Get out! With a thud, the door slammed shut. The 3 women exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle softly. However, they quickly realized that until the matter was clarified, they were still adversaries, and their expressions turned serious once more. Just then, Zhuo Fan's voice came from outside. Miss Lei, remember to dress more warmly next time. It will help you endure a little longer. Upon hearing this, Lei Yuding was mortified, her eyes blazing with fury, her face flushed. Chapter 29. Infiltrating Black Wind Mountain on a shaded path, a woman clad in black walked alongside an elderly man. The woman was tall and graceful, her beauty likened to a blooming flower, her every movement exuding a fragrant allure that attracted bees and butterflies. The old man's hair was streaked with gray, a tuft of goat-like beard adorning his chin, yet his murky old eyes occasionally sparkled with brilliance. They arrived at the foot of a mountain, the woman gazing toward the distant peak, her beautiful eyes glancing at the elderly man. But her tone was laced with anger. Zhuo Fan, you better behave yourself. If I detect even a hint of your ill intent toward Black Wind Mountain, I will not let you off easily. Hee, rest assured, Miss Lei, I am here to uncover the truth, not to seek revenge. Besides, what can I do alone? The elderly man laughed heartily, shaking his head. With a cold snort, Lei Yuding averted her gaze from him and walked forward. Furthermore, if Xiao Chui is harmed in any way, I will not spare you, do not worry. I have taken Xiao Chui as a hostage, primarily because we cannot yet trust each other, and I must keep a card up my sleeve for self-preservation. Secondly, Zhuo Fan gazed deeply at her, speaking mysteriously, that is also for your own good. For my own good? Lei Yuding looked at Zhuo Fan in confusion, but he merely shook his head, choosing not to elaborate, leaving her with a belly full of questions. Thus, the two continued their ascent up the mountain, exchanging no further words until they reached the first checkpoint of Black Wind Mountain. Who goes there? A burly man in black suddenly leaped out, blocking their path. However, upon recognizing Lei Yuding, he immediately bowed respectfully, stepping aside. Ah, it is the young lady returning. Weren't you in Fenglin City? Just handling some matters. Lei Yuding raised her proud chin, not even glancing at him as she continued up the mountain. That man is one of Yang Ming's people. Zhuo Fan suddenly remarked, you mentioned that your mission in Fenglin City was highly confidential. How could a mere mountain guard know? Momentarily taken aback, Lei Yuding pondered Zhuo Fan's words, her brow furrowing slightly. Originally, she held an unwavering belief in her senior brother, Yang Ming. However, it was only in recent days, under Zhuo Fan's subtle hints, that she began to recall numerous unusual occurrences. It was as if the guardian of the mountain was acutely aware of her movements. In the past, she would have dismissed such thoughts, yet now every aspect seemed fraught with suspicion. Just wait. Once we ascend the mountain, Yang Ming will surely come out to greet us. Zhuo Fan chuckled quietly. Quickening his pace significantly, Lei Yuding observed Zhuo Fan's retreating figure, her heart torn with conflict, yet she hastily followed suit. Soon, the two of them passed through several checkpoints and finally arrived at the summit, where the imposing gate of Haifeng Mountain stood before them. Thanks to Lei Yuding's guidance, Zhuo Fan, disguised as an old man, faced no inquiries regarding his identity and was granted passage without hindrance. However, just as they were about to enter, a figure suddenly appeared within the gate. The individual stood at 7 feet tall, strikingly handsome, yet an unsettling smile perpetually lingered on his features. With a mere glance, Zhuo Fan recognized him as Yang Ming. "See, your movements have been completely reported, haven't they?" Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow at Lei Yuding, reminiscent of a child who had just won a game. Yet, Lei Yuding was not in the mood for jest. Her expression grew increasingly grave. Throughout their journey, Zhuo Fan had shared his suspicions with her, particularly the notion that Yang Ming might be an agent of the underworld valley planted within Haifeng Mountain. Lei Yuding, initially reluctant to accept such a reality, found it difficult to believe that the man whom her adoptive father had personally arranged her engagement to could be a pawn of others intent on destroying Haifeng Mountain. Nevertheless, everything she had witnessed along the way aligned with Zhuo Fan's assertions. Biting her crimson lip, Lei Yuding's gaze toward Yang Ming became complex, yet she steeled herself to approach him. "Sister Yuding, shouldn't you be in Fenglan City? What brings you back so suddenly?" Yang Ming greeted her with a slight smile, then turned to Zhuo Fan, inquiring, "And who might this be?" Lei Yuding hesitated momentarily, testing the waters. "Senior brother, the Qianlong Pavilion is indeed formidable, and the people from the Underworld Valley are unreliable. This operation is far too perilous, so I advise them to remain on standby and observe the situation." Upon hearing this, Yang Ming's expression shifted noticeably, and Zhuo Fan could even discern a glimmer of murderous intent lurking in the depths of his eyes. "Sister Yuding, our master has shown us immense kindness. For his sake, what is the worth of sacrificing our lives? How can we be so cowardly, moreover? How can we not avenge our master's grievances? I am well aware of that. But," Lei Yuding's brow furrowed as she gritted her teeth, "we cannot disregard the lives of our comrades. This man is a second-tier alchemist I found. If he can save my adoptive father, then we can wait until he is recovered before seeking revenge." At this moment, Zhuo Fan hurriedly stepped forward, clasped his hands and chuckled. "Ha ha ha, I have traversed the martial world, curing all ailments. Any external or internal injuries, perplexing maladies, I can remedy them all with ease. Humph, if you truly had such skill, you would have long been supported by a family, rather than resorting to trickery as you do now." Yang Ming interjected angrily before Zhuo Fan could finish boasting, waving his sleeve in irritation. "Sister, only the Dragon Return Palm can heal injuries inflicted by the Dragon Return Palm. Do you not trust your brother?" Upon hearing these words, Lei Yuding recalled various past interactions with Yang Ming, her heart wavering momentarily. Zhuo Fan quickly interjected, positioning himself between the two, addressing Yang Ming, "Young brother, grant me a chance. I truly excel at healing." "Get lost?" Yang Ming, infuriated, struck out with a palm. Zhuo Fan felt the ferocity of the strike but dared not evade. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself for the blow. Thud! Without employing any martial techniques, the force of Yang Ming's strike, emerging from the initial stage of body refinement, landed solidly on his chest, sending him flying 10 meters away, with a spurt of blood escaping his lips. "If you refuse treatment, then so be it. Why resort to violence?" Zhuo Fan struggled to his feet, spitting out another mouthful of blood. "At my age, I can hardly withstand a few strikes, my dear girl. I shall not take this job. Indeed, being a mountain bandit's healer is no easy task." "What did you say?" Yang Ming glared furiously, raising his hand again, but was urgently stopped by Lei Yuding. "This man is one I have invited. If you wish to strike him, you must first strike me. Humph, if you wish to let him treat you, then so be it. If this charlatan harms our master, I shall hold you responsible," Yang Ming declared, flinging his sleeve angrily as he strode away, ignoring Lei Yuding. She felt a pang of grievance, angrily approaching Zhuo Fan and shooting him a glare. "It's all your fault. My senior brother is ignoring me now. I should never have trusted you. How could someone who cares so deeply for my adoptive father wish him harm? Miss Lei, has your adoptive father not taught you how to discern character?" Zhuo Fan wiped the blood from his lips, smirking lightly. "But that is understandable. He has fallen into his own trap." Lei Yuding was momentarily taken aback, confusion etched on her face. When assessing a person, do not focus on their words, but rather observe their actions. Zhuo Fan's smile turned mischievous. "Just now, he refused my treatment because he was unaware of my capabilities. Yet after testing my strength, believing me inadequate, he then allowed me to treat him. What do you think? Does he harbor good intentions toward your adoptive father?" Stunned into silence, Lei Yuding reflected on the recent events, stripping away Yang Ming's words and only considering his actions. Indeed, everything aligned with Zhuo Fan's claims. Furthermore, as Yang Ming turned to leave, she seemed to catch a glimpse of an almost imperceptible smile on his face. Could it be? With this thought, Lei Yuding dared not pursue it further. For the more she considered, the more her heart ached. She feared she might lose control and confront Yang Ming, leading to their mutual demise. Observing everything unfold, Zhuo Fan slowly stood up, patting her shoulder gently. "Come, let us examine your adoptive father's injuries. You charlatan, mere theatrics will suffice. Why truly investigate?" Lei Yuding scoffed, her voice thick with emotion. Zhuo Fan chuckled lightly, shrugging nonchalantly. Even if it is a performance, it must be thorough. Moreover, the show is far from over. As he spoke, Zhuo Fan strode inward, while Lei Yuding inhaled deeply and followed closely. Although ahead lay a scene she dreaded to witness, they walked on, surrounded by hundreds of scrutinizing eyes. At that moment, Lei Yuding felt an overwhelming discomfort under their gaze, which had once been filled with reverence, but now felt like a multitude of watchful eyes. Upon reaching the mountain chief's residence and entering, they found Yang Ming already present. He held a bowl of thin porridge, feeding it spoonful by spoonful to the bedridden elder who could neither move nor speak. "You charlatan, if anything happens to my master, you will bear the consequences." Upon noticing the two, Yang Ming slammed the bowl down onto the table, glaring at them both with rage, before taking a seat beside the bed, relinquishing his position at the head of the bed. Zhuo Fan quietly chuckled to himself as he approached the elder's bedside, examining his injuries. However, as he placed 2 fingers on the elder's pulse, channeling his energy for inspection, he was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, everything became clear. "Your master has no external injuries." Zhuo Fan shook his head, speaking in a low tone. Yang Ming rolled his eyes in exasperation, snorting disdainfully. "Hemph, is that something you need to point out? But your master also has no internal injuries." As Zhuo Fan's words fell, Yang Ming's hands instinctively tightened. Initially, he had assumed Zhuo Fan was merely a practitioner at the 4th level of energy gathering with no real skill. Yet he had not anticipated that Zhuo Fan could discern that the old man had neither external nor internal injuries. Could it be? In an instant, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Yang Ming's eyes. No external injuries and no internal injuries. How could my adoptive father be so unresponsive? Lei Yuding, convinced that Zhuo Fan was merely acting, had always believed him to be putting on a show. Yet one must at least act convincingly, right? If there were no injuries, how could one explain the sudden decline of a robust practitioner in the body refinement realm? Zhuo Fan scratched his nose, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he calmly stated, "I have discerned your master's ailment. It is an alien object lodged within." Suddenly, with a crack, a corner of the table was forcefully snapped by Yang Ming. The elder on the bed stared at Zhuo Fan with wide eyes, desperately trying to utter something but unable to produce a sound. Yet the agitation was evident. Chapter 30. A Frenzied Slaughter. Nonsense. Yang Ming stormed toward Zhuo Fan, grabbing him and pulling him off balance. Lei Yuding was momentarily taken aback by Yang Ming's intense reaction. "Senior brother, what is wrong with you?" Narrowing his eyes, Yang Ming turned to Lei Yuding and coldly asked, "Sister, are you concealing something from me?" Taken aback, Lei Yuding hesitated before vigorously shaking her head, forcing a smile. "How could that be?" Observing everything, Yang Ming's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Sister, after all this time together, you have never lied to me, of course not." For reasons unknown, as Lei Yuding beheld Yang Ming's smile, she suddenly felt a surge of danger wash over her. It was as if a venomous snake was watching her, causing her to instinctively take 2 steps back. With a chilling laugh, Yang Ming's eyes gleamed with determination. "Sister, where is your personal maid, Xiaotsue? I instructed her to take care of some matters," Lei Yuding stammered. "Oh." Yang Ming nodded leisurely, but in the next moment, a venomous glint flashed in his eyes, and with a swift motion, he struck out a palm. Lei Yuding had yet to react when she was forcefully struck in the chest. Sent flying backwards, a trail of blood floated in the air. Immediately after, Yang Ming pressed down on a protrusion at the head of the bed. A large hole appeared in the floor, and Lei Yuding plummeted into it. Seeing this, Zhuo Fan feigned shock and hurriedly ran outside. However, Yang Ming was quicker, grabbing him by the neck and tossing him into the same pit. He then pressed the mechanism again, and the hole slowly closed, the ground returning to its smooth state, as if it had never harbored a cavern. The elderly man on the bed watched the two fall into the trap, trembling with rage, yet utterly helpless. Bang! Lei Yuding crashed into the pitch-black abyss, her body aching all over. But at that moment, another loud cry echoed, and a massive object crashed down upon her, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. She never expected this rascal would set a trap here. Shuofan slowly got up, feeling the softness beneath him, murmuring, "Well, the ground is quite soft. Ah, you bastard. Get off me right now." Suddenly, a piercing scream pierced the air, and Shuofan looked down to find he was lying on top of Lei Yuding, his hands inadvertently pressing heavily against her ample bosom. Startled, Shuofan hastily stood up and awkwardly said, "Apologies, just an accident." Lei Yuding's face flushed crimson, but she had no time to argue with him. In that moment, she realized everything. She immediately stood up and shouted upwards, "Yang Ming, so it was you orchestrating all of this." Ha ha ha. Above the pit, separated by a hard stone slab, Yang Ming's maniacal laughter rang out. "Junior sister, I sensed something was amiss when you returned to the mountain and brought along a second-tier alchemist? Indeed, you've begun to suspect me. Why are you doing this? Your adoptive father has treated you well," Lei Yuding cried out, filled with grief and indignation. With a cold smile, Yang Ming replied indifferently, "I have my own purposes for being here. How that old man treats me is of no consequence. I hadn't planned to act against you so soon, but you just had to bring along such a meddlesome alchemist, thwarting my grand scheme." "What? You truly won't spare me either." Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Lei Yuding's cheeks. A mouthful of blood surged forth, not merely from the earlier blow, but from heartbreak. Shuofan looked on, shaking his head in resignation. Feeling no pity, who could she blame? Only herself for being blind. Yet, playing the part to the fullest, Shuofan continued to act as the wandering charlatan. "Little brother, settle your grievances amongst yourselves. I am innocent. Let me go." Hearing this, Yang Ming couldn't help but chuckle. "Hee hee. You old trickster, if you truly had no skills, it wouldn't matter whether I killed you or not. Alas, who told you to uncover the cause of that old man's ailment? Cuz? What ailment? I merely thought he had accumulated too many toxins from years of inactivity and wanted to try a cleansing pill." Shuofan lamented pitifully. "At my age, I'm just trying to make a living. Why go through all this?" Yang Ming's lips twitched in annoyance. "Damn it, I've been mistaken. I originally thought that old man had some real ability, but it turns out he's just a freeloader. How could someone at his age, merely at the 4th stage of qi gathering, possess any real talent?" Yang Ming shook his head in frustration, realizing he shouldn't have acted so hastily. What was meant to be accomplished through Lei Yuding now required his personal intervention. "Damn old trickster, pretending to be impressive, ruining my grand plan." Yang Ming snorted angrily, declaring, "Once I finish my business, I'll come back to deal with the two of you. Someone, guard this place. No one is to enter." "Yes." At Yang Ming's command, 2 mountain bandits immediately took their positions at the entrance, and then Shuofan and the others heard Yang Ming's footsteps retreating. "Hey, little brother, pretending to be impressive has its faults too. Isn't that how one survives in this world?" Shuofan called out a few more times, but received no response, confirming that Yang Ming had indeed left. Turning to Lei Yuding, he found her slumped on the ground, eyes vacant, as if her heart had been utterly crushed. After all, her betrothed, whom she was bound to by an arranged marriage, had become a sworn enemy in the blink of an eye. Moreover, this man could be so ruthless as to kill her without a second thought. Any woman would feel her heart shatter in such a situation. After gazing deeply at Lei Yuding, Shuofan stroked the false goatee on his chin and remarked, "Your situation is quite similar to our young ladies. Perhaps you could exchange experiences to avoid being cast aside again. Hemph, in the future? Right now, whether we can survive and escape is still in question. What future is there?" Lei Yuding retorted coldly, not sparing him a glance. With a light chuckle, Shuofan wore a confident smile. "Everything will proceed according to my plan. Rest assured, we will escape by nightfall. But of course, if you're seeking death, you can end it now. After all, you no longer hold any value." She shot him a fierce glare, retorting, "Even if I die, I will definitely drag you down with me." Shuofan smiled, noncommittally shaking his head, and slowly closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of night. Lei Yuding pouted and ceased to look at him. Yet inexplicably, After their bout of bickering, her mood began to improve, and the feeling of heartache gradually faded in the dead of night. The crescent moon hung high in the sky, and most of the bandits on Black Wind Mountain were in slumber, with only a few dozen taking turns to guard. Inside the pitch-black cave, Juefan leaned against the stone wall, suddenly opening his eyes, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lei Yuding lay quietly on the ground, sound asleep. Not wishing to disturb her, Juefan beckoned with his finger, and with a whoosh, a red light flickered above Lei Yuding. Suddenly shooting forth towards him was none other than the blood infant. Despite having reached an agreement with Lei Yuding, Juefan never fully trusted her. Thus, he had made preparations. One was to hold Xiao Chui as a hostage, and the other was to keep the blood infant within her body. Should she make any moves, he would act immediately. Fortunately, Lei Yuding had been quite cooperative, but at this moment, the blood infant held an even greater purpose. Like a lost child suddenly finding its father, the blood infant was exceptionally affectionate towards Juefan, occasionally rubbing against his cheek. Juefan smiled faintly, his eyes suddenly gleaming with a frenzied murderous intent, pointing outward. The blood infant, in perfect sync with his intentions, transformed into a streak of red light and shot out. The layers of stone slabs posed no obstacle, and it swiftly penetrated through in the stillness of the night. The mountain forest was eerily quiet. The bandits lay in their homes, blissfully lost in dreams. Suddenly, a red light zipped by, instantly entering their bodies and then exiting. Heads that bore smiles, unaware of their sweet dreams, abruptly tilted aside, lifeless. The speed of the blood infant was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, it swept through over 20 individuals in the house. Once it flew out, the place was devoid of life. In this manner, the blood infant traversed all of Black Wind Mountain, silently claiming the lives of everyone, until it arrived at the dwelling of the mountain leader. There, 2 bandits were dutifully keeping watch. Whoosh! A streak of red light directly entered one of the guards' bodies, and the other guard, upon witnessing this, was taken aback. What just entered your body? The guard, momentarily stunned and unaware of what had transpired, suddenly heard Juefan's voice emanating from within him. Quickly activate the mechanism and release us. The 2 guards stared at each other in shock, their hearts racing. Why did the voice of the person locked inside the mechanism come from within one of them? Yet before they could voice their questions, whoosh! The guard who had been invaded by the blood infant visibly shriveled at an alarming rate, and with a gust of wind, he turned to dust. The red light then shot out from the ashes and entered the other guard's body. Startled, the remaining guard turned pale, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. That moment, Juefan's voice once again echoed from inside him. Open the mechanism, let us out. The voice carried an undeniable authority, causing the guard's legs to buckle, and he fell to the ground, urine and excrement flowing freely. Sir, please don't rush. I'll open it right away, the guard cried, his voice laced with desperation. Witnessing his comrade turn to ash in an instant would terrify anyone. The guard, tears streaming down his face, crawled towards the mechanism and activated it. With a rumble, the stone slab above slowly shifted, and gentle light poured into the cave. Lei Yuding was awakened by the brightness, slowly opening her eyes to see the stone slab had been lifted. Turning to her side, she found Juefan, arms crossed, gazing at her, and he said softly, "If you don't wish to die, then come up with me." With that, he leaped out. Lei Yuding, initially astonished at how Juefan had accomplished this, felt anger welling up within her upon hearing his words, pouting as she retorted, "Humph. Do you wish for my death? I refuse to die." As the last words fell, Lei Yuding leapt forward with a graceful bound. Chapter 31. The Snow Silkworm of the Cold Pool. The 2 returned safely to the master's quarters, whereupon the guard, upon sighting them, hastily knelt and pleaded for mercy. "Esteemed sir, miss, I implore you, spare me." I, too, was coerced by that scoundrel Yang Ming. Before Lei Yuding could comprehend the situation, Juefan had already waved his hand dismissively, coldly stating, "Step aside." The guard, hearing this, quickly nodded and shrank away to a corner. Juefan then approached the bed of the elderly man, noting the glimmer of hope in his eyes, with a faint smile. He said, "I can heal you, but thereafter you must heed my commands." Upon hearing this, Lei Yuding gasped in surprise, her face alight with excitement as she turned to Juefan. "Can you truly cure my adoptive father?" Ignoring her, Shui Fan fixed his gaze intently on the old man's eyes. The elder's gaze wavered, seemingly filled with uncertainty. Understanding his apprehension, Shui Fan reassured him with a smile. Rest assured, I will not compel you to harm your own kin. My name is Shui Fan, the steward of the Luo family. We now share a common enemy, and I require a master of the bone refinement realm. I hope you can assist me. At the revelation of Shui Fan's identity as a member of the Luo family and its steward. A spark of fervor ignited in the elder's eyes, and he blinked vigorously. Shui Fan smirked, knowing he had gained his consent. He then beckoned, and the blood infant burst forth from the body of the mountain bandit guard. Appearing before him, upon seeing this radiance, the guard's face turned pale with trepidation, for this was a force capable of reducing a living being to ashes in an instant. Lei Yuding, witnessing this, was equally taken aback. Recalling her own harrowing experience with the Crimson Light, and she urgently exclaimed, Shui Fan, what are you planning to do? To heal him, Shui Fan replied with a sidelong glance. But can this thing truly heal wounds? Lei Yuding's face was rife with skepticism, for she had seen Shui Fan wield it against her, subjecting her to relentless humiliation without recourse. Thus, she was uncertain whether the blood infant was a tool for combat or for healing. What if it inadvertently harmed her adoptive father? Shui Fan chuckled, shaking his head in exasperation. Miss Lei, your adoptive father is in such a dire state. Do you think I would need such elaborate means to harm him? Then tell me, what exactly is this creature? Lei Yuding insisted, casting a worried glance at the elder. A demonic entity. Shui Fan's expression darkened as he coldly replied. We practitioners of the demonic path typically cultivate such entities. Whether for offense or defense, they play a vital role. Do you recall when I mentioned that the old man harbored a foreign entity within him? That was why Yang Ming turned against us. Lei Yuding shook her head, confusion etched upon her face. Did you not say that was mere conjecture? Shui Fan nearly choked on his own disbelief. Now I understand why you fell for his ruse. How foolish can one be? I was merely deceiving him, and you believed it? Otherwise, how could he have left without a care? Lei Yuding's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head. Her adoptive father had always praised her aptitude, calling her a martial prodigy, and this was the first time someone had called her foolish. The reason he acted against us was precisely because I struck at his vulnerable spot, Shui Fan stated seriously. Continuing, the old man's silence is due to the foreign entity within him. Hence, I must utilize my own entity to expel his. Upon hearing this, Lei Yuding seemed to grasp the situation, yet her anxieties lingered as she asked nervously, Can your entity truly cure his? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Shui Fan erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke in the world. After his earlier examination, he concluded that Yang Ming's entity was nothing more than a hastily crafted insect. Among the lowest tier of demonic entities, in contrast, his own entity, the blood infant, was a supreme demonic being that even the ancient 10 emperors feared. How could the two be compared? Alas, ignorance is truly frightening. Shui Fan ceased further explanations to Lei Yuding, beckoning as the blood infant dove into the old man's body. In an instant, crimson light flickered, and the elder's entire form began to convulse as if countless insects were writhing within him. However, swiftly, a red light surged forth, and wherever it passed, the insects ceased their movements. After a few breaths, the blood infant re-emerged, returning to Shui Fan's interior. The elder stirred his fingers, parting his lips to utter indistinct words. Ting. Tinger, adoptive father, you can speak. Lei Yuding rushed forward, grasping the elder's hand tightly, tears streaming down her face, overwhelmed with emotion. Shui Fan, however, furrowed his brow, murmuring, Damn it, this old man has been immobile for too long. His bloodline has stagnated. Recovery will take a year or more, and I cannot assist him in the short term. What a waste. Shui Fan's voice was low, yet Lei Yuding caught every word. Angrily turning to him, she glared fiercely. Rest assured, I will repay my adoptive father's debt to you, even if it means risking my life. Indifferently shrugging, Shui Fan sought a master of the bone refinement realm, not someone lingering at its threshold. Unable to even best him. Just then, the old man, who had just begun to recover, suddenly convulsed violently. Following this, a snow-white worm, approximately 3 centimeters in length, began to crawl slowly out of his mouth. Lei Yuding gasped. Startled, but upon recognizing the worm's appearance, a surge of fury ignited within her. You are the one who caused my adoptive father to end up like this. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her strength, fingers crackling with lightning as she aimed to strike the worm. Stop! Shuafan bellowed, seizing her arm firmly. Lei Yuding froze, bewildered by his gaze, which shimmered with an inscrutable glint. What are you doing? Why won't you let me destroy this vile creature? You know nothing, Shuafan scolded harshly, then procured a small box, carefully placing the worm inside. He then extracted a few drops of his own blood, dripped them into the box, sealed it, and contentedly tucked it away. He had never anticipated such a bountiful reward from this expedition to Black Wind Mountain. This worm was the cold pool snow silkworm, a rare creature born in frigid waters, exceedingly scarce. It thrived by parasitizing other beings. If the larva failed to find a host within an hour of its birth, it would wither and die. Yet, in such a cold pool, where could it find sufficient hosts? Thus, most snow silkworms perished shortly after birth, with only a few managing to survive, transferring between various hosts. Practitioners of the demonic path cultivated them as inferior magical creatures, as many venomous insects could be raised as such. Therefore, in the eyes of most demonic masters, the cold pool snow silkworm was merely a rare variant of common insects. However, even within the sacred domain, few knew of the snow silkworm's lethal talent. Once it parasitized a host, it could only abandon them if they were on the verge of death, seeking a new host. Otherwise, no method could expel it. The blood infant had just employed the celestial demon transformation technique to eliminate the larvae, leading the snow silkworm to mistakenly believe its host's vitality was rapidly dwindling, thus forcing it to emerge. Otherwise, unless the elder was fully annihilated, even the blood infant would never be able to eradicate the snow silkworm. The reason the blood infant could eliminate its larvae was merely due to the cultivator's incompetence, rendering the larvae devoid of their innate properties, indistinguishable from ordinary insects. Yet, now that this treasure was in Shuafan's hands, he would refine it into the most fearsome entity in the world. With that thought, a sinister smile crept upon Shuafan's lips, and his spirits soared. The other three looked on, a chill racing down their spines, realizing that Shuafan was even more malevolent than Yang Ming. Carry the old man. We return to Fenglin City, Shuafan instructed, glancing at Lei Yuding before turning to the mountain bandit guard, presenting a sincere smile. Thank you for opening the mechanism for us. The guard nervously shook his head, a forced smile gracing his lips. However, before he could speak, with a swift motion, Shuafan's iron grip seized his throat, lifting him effortlessly. But you are now of no use. No, Lei Yuding cried out in a desperate attempt to intervene. But it was too late. A surge of dark energy erupted from Shuafan's hand, completely enveloping the man the next moment, with a fierce grip. Shuafan crushed him to dust, scattering his remains across the ground. Witnessing Shuafan's first act of murder, Lei Yuding was utterly shocked. Who could have anticipated that his strike would be so terrifying, leaving the deceased in such a fragmented state? The realization that she had spent the past few days in the company of such a dreadful individual filled her with profound fear. The elder observed this scene, his pupils involuntarily contracting. With decades of experience traversing the martial world, he felt a chilling dread in the presence of Shuafan. Lei Yuding cast a glance at her adoptive father. Her eyes filled with solemnity. She was uncertain whether joining forces with Shuafan was right or wrong. However, one thing was certain. Opposing him would lead to a most gruesome demise. With a resigned sigh, Lei Yuding shouldered her adoptive father and made her way outside, witnessing the countless corpses strewn throughout the mountain stronghold. Every individual departs this world in an exceedingly serene manner, devoid of any expression of pain. Yet, it is precisely this tranquility that instills a deeper sense of dread within the hearts of the two. In the stronghold, there remain at least 300 to 400 souls, yet they have silently surrendered their lives, perhaps including the innocent who have not allied themselves with Yang Ming. Amidst the oppressive stillness of the pitch-black night, the elder reminisces about the days of camaraderie shared with his brothers over cups of wine, and tears of sorrow cascade down his aged cheeks. However, he harbors no resentment towards Shuafan. On the contrary, he feels a tinge of gratitude. As the chieftain of Hafeng Mountain, he understands the necessity of swift and decisive action. Should news of their rescue escape, not only would the brothers on the mountain be in peril, but even those dispatched to Fenglin City would face total annihilation. Thus, even if Shuafan were not to take such measures, He would still beseech him to do so, at present. He need not utter a word to issue the order for the slaughter of his brethren. The mere fact that Zhuo has taken the initiative fills him with appreciation. Steward, thank you. The elder spoke laboriously. Lei Yuding was momentarily taken aback, yet Zhuo comprehended his words, maintaining an impassive demeanor, as calm as a still pond. Observing the composed figure before him, the elder felt both trepidation and admiration. You are a person of great ambition. Chapter 32. Visitors from headquarters 10 days later, Zhuo stealthily returned to the courtyard of Qinlong Pavilion with Lei Yuding. Their journey back and forth had consumed more than half a month. Yet, thankfully, Lei Yuding had, as instructed by Zhuo, managed to keep the bandits of Haifeng Mountain at bay. Otherwise, they might have already taken action. The prolonged silence of those bandits left the situation at Yuming Valley in a state of paralysis. Upon returning to the courtyard, with Long Kuei and Long Jia absent, Zhuo instructed the guards to arrange a room for the elder, then proceeded to seek out Luo Yunshang, a quarter of an hour later. Within a small chamber, a sudden cry from Xiao Chui pierced the air as the door swung open. With tears brimming in her eyes, Xiao Chui rushed to Lei Yuding's side. Miss, after wiping the traces of tears from her face. Lei Yuding playfully pinched her small nose and smiled. Silly girl, they haven't treated you poorly, have they? Shaking her petite head vigorously, Xiao Chui exclaimed excitedly, rest assured. Miss, aside from that wicked steward Zhuo, the others from the Luo family have been quite kind. Cough, cough, cough. Little girl, it's unwise to speak ill of others in front of them. Be careful or I shall deal with you. Zhuo chided as he entered alongside Luo Yunshang, with Peng Tongling and Luo Yunhai following closely behind. The trio chuckled at Xiao Chui's words, with Luo Yunhai adding, little girl, you're doomed. My brother Zhuo is quite fond of spanking. If you offend him, beware of losing your pants. At this, Xiao Chui gasped, hastily hiding behind Lei Yuding. Clutching her pants tightly, Zhuo rolled his eyes in exasperation. Did he truly appear as a fearsome figure in the eyes of these two little ones? Luo Yunshang shared a glance with Peng Tongling. Both bursting into laughter, their gazes warm and affectionate. Zhuo was a man of his own principles, and the first impression he left on others was often far from favorable, even exceedingly poor. Initially, both of them harbored no fondness for him. However, as they spent time together, they realized that Zhuo was indeed someone they could genuinely rely upon. Are you? Yunshang? Suddenly, an agitated voice broke the air, drawing everyone's attention to an elderly man behind Lei Yuding, his face alight with emotion as he gazed upon Luo Yunshang. He then turned his gaze to Luo Yunhai. And you must be Yunhai? By the heavens, both of Jinnan's children are safe and sound. Senior, may I inquire who you are? Luo Yunshang regarded the elder with curiosity. Upon Zhuo return, he had hastily brought her to meet this chieftain of Haifeng Mountain. Seeking to unravel the connection between Haifeng Mountain and the Luo family, and why both had drawn the attention of Yuming Valley, there had been no time to explain the circumstances along the way. Recognizing the situation, Zhuo promptly introduced, this gentleman is the chieftain of Haifeng Mountain, the very leader of those bandits who laid waste to Guiyun Manor. What? At this revelation, Luo Yunshang was taken aback. Her expression darkening as a fierce wave of killing intent surged forth for the first time across her serene countenance, her inner energy radiating uncontrollably. Alarmed, Lei Yuding quickly positioned herself in front of her foster father. Fearing that the young lady might strike him down, slowly extending a hand, the elder pulled Lei Yuding aside, his eyes glistening with tears as he forcibly turned his body, kneeling before Luo Yunshang with a thud. Closing his eyes gently, Yunshang, the troubles of the Luo family are all my fault. Please, take my life. Foster father, chieftain, both Lei Yuding and Xiao Chui cried out in unison, but the elder merely shook his head. Murmuring, this is my debt to the Luo family. None of you are permitted to intervene. Luo Yunshang was momentarily stunned, gazing at the frail elder, her pent-up fury dissipating entirely. Zhuo placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Speaking softly, this old man has long been ensnared by Yang Ming's schemes, rendered incapable of action or speech. He has only just begun to recover somewhat. The attack on the Luo family has little to do with him. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Luo Yunshang shot Zhuo a resentful glance, blaming him for nearly committing a grave mistake against an innocent. Zhuo stroked his chin, replying nonchalantly, this old man, with his failing eyesight, inadvertently invited disaster. leading to the Luo family's tragedy. Therefore, it is only natural that you seek revenge upon him. With a resigned roll of her eyes, Luo Yunsheng found Zhua Fan's reasoning difficult to accept. Although he did have a point, his attribution of blame felt overly tenuous. She was not one to misplace her anger. Moreover, from the elder's words, it seemed he shared some connection with her father. Thus, she hastily assisted him to his feet, saying, "Senior, you too are a victim. This cannot be laid at your feet. No. I shared an unbreakable bond of brotherhood with Zhan Nan, yet the Luo family perished because of me. I owe him a debt I cannot repay," the elder lamented, tears streaming down his face as his expression twisted in anguish. Upon hearing this, Luo Yunsheng was taken aback once more. Casting a glance at Luo Yunhai, who shook his head in confusion, she pressed urgently, "Senior, why have I never heard my father mention you?" Taking a deep breath to compose himself, the elder calmed his racing heart and replied softly, "The Luo family is renowned and prestigious, while I hail from a family of bandits. How could I have aspired to associate with you? However, after a single encounter with your father, we forged a brotherly bond. Fearing it might tarnish the Luo family's reputation, we maintained our friendship in secrecy. Furthermore, my family has a long-standing tradition of not engaging in hostilities with the Luo or Kai families." "Eh?" Suddenly, Luo Yunhai exclaimed, murmuring, "My father once told me that regardless of what happens, we must stand united with the Lei and Kai families. I know of the Kai family, but I was unaware that the Lei family was you." Luo Yunsheng was taken aback, glancing at Luo Yunhai. "Why has my father never mentioned this to me?" Hearing this, Luo Yunhai proudly lifted his chin and chuckled. "Father said this is a secret among men, not to be divulged to you womenfolk, nor to outsiders." Upon hearing this, Zhua Fan furrowed his brow, murmuring, "Could it be that the ancestral teachings of the Lei and Luo families are only passed down to the family heads? Indeed, this ancestral teaching has been passed down through generations of family heads. However, I have no sons to inherit it. Moreover, I have already forged a friendship with Zhan Nan. How could I harm the Luo family?" Reflecting on this, the elder felt a wave of shame wash over him at the thought that the Luo family had perished because of him. "Old man, does your Lei family possess any inherited martial arts?" Zhua Fan suddenly inquired. Nodding, the elder replied, "Our Lei family's low-tier spiritual martial art is the Thunder-fingered. As I have no sons, I passed it on to Tinger. Unfortunately, that jade slip containing the martial techniques was taken by that beast Yang Ming." With a clap of his hands, Zhua Fan seemed to have an epiphany. "That makes sense. They must be after this." He then hurriedly exited the room, instructing, "Stay here. I shall return shortly." Everyone was taken aback, exchanging puzzled glances, unsure of his next move. At the Fenglin City branch of Qinlong Pavilion, the tall gate remained unchanged, as did the two guards. Zhua Fan strode confidently inside, with no one daring to impede his passage. "Ninth brother," Zhua Fan called out as he walked, searching for Long Jiu. Spotting a closed door guarded by Long Kue and Long Jia, he surmised that Long Jiu must be within. Hastening forward, he called out, "Ninth brother." "Shu," Long Kue interjected urgently, annoyance flashing in her eyes. "Be quiet. Ninth uncle is not seeing guests today. You should leave." "Humph, I am not a guest. I have important matters to discuss with Long Jiu." "Step aside." Zhua Fan waved his hand, attempting to push through, but was promptly blocked by both Long Kue and Long Jia. "What important matters could you possibly have? Don't think for a moment that ninth uncle holds you in high regard. Don't overstep your boundaries. This is Qinlong Pavilion, and we won't tolerate your arrogance." Long Kue glared at Zhua Fan, her feet firmly planted as if rooted to the ground. "Brother Zhua, ninth uncle will definitely not meet with you today. You should leave," Long Jia insisted firmly. Realizing that forcing his way through would be futile, Zhua Fan chuckled lightly. "Little girl, do you know where I have been these past few days?" "Humph, where could you men possibly go? Last time you brought back two. This time you must be sleeping soundly in some soft embrace." Long Kue rolled her eyes, scoffing. With a wry smile, Zhua Fan shook his head in resignation. "I wish I could. But I am not as leisurely as Miss Long to speak frankly. I have been investigating the movements of Yuming Valley. Soon, they will launch a surprise attack on Qinlong Pavilion. So do not say I didn't warn you." "Humph, boasting. The movements of those from the underworld valley can only be known to you if cows can fly to the heavens." Long Kue curled her lips and chuckled disdainfully. With a helpless shake of her head, Fan pretended to turn away, yet before departing, he raised his voice. Please relay to Uncle Ju that I am taking the Luo family out to hide, lest we be implicated after you all are annihilated by the underworld valley. With that, Fan strode back. Long Kue, upon hearing this, felt an urge to curse. Have we not treated you well? How can you betray us like this, even cursing us before you leave? However, before she could voice her anger, the creaking of the door echoed as the heavy door slowly opened, revealing the aged voice of Long Jiao. Please, Brother Zhua, come in. Long Kue and Long Jia were momentarily taken aback and quickly bowed in respect. Yes. However, before they could rise, Fan had already dashed past them. No need to invite me. I shall enter on my own. Hee. Observing Fan's smug demeanor, Long Kue pouted in irritation. What is so special about this guy? Is he just a 5th-level formation master? Uncle Jiao actually holds him in such high regard. With a bitter smile, Long Jia closed the door once more, glancing helplessly at Long Kue. This was a classic case of sour grapes. If you, Miss Long, were to become a 5th-level formation master, Uncle Jiao would not only value you but might even elevate you to the skies. Meanwhile, oblivious to Long Kue's deepening dissatisfaction, Fan proceeded into the vast room. It was immense, with even the long corridor taking 5 or 6 minutes to traverse. Upon reaching the light, he found Long Ju seated in a grand chair, smiling warmly at him. Behind him were 2 identical chairs, turned away, revealing only their tall backs from Fan's perspective. Hee. Brother Zhua, what brings you to seek me today? As Fan approached Long Jiao, he spoke with a smile, which quickly darkened into a somber expression. However, I must remind you, if you speak of trivial matters today, I shall not let it slide. Touching his nose, Fan chuckled noncommittally. The experts from the Underworld Valley have arrived and are about to launch a surprise attack here. Is that a trivial matter or not? If true, it is undoubtedly significant. However, before Long Jiao could respond, a voice more aged and weathered than his suddenly emerged from the chairs behind him. The 2 chairs slowly turned, revealing 2 elders with a presence more formidable than Long Jia's, their aura pressing down on Fan, causing him to stagger back several steps, breathless. A cold sweat trickled down his astonished face. Chapter 33. All sides in motion creak, creak, creak. The 2 chairs turned slowly with a jarring sound. Once fully turned, each chair bore an elder. One had hair like spun gold, bulging eyes, and a skeletal hand that cracked with each movement of its fingers. His eyes occasionally sparkled with golden light, piercing like swords into the heart of anyone who met his gaze. The other elder had hair as red as flames, a ruddy complexion, and a breath that seemed both deep and far-reaching. Each exhalation distorted the air before him, as if flames were igniting within him, radiating an intense heat. With just a glance, Fan recognized that their strength far surpassed Long Jia's. One had mastered the diamond body, while the other was a consummate practitioner of fire-based techniques. Even if he could not discern their exact power, he surmised they were not far from the divine illumination realm and the realm of mortals. Anyone who could attain the divine illumination was among the continent's elite. Truly, the hidden dragon pavilion harbored such formidable strength. Fan silently praised. Casting a casual glance at Fan, the golden-haired elder spoke. You are the young prodigy that old Ju speaks so highly of. Fan? Indeed, Fan replied respectfully. I hear you are a 5th-level formation master? Inquired the golden-haired elder again. Nodding, Fan, cautious not to overstep given his unfamiliarity with the 2 elders, replied, I have some knowledge of 5th-level formations, but I fear they may not meet the esteemed eyes of the 2 seniors. A 5th-level formation master is still worthy of reverence even in our hidden dragon pavilion. As for us too, we are merely elders. If you were to join us, we would still treat you with great respect. The golden-haired elder chuckled, his demeanor warm and unyielding, quite unlike his stern appearance. At that moment, the red-haired elder interjected gruffly. Hey, kid, old Ju mentioned you are quite arrogant, even boasting that an insignificant family would catch up to the 7 great families within 10 years. Having just met you, calling him old Ju so casually is indeed bold. Others would not dare. Yet, upon seeing us too, why do you suddenly appear timid? With a faint smile, Fan responded nonchalantly. I have crossed paths with old Ju many times and understand his boundaries. However, this is my first meeting with you both. Hearing this, the 2 elders exchanged glances, surprise flickering in their eyes. Long Zhi's face twitched in irritation. You little rascal, so you only act proud when you know someone? I thought you were arrogant towards everyone, but it seems you shrink before the formidable. Not at all then why pride towards old Zhi stems from considering him my kindred spirit. He, being broad-minded, would not hold it against me. If I were to encounter someone narrow-minded, would it not be foolish to be arrogant with them? Zhuo Fan shook his head with a smile. At that point, it would not be arrogance but rather sheer folly. Upon hearing these words, the three exchanged knowing glances, sharing a collective smile. The golden-haired elder and the red-haired elder nodded in appreciation. This young man, indeed, as old Zhio had said, was perceptive, flattering without a hint of insincerity. Even if old Zhio still harbored some annoyance as an elder, he could not bear to hold a grudge against a junior. This lad, I like him. Ha ha ha. The red-haired elder laughed heartily, while the golden-haired elder nodded, looking at Zhuo Fan with a gentle smile. Were it not for the fact that you have no intention of joining our hidden dragon pavilion, I would have insisted on taking you as my disciple. He. With a smile and a respectful bow, Zhuo Fan inwardly scoffed, as the fallen demon emperor. It was unthinkable for him to prostrate himself before someone who had yet to reach the divine illumination realm. Quite the opposite. If you face any difficulties in cultivation, I could offer you some guidance instead. By the way, you mentioned that the Underworld Valley's people are here. Is that true? After their light-hearted banter, the golden-haired elder, unaware of Zhuo Fan's thoughts, turned serious and looked at him intently, entering into the crux of the matter. Long Zhio also turned to him, his single eye twitching. Nodding slightly, Zhuo Fan affirmed, over half a month ago, I sensed that besides Elder Jian, the Sun family had two formidable presences join them. However, I have been busy with matters these past few days and have not had the chance to monitor the Sun family. I am not sure if they have sent anyone else. The more, the merrier. If they come, I shall slay one. If two come, I shall slay both. Long Zhio slammed his palm down on the table, his single eye now bloodshot. Old Zhio, do not act impulsively. The golden-haired elder frowned and cautioned, then turned to Zhuo Fan. Young brother, how do you know this? Every creature has its way, and I have my own methods which I cannot conveniently disclose to others. Zhuo Fan replied, shaking his head with a smile. The golden-haired elder remained skeptical, but Long Zhio firmly nodded. Third brother, Zhuo brother's intelligence is indeed credible. Earlier, that rascal Jian Fan came to Fenglin City, and our hidden dragon pavilion's intelligence network was oblivious. It was Zhuo brother who informed me. I later verified it personally. Oh? The golden-haired elder raised an eyebrow, exchanging astonished glances with the red-haired elder, both looking at Zhuo Fan with newfound respect. Young brother, you have truly surprised us. May I ask who your master is? The sovereign of the Nine Hells, Zhuo Fan blurted out. The three elders were momentarily taken aback. The title sovereign of the Nine Hells was indeed imposing, but did such a figure truly exist in the continent? Zhuo Fan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. If people from the Holy Domain heard this name, they might associate it with the Nine Hells demon emperor, but in the realm of mortals, no one was aware of it. After all, the people here were still far from the level of recognizing the names of the ancient 10 emperors. Ah, your master must be an extraordinary recluse. Otherwise, how could he cultivate a young 5th-level formation master like you? The golden-haired elder observed, noting Zhuo Fan's reluctance to disclose more and refraining from pressing further. By the way, old Zhio, do you have any recovery pills on hand? At that moment, Zhuo Fan suddenly turned to Long Zhio. Nodding, Long Zhio produced a porcelain vial and handed it over. Has someone from the Luo family been injured? Recovery pills are third-grade elixirs, not overly rare but certainly not cheap, costing at least tens of thousands of spirit stones each. However, since Zhuo Fan requested it, Long Zhio naturally handed it over without hesitation. Setting aside their increasingly close relationship, considering the million debt between them, giving a pill was hardly significant. Accepting the pill, Zhuo Fan offered a fist salute to the three elders. Thank you, Uncle Zhio and esteemed seniors. I shall take my leave now. Hey, you little rascal, so this was your true intention? Long Zhio exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before scolding. This is but a trivial matter. You interrupted our meeting, and I shall not let you off easily. Zhuo Fan chuckled, waving his hand. Allow me to share another piece of intelligence. The Underworld Valley is likely to make a move in the next few days. Tighten your defenses. After finishing his words, Zhuo Fan laughed heartily and strode toward the door. Long Kuei and Long Jia watched him emerge with an air of triumph, bewildered and only aware that their conversation had been amiable at the same time. Their hearts felt increasingly sour. Such elder meetings were beyond their qualifications. Yet this young man had boldly joined the three elders in discussions. This thought left both of them, particularly Lonkue, feeling quite unsettled. The golden-haired elder stroked his beard, observing Zhuofan's figure gradually fading away, his eyes sparkling with insight. Old 9, old 5, this youth appears clever and astute, yet every word he speaks reveals a profound understanding of human nature. He is shrewd and calculating. Despite his youth, he possesses extraordinary skills, and I wonder which esteemed master he is a disciple of in the future. Our Qianlong Pavilion must strive to cultivate a good relationship with him. The two nodded deeply in agreement. Meanwhile, upon exiting the Qianlong Pavilion, Zhuofan made his way directly to the small courtyard. Along the way, he distinctly sensed several suspicious figures loitering outside the courtyard. He was acutely aware that a great battle was imminent and time was of the essence. Thus he quickened his pace. Soon, he returned to the presence of Luo Yunshang and the others. At this moment, Luo Yunshang had already gleaned the entire situation from the elder's account in an instant. Both sides felt a shared sense of sympathy for one another, lamenting their misfortunes together. The tragic circumstances they both faced and their common enemy forged a solid alliance between the two families. Observing this, Zhuofan felt considerably reassured and tossed a bottle of restorative elixir to the leader of Haifeng Mountain. Take this. I hope it will help you regain your strength swiftly. What is this? Lei Yuding inquired. Restorative elixir? What? Lei Yuding exclaimed, her face filled with astonishment as she gazed at the bottle. She was well aware that restorative elixirs were third-grade pills, each worth over 100,000 spirit stones. Even if they plundered for an entire year, it would be difficult for them at Haifeng Mountain to amass several thousand spirit stones. Yet, such a precious elixir was casually tossed aside by the Luo family. Did the Luo family possess such wealth? Seemingly sensing her thoughts, Luo Yunshang patted her hand and smiled. Sister Yuding, rest assured, Qianlong Pavilion owes us 10 million. One third-grade elixir is merely interest. Upon hearing this, Lei Yuding was left utterly astounded, her jaw nearly dropping. 10 million? Qianlong Pavilion owed them so much. No wonder they were compelled to protect them without charge. Wait, did Guiyun Manor really have such wealth? The more they plundered, the wealthier they became? Only Zhuofan, observing Luo Yunshang's beaming smile, could not help but roll his eyes in exasperation. Women, he mused, are all the same. They never forget to compare their fortunes. No matter where they are at the same time, within a dark chamber of the Sun family, for individual Saturday among them was the 8th elder of the Yuming Valley, the bald eagle Jian Fan. The other three were cloaked in black, their appearances obscured, yet they emanated a powerful and sinister aura. Before them stood a young man, his handsome face perpetually adorned with a faint, wicked smile. Yang Ming. You've done well hiding within Haifeng Mountain for over a decade, Yu Ming, Jian Elder began. But didn't you assign a young girl to handle this recent operation? A temporary mishap occurred, but it poses no issue. Yu Ming replied confidently with a dismissive smile. Suddenly, a streak of blue light flashed across Yu Ming's face, leaving a crimson mark. Blood trickled down the cut, and Yu Ming was taken aback, staring in horror at Jian Elder, who had unexpectedly struck him. Fixedly locking eyes with him, Jian Elder coldly stated, "This Dark Moon plan has been in the making for over a decade. Should your arrogance lead to its failure, I will ensure that your suffering is beyond comprehension." Yes, Yu Ming bowed deeply, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Depart, Jian Elder waved his hand dismissively. Action will commence in 3 days. Yu Ming bowed once more and prepared to leave. But as he reached the door, Jian Elder's chilling voice echoed in his ear. The Luo family must not be allowed to escape a single soul, especially Zhuofan. Yu Ming enunciated each word carefully. Nodding, Jian Elder's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Though it was Qianlong Pavilion that utilized him to kill Yu Quan, his hands are still stained with your junior's blood. Anyone who has blood on their hands from my Yuming Valley shall not live to see another day. Understood? Yu Ming gritted his teeth, revealing a bloodthirsty grin. Chapter 34. The coming battle within the small courtyard. Zhuofan sat quietly on the edge of his bed, exhaling a breath of turbid air before opening his eyes. He was merely a step away from breaking through once more and advancing to the 5th level of Qi gathering. Regrettably, his internal energy remained stagnant at the pinnacle of the 4th level, unable to progress further. Had he known, he should have taken some time at Hafing Mountain to absorb more people's energy. However, at that time, in a bid to save time, he had prioritized letting Blood Infant kill, wasting a great deal of cultivation materials. Now, with battle on the horizon, he could hardly afford to send Blood Infant out. If he were to encounter Jian Elder's group, and they were to eliminate his Blood Infant, he would have no time to weep over it. With a helpless shake of his head, Shuofan murmured, "Just endure a little longer." The battle should commence soon. However, just as he spoke, a terrifying aura suddenly surged toward them. Startled, Shuofan hurriedly rushed outside and leaped onto the roof. He saw that someone was already hovering in the air. Gazing intently in the direction of the incoming aura, it was Long Jiu that moment. He too was observing the source of the menacing energy, his single eye narrowing as intense killing intent radiated from him. Even from 100 steps away, Shuofan could not help but shiver. Indeed, they were all experts of the heavenly profound realm. Although Shuofan could not discern Long Jiu's strength, he suspected it was above the heavenly profound level. Now, witnessing him suspended in the air only solidified that assumption. As for the two newly arrived elders, they were undoubtedly experts of the heavenly profound realm as well. Realizing this, Shuofan scanned the surroundings but did not see the two elders appear. He immediately surmised their intentions. They must have laid an ambush, ensuring that Jian Fan could not escape. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Shuofan's lips curled into a wicked smile. The arrangements made by these three elders clearly indicated that Qianlong Pavilion had resolved to fight to the death against Yuming Valley. Regardless of the consequences die in this way, there would be no room left for reconciliation, and the Luo family would truly be safe. What is happening, Shuofan? At this moment, Luo Yunsheng and Lei Yuding arrived in the courtyard. Only the elder absent. Shuofan knew he was still refining the medicinal properties and had yet to recover his strength. They were indeed lacking a true powerhouse on their side. Thus, he hurriedly called out, "What are you all doing out here? Get back inside." Their meager abilities would be no match for a heavenly profound realm expert who could easily crush them with a single finger. Shuofan could rely on the Nine Heavens Dragon Array to hold his ground. But seeing the grave expression on his face, Luo Yunsheng understood the severity of the situation. She quickly picked up her younger brother and led everyone back indoors. Before leaving, she cast a concerned glance at Shuofan. "Shuofan? You must be careful." Shuofan said nothing, merely nodding slightly before turning his gaze back to the void. Suddenly, a cacophony of sinister laughter echoed in everyone's ears as a dark cloud slowly drifted above Qianlong Pavilion. Accompanied by the laughter, an old man in black robes emerged from the cloud, his sparse hair billowing in the wind, his sinister gaze fixated on Long Jiu, though his cold eyes occasionally darted towards the small courtyard. "Bald Eagle Jian Fan, you are quite bold to dare to stir trouble in my territory." Upon seeing Jian Elder, Long Jiu's single eye turned blood red. The deep-seated hatred he bore made each word he uttered laced with intense murderous intent. With a slight smirk, Jian Fan laughed heartily. "Long Jiu, your Qianlong Pavilion has slain our Yuming Valley disciple Yuquan. Are you saying I am not permitted to seek justice? Justice? Do you Yuming Valley even understand the meaning of the word?" Long Jiu's breathing grew increasingly rapid, as if recalling some deep-seated grievance. He bellowed, "Who was it that lured me to Luoyes City? Who set the trap that resulted in the destruction of my Purple Thunder Golden Eye by 3 against 1? Purple Thunder Golden Eye?" At this revelation, Shuofan was taken aback, astonished that someone at the mortal level could cultivate such a divine ability. Legend had it that the Purple Thunder Golden Eye belonged to one of the top 3 emperors among the ancient 10 emperors. The heavenly emperor emitted golden light, harboring the power to annihilate the heavens. Even a holy level expert would have their soul extinguished by a mere glance. It was exceedingly difficult for even an imperial level expert to endure 10 exchanges of eye contact with him. Yet, he never anticipated that the cultivation method for such a divine ability would be encountered in a mortal level practitioner. He could only wonder how many layers he had achieved. If it were at the 6th layer, it would indeed be a grave loss. Even for the demon emperor, it would pale in comparison to the deep-rooted vengeance of a father slain or a wife abducted. Ha ha ha! Jian Fan, upon hearing his words, exhibited no shame, instead bursting into triumphant laughter. "That was your folly. Who can you blame? Back then, you were among the top experts in Qianlong Pavilion thanks to your Purple Thunder Golden Eye. Now that you have lost your support, You have likely fallen to the bottom ranks, as one of the 9 elders. You are reduced to guarding this remote dwindling city. How laughable, Jian Fan. Long Zhou gritted his teeth, his aura swelling, and it appeared as though blood was truly flowing from his single eye. The grudge of losing my sight shall not be overlooked. I will not allow you to live. As his words fell, Long Zhou charged forward, his palm enveloped by what resembled a golden dragon, striking fiercely, spirit-level intermediate martial technique. Rising dragon claw, roar. The roar of the dragon reverberated through the heavens and the earth. As the golden dragon in Long Zhou's grasp appeared to come to life, suddenly bursting forth. With its claws bared and fangs exposed, it seemed poised to rend its adversary to shreds. A cold, disdainful smile graced Jian Fan's lips as he cast a contemptuous glance, then waved his hand nonchalantly. In that instant, a surging tide of black mist poured forth from his robe sleeves, transforming into ebony chains that swiftly ensnared the golden dragon. With a mere squeeze of his palm, the dragon let out a mournful cry before shattering into fragments. 5th level of the spirit tier, the Ing chains, Jian Fan scoffed. Long Zhou, once you were a dragon with the purple lightning golden eyes. Now you are but a worm. The title of Divine Eye Long Zhou is no more. Yet, before he could finish his taunt, a hand suddenly appeared before him, seizing his wrist, the hidden dragon claw. As if caught in an iron vice, Jian Fan found himself unable to break free, yet he remained unfazed, instead chuckling coldly. Humph, spirit tier martial techniques cannot harm me. What more can this mundane tier technique do? He. This is not your death warrant. Rather, a wicked grin curved his lips as Long Zhou forcefully hurled Jian Fan towards the ground. At the same time, the golden-haired elder and the red-haired elder emerged from the shadows, hurtling towards Jian Fan's descending trajectory. This is bad. Jian Fan's pupils constricted in alarm. It dawned on him that Long Zhou's hidden dragon claw was not intended to injure him, but to encircle him among the 3. Leaving him no avenue of escape. It seemed Long Zhou was resolute in his intent to kill him. However, with this thought, a sinister smile crept across Jian Fan's face. Strike! With a commanding shout, 2 figures clad in black robes surged forth from the dark clouds, launching themselves at Long Zhou. This time, it was Long Zhou and the golden-haired elder who were taken aback, realizing that the Ing Valley had laid an ambush as well. However, thanks to Zhou Fan's intel, they were already aware that the Ing Valley had dispatched reinforcements and had prepared accordingly. Old Zhou, hold firm! The golden-haired elder bellowed, his speed unwavering as he charged directly at Jian Fan. With the red-haired elder close behind, seemingly indifferent to Long Zhou's peril, Long Zhou grinned widely, a flash of golden light illuminating his hand as a sword resembling a dragon's head materialized before him. Cleaving towards the 2 black-robed figures, as long as I can kill Jian Fan, it will be worth my life. A 3rd-grade spirit weapon, the Ing sword. The 2 men halted in shock upon the sword's appearance. Daring not to advance further, they swiftly evaded the sword's strike. Whoosh! A beam of golden light grazed past the 2 black-robed figures, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The sky itself seemed to split in 2 under the brilliance of the golden light, only to rejoin after a span of 10 breaths. The sharpness of this spirit weapon could even slice through the air. The 2 black-robed figures exchanged fearful glances, retreating a good 10 steps to distance themselves from Long Zhou. They had never anticipated that the hidden dragon pavilion would lend such a treasure for his use. Excellent! The golden-haired elder cheered, witnessing Long Zhou's desperate strike that had repelled the 2 Ing Valley masters. Radiating golden light, he surged forward, emanating a fierce aura, heading straight for Jian Fan. With the absence of those 2 aides, Jian Fan was now like a fish on a chopping board, unable to flee. Old Zhou, watch closely. See how 3rd brother slaughters him. The golden-haired elder laughed heartily, suddenly swinging his arms. Although he employed no martial technique, the air crackled with a piercing hum wherever his arms passed. As if to tear the very fabric of the skies, Jian Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, cold sweat beading on his forehead, as he sensed the ominous approach of death. Boom! Just as the golden-haired elder was about to claim Jian Fan's head, a flash of purple light erupted, followed by a thunderous explosion. The golden-haired elder, who had been charging forward, was inexplicably hurled backward, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. The red-haired elder gasped in shock and hurried to the golden-haired elder's side. Yet, The golden-haired elder paid no mind to his injuries, his expression grave as he gazed at the billowing dust ahead, eye in the air. Long Jiu also wore an astonished expression, staring in disbelief. Before long, a gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the dust to reveal the panting Jian Fan, who bore no trace of fear, only a wild and arrogant grin. What a close call. I never expected that the Hidden Dragon Pavilion would send Elder 3 and Elder 5 to assist this old fool. The tumultuous Dragon S-Cut and the fiery Dragon of Earth. I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Today, seeing you in person, you truly live up to the tales. With his eyes squinted slightly, the golden-haired elder and the red-haired elder focused intently ahead, yet their gazes did not rest upon Jian Fan, but rather on the creature perched upon his shoulder, the devouring ghost crow. Zhuo Fan was taken aback. His brows knitting tightly, he had not anticipated that the magical creature Jian Fan had refined was the devouring ghost crow. While the devouring ghost crow itself possessed no formidable talents, it could consume all things, assimilating their attributes into its own. Thus, the strength of the devouring ghost crow was entirely contingent upon its master. However, it was evident that this particular crow was of a notably powerful breed. Zhuo Fan's brow twitched as he gazed at one of the crow's eyes. Unlike its other pitch-black eye, this one gleamed with a faint purple light, accompanied by a subtle rumble of thunder. The triple heavens, the purple lightning golden eye, Zhuo Fan murmured. Chapter 35. The purple lightning golden eye that is .my purple lightning golden eye? Long Jiu stared in disbelief at the familiar sight within the dark eye sockets of the crow, utterly stunned. Once, he had wielded this divine eye to traverse the world, earning the title of Divine Eye Long Jiu. Yet now, this very divine eye had become a weapon in another's hands, turned against him. This is impossible. Long Jiu shook his head vehemently, unable to accept this reality. Jian Fan, however, let out a triumphant laugh. Long Jiu, did you ever imagine that your world-renowned purple lightning golden eye now resides within my refined magical creature? Today, if you wish to kill me, you must first pass through your own divine eye. As his words fell, Jian Fan immediately formed a hand seal. In an instant, the crow seemed to receive a command. Flapping its wings before soaring into the sky, with its purple eye gleaming, it unleashed a resounding blast as a beam of purple light shot towards Long Jiu. Old Jiu, be careful, the golden-haired elder shouted urgently. But Long Jiu appeared momentarily dazed. Only when the purple lightning was upon him did he react, hastily raising the AOLing sword in defense. Boom! A colossal sound erupted in the air, akin to a stampede of horses. Long Jiu was sent careening backward amidst the dazzling purple light, unable to suppress a spurt of blood. Witnessing this scene, the golden-haired elder and the red-haired elder rushed toward Jian Fan in alarm. They understood that the crow was under Jian Fan's control. If they could eliminate Jian Fan, the crow would be left without a master. However, Jian Fan was not oblivious to this intention. A cold smile graced his lips as he once again performed a hand gesture. Boom! Two more thunderous blasts echoed as two beams of purple light surged towards the golden-haired elder and the red-haired elder. The two managed to fend them off, yet were still sent flying, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. Zhuo Fan, witnessing this, was filled with astonishment. The purple lightning golden eye was indeed tyrannical. Just at the triple heavens realm, it forced three masters of the Tianqian realm into a position of utter helplessness. If this continued, the Hidden Dragon Pavilion would surely face defeat, and their Luo family would likewise meet a grim fate. No, I cannot allow this to happen. With narrowed eyes, Zhuo Fan gritted his teeth, curling his fingers, as a stream of red light began to drift from his body, soaring directly towards Jian Fan. This course of action posed a significant risk. Should his lifeblood be discovered, a single bolt of purple lightning could instantly obliterate it, resulting in his own demise. Yet, if he did not take this risk, the three elders would be defeated, and the Luo family would still face annihilation. A gamble. Zhuo Fan steeled his resolve, guiding his lifeblood stealthily closer to Jian Fan. At this moment, all of Jian Fan's attention was consumed by the three elders of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, leaving him utterly oblivious to the impending danger. Ha ha ha, this purple lightning golden eye truly is a remarkable treasure. Even with the three of you combined, I fear you not. The crow returned to perch upon Jian Fan's shoulder as he regarded the three with an arrogant laugh. The other two quickly joined him, their faces alight with sinister smiles. Seeing this, Long Jiao and his companions felt their expressions darken. It was unprecedented for three esteemed elders of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion to be so thoroughly underestimated. Should they fail to secure victory today, the reputation of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion would be irrevocably tarnished. A mere magical creature, coupled with a purloined purple lightning golden eye, could not possibly hope to triumph over the three of them. Vulture, you are overly presumptuous. The golden-haired elder exhaled deeply, his eyes shimmering with golden light, exuding an unabashed aura of murderous intent, clearly enraged. Old Jiao, Old Five, do not interfere. I shall personally claim the heads of all three of them. A chill ran down the red-haired elder's spine as he regarded the golden-haired elder's resolute gaze, slowly nodding in agreement. Long Jiao, too, nodded slightly, and the two distanced themselves from him, as fellow elders of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. They understood the true might of the golden-haired elder. The tumultuous dragon-s cut. When provoked, it would cleave the heavens and shatter the earth. Even when Long Jiao had wielded the divine eye, he had known two others within the pavilion he could never hope to defeat. The first two are the Grand Elder and the Second Elder, while the other half is the enraged Third Elder. With a swift motion, a dazzling golden light erupted from the golden-haired elder's entire being, accompanied by a piercing crackling sound. Gradually, his body became enveloped in a dense layer of golden film, resembling a suit of golden armor. With every subtle movement of his fingers, metallic clinks resonated. A change flickered across Jian Fan's expression. He seemed to realize that this elder had undergone a transformation that could pose a threat to his life, causing his demeanor to grow increasingly grave. Today, I shall let you witness how I earned the fearsome title of the Golden Serpent Scissors, the elder declared, clenching his fists with fierce determination. Now fully aglow with golden light, he fixed his cold gaze upon Jian Fan and charged toward him with a decisive step. Simultaneously, his hands crossed, striking forward like a pair of scissors. With a thunderous roar, a clear dragon's cry reverberated through the night sky. And within the inky darkness, Jian Fan and his two companions could discern the emergence of a colossal dragon's head as a phantom surrounding the elder. At this moment, the gigantic dragon opened its maw wide, preparing to devour all three of them as the elder's palms collided with forced, spirit-grade advanced martial skill. Dragon-devouring claw. Startled, Jian Fan quickly formed hand seals, urging the ghost crow to unleash the purple thunder golden eye. A resounding boom echoed as a beam of purple light shot forth. However, this time, upon striking the golden dragon's head, it merely ricocheted away with a sharp sound. The dragon head continued its relentless approach. Undeterred by the previous attack, Jian Fan was taken aback. He never anticipated the elder's prowess was so formidable that even the purple thunder golden eye could not prevail. Nevertheless, he noticed that the golden radiance enveloping the dragon's head had dimmed significantly. Nether chains, Jian Fan bellowed, and the three of them simultaneously gestured with their hands. Dozens of black iron chains erupted from their palms, resembling a dark cloud that enveloped the dragon's head entirely. As the chains tightened, the dragon's head was completely bound, yet it stubbornly remained, refusing to disappear. Truly worthy of being the third elder of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Our combined efforts can merely match your strength. Jian Fan grunted, gripping the black chains tightly, his eyes fixed on the elder, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The two beside him mirrored his tension. The third elder gritted his teeth, a disdainful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Were it not for the assist of the purple thunder golden eye, do you truly believe you three would be worthy of battling me? You speak the truth. We still possess the purple thunder golden eye. Seemingly spurred by the third elder's taunt, Jian Fan grinned, his hands weaving hand seals upon the iron chains. In an instant, the ghost crow let out a shriek, its golden eye igniting with purple radiance once more. Upon witnessing this, a bead of cold sweat trickled down the third elder's forehead. At that moment, locked in a stalemate with the three, he knew that should he fall victim to the purple lightning, even if he survived, he would be gravely injured. Third brother, Dragon 9 and the red-haired elder were equally startled, attempting to rush forward, but it was too late, as the third elder appeared on the brink of demise beneath the purple lightning. Jian Fan wore a triumphant smile. However, at that very moment, a figure, 100 paces away, revealed a sinister grin. In the midst of chaos, I shall claim your life in this decisive battle. I cannot allow the Hidden Dragon Pavilion to lose. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Zhuo Fan's eyes as he formed hand seals. In an instant, the blood infant, lying in ambush nearby, surged towards Jian Fan. Now, Jian Fan and his companions were wholly focused on the third elder. Completely oblivious to the impending threat from behind. He. The third elder of the hidden dragon pavilion. Meet your end. Jian Fan laughed maniacally, the ghost crow's eyes already emanating purple light. Suddenly, a surge of red light struck him, causing Jian Fan to feel a sudden halt in his breath, and the black chains in his grasp inexplicably vanished without a trace. Jian Elder, what are you doing? The two companions exclaimed in alarm. Turning to him with concern, Jian Fan realized something had invaded his body, attempting to expel it, but it was far too late. The third elder, seizing the opportunity, would not let it slip by, with a flash of brilliance in his eyes. He unleashed his strength. Roar. Another resounding dragon's roar shook the heavens as the colossal dragon's head broke free from the black chain's constraints, lunging forward with ferocity. The two companions, sensing the overwhelming force, hurriedly retreated. But Jian Fan was ensnared by the blood infant's control over his bloodline, leaving him momentarily immobilized. In that fleeting instant, with a swift motion, an arm was severed with a sickening sound. The third elder caught the severed limb. Standing triumphantly in the air, gazing down at Jian Fan and his two companions, who now bore the mark of loss, and offered a chilling smile. Cursed be it, even the hidden dragon pavilion resorts to crafting demonic creatures for ambush. Jian Fan gritted his teeth, his heart filled with rage and sorrow. A master of the demonic path, he found himself ambushed by such means today. Should word spread, how could he face the world as a practitioner of the demonic arts? Most critically, the orchestrator of this ambush was none other than a righteous individual. We must retreat. Clenching his jaw, Jian Fan recognized that he had fallen to the disadvantage. Continuing the fight would yield no benefit. Thus, he decisively led his two companions to flee. However, Dragon 9 would not permit his foes to escape so easily. Pursue them. Understanding Dragon 9's feelings, the third elder bellowed, leading his two companions in pursuit. The blood infant returned to Zhuo Fan's body, and no one suspected his involvement. Zhuo Fan chuckled softly, thinking that this animosity would now be recorded as a debt owed by the hidden dragon pavilion to the Netherworld Valley. For their grievances were not few. Adding one more would not matter. However, the purple thunder golden eye remained a point of concern. I must find a way to obtain the cultivation methods. Zhuo Fan stroked his chin, his eyes darting around. In this world, few things could capture the interest of the demon monarch, but the heavenly emperor's purple thunder golden eye was undoubtedly one of them. Kill. Just then, a contingent clad in black suddenly appeared, charging towards the hidden dragon pavilion's branch. Leading the charge were dozens of experts at the bone refinement stage. However, it appeared the hidden dragon pavilion was already prepared for such an assault. As Long Jie soon emerged with his men to counter the attack, in no time. Both sides clashed in battle, and from within the small courtyard emerged another group led by Long Kuei. The previous experts at the celestial profound stage had been lying in wait, ready to ambush. Clearly, they had set a trap, intending to annihilate their foes once the Netherworld Valley forces were fully drawn in. The assailants from the Netherworld Valley seemed caught off guard by the ambush and, sensing danger, promptly retreated. Long Kuei and Long Jie pursued them without hesitation. In an instant, all combatants vanished, leaving only the Luo family within the courtyard. Is this a case of drawing the tiger away from its mountain? Having long been aware of the Netherworld Valley's plans, Zhuo Fan merely scratched his nose, unfazed. He too was waiting, anticipating the arrival of the true protagonists. Moments later, Yang Ming, leading the Black Wind Mountain Bandits, came into view. A smirk crept across Zhuo Fan's face as he shook his head, amused. The Netherworld Valley has gone to such lengths only to ensure the Luo family meets its end at the hands of the Lei family. How perplexing. Chapter 36. One man holds the gate with a deafening crash. The door to the small courtyard was kicked open, and Yang Ming, along with the Black Wind Mountain Bandits, stormed in with great fervor. Retrieve the returning dragon palm. Leave no one from the Luo family alive. Yang Ming commanded, gesturing for his men to advance. With a gust of wind brushing against him, Zhuo Fan descended gracefully from the rooftop. Blocking their path, gentlemen, this road leads nowhere. You would be wise to turn back lest you lose your lives for no reason. The sudden appearance of Zhuo Fan caused the Black Wind Mountain Bandits to pause. Momentarily taken aback, Yang Ming stepped forward, regarding Zhuo Fan with a cold gaze, a wicked grin twisting his lips. "Are you from the Luo family?" Zhuo Fan nodded, speaking calmly. "I am Zhuo Fan, the steward of the Luo family." "You are Zhuo Fan?" Yang Ming exclaimed, surprise flickering across his face, quickly replaced by a manic grin. "I never expected you to come to me so readily, as I had not yet sought you out." "Men, seize his head. This young master will reward you handsomely." "Yes." With Yang Ming's command, several bandits responded loudly, charging toward Zhuo Fan like cannonballs. Casting a sidelong glance at one of them, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but smirk internally. How bold, to step forward when your strength is merely at the Qi gathering second level. With a swift motion, Zhuo Fan struck like lightning, grasping the bandit by the throat just as he approached. Channeling the heavenly demon transformation technique, dark energy surged forth in an instant. Within the terrified gazes of onlookers, the bandit was reduced to nothing but smoke and ash, leaving no trace behind. A chill ran down Yang Ming's spine as he felt a surge of terror. Even during his time in the Netherworld Valley, surrounded by masters of the demonic arts, he had never encountered such a terrifying method of killing. The other bandits recoiled in fear, retreating in disarray. That is an advanced demonic technique. Yang Ming's eyes flickered as he regarded Zhuo Fan with newfound gravity. "Who exactly are you? The Luo family could not possibly harbor someone of your caliber." With a mocking smile, Zhuo Fan feigned an old man's voice, stroking his non-existent beard. "Young brother, I am merely an old trickster from the rivers and lakes. Though you not remember? Is it truly you?" Realization dawned on Yang Ming as he recalled Zhuo Fan, the second-tier alchemist brought to the mountain by Lei Yuting. However, if he was here, then a flash of murderous intent flickered in Yang Ming's eyes as he coldly inquired, "Where are the other two?" Zhuo Fan was aware of whom he was speaking about. He shook his head and laughed, saying, "Are you an imbecile? Since I have arrived here, it is only natural that those two individuals have accompanied me." Upon hearing this, Yang Ming's heart tightened involuntarily. If that old man and Lei Yuting were to appear, the bandits behind him would undoubtedly spiral out of control. He regretted not having killed the two of them immediately. Yang Ming squinted his eyes, releasing a surge of energy. His prowess at the bone-forging stage compelled the mountain bandits behind him to retreat 3 meters in haste. Observing this scenario, Zhuo Fan remained unperturbed. Shaking his head with a smile, "You won't dare to make a move, for you have yet to see Xiao Chui. Your ability to lurk in Haifeng Mountain for so long indicates you are an exceedingly cautious individual. Someone like you cannot afford even the slightest oversight. How could you possibly strike at her master without ascertaining her whereabouts? And as for the old man, he would naturally spare you as well." With his pupils narrowing slightly, Yang Ming was taken aback. He never anticipated that the person before him, having never seen him before, could comprehend him so thoroughly, completely discerning his mindset. This individual was far more calculating than the old fellows of the Netherworld Valley. How could he be allowed to live? At that moment, the bandits began to exhibit expressions of doubt upon hearing his words. Yang Ming realized he could not afford to delay any longer. If he were exposed on the spot, his family's plans would be utterly ruined. Without further ado, he stepped forward and charged at Zhuo Fan. Though he was indeed shocked by Zhuo Fan's demonic prowess, he discerned that Zhuo Fan was merely at the 4th level of Qi gathering and believed he could easily dispatch him with a single strike. Seeing Yang Ming abruptly charge at him, Zhuo Fan appeared startled and hastily retreated, exclaiming, "You, at the bone-forging stage, are coming at me with all your might right from the start? Have you no shame?" With a sinister smile, Yang Ming retorted, "Do you think I am that useless fool from the Nether Spring who was eventually ambushed and killed by you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Ming thrust his finger forward. Unleashing a thunderous roar, an ancestral low-level martial technique of the Lei family, the Thunder Finger. In the early stages of bone forging, Yang Ming executed a spiritual martial art, clearly aiming to kill Zhuo Fan with a single blow. However, in the face of this ferocious onslaught, Zhuo Fan suddenly halted his retreat, spread his arms wide, and regarded him with an air of ease, albeit with an enigmatic smile upon his face. Momentarily stunned, Yang Ming felt a wave of unease wash over him, yet he charged forward without hesitation. At that instant, Zhuo Fan suddenly curled his fingers, and with a hum, a layer of yellow light enveloped him entirely. As Yang Ming collided with the yellow light, he was repelled back with a thud, unable to contain a mouthful of blood. "What on earth?" Yang Ming gazed at the sudden appearance of the light. Utterly bewildered, he had just seen clearly that his opponent had merely used a finger's worth of power to send him flying. How was he supposed to fight? Wasn't that brat merely at the chi-gathering stage? Hadn't the useless fool from Nether Spring almost severely injured him? How could he suddenly be so formidable? Shuo Fan smiled at Yang Ming's astonished expression and slowly formed a seal with his hands. You are slightly stronger than that Nether Spring fool, yet you remain no different from a waste. And the fate of a waste is death. The emphasis on the word death was heavy, and an overwhelming killing intent suddenly radiated from his eyes as he completed the seal. In an instant, a golden dragon surged forth from the ground, ascending into the sky before spiraling down towards Yang Ming and his companions. The immense pressure compelled everyone to their knees, unable to rise. Yang Ming watched all of this in terror, feeling an urge to curse out loud. Damn it, my family has betrayed me. Wasn't it said that the experts from Netherworld Valley had all been lured away? How is there still one here? Stop. Just as the golden dragon was about to descend, a delicate yet authoritative voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing this, the bandits felt a flicker of hope. It was the young lady's voice. Shuo Fan, however, merely snorted coldly, showing no signs of halting at that moment. A soft rustling sound emerged, and from the dark clouds above, dozens of black chains appeared, akin to a massive hand that swiftly ensnared the dragon entirely. As the chains tightened, they shattered it into fragments. Shuo Fan's pupils constricted as he abruptly glanced skyward. The black clouds were the concealment of the three elders from Netherworld Valley. There were still others? Frowning tightly, Shuo Fan realized that within those clouds, there must also be elder-level experts. Kekekek. With a cawing laugh, a black-robed man suddenly descended from the black clouds, landing before Yang Ming. Meanwhile, Lei Yuding approached Shuo Fan's side. Glaring at him fiercely, "Did I not tell you to stop just now? Anyone standing opposite me is an enemy. Why should I heed your words?" Shuo Fan ignored Lei Yuding and focused intently on the black-robed figure before him. Lei Yuding scoffed, her anger palpable. "Alas, that old fool Jian Fan asked me to keep an eye on Haifeng Mountain. I thought it was a trivial task, but it seems it is indeed necessary." The black-robed man chuckled ominously and waved his hand. "Ing Ming, you may withdraw." "No, Elder Yun, I have stated that I will personally take Shuo Fan's head for my junior brother, Nether Spring," Ing Ming declared coldly. His gaze fixed on Shuo Fan. Slap, without warning, the black-robed man struck Ing Ming with his hand, sending him flying 10 meters away. "Do you even think you are worthy?" The black-robed man looked at him with disdain. Sneering, "You are not fit to contend with him. Hurry back to Netherworld Valley. This matter no longer concerns you." "Elder Yun, you?" Ing Ming stared at the black-robed man in shock, utterly stunned. The look in his eyes conveyed a stark indifference, one he had never encountered before. After all, even among the disciples of Netherworld Valley, he was considered one of the top few, and no elder had ever regarded him with such disdain. With a cold snort, the black-robed man scoffed. "Previously, I saw you as an exceptional talent in terms of both scheming and aptitude. However, upon witnessing this youth today, I realize you are even inferior to an ant. As he said this, the black-robed man turned to Shuo Fan and smiled. "Kid, I offer you an opportunity. If you are willing to ally with us from Netherworld Valley, our grievances will be forgotten. Otherwise," swoosh, the black-robed man swung his arm backward, and a black chain appeared, binding dozens of the Haifeng Mountain bandits. As he tightened his grip, they did not even have time to let out a scream before they were obliterated into fragments. Seeing this, the remaining individuals were overcome with fear and fled in all directions. The black-robed man paid them no mind, while Lei Yuding glared at him, seething with rage. Stroking his chin, Shuo Fan chuckled softly. "Aren't you from Netherworld Valley supposed to rely on Haifeng Mountain? Why then have you killed them? You are clever enough to understand without me having to explain," the black-robed man rasped with a laugh. "Since the matter has already been exposed, it is better to have suspicions cast upon us than to leave any survivors who could provide evidence." "Them? Who are they?" Shuo Fan raised an eyebrow. Shaking his head, the black-robed man replied nonchalantly, "If you join us, you will naturally find out." Bursting into laughter, Shuo Fan shook his head slowly. "To me, Netherworld Valley is no more significant than you are to me, less than an ant." Shuo Fan pointed at Ing Ming, the mockery evident in his tone. Upon hearing this, the black-robed man was filled with rage. "Brat, are you not afraid of death?" Fan chuckled. Do you possess the ability to kill me? Upon hearing this, the black-robed man leaped into action, striking down at Fan with a furious palm. You seek death. Fan formed a seal with his hands, and a yellow light appeared instantly, blocking the descending palm. Watching Fan engage the black-robed man, Ming felt both envy and hatred. Previously, he had been regarded as the most outstanding disciple dispatched to Haifeng Mountain, but now Fan's emergence had completely diminished his status. Even the elders had abandoned him entirely. Fan, you will pay for this. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ming turned to leave. Seeing this, Lei Yuding immediately pursued him. Soon, both of them vanished from sight. As Fan continued to engage the black-robed man using formations, he observed everything with a helpless shake of his head, sighing, Alas, foolish girl. With that, he directed Blood Infant to stealthily follow them. Chapter 37. Battle of the Heavenly Profound with a soft grunt. Fan suddenly altered his hand gestures. One-fold heaven. Roar. As Fan let out a mighty shout, the ground quaked violently. In the next moment, a golden dragon, howling towards the sky, surged forth from the depths of the earth. Charging straight at the figure in the black robe, with a disdainful curl of his lip, the black-robed man had just witnessed this maneuver. With a flick of his hand, dozens of black chains erupted, ensnaring the golden dragon and tearing it to shreds. However, as soon as the golden dragon vanished, Fan's hand gestures shifted once more. Two-fold heaven. Roar, roar. With two thunderous roars, two golden dragons sprang forth from the ground, racing towards the black-robed man. The black-robed man was taken aback, never anticipating that two dragon apparitions would manifest within this formation, diverging from his understanding of the Panlong formation. Nevertheless, he was undeterred. With a wave of his hands, black chains shot forth from his sleeves, and with a fierce flick, he shattered the two golden dragons into fragments. Yet, before he could catch his breath, Fan's voice rang out again. Threefold heaven. Three golden dragons soared into the skies. Fourfold heaven, four dragons. Fivefold heaven, sixfold heaven. By the time Fan proclaimed ninefold heaven, 9 golden dragons were majestically spiraling in the air. Their ferocious roars and formidable presence reverberated across the entirety of Windling City, causing the various families within to retreat into their homes, silenced by fear. Such a terrifying battle was something they had likely never witnessed in their lifetimes. Gasping for breath, the black-robed man beheld this spectacle, his face a mask of horror. He could hardly fathom that a mere youth in the Qi-gathering realm could manipulate such a powerful formation. This was not the Panlong formation. The black-robed man gazed gravely at the 9 imposing golden dragons surrounding him, each of which fixed its fierce eyes upon him. With a sinister smirk, Fan exhaled slowly and stated coolly, This is a 5th-tier formation, the 9 Heavens Panlong formation. If you dare, come and challenge it. Upon hearing this, the black-robed man scrutinized Fan deeply, then erupted into manic laughter. Ha ha ha! How amusing! I never expected that at such a tender age, you could control a 5th-tier formation. I am increasingly astonished by you. Let me ask you one last time. Do you wish to join my Yuming Valley? The black-robed man looked at Fan, his eyes filled with a frenzied desire, as though he had stumbled upon a precious gem, wishing to devour it whole. With a contemptuous sneer, Fan coldly replied, That wretched place of yours does not pique my interest. Very well, since you refuse to become one of us, I cannot allow someone like you to remain in this world. As soon as the words left his lips, the black-robed man lunged forward, akin to a shooting star, aiming to strike Fan, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Though Fan was merely in his teens, his composed and astute tactics, along with his extraordinary talent, instilled deep apprehension in the black-robed man. If this youth were to grow for a few more years, he would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary to Yuming Valley. Rather than regretting it later, it was better to eliminate him now. Understanding the black-robed man's intentions, Fan also realized that this would be a fight to the death. Thus, he altered his hand gestures, preparing for battle, as the 9 golden dragons charged downward with a speed surpassing that of the black-robed man, reaching Fan's side in an instant. Then, the dragon tails lashed out with tremendous force. Buzz! The entire realm resonated with a piercing hum. Before the black-robed man could reach Fan, the overwhelming momentum of the 9 dragon tails closed in on him, causing his breath to catch in his throat. Startled, he had not anticipated the sheer power of the combined assault from the 9 golden dragons. In desperation, he whipped his black chains with all his might. Boom! It was as if the heavens were collapsing. The entire sky trembled incessantly in the moment the black chains clashed with the dragon tails. He was sent flying by the force of the 9 tails, soaring over 10 zhang high before finally halting. Unable to suppress the blood that erupted from his mouth, with a cold smile, Shuofan regarded the airborne black-robed man with disdain. Is this all the strength you possess to hold the title of elder? How on earth did Yuming Valley manage to infiltrate the ranks of the 7 great families? At these words, the black-robed man's fury reached a boiling point. He could hardly believe that he, a practitioner in the Qi-gathering realm, had been reduced to such a pitiful state by a mere child. If word of this got out, he would become a laughingstock throughout the empire. Even upon returning to the valley, he would likely face severe punishment from the valley master. Boy, even if you were to kneel and plead for me to allow you to join Yuming Valley, I would still slay you without hesitation. His eyes gradually turning red, the black-robed man summoned a circular golden wheel, the size of an arm, radiating a sinister aura, a magical treasure. Zhuofan's pupils constricted, his expression growing increasingly grave. Magical treasures are weapons forged by masters of the demonic path, akin to the spiritual weapons of righteous cultivators. With this magical treasure aiding him, the black-robed man's power would likely multiply several times. For an elder of Yuming Valley to resort to using a magical treasure against a mere Qi-gathering youth, what a source of ridicule that would be for the 7 great families. Zhuofan narrowed his eyes and let out a derisive laugh. The black-robed man, with a twisted smile, declared, "Hee hee, if there are no witnesses left, then it cannot be reported." Upon hearing this, Zhuofan's expression changed drastically. Initially, he had intended to provoke the man into retracting the golden wheel. However, truly, he was a master of the demonic path, utterly devoid of shame. Yet, if he were in the same position, he would likely do the same. To the practitioners of the righteous path, who often prioritize faith and uphold the principles of fair combat, those who perish in vain are, in the eyes of demonic masters, no different from fools. This is precisely why even masters of the demonic path are reluctant to engage with their peers. Apart from their ferocity and ruthlessness, they are also devoid of honor. Once a battle ensues, it is a fight to the death with no room for compromise. Kikik, boy, prepare to meet your end. The black-robed man cackled wickedly, charging towards Shuofan, who hastily formed hand seals, commanding the 9 golden dragons to sweep their tails. However, at that moment, the golden wheel in the black-robed man's hand radiated a silver light, and his speed suddenly surged, darting through the air like a silver scimitar, instantly bypassing the 9 golden dragon tails. Then, with a ripping sound, the 9 golden dragons were severed in an instant. How swift! Zhuofan's pupils constricted, and he involuntarily gasped. The black-robed man's sudden acceleration had rendered his 9 dragons incapable of tracking his movement. He understood that it was undoubtedly the effect of that golden wheel. However, just then, a silver flash appeared before him, and the black-robed man grinned wickedly. Boy, this time you cannot escape. Clenching his teeth, Zhuofan could clearly see that the golden wheel was lined with sharp serrations. The cold silver light seemed capable of slicing through the very air. A 3rd-tier magical treasure? Zhuofan chuckled. Well done indeed. The black-robed man nodded, revealing a sinister smile. To die beneath this 3rd-tier magical treasure, you will be the first in the Qi-gathering realm. Wait. Shuofan urgently waved his hands. If I were to join Yuming Valley right now. Too late. The black-robed man laughed maniacally, the evil moon will slicing towards Shuofan. As his pupil shrank, Shuofan felt a deep sense of unwillingness swell within him. He had only just been reborn, and now he faced the prospect of dying in vain once more. With this thought, Zhuofan sighed and slowly closed his eyes. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed in his ears, and Zhuofan realized he was still alive. He promptly opened his eyes to find a tall elder standing before him. Blood dripped from his arm, while the black-robed man faced him, the evil moon will stained with fresh blood. Who are you? The black-robed man asked coldly. He is Lei Yuntian of Haifeng Mountain, the elder bellowed, his body crackling with lightning. Anyone who dares to attack a member of the Luo family is an enemy of mine. Upon hearing this, Shuofan recognized that this elder was indeed the leader of Haifeng Mountain. Although he had initially been weak, he now exuded vigor. "You have regained your strength," Zhuofan exclaimed joyfully. With a slight grin, Lei Yuntian turned to Zhuofan and expressed his gratitude. "Thanks to Steward Zhu. Not only have I fully recovered, but I have also broken through to the Tianxian realm." Upon hearing this, Zhuofan was even more elated. At that moment, a powerful ally was precisely what he needed. A mere chi-gathering brat, accompanied by an elder who has just broken through to the Tianxian realm. What can they possibly achieve? "You shall still perish beneath my evil moon wheel," the black-robed man scoffed, lifting the evil moon wheel, still stained with Lei Yuntian's blood. "Not necessarily," Zhuofan replied with an enigmatic smile. With a swift hand gesture, the 9 golden dragons soared into the sky once more. "Elder Lei, please follow my command. This time, we shall take this old wretch's life." Lei Yuntian, looking into Zhuofan's confident eyes, nodded vigorously, inexplicably filled with trust. Meanwhile, the black-robed man erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke in the world. "Ha ha ha! You believe that with your formation, you can defeat me? I have already unraveled your formation, and with an unstable Tianxian elder, I am still far beyond your match." With a sly smile, Zhuofan murmured, "I do not calculate my allies by their backgrounds. There has never been a better opportunity than now. Elder Lei, charge." All right. Perhaps because Zhuofan had saved his life, Lei Yuntian unconditionally trusted him. At Zhuofan's command, he charged forward, fully aware that he was not a match for the opponent but still mustered his courage. Thunder strike. With a flicker of lightning, Lei Yuntian unleashed a powerful strike. The figure cloaked in black chuckled disdainfully, flicking his wrist as a dark chain shot straight towards Lei Yuntian. Should this black chain strike him, it would spell either death or severe injury. However, at that moment, 9 golden dragons suddenly lunged forward. The cloaked man had no choice but to leap into the air, swiftly slicing through the 9 dragons with a glimmer of silver. Cleaving them once more in twain, he then charged directly towards Zhuofan, muttering to himself that it would be wise to eliminate him first. The cloaked man's speed was peculiar. Zhuofan barely had time to form a seal. Yet, just then, Lei Yuntian unexpectedly appeared, pointing a finger like a bolt of lightning directly at his throat. Seeking death, the cloaked man, in a bind, redirected his attack from Zhuofan towards Lei Yuntian. With a reassuring smile, Lei Yuntian charged towards the cloaked figure without hesitation. Even if this reckless charge was a deliberate ploy by Zhuofan to lead him to his doom, he accepted it willingly. To die for the Luo family was a cause worthy of his sacrifice. However, just as the cursed moon wheel was about to sever Lei Yuntian's head, an unforeseen event transpired. Seizing the moment when the cloaked man shifted his attack, Zhuofan completed his seal with haste, biting his tongue to unleash a jet of his heart's blood. "Behold the true might of the 9 heavens dragon formation." Zhuofan's voice boomed, and suddenly, the 9 golden dragons that had just been severed transformed into countless specks of golden light. Converging towards him in the next instant, a thunderous dragon roar echoed through the ages as a colossal dragon, far larger than the previous 9 combined, erupted from the ground, hurtling towards the cloaked man. His pupils constricted in terror. The cloaked man was seized by dread, but it was too late. The dragon's speed surpassed even that of his cursed moon wheel's assistants, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. Before he could raise the cursed moon wheel to defend, the dragon's massive head collided with him, propelling him skyward into the clouds. How could this be a mere spirit-gathering realm whelp? Accompanied by the cloaked man's final anguished cry, the dragon engulfed him, exploding in a cataclysmic burst at the zenith of the heavens. Chapter 38. The terrifying Zhuofan boom. The deafening explosion reverberated across the horizon above the small courtyard. The golden light of the dragon's detonation illuminating the entire sky. A tremendous pressure generated a surging wave of air, crashing down upon this remote town. Numerous houses were instantly reduced to rubble, as if swept away by a tornado, leaving behind a scene of devastation. The shrill howling of the wind pierced through the ears of everyone present, forcing the townsfolk to cover their ears, struggling on the ground until they could barely recover a minute later. Yet, the horrifying image lingered in their hearts, impossible to forget. More than 100 miles away, 2 cloaked figures were retreating while fighting off the relentless pursuit of Long Jiao and his companions. Where has that bastard Jian Fan gone? Long Jiao, unable to spot Jian Fan, felt his anger surge, searching frantically. Damn it, that old fool must have led those two away, taking the chance to escape. It matters not. The third elder shook his head, his golden hair bobbing as a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Let's deal with these two first. Thus, the three charged forward, forcing the two cloaked figures to break into a cold sweat as they prepared to engage in battle. Just then, a tremendous noise erupted from the direction of Qianlong Pavilion, followed by a blinding golden light that transformed the night sky into day. The five combatants froze, taken aback, glancing towards the source of the radiance. What is happening? Could there be another expert engaged in battle there? The third elder, gazing at the brilliance, felt a chill run down his spine amidst the thunderous roar, his breath hitching in uncertainty. But what kind of expert could unleash such an earth-shattering technique? Retreat. Without further hesitation, the third elder commanded, soaring towards Qianlong Pavilion. He was more concerned about the safety of that place than eliminating these two elder figures from the underworld valley. Though Long Jiao felt a twinge of reluctance, he could only sigh in resignation and follow the third elder. The two cloaked figures secretly breathed a sigh of relief, exchanging glances laced with unease as they glanced towards Qianlong Pavilion. While they had indeed stationed an elder there for oversight, it was inconceivable that such an elder could unleash a strike of such magnitude. Furthermore, there was no need to employ such a powerful technique against a swarm of spirit-gathering realm ants. Thus, the answer was evident. There were indeed stronger experts present. With this thought, the two cloaked figures felt a wave of worry wash over them. However, the three figures from Qianlong Pavilion were already racing back. To pursue them now would only lead to their own demise. Reluctantly, they shook their heads and turned to leave. Elder Yun, may you seek your own fortune. Meanwhile, within the courtyard of Qianlong Pavilion, Lei Yuntian stood dumbstruck, gazing up at the night sky, his mouth agape in disbelief. Initially, he thought Zhuo Fan was using him as bait to lure the cloaked man into a trap, so he had charged forward, willing to sacrifice his life for the Luo family. Yet, he never anticipated that while Zhuo Fan had indeed used him as bait, it was not at the cost of his life to divert attention. Instead, it was a matter of buying time to unleash a cataclysmic strike that would utterly annihilate the cloaked man, leaving no trace behind. Reflecting on that world-shattering attack, Lei Yuntian cast a horrified glance at Zhuo Fan, who was panting heavily and struggling to catch his breath. His eyes were filled not only with astonishment, but also profound shock. Good heavens, that was an elder of the underworld valley, a master of the celestial realm. And he was dispatched in a single blow. This little wretch is truly terrifying. Old Lei. Zhuo Fan gradually calmed his erratic breathing, forcing his weary body to stand upright as he murmured. Hearing this, Lei Yuntian hurriedly responded, rushing to his side, eager to listen to his commands, his eyes shining with unwavering faith. This was no longer merely gratitude for saving his life or acknowledgement of a young man's prowess. It was a deep reverence for a true powerhouse. Zhuo Guanjia, whatever you wish, I shall comply without hesitation. Nodding gently, Zhuo Fan replied, Old Lei, please keep an eye on the Luo family for now while I go retrieve Miss Lei. Rest assured, unless they tread over my corpse, no one shall harm a single hair on Yunshang and Yunhai's heads. Lei Yuntian nodded solemnly, his eyes brimming with determination. Seeing his resolve, Zhuo Fan smiled reassuringly and turned to pursue Lei Yuding. Now that the elder from the underworld valley had either been chased by the three elders from Qianlong Pavilion or met his demise here, Zhuo Fan felt confident that no other enemies would appear for some time. With Lei Yuntian, a master of the celestial realm, guarding the area, the safety of the Luo siblings should be assured. Thus, he could pursue the foolish girl, Lei Yuding, without any reservations. However, for precaution's sake, he decided to take the cursed moon wheel dropped by the cloaked man. After all, a third-tier magical treasure should not be passed up. It might prove invaluable in the future. In the shadowy forest, Yang Ming clutched his chest, sprinting furiously. Previously, he had been hurled away by Zhuo Fan's array, sustaining internal injuries, and then received a slap from Elder Yun, compounding his wounds. After running for over a mile, he felt a surge of stagnant energy building in his chest, leaving him breathless. He had no time to ponder the tremendous explosion that had erupted behind him. Yet, he remained astounded. He had never expected the battle between Zhuo Fan and Elder Yun to escalate to such intensity. Stop! Suddenly, a clear, furious shout rang out from behind him. Yang Ming was taken aback. halting his steps and turning to find Lei Yuding staring at him with a complex expression. Seeing no one else in pursuit, especially not Zhuo Fan, Yang Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him, a wicked grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Junior sister, do you think you can block my path all on your own? With a slight quiver of her brow, Lei Yuding's eyes began to shimmer with mist. Today, I shall cleanse the door for my adoptive father and eliminate you, the traitor. Ha ha! Cleanse the door. I was never part of Haifeng Mountain. What need have I to cleanse anything? With a derisive laugh, Yang Ming cast a disdainful glance at her. Besides, do you really think you can kill me with your abilities? Even if I cannot defeat you, dying at your hands would not diminish my adoptive father's kindness. Tears glistening in her eyes, Lei Yuding fixed her gaze on Yang Ming, her voice steady. There is one more thing I wish to know. Did you ever have feelings for me? With a cold snort, Yang Ming's hand suddenly emanated a greenish aura, eerie and ghostly. I am a prodigious disciple of the underworld valley. I shall only consider a union amongst the 7 great families. You, a mere woman, are unworthy of me. Upon hearing this, Lei Yuding took a deep breath, 2 streams of tears cascading down her cheeks as her resolve hardened. Fine, then let us settle this today. As her words fell, Lei Yuding's fingers crackled with lightning, charging forward with ferocity. Yang Ming laughed heartily, unafraid, and unleashed a powerful green-palmed eye in an instant. The clash of lightning and green energy erupted, creating a shower of sparks. However, at that moment, Yang Ming swiftly evaded the bolt of lightning, but his palm descended mercilessly towards Lei Yuding. Observing his sinister smile, Lei Yuding seemed to have anticipated this outcome. She closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A red light suddenly appeared, colliding directly with Yang Ming's green palm. Boom! Yang Ming was sent flying by the sudden impact. Blood gushing from his mouth mid-air, mingled with fragments of his internal organs. A faint cry of an infant echoed, as the red light was also flung backward, crashing into the underbrush. Startled, Lei Yuding abruptly opened her eyes, only to find Yang Ming gravely injured and collapsed on the ground, unable to rise. The crimson light, which she recognized as Zhuo Fan's lifeblood infant, lay weakly in the grass, its radiance dimmed significantly. Staring blankly at the scene, Lei Yuding focused intently on the blood infant, murmuring, "Was it you who saved me?" There was no response. The blood infant attempted to rise once more but barely lifted into the air before falling back down. Although she was unaware of the blood infant's connection to Zhuo Fan through their dual cultivation, she understood it was his precious treasure. However, she could never have imagined that Zhuo Fan would sacrifice his treasure to save her life. At this thought, a warm current surged through Lei Yuding's heart. Turning her gaze back to Yang Ming, she felt a surge of murderous intent for the first time. Slowly advancing towards him, her fingertips crackled with thunderous energy. Upon witnessing this, Yang Ming recoiled in shock, desperate to escape but unable to rise. "Sister Yuding, please show mercy. Have you forgotten how your brother treated you? Have you forgotten the beautiful moments we shared together?" Yang Ming pleaded, scrambling backward, his voice overflowing with desperation. "It is precisely because I remember those times that I yearn to kill you now." Lei Yuding scoffed coldly, charging forward without hesitation, unleashing a finger strike. Wait, save me!" Yang Ming exclaimed in terror, but there was not a soul in sight. Bang! Just as Lei Yuding was about to strike, a powerful force suddenly struck her, sending her flying before she could comprehend what had happened. A bald elder slowly descended beside Yang Ming. "Elder Jian," Yang Ming gasped in surprise, his voice tinged with relief as if he had encountered a long-lost kin after a brush with death. He had never desired to see an elder from the sect as much as he did at that moment. Casting a sidelong glance at the pitiful state of the young man, Jian Fan gritted his teeth in anger. "How have you fallen to this state? What has become of the plan?" Yang Ming's face fell, and he shook his head in confusion. "I don't know." "You don't know?" Jian Fan seethed, wishing he could kick this useless brat. "This plan was supposed to be spearheaded by you, and now you tell me you don't know?" The family has invested countless efforts, meticulously concealing their intentions for over a decade. And you offer me such a response? At this moment, if he didn't wish to hear more intelligence from this fool, Jian Fan would have surely ended his life right then and there. "Fine, let's return and discuss this further," he sighed. Shaking his head in exasperation, and then narrowed his eyes at the astonished Lei Yuding. But before we go back, I must silence this girl. As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Fan lunged forward, aiming a palm strike at Lei Yuding's crown. Facing a master of the heavenly profound realm for the first time, Lei Yuding was paralyzed with fear, utterly incapable of summoning her strength. Under the overwhelming aura of the heavenly profound master, she found herself devoid of the courage to evade. Is this the might of a heavenly profound master? Lei Yuding's complexion drained of color as she stood rooted in place, pale-faced, awaiting the fatal blow. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flash of silver light erupted, and Jian Fan's descending palm retracted in fright, retreating to its original position. A figure slowly landed beside Lei Yuding, wearing a sinister smile. Elders of the Netherworld Valley seemed to delight in bullying the younger generation. Don't they? Zhua Fan, Lei Yuding exclaimed in surprise, her heart inexplicably filled with a sense of reassurance upon seeing him. Chapter 39. A second killing of a heavenly profound master. You again. Jian Fan's eyes narrowed as his gaze fixated on the evil moon wheel in Zhua Fan's hand, exclaiming, "How did this cursed treasure end up in your possession? Where is Elder Yun?" With a sinister chuckle, Zhua Fan aimed the evil moon wheel directly at Jian Fan. "What do you think?" In an instant, Jian Fan's heart sank in terror. Could it be in a way? How could that old fool have fallen to a mere brat? However, upon glancing at the cursed treasure, a complex expression crossed Jian Fan's face. A mix of astonishment, hatred, and, predominantly, confusion. Nevertheless, one thing was clear. The cursed treasures of the Netherworld Valley must not fall into the hands of outsiders. In that fleeting moment, Jian Fan's gaze towards Zhua Fan brimmed with unmasked murderous intent. Understanding the man's thoughts, Zhua Fan smirked slightly and quietly conveyed to Lei Yuding, "Listen to me shortly. Pinpoint that old fellow's heart, then close your eyes and thrust the thunderous finger straight through. The rest, you need not worry about." Upon hearing this, Lei Yuding looked at Zhua Fan in astonishment. How could she possibly strike with her eyes closed? Furthermore, even with her eyes open, she had no chance against a heavenly profound master. Yet, it dawned on her that based on Zhua Fan's previous actions, he was a man who would stop at nothing. His intention to save her might merely be a ploy to use her as bait, leading to her demise. With that thought, Lei Yuding nodded sorrowfully. She had never considered survival since he had arrived. With a flick of his finger, Zhua Fan signaled for the blood infant to stealthily return within him. Then bellowed, "Attack!" As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhua Fan charged forward, while Lei Yuding, following Zhua Fan's instructions, resolutely closed her eyes and thrust forward with the thunderous finger. Jian Fan, taken aback, had clearly not anticipated their preemptive strike. However, it mattered little. The bodies of heavenly profound masters were exceptionally resilient, and those in the gathering Qi realm could hardly breach their defenses. At this moment, the only thing capable of injuring him was the evil moon wheel. So he merely needed to focus on Zhua Fan. Lei Yuding continued to sprint forward with her eyes shut, oblivious to everything around her, while Zhua Fan darted left and right. Jian Fan watched with a sneer, completely disregarding the girl. Eventually, Lei Yuding reached Jian Fan first, but at that moment, Zhua Fan suddenly stepped in front of her, the evil moon wheel slashing downwards toward Jian Fan. Crack! Jian Fan effortlessly seized Zhua Fan's arm with one hand, snapping it with a casual twist. "Your little tricks may work on others, but don't try them on me. I've experienced more than you can imagine. Don't attempt any feints with me," Jian Fan scoffed disdainfully. "However, you've still fallen for it." Zhua Fan revealed a cryptic smile. A chill ran through Jian Fan as he beheld Zhua Fan's expression, a deep unease swelling within him. Yet, before he could comprehend the situation, a surge of crimson light shot from Zhua Fan's body into his OWN. In an instant, blood gushed forth from where his severed arm had healed, splattering the surrounding forest in a vivid crimson. Jian Fan's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on Zhua Fan, incredulously exclaiming, "It was you all along." He vividly recalled that had it not been for the foreign substance entering his body earlier, he would never have lost an arm to the third elder from the hidden dragon pavilion. With a grin, Zhua Fan remained noncommittal. "Very well, you have some nerve, causing me to lose an arm. Once I force out your cursed entity, I will ensure you suffer a brutal fate." As he spoke, Jian Fan fully gathered his vital energy within himself, sensing the pressure on the blood infant. Zhua Fan once more donned an enigmatic smile. "Elder Jian, this time you've been deceived again." As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Fan had yet to grasp the meaning behind his words. Crackle! Bolt after bolt of lightning erupted as Lei Yuding's thunderous finger pierced through Zhuo Fan's body, directly stabbing into Jian Fan's heart. Staring incredulously at Zhuo Fan's sinister grin, Jian Fan's eyes bulged, his jaw clenched in disbelief as blood gushed from his mouth. Elder Jian, the main attacker is not me. You've guessed wrong. Zhuo Fan chuckled softly, a mouthful of blood escaping him. Yet he continued to smile, an unsettling grin that sent chills down one's spine. You always believed that only the evil moon wheel could harm you. But don't forget, you are gravely injured. Your body is nowhere near as strong as it once was, and you've gathered all your energy within. Ahahaha. Witnessing the scene, a rare flicker of fear crossed Jian Fan's eyes. Such cunning, such ruthless determination in this young man. Truly terrifying. As a master of the demonic path, Jian Fan uttered his final 3 words before slowly collapsing. Who could have anticipated that Zhuo Fan would use his own life as bait, then employ the cursed entity for a surprise attack, ultimately allowing Lei Yuding to strike at his heart? Every step was fraught with peril. A single misstep would have led to their demise. Yet, under Zhuo Fan's meticulous design, they navigated each phase flawlessly, leading Jian Fan to lose his life due to his carelessness. Particularly at the end, Zhuo Fan had fully shielded Jian Fan with his body, preventing him from noticing Lei Yuding's impending assault, which proved to be Jian Fan's fatal error. Should this tale circulate, few would believe that 2 juniors in the Gathering Qi realm could orchestrate the death of a heavenly profound master. Thud! Zhuo Fan fell to the ground, drenched in blood. Lei Yuding watched in tears as they streamed down her cheeks. Initially, she believed Zhuo Fan intended to sacrifice her to create an opportunity for a sneak attack. She never anticipated he would sacrifice himself to provide her with a chance for survival. In that moment, a multitude of emotions swirled within her heart, pain, warmth, and a hint of something else, a feeling she had never experienced with Yang Ming. Zhuo Fan, I'm so sorry. Lei Yuding knelt before Zhuo Fan, gazing at his weakened face, murmuring softly. Waving his hand, Zhuo Fan shook his head. This has nothing to do with you. I was already internally injured when my blood infant sustained serious harm. As he spoke, Zhuo Fan summoned the blood infant back from Elder Jian's lifeless body, remarking with a hint of concern, It seems I'll need quite some time to recover. His own injuries were of little consequence, but the harm inflicted upon his life-bound blood infant could very well cost him dearly. Upon hearing this, Lei Yuding was overwhelmed with gratitude, tears streaming down her cheeks. It dawned on her that this creature was not only his treasure but also intricately linked to his very existence. Yet, in that crucial moment, this vital entity had shielded her from a lethal blow. In that instant, a flicker of something deeper appeared in Lei Yuding's gaze as she looked at Zhuo Fan. However, Zhuo Fan remained oblivious to this subtle change. He gestured towards Jian Fan's corpse and said casually, You should strip him of anything valuable. An elder from the underworld valley must possess a wealth of treasures. Understood. Nodding resolutely, Lei Yuding approached with professional efficiency to search the body, prompting Zhuo Fan, despite his grievous injuries, to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Truly, she is a seasoned bandit, remarkably proficient. Once she had gathered all of Jian Fan's possessions, Lei Yuding returned to Zhuo Fan's side. Observing the peculiar look in his eyes, she realized what he was thinking. For the first time in her life, she felt a rush of embarrassment, lowering her head as if she had committed some shameful act. She pushed the gathered items towards Zhuo Fan, seemingly avoiding his gaze, a behavior she had never exhibited before. Zhuo Fan found this odd but paid it no mind, instead turning his attention to scrutinizing the relics of Elder Jian. He began with the storage ring, which typically contained the most valuable items. After a moment of focused examination, Zhuo Fan's brow lifted as he discovered what he sought. In his hand, 2 jade slips shimmered into existence. One contained the Lei family's low-level spiritual martial art, Thunderfinger, while the other housed the Kai family's low-level spiritual martial art, Wind Break Leg. Although he did not comprehend the secrets behind the martial techniques of the 3 families, he recognized the Underworld Valley's persistent interest in them and unhesitatingly stowed them away in his own ring. Next, he perused the remaining items, which were merely various techniques and spirit stones, none of which held any value in Zhuo Fan's eyes as the Demon Emperor. With a dismissive flick of his wrist, he tossed them to Lei Yuding. According to bandit custom, we should split the spoils, and the rest is yours. Lei Yuding shook her head in refusal. You killed that old man. These should rightfully belong to you. I have no need for his worthless possessions, Chua Fan scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. If you don't want them, I shall discard them. As he made a show of throwing them away, Lei Yuding quickly seized his wrist, reclaiming the ring, and chided. How can you be so wasteful, disregarding even low-level spiritual martial arts? I truly don't understand how you became the steward of the Luo family. At this rate, no matter how wealthy the Luo family is, you will squander it all. Chua Fan let out a resigned chuckle, shaking his head without feeling the need to explain himself. With a wave of his hand, he absorbed Jian Fan's corpse into the ring. Enough of this. We should head back. After a night of toil, the Qianlong Pavilion ought to have reached some conclusion. Nodding in agreement, Lei Yuding hurriedly supported Chua Fan. However, he was so weak that he had to lean against her shoulder, which caused her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Wait a moment. Yet, after only a few steps, Chua Fan suddenly halted, his expression growing cold. Where is that scoundrel Yang Ming? At his words, Lei Yuding was taken aback and scanned the surroundings. But Yang Ming was nowhere to be found. In their focus on the battle against Elder Jian, they had completely forgotten about Yang Ming, allowing him to slip away amidst the chaos. Damn it. He got away again. Lei Yuding gritted her teeth, frustration evident in her voice. Chua Fan chuckled lightly, shaking his head nonchalantly. He's just a minor character. It's of no consequence, however. At that moment, he suddenly recalled his disciple, Zhao Cheng, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Even the smallest pawn can be a nuisance. Should we encounter him again, he must not be spared. Chapter 40. Shock. The following morning, as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, Long Kuei and Long Jia returned to the branch of the Qianlong Pavilion, accompanied by several hundred weary guards. Yet beneath their fatigue lay a glimmer of pride in their clash with the underworld valley. They had not only emerged victorious but had done so with remarkable finesse. Long Jiao, along with the third elder and fifth elder, stood at the entrance, and upon seeing their return with minimal losses, they nodded in approval. Third uncle, fifth uncle, ninth uncle. Upon reaching the three, Long Kuei and Long Jia quickly stepped forward, bowing respectfully, their faces alight with satisfaction. With a slight smile, the third elder stroked his beard and inquired, Little Kuei, Jia, how did the battle unfold yesterday? Exchanging glances filled with mutual understanding, Long Kuei raised an eyebrow and proudly declared, reporting to third uncle as you anticipated. After you pursued those three elders from the underworld valley, they indeed launched a large-scale assault against us. However, we managed to repel them with overwhelming force. Aside from a few masters at the bone-refining stage who managed to escape, none of the others survived. Excellent, Long Jiao exclaimed, his mood soaring as he praised. Little Kuei and Jia have made significant progress, successfully leading our guards to nearly annihilate the enemy forces. Truly gratifying, third brother. You must commend these two youngsters before the pavilion master upon your return. Long Jiao laughed heartily, his voice echoing as if releasing years of pent-up frustration. The third elder smiled as he stroked his beard, while Long Kuei and Long Jia exchanged knowing smiles. For the first time in their lives, they had genuinely achieved a great feat for the Qianlong Pavilion. The honor and sense of fulfillment they felt was something they had never experienced before. By the way, at that moment, the third elder furrowed his brow slightly and turned to Long Kuei and Long Jia. What was that tremendous commotion yesterday? Do you have any idea? Both were taken aback, exchanging puzzled glances before shaking their heads in confusion. They had assumed that the earth-shattering sound from the previous day was the result of the three elders battling the Underworld Valley's elders. Could it be otherwise? Long Kuei questioned the three elders. The three exchanged solemn looks, shaking their heads in resignation. In an instant, the explosive noise that had reverberated throughout the heavens had become a mystery, leaving everyone in bewilderment. Wait, weren't the Luo family members holed up in the small courtyard? Perhaps we should inquire if they know anything. Suddenly, Long Jiao slapped his forehead and turned to the third elder. Nodding slightly, the third elder turned towards the small courtyard of the Qianlong Pavilion, with the others following closely behind. Long Kuei cast a disdainful glance, muttering, with such fierce fighting yesterday, those small family members were probably too frightened to even step outside. They likely saw nothing but heard the sounds. The others remained silent, and Long Jia also shook his head in tacit agreement. Clearly, everyone shared Long Kuei's sentiment, and visiting them was merely a precaution to avoid overlooking any clues. Before long, They arrived at the small courtyard and made their way directly to the door where the Luo family members resided. However, upon reaching the guest room, they found all 3 members of the Luo family gathered at Zhua Fan's door, their faces etched with urgency. Among them was a formidable figure at the heavenly profound stage. Could it be the events of last night were connected? Long Jiu and the others felt a chill run down their spines as they hastened to approach Lei Yuntian. Bowing respectfully, "May I inquire who you are?" Long Jiu asked, puzzled by the presence of such a powerful figure from the Luo family. Understanding the strength of the Qianlong Pavilion, Lei Yuntian did not dare to be dismissive and hurriedly returned the greeting. "I am Lei Yuntian from Haifeng Mountain. I have long admired the esteemed reputation of the Qianlong Pavilion. It is truly a pleasure to meet the 3 elders today." Hearing this, Long Jiu nodded in comprehension. Having spent considerable time stationed in Fengling City, he was well aware of the local family dynamics. Aside from the Sun family, which was an outsider, the only prominent families in the area were the Luo family, the Kai family, and the Lei family of Haifeng Mountain. Of course, this was only within the confines of Fengling City. They were incomparable to the 7 great families that spanned the continent. However, with a heavenly profound stage expert now emerging from the Lei family, their influence would inevitably surpass their previous standing. While the difference between the bone refining stage and the heavenly profound stage was merely 1 tier, having a heavenly profound stage master would elevate the family to at least a second-rate status on the continent. Without such a figure, they would likely sink to a third-rate or lower tier. Now, the Lei family could undoubtedly be considered the unrivaled leader in Fengling City. Master of the Lei family, may I ask what brings you all here?" Long Jiu inquired, noticing the gathering at Zhua Fan's door with confusion. With a heavy sigh, Lei Yuntian lamented, "Steward Zhua was gravely injured last night and remains in a precarious state." "What? This place was also attacked yesterday?" Startled, the 3rd elder exclaimed in astonishment. He had always believed that the people from the Ghostly Valley had been thwarted by Long Kue and Long Jie, never anticipating that there were still reinforcements. Could it be that they had prepared 2 contingents? At that moment, a faint voice of disdain emerged from the crowd, piercing through to the ears of everyone present. Isn't that Zhua Fan always so arrogant? Even boasting that he would surpass the 7 great families within 10 years. Yet, when a few petty thieves appeared, he alone was injured while the rest remained unscathed. Truly useless. In an instant, all members of the Luo and Lei families turned their fierce gazes toward the source of the voice. While Long Kue rolled her eyes nonchalantly, her face a mask of contempt. "Xiao Kue, be quiet," Long Jiu snapped at Long Kue, who reluctantly fell silent. Casting an apologetic glance at Lei Yuntian, Long Jiu said coolly, "I apologize. This girl is quite thoughtless, so please do not take offense. We are unaware of who visited last night, but even your mastery of the celestial realm could not protect that young lad Zhua Fan." "What? I was supposed to protect him?" Upon hearing this, Lei Yuntian was momentarily taken aback, followed by a bitter shake of his head. "To my shame. I only just broke through to the celestial realm yesterday and did not possess the capability to safeguard Steward Zhua." To outsiders, Lei Yuntian, with his celestial realm prowess, appeared to be the strongest here, and naturally, it was expected that he would protect everyone from any intruders. Only he knew the truth of who was protecting whom. However, the person who had come last night was also a master of the celestial realm, referred to by some as Elder Yun. "What? Turning clouds into mist, Yun Qing?" The 3rd elder and Long Jiu exchanged glances, their expressions suddenly grave as they murmured, "Who would have thought he had also come last night?" Then, with a look of astonishment, he turned to Lei Yuntian and said, "Brother Lei, you are truly remarkable. Do you realize that Yun Qing is one of the 12 elders of the Ghostly Valley, having entered the celestial realm decades ago? For you to withstand him for an entire night right after breaking into the celestial realm is indeed impressive." The other 2 also cast admiring glances in his direction. Feeling a flush of embarrassment, Lei Yuntian cleared his throat and murmured, "You 3 elders flatter me. In truth, I could not withstand even a single blow from him." "Then how is it that you all emerged unscathed after an entire night?" Long Jiu asked, bewildered. Scratching his head, Lei Yuntian turned to look at Zhua Fan's room. "That is all thanks to Steward Zhua. Without him, I fear none of us would have survived." "What? You mean it was Zhua Fan who held Yun Qing at bay?" In an instant, everyone was stunned, including Long Kue, who had been displaying a disdainful attitude. But he is merely at the gathering Qi realm," Long Jiu shouted in disbelief. With a helpless shrug, Lei Yuntian smiled wryly. I am well aware of that. But what of it? His remark left Long Jiu momentarily speechless. As if it were a matter of course for someone at the Gathering Qi realm to confront a celestial realm master for an entire night. And what happened afterward? The third elder clenched his fists tightly, staring intently into Lei Yuntian's eyes. Are you saying that Xue Fan, with his Gathering Qi realm strength, forced that old fellow Yun Yunqing to retreat? Retreat? Lei Yuntian raised an eyebrow, a look of astonishment crossing his features as he seemed to recall the astonishing scene from last night. Do not underestimate that young lad Xue Fan. What? Underestimate? Where have we underestimated? They exclaimed in unison. In the entirety of the continent, when has a Gathering Qi realm practitioner ever forced a celestial realm master to retreat? Our assumption that Yun Yunqing was forced back by him is clearly an exaggeration of his abilities, one so far-fetched that even we cannot believe it. Were it not for your own words, we would never have considered such a possibility. The three elders exchanged glances, swallowing hard, their hearts racing. That old rascal had not even had the chance to retreat before Xue Fan struck him down, leaving not a trace behind. Lei Yuntian sighed, lamenting, what a pity. What? The three elders exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with disbelief. A celestial realm master slain by someone at the Gathering Qi realm. Such a phenomenon was unheard of throughout history. Long Kuei and Long Jie were equally dumbfounded. How could this be possible? After swallowing hard, Long Jie's hands began to tremble involuntarily from the explosive news. Are you saying that the commotion last night was caused by Xue Fan? He killed a celestial realm elder from the Ghostly Valley and only sustained minor injuries? Lei Yuntian, meeting the eager gazes of the three, first nodded, then shook his head, knitting his brow. What do you mean by that? Long Jiu grew increasingly anxious, his aura radiating uncontrollably, forcing Long Kuei, Long Jie, and others to step back. With a resigned sigh, Lei Yuntian smiled bitterly. I told you not to underestimate that boy. He did not kill Elder Yun Yunqing at the cost of his own injuries. He merely exhausted his elemental energy and was left somewhat fatigued. How could that be? He killed Yun Yunqing without a scratch? Long Jiu was overwhelmed by the barrage of shocking news, his speech becoming increasingly incoherent. But how did he get injured? Suddenly, with a loud crash, Xue Fan burst through the door, his face pale as he glared at Long Jiu, growling, Isn't it all because of you, Brother Jiu? Xue Fan, upon seeing him emerge. Everyone gasped in unison, their reactions a mix of surprise, joy, and complex confusion. Are you healed? Luo Yunsheng hurriedly approached him, her concern evident. What a load of nonsense! Xue Fan snorted angrily, his eyes fiercely sweeping over everyone present. While I am trying to recover from my injuries, you are all out here chattering incessantly, making it impossible for me to heal. Hearing this, the crowd fell into embarrassed silence, their heads drooping in defeat. Only the three elders of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion continued to gaze at him with uncertainty. With a cold smile inwardly, Xue Fan then turned to Long Jiu and said nonchalantly, Brother Jiu, weren't you curious about how I got injured? It was all for him. With a wave of his hand, a flash of white light appeared, revealing a cold corpse before everyone's eyes. The three elders of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion could not help but exclaim in shock upon seeing it. The Vulture, Jian Fan, Chapter 41. The secret of the purple thunder golden eyes. Jian Fan's corpse lay stiff, yet the deep-seated fear etched in his eyes sent chills down the spines of all who gazed upon him. What kind of person could invoke such terror in a once dominant demon of the continent at the moment of death? How could this be? Jian Fan actually died here. Who killed him? Long Jiu stammered in shock, unable to close his mouth. With a scoff, Xue Fan replied coolly, I brought out the corpse. Who else could have killed him? Instantly, everyone looked at Xue Fan in disbelief. Although they had suspected it from the start, they were unwilling to accept that this old demon had been slain by a mere child at the Gathering Qi realm. He was someone who had escaped even the combined efforts of the three elders. I knew that old man had a grudge with Brother Jiu, and when I happened to encounter him, I simply took the opportunity to dispose of him, casually brushing off non-existent dust from his attire. Xue Fan smiled lightly. Brother Jiu, you wouldn't hold it against me for meddling, would you? How could I? Long Jiu gasped for breath, his eyes gradually turning red as he glared at the corpse on the ground. That old demon ruined my divine eyes, causing me to lose face for a lifetime. I would gladly drink his blood, devour his flesh, and desecrate his grave. How could I possibly blame my brother for taking action on my behalf? Brother Zhua, Longju suddenly clasped his fist solemnly toward Zhua Fan. From now on, I shall regard you as my own brother. Should you ever need anything from your brother Jiu, do not hesitate to ask. Oh, brother Jiu, you are being too formal. I merely lent a helping hand. Zhua Fan replied with a smile, but his movement inadvertently aggravated his injury, causing him to grimace in pain. Upon seeing this, Longju hurried over to check on him. Brother, do not move around. I have some third-grade healing elixirs here. After taking them, you will surely recover within 3 days. With that, Longju produced several small bottles. Zhua Fan accepted them without hesitation. Observing Longju's concern, the other 2 elders gazed at Zhua Fan with astonishment. Long Kuei could not help but pout, feeling as if a vinegar jar had been overturned within her heart. Originally, they had intended to take credit for annihilating the Ghostly Valleys group, earning great acclaim. The 3 elders had been overjoyed and had lavished praise upon them. However, compared to Zhua Fan's feat of killing 2 elders from the Ghostly Valley, their contributions paled in comparison. Like fireflies competing against the brilliance of the moon. Utterly insignificant. Humph. I wonder what means Zhua Fan employed or what stroke of luck he encountered to so easily claim 2 scalps. How could someone at the Gathering Chi realm possibly kill a Celestial Realm Master? Long Kuei muttered, her dissatisfaction evident, but her words were clearly heard by everyone present. The 3rd elder shot Long Kuei a cold glance, then shook his head helplessly. After exchanging looks with the 5th elder, they both sighed in unison. Zhua Fan, meanwhile, grinned at her and proclaimed loudly, indeed. Zhua Fan was fortunate to have encountered an elder with a severed arm, allowing me to claim his head. However, it was not good fortune but rather misfortune. Had I not been exhausted from killing a Celestial Realm Master at that time, how could I have been severely injured by that elder Jin, who had only 1 arm, if it were any other time? Taking down that old fool would have been a piece of cake. Alas, my luck was simply too poor last night. Unlike certain individuals who led a group out, whether or not they had good fortune mattered little, as their safety was always assured. Zhua Fan shook his head and sighed, causing Long Kuei's face to flush with anger. You? Lei Yuding let out a soft chuckle, her laughter ringing through the air. She was acutely aware of the events from the previous night. Zhua Fan was indeed formidable, capable of calculating every move and mental shift of that old man. However, he had yet to reach the level where he could confront anyone at any time in a one-on-one duel. Zhua Fan's words were clearly intended to deliberately humiliate Long Kuei. An assertion of superiority, a declaration that he was indeed stronger and more accomplished, with all his merits earned through solitary efforts. And what about you? Go ahead, bite back. The 3 elders, equally understanding the underlying intent, couldn't help but shake their heads in bemusement. They comprehended that even if Zhua Fan could kill a Celestial Realm Master, he must have employed some extraordinary means, rather than the boastful claim of slaying anyone who stood in his way. Yet, even so, to have killed 2 Celestial Masters in a single night was enough to leave them in a state of profound astonishment. Old Jiu, stay behind and tend to Brother Zhua's injuries. Leave a few hundred guards to guard the courtyard. Old Wu and I will return to headquarters to relay the news. The situation here must be reported to the sect master. Long Ju nodded readily, while Long Kuei and Long Jia both froze in surprise. How is it that even the 3 elders referred to Zhua Fan as brother now? At that moment, Zhua Fan cleverly shifted his address. 3rd brother, 5th brother, take care. Taken aback, the 3 and 5 elders exchanged glances, sharing a sense of helpless amusement. Old Jia was right. This lad's greatest talent was his ability to climb the ranks by flattering those above him. Subsequently, after the departure of the 3 elders, Long Jiu and the others assisted Zhua Fan back to his room, while Long Kuei and Long Jia led the guards to stand watch outside. As he sat on the bed, Zhua Fan exhaled deeply, his expression suddenly turning serious as he gazed at the others. You all leave. I have something to discuss with Brother Jiu. The group exchanged knowing looks, nodding in understanding before discreetly exiting, leaving only Long Jiu, who was puzzled by Zhua Fan's intentions. Brother Jiu, I have a gift for you. A gift? Long Jiu raised an eyebrow, a laugh escaping him. Brother, it's not that I look down on you, but with the Luo family in such a state, what could you possibly offer that is of value? Could it be, you still possess an ancient array diagram? At this thought, a gleam of excitement sparked in Long Jiu's eyes. With a dismissive chuckle, Zhua Fan slowly shook his head. You're dreaming. That diagram is priced at no less than 10 million. Do you expect me to give it away for free? However, this gift, I believe you will certainly appreciate. With that, Zhuo Fan produced a cloth bag. Long Jiu furrowed his brow in confusion, but as he opened the bag, a cacophony of cawing erupted as a pitch-black crow burst forth. Landing on his shoulder, is this, the devouring ghost crow of that old coot, Jian Fan? Indeed, Zhuo Fan confirmed with a nod, speaking casually. Since that old man's demise, this creature has become a stray. Brother Jiao? Take it back and train it. I trust it won't be long before it becomes your spirit companion, guarding your side. Gazing into the crow's golden eye, which shimmered with a purplish hue, Long Jiu understood Zhuo Fan's intention, and tears welled up in his eyes. Since losing his divine eye, he had felt diminished. Now, with this ghost crow by his side, he felt as though he had regained a part of his former self. Brother, thank you. You are truly thoughtful. Long Jiu's voice trembled, his single eye quivering with emotion, filled with gratitude and relief. Observing this, Zhuo Fan nodded subtly, saying, Brother Jiu, I have always been puzzled. Since you were able to cultivate a purple thunder golden eye, why can't you refine another one? Alas, brother, you are unaware, Long Jiu sighed. This divine eye was acquired by chance. Once lost, it cannot be reclaimed. He shook his head in resignation, as if recalling past memories. This divine eye is not a product of the methods of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. I stumbled upon it during my travels. Now that Long Jiu regarded Zhuo Fan as one of his own, he revealed a long-held secret for the first time. Brother, are you familiar with the 3 great perilous places of the continent? Zhuo Fan shook his head, prompting Long Jiu to smile. Let me enlighten you. Brother Jiu, there are 3 locations on this continent that you must never venture into, regardless of your strength. Zhuo Fan looked intently into Long Jiu's eyes, nodding solemnly, though he did not take the warning to heart. The 3 perilous places are the Thunderstorm Gorge, Ice Jade Mountain, and the Thousand Flame Cave. Long Jiu fixated on Zhuo Fan's gaze for a long moment, his expression grave, before bursting into laughter. But it matters little. Even if you wish to go, you might not find them, unless your luck is extraordinarily good. Why is that? Zhuo Fan inquired eagerly. Because these 3 places appear randomly, Long Jiu explained. Perhaps today they manifest in the east, and tomorrow they shift to the west. Wherever they surface, a tempest of unescapable force will ensue. Those caught within are doomed to never return. It must be a barrier set by a master. Preventing entry without the proper array techniques, Zhuo Fan thought to himself, then promptly asked, But how did you escape? Taken aback, Long Jiu regarded him closely before nodding. Brother, you are indeed astute. It was during my youth that I fortuitously encountered the Thunderstorm Gorge. One of the 3 perilous places, that time. I was swept up by a whirlwind filled with purple lightning. Every master around me was obliterated upon contact with the lightning. Even now, I break into a cold sweat at the memory. Strangely enough, after the purple lightning struck my eye, I remained unharmed, though it pained me as if on fire. Zhuo Fan nodded, fully grasping the situation. According to the records of the 9 Nether Demon Emperor, the purple thunder golden eye of the Heavenly Emperor was forged from the eye itself, with all things perishing within its gaze, save for the eye itself. Thus, the purple lightning striking his eye would not inflict fatal harm. Perhaps it was sheer survival instinct, for Long Jiu continued to reminisce. I fought back with all my might, even knowing the power of the purple lightning, I still attempted to resist it. Suddenly, I heard a man's voice reciting incantations. In a daze, I began to channel my energy according to those incantations, and to my astonishment, purple lightning manifested within my eye. Eventually, it seemed that due to the unique nature of the eye, the purple lightning ceased its assault on him. After the tempest subsided, I was the sole survivor, and by an ironic twist of fate, I refined this purple thunder golden eye, however, after losing my golden eye. In the ensuing panic, I could not recall the incantations to open a new one, and thus have been unable to refine another since, as he spoke, Long Jiu couldn't help but feel a tinge of melancholy. While Zhuo Fan nodded slightly, as if comprehending something profound. The Thunderstorm Gorge must surely be a remnant left by the Heavenly Emperor, undoubtedly containing his cultivation methods. I must find it, with the Heavenly Emperor's techniques and the 9 Nether Demon Emperor's secret records. Possessing the dual legacies of the 2 most powerful ancient emperors, who could possibly stand against me? This rebirth has proven to be a worthwhile endeavor. Who would have thought that the relics of an imperial-level master would manifest in the mortal realm? Ha ha ha. At this moment, Zhuo Fan longed to laugh heartily, but with Long Jiu present, he restrained himself, though his heart was already brimming with joy. Chapter 42. The two ladies compete for favor after an entire day of engaging discussions with Long Jiu. Zhuo Fan clarified all his lingering questions and respectfully bid him farewell, deciding to enter seclusion for a month to recuperate. During this month, he saw no one, focusing solely on healing his injuries. Thanks to the healing medicine sent by Long Jiu, his wounds healed within 10 days, though the injuries of the blood infant were more severe, taking over 20 days to largely recover. Before long, the month passed swiftly. Zhuo Fan opened his door and stretched, the long-awaited fresh air invigorating his spirit. Moreover, in the final days of his seclusion, both he and his blood infant had successfully broken through to the 5th level of qi gathering. Reflecting on it, the injuries he sustained were not without merit. It was merely regrettable that the two celestial realm elders from the Netherworld Valley had died in vain. A true loss, if circumstances allowed. He would have eagerly absorbed their elemental powers. Had he done so, he would surely have surpassed the 5th level of qi gathering and likely reached the bone refinement stage as well. Ah, it's Steward Zhuo. Suddenly, a girl's startled exclamation broke the air. Upon seeing Zhuo Fan emerge from his seclusion, Xiao Chui was momentarily taken aback before her face lit up with joy, and she turned to flee. Zhuo Fan froze, bewildered, unconsciously touching his own cheek. Had he changed in some way during his seclusion that frightened the girl? Was he truly that terrifying? But soon enough, he came to a realization it must be that when he had first brought Xiao Chui back. He had been rather rough, stripping away her clothing, leaving her with a psychological scar, much like how he had often beaten Luo Yunhai in the past. With this thought, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but chuckle to himself, reflecting on whether he had been too harsh with these two young girls. Brother Zhuo, you've recovered from your injuries? Just then, a boisterous voice rang out. Zhuo Fan looked up to see Captain Pang. That burly man. Old Pang? Zhuo Fan laughed heartily, striding towards Captain Pang. This captain was the first friend he had acknowledged since his rebirth, and after a month apart, he found himself unexpectedly missing him. However, just as Commander Pang was about to step forward and offer Zhuo Fan a manly embrace, his expression suddenly shifted, as if he recalled something, and he immediately turned and fled. At this moment, Zhuo Fan was utterly taken aback. It was one thing for the little maid, Xiao Chui, to act that way, but why did even old Pang turn on his heel and run upon seeing him? Zhuo Fan furrowed his brow, perplexed. After pondering for a while, he found himself utterly baffled. Although he was adept at anticipating his opponent's moves during negotiations and battles, discerning their intentions with ease, this was predicated on his certainty that every individual's actions were invariably driven by some form of interest or purpose. However, old Pang's peculiar behavior left him confounded. He had never done anything to harm him, so there was no reason for him to harbor any fear. Yet, if he felt no fear, why would he run away? Unable to fathom it, Zhuo Fan shook his head and decided to dismiss the matter from his mind. After all, he was a man of great ambitions and had no need to be troubled by such trivialities. Just as he was about to leave, however, the figure of Lei Yuding reappeared before him, holding a food box in her hand. Following her was the earlier fleeing Xiao Chui, whose petite figure hid shyly behind Lei Yuding, occasionally peeking out to glance at Zhuo Fan. What on earth was happening? Zhuo Fan stood still, a look of confusion etched on his face. Lei Yuding approached gracefully, not in her usual commanding manner, but rather with an endearing demeanor, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush as she spoke. Zhuo Steward, I thank you for saving me that day. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. As she spoke, Lei Yuding extended the food box toward him. Zhuo Fan, with a face full of skepticism, accepted it and slowly opened it. In an instant, the delightful aroma enveloped him completely. Inside lay an array of exquisite dishes, clearly crafted with great care. How fragrant! Zhuo Fan exclaimed, glancing at Lei Yuding. Where did you get this? Does Fenglin City have such fine restaurants? Humph, it's not from a restaurant. Xiao Chui interjected playfully, her voice filled with delight. This is what my young lady has been preparing for 10 hours each day, just waiting for Zhuo Steward to emerge. Every day? Zhuo Fan finally understood why Xiao Chui had run away upon seeing him. She had rushed to inform Lei Yuding. Since Lei Yuding was unaware of when he would finish his seclusion, she had been preparing dishes daily in anticipation of his return, and this unwavering dedication genuinely moved him. Nodding slightly, Zhuo Fan cast a deep gaze at her and said softly, "You are truly thoughtful. I shall accept this gift." As she heard these words, a radiant blush spread across Lei Yuding's cheeks, and she lowered her head shyly, murmuring, "Zhuo Steward, your injuries have just healed. You need to nourish your body. You should eat quickly. It won't be good if it gets cold." "You are right," Zhuo Fan nodded, taking the food box back to his room. After all, he had not eaten for a month, and with his cultivation at the gathering qi stage, he was indeed feeling a bit hungry. Lei Yuding, accompanied by Xiao Chui, shyly followed him inside, their eyes shimmering with a gentle light, reminiscent of glaciers melting under the radiant sun. However, before Zhuo Fan could indulge in the meal, a sharp knock echoed, and Luo Yunshang's graceful figure appeared at the door, with Commander Pang trailing behind her. Zhuo Fan's brow involuntarily arched as he noticed the food box in her hand as well. "Oh, I didn't expect someone else had already brought breakfast to Zhuo Steward. It seems I was worrying for nothing." Seeing the food box on Zhuo Fan's table, Luo Yunshang's lips curved into a charming smile, yet her gaze was as piercing as a sword, as if she could inflict 1,000 wounds on anyone in her line of sight. What was wrong with her today? Zhuo Fan's brow twitched, filled with confusion, and when he glanced at Commander Pang behind Luo Yunshang, he only received a helpless look that deepened his bewilderment. With a loud thud, Luo Yunshang placed the food box forcefully in front of Zhuo Fan. Her smile strained as she declared, "Zhuo Steward, this was personally prepared by me. I hope you take good care of your health. But I already have one. I'm not a bottomless pit. There's no need to eat so much." Zhuo Fan shrugged, intending to push Luo Yunshang's food box back, but suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of murderous intent directed at him. Looking up, he met Luo Yunshang's fierce gaze, which was fixated on him. I suppose I'll try both." For reasons he could not comprehend, Zhuo Fan found himself retreating for the first time in his life. Even he was unsure how this had come to pass. He simply felt that refusing her might lead to dire consequences. However, upon opening Luo Yunshang's food box and seeing the charred dishes within, his appetite diminished significantly. "I think I'll stick with this one." Fan quickly reached for Lei Yuding's food box, which caused Lei Yuding's face to blossom into a radiant smile. However, before his hand could grasp it, with a loud bang, Luo Yunshang slammed her food box onto the table, looking at him with a wounded expression. "You promised to try both." Zhuo Fan's brow twitched, and glancing back at Luo Yunshang's charred dishes, he found himself hesitating. Yet, seeing her earnest eyes, he could not bring himself to refuse, so he nodded and brought both food boxes before him. "All right, I'll try them together." Hearing this, Luo Yunshang's eyes lit up with joy, while Lei Yuding scoffed dismissively. "Let's eat mine first." Luo Yunshang insisted. "No, let's start with mine." Lei Yuding countered eagerly. In an instant, the two young women's gazes intertwined, sparking with a tension that was almost palpable. Zhuo Fan was puzzled. Had not these two been on good terms before his seclusion? What had transpired in such a short time to create such discord? Unaware of the cause of their sudden rivalry, he declared, "In terms of order, I'll try Lei Yuding's first." Waving his hand, Zhuo Fan took the first bite of Lei Yuding's dish. Her large, watery eyes were fixed on him, awaiting his reaction. Zhuo Fan raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, "Excellent culinary skills." At his words, Lei Yuding's face broke into a radiant smile, while Xiao Chui, standing nearby, puffed up with pride, declaring, "My young lady has been cooking since she was 10. No one in Fenglin City can surpass her culinary talent. Zhuo Steward, you are in for a treat." Xiao Chui's teasing made Lei Yuding blush, but a smile of happiness graced her lips. Seeing this, Luo Yunshang pouted and quickly urged, "Zhuo Fan, quickly try mine." Nodding, Zhuo Fan took a bite of Luo Yunshang's dish. However, as soon as it touched his tongue, he spat it out without hesitation. "This is worse than poison," he remarked mercilessly, then reached for Lei Yuding's food box, stating, "I think I'll stick with this one." Upon hearing this, Lei Yuding beamed, while Luo Yunshang's eyes instantly filled with tears. "Oh, how fragrant." Just then, the young rascal Luo Yunhai burst into Zhuo Fan's room, exclaiming in delight, "Zhuo Gu, you're out, and there's so much delicious food. You have to share some with me. Go away, eat what your sister made." Zhuo Fan waved dismissively, attempting to shoo him off. Luo Yunhai's face fell, and he lamented, "My sister can't cook at all." She doesn't even know which way the kitchen door swings open. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Yunshang dashed out with the food box in hand, leaving behind a trail of water stains on the ground. What did I say wrong? Luo Yunhai looked around in confusion. You didn't say anything wrong, Shuofan. Having finished Lei Yuding's dishes, stood up and announced. But someone is out of their depth. I'm heading to the Qianlong Pavilion. You all stay put and don't go out, in case the people from the Underworld Valley are still nearby. Luo Yunhai and Commander Peng nodded, but when they turned to look at Lei Yuding, they found her flushed with excitement, while Xiao Chui exclaimed, Miss, how wonderful. It seems Xue Steward prefers you. Lei Yuding smiled without speaking, merely nodding slightly. Meanwhile, within the majestic confines of the imperial capital, two individuals sat side by side in an imposing study. One was a man in his 40s, clad in a golden-threaded white robe, his face handsome and jovial, with a pair of small mustaches twitching as if perpetually amused. The other was an older man, perhaps in his 50s, with a grim expression, draped in a pitch-black cloak. His large, bell-like eyes filled with suppressed anger. Though they sat next to each other, neither dared to glance at the other, resembling strangers. Suddenly, an elderly cough broke the silence, and a slightly stooped figure appeared before them. It was a venerable man clad in a golden robe, around 70 years old, embroidered with 9 golden dragons. Your Majesty. Upon the elder's arrival, the two men hurriedly stood and deeply bowed to him. Waving his hand, the elder coughed a few more times before sitting down across from them, frowning as he inquired. The Qianlong Pavilion and the Underworld Valley are both part of the 7 great families serving the empire. I wonder what brings you to see me this time. This elder was none other than the emperor of the Tianyu Empire. Your Majesty, a month ago, the Qianlong Pavilion killed 2 of our Underworld Valley elders. Violating the agreement of the 7 families, we implore your Majesty to take action and punish the Qianlong Pavilion. The man in the black cloak quickly clasped his fists and lamented, with a cold smile. The middle-aged man disdainfully scoffed, You, Wanshan, have the audacity to lodge a complaint first. Your Underworld Valley's elders trespassed into our Qianlong Pavilion's territory. How does that not constitute a breach of the 7 families' agreement? I, Yuk-Wen from the Wyoming Valley, was slain in FNGLN City. Is it not appropriate for me to send an elder to investigate this matter? YUWNSHN narrowed his eyes menacingly and declared, Elling YFI, you are merely seeking revenge for events that transpired 20 years ago. Ha ha ha, and what of revenge? 20 years ago, the 9th elder of my Qianlong Pavilion was deceived into falling into a trap in Luwai City, resulting in the loss of one of his divine eyes. You claimed he violated the 7 families' agreement by trespassing on your territory, and I refrained from comment. Yet, this time, it was your elders who trespassed into our domain, 4 of them. No less is this your idea of an investigation? Enough! At that moment, the emperor interjected with a stern voice, a rare glint of murderous intent flashing in his murky old eyes. In this matter, both parties are at fault. Proclaim my decree. Qianlong Pavilion is to withdraw from FNGLN City, which shall no longer be your territory. The people of Wyoming Valley and Qianlong Pavilion are henceforth forbidden from stepping foot in FNGLN City. Your Majesty, the two clasped their fists in salute, yet the emperor dismissed them with a flick of his sleeve, barking, It is settled. Depart, I do not wish to hear of the 7 families or any further disputes. Yes, gritting their teeth, both harbored resentment, but had no choice but to bow respectfully and leave. Once they had departed, a sudden spark of clarity flickered in the emperor's eyes as he remarked, The people of Wyoming Valley are daring enough to venture into FNGLN City. It seems they have become aware of the secret edict from a millennium ago. The imperial city has long been a cauldron of strife, with spies from every major faction lurking within. This, the emperor must have known well that moment. An elderly male voice unexpectedly resonated from behind him. The emperor smiled faintly and nodded slightly. It seems it is time to set that plan into motion. A pearl must shine. After all. Chapter 43. The stout man of resolve upon exiting the small courtyard. Zhu Fn strode directly towards the Qianlong Pavilion, a distance of merely a few hundred steps, soon arriving at the grand entrance of the establishment. However, before he could approach, he abruptly halted in his tracks. Before the gates of Qianlong Pavilion stood a yellow palanquin, with 4 bearers of peak qi gathering standing at the front and rear. Surrounding them were 16 guards, all possessing formidable bone refinement prowess. In front of the palanquin loomed a massive figure clad in a yellow robe, corpulent in stature. His face was so round that his small eyes were nearly swallowed within the folds of flesh. If one did not look closely, one might mistake him for balancing a bun upon his shoulders. Zhu Fin could not help but shake his head, marveling inwardly he had encountered many people in his life. Yet such a peculiar sight was a first for him. How could a person grow to such a shape? With a sigh, Zhu Fin continued forward, though he couldn't resist casting furtive glances at this rotund figure. Although the man was not particularly handsome and possessed only the cultivation of Qi gathering 7th level, the guards surrounding him were undoubtedly experts. Could he perhaps be a member of one of the 7 great families? Zhu Fin reasoned that if this man were part of Qianling Pavilion, he would have already entered instead of standing outside waiting. Suddenly, as Zhu Fin was about to step into Qianling Pavilion, a loud shout rang out. Turning back, he saw the stout man lumbering towards him, each step causing the ground to tremble. Zhu Fin's cheeks twitched as he looked at the man and asked, "Do you require my assistance? You must be from Qianling Pavilion, yes?" The stout man approached Zhu Fin with an innocent smile. However, when he smiled, his eyes vanished entirely. Shaking his head, Zhu Fin felt speechless at this astonishing visage and replied coolly, "I merely have some acquaintances within Qianling Pavilion. I am not one of them, no. That's fine then, as long as you can enter." The stout man nodded knowingly, then displayed a warm smile. "I would be grateful if you could do me a small favor. Please inform Miss Enku that I shall remain here until she comes out to see me." Upon hearing this, Zhu Fin finally understood the situation. The peculiar stout man was actually a suitor of Enku. The thought nearly caused him to choke on his own saliva. Had it not been in a public setting, he would have surely burst out laughing. To think that the proud Enku had an association with such a person. Regardless of the man's identity, his bizarre appearance would likely make Enku hesitant to be seen with him in public. "Very well, I shall convey your message to her immediately," Zhu Fin said, suppressing his laughter as he patted his chest. The stout man expressed his profound gratitude with a bow and clasped hands. "Thank you for your assistance." Zhu Fin hastily entered Qianling Pavilion, fearing that lingering with the stout man any longer would lead him to laughter. It would be unwise to offend a powerful faction over such a trivial matter. Soon, Zhu Fin found Enku at the conference room door. "Miss Ling, it has been some time. How have you been?" he inquired. "Humph, I was quite well until I saw you," Enku retorted coldly without raising her gaze. Zhu Fin, undeterred, bluntly stated, "Is 9th brother here? I wish to see him." "He is not." Enku rolled her eyes, her tone icy. Observing her demeanor, Zhu Fin sensed she was not lying, and noting the absence of Lingji, he surmised that he must have gone out on business with Lingji. In that case, he would need to postpone his inquiries. However, he was determined to fulfill the stout man's request. After all, it was a matter of loyalty to assist someone, and more importantly, it would be amusing to see the proud young lady put in a difficult position. Why not indulge in a little fun? With that thought, Zhu Fin suddenly wore a peculiar smile. "What is the matter with you?" Enku furrowed her brow, puzzled. "Nothing." Zhu Fin waved his hand dismissively, grinning. "There is a wealthy and handsome gentleman outside who wishes to speak with you. If you do not go to meet him, he will refuse to leave." "Hey, Miss Ling, who is he?" Zhu Fin nudged her with his arm, raising an eyebrow playfully. Enku, fully aware of who was outside, recognized Zhu Fin's jest and felt a surge of anger, ignoring him as she strode directly towards the exit. Zhu Fin chuckled heartily, following closely behind with a look of unabashed amusement. "You foolish stout man, have I not told you countless times that I shall never accept your proposal? Why do you persist in lingering here?" Enku's voice echoed even before she arrived. The stout man's joyful expression quickly deflated. "Enku, I have been proposing to you since I was 10 years old. Now, nearly 20 years have passed, and I have asked over 1,000 times. Are you not the least bit moved?" "Moved? Of course, I am." Before Enku could respond, Zhu Fin stepped forward, patting the stout man's shoulder and addressing Enku. "Miss Enku, it is rare to find such a devoted suitor. Surely you should accept him." Zhu Fin nearly burst into laughter at his final words, while the stout man gazed at him with profound gratitude, completely oblivious to the mockery. Enku, listening to their banter, felt her temper rise. Yet, a sudden thought crossed her mind. and she revealed a captivating smile. This was the first time El Enku had shown such a demeanor, leaving even Zhu Fn momentarily stunned, while the stout man gazed longingly, drooling at the sight. Though El Enku felt a wave of nausea at the sight, she maintained her smile. Ying, you have always treated me well. How could I possibly be unaware? However, my heart now belongs to another. What? Who is this person? The stout man's expression darkened at her words, his small eyes glinting with a rare murderous intent. Zhu Fn's heart sank, realizing the potential trouble brewing. Would she implicate him in her grievances? Indeed, El Enku turned her gaze towards Zhu Fn, a hint of mischievousness in her eyes. Damn it! Zhu Fn gritted his teeth, realizing that although he had no knowledge of the stout man's origins, the man's imposing presence indicated he was not to be trifled with at this moment, having just crossed paths with Ing Valley. Provoking another equally or even more powerful faction was a risk that even he, the Demon Emperor, might find difficult to escape unscathed. So that is why you can freely enter Channeling Pavilion. It turns out you are involved with Sister Ku. The stout man had caught on to El Enku's gaze and abruptly seized Zhu Fn by his clothing. Glaring fiercely, Zhu Fn hurriedly waved his hands in protest. Brother, it is a misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. However, the stout man was beyond listening to any explanations. His eyes had turned a furious red. There are two great taboos for a man: the vengeance of a slain father and the resentment of a usurped wife. The latter is particularly intolerable. Being unjustly accused of such a thing would make any reconciliation difficult. Zhu Fn sighed in resignation, realizing that he would need to have El Enku step in to clarify the situation and prevent further enmity with a formidable entity. Just as Zhu Fn pondered his next move, the stout man's words left him momentarily dumbfounded, his mind blank and unable to think further. Sister Ku, what is it about me that is lacking? What does this fellow possess that I do not? Zhu Fn nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, staring blankly at the stout man before him, and muttered in astonishment, Brother, now I understand why you have proposed 1,000 times. He had encountered many arrogant individuals. Yet this was his first encounter with someone so utterly devoid of self-awareness. He gazed upon the corpulent figure before him, the kind of man whose immobility for 3 seconds could very well indent the earth beneath his feet. Zhu Fan yearned to shout at him, Brother, what qualities do you possess that could possibly surpass mine? Of course, aside from your family background. Yet, was Long Kue truly lacking in familial prestige? Long Kue, equally speechless, rolled her eyes in exasperation. Such words could only emanate from this rotund individual. Brother Tsong, you must have other matters to attend to in Fenglin City. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so freely wandering from the imperial capital. So, tend to your business and stop wasting my time here. How could that be? You are to be my legitimate wife in the future. I specifically requested this task just to see you. But who would have thought? As he spoke, the plump man shot a fierce glare at Zhu Fan, his countenance filled with a mournful expression. A duel, he bellowed, gritting his teeth and pointing an accusatory finger at Zhu Fan. Today, I challenge you to a duel. The victor shall claim Kue Mei as his bride, while the loser must concede. Zhu Fan was taken aback, casting a deep, contemplative glance at the rotund man, inwardly nodding in acknowledgement. This fellow was the first to challenge him without first proclaiming his noble lineage. For that alone, Zhu Fan felt a modicum of respect for him. Young master, your well-being is of utmost importance. How could you engage in combat so recklessly? If you wish to teach this fellow a lesson, allow us to assist. Silence. The guard attempted to reason with the plump man, but before he could finish, the latter had already bellowed. I am the one who intends to marry Kue Mei. This duel concerns my dignity as a man. If you interfere, where would my face go? Kue Mei would only look down on me even more. I never held you in high regard to begin with, Long Kue muttered under her breath, rolling her eyes. Yet, Zhu Fan merely nodded slightly, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth as he declared, Very well, I accept your challenge. However, each of your guards is stronger than I. Should they intervene, I would undoubtedly stand no chance. If I say it's a duel, it shall be 1-on-1. My word is my bond. Do you not trust me? The plump man, seeing Zhu Fan's skepticism, grew even angrier. Zhu Fan, shaking his head lightly, replied with indifference. I believe you, but if your subordinates are attacked, how could these servants remain uninvolved? At that point, your commands would be futile. With narrowed eyes, the plump man seemed to lose his composure, though whether it was from contemplation or rage remained unclear. Yet, he soon turned to his guards, bellowing, "You lot stay put. If anyone dares move before I return, I'll have their head." Afterward, he fixed his gaze on Zhuo Fan, his eyes gleaming with determination. "You choose the place. We shall engage in our duel without interruption." Zhuo Fan smiled faintly and nodded. Long Kuei, however, furrowed her brow and hurriedly approached Zhuo Fan, whispering, "Are you truly going to fight? I warn you, if he injures you, even Qianlong Pavilion cannot protect you." Zhuo Fan shook his head noncommittally. Glancing at Long Ku, "I die in truth. This plump fellow isn't so bad." Long Kuei was taken aback, perplexed by his words. The rotund man, observing their closeness, felt a surge of anger, his heavy breathing becoming more labored as he shouted, "You, brat, wait for me. I will surely flatten you." Hearing this, Zhuo Fan let out a hearty laugh, brushing off the remark. Chapter 44. The assassin strike. Subsequently, Zhuo Fan led the plump man to a secluded forest, with Long Kuei anxiously trailing behind, fearing trouble. Throughout the journey, Zhuo Fan kept a watchful eye through his blood infant. Indeed, as the plump man had claimed, none of his guards had followed them. Clapping his hands, Zhuo Fan commended, "You truly have guts, bringing not a single guard with you. Humph, I keep my word. Moreover, this concerns my lifelong happiness with Kuei Mei. I must ensure you lose convincingly, lest you concoct excuses later to pursue her." The plump man scoffed, raising his chin in pride. With a sudden mischievous grin, Zhuo Fan remarked, "But aren't you worried I might have set a trap?" At this, the plump man's brow twitched, and after scanning the surroundings for a moment, he threw his head back and shouted, "Humph, I come here alone. If you resort to such despicable tactics, how could Kuei Mei ever look favorably upon you? Even if I take a beating, I shall still emerge victorious." "Ha ha ha, you speak boldly, and I admire that. Let us commence our one-on-one duel and determine our fates." Zhuo Fan laughed heartily, brimming with confidence. However, before his laughter could fade, a sudden rush of wind accompanied the explosive sound of a punch. Startled, Zhuo Fan hurriedly dodged, but the fierce wind still grazed his cheek, leaving it red and swollen as he stumbled back several meters. "Hey, you rotund fool. I expected you to be honorable, yet you resort to sneak attacks?" Zhuo Fan glared in indignation, but the plump man merely shrugged, retorting, "Did you not just declare the duel had begun? How is that a sneak attack?" Momentarily taken aback, Zhuo Fan regarded the plump man with renewed respect. He was not as straightforward as he appeared, yet he conducted himself with a certain integrity. Unlike the simple honesty of Lao Pang, this rotund fellow possessed a cunning charm that Zhuo Fan found oddly appealing. In the realm of the demonic, one must employ all means necessary to achieve their goals. Thus, this plump man's borderline tactics, within reason, actually resonated with Zhuo Fan's sensibilities. "Ha ha ha, indeed, you are correct." Zhuo Fan laughed boisterously, then suddenly feigned shock, pointing towards Long Kuei. "Look, the plump man is undressing Long Kuei." Though he knew it was a ruse, the plump man could not help but turn his massive head in curiosity. In that instant, Zhuo Fan delivered a swift kick, sending his rotund figure flying 10 meters away. "Shameless!" Long Kuei seethed, her face flushed with anger as she glared at Zhuo Fan. Yet, he remained unperturbed, still grinning at the plump man. "You insolent brat! You dare to insult Kuei Mei? I shall teach you a lesson." The plump man rose, his rotund frame wobbling as fury filled his eyes. Zhuo Fan waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "I merely spoke thoughtlessly. But upon hearing my words, you turned away. What were you thinking at that moment? Were you not also disrespecting Our Lady Long?" The plump man was momentarily stunned, realizing the hypocrisy of his indignation. Although Zhuo Fan had disrespected Long Kuei, the imagery that had flashed through his mind was equally sacrilegious. With that realization, his anger dissipated, replaced by a hint of embarrassment. Yet, as he envisioned Long Kuei in a state of undress, his face flushed with crimson, and his shifty eyes darted toward her graceful form. With narrowed eyes, Long Kuei understood the plump man's thoughts all too well, and her gaze turned deadly, startled. The plump man quickly averted his gaze. Returning to Zhuo Fan, his fighting spirit rekindled. "Brat, I shall let the previous matter slide. Now, I shall get serious." As soon as the words left his mouth, the plump man bellowed, and a golden aura enveloped his form, causing the very ground beneath him to fracture. Advanced martial skill of the mortal rank. Earth-shaking fist. With a deafening roar, he charged at Xue Fan like a rabid bull, leaving destruction in his wake. Brat, if you wish to avoid injury, dodge. But if you do, you forfeit. Xue Fan, unfazed, raised his hand to block, a vibrant red glow emanating from his palm. Enraged by this display, the plump man yelled, "You insolent wretch! You seek death! I am at the 7th level of Qi gathering, wielding an advanced martial skill. You, at the 5th level, dare to be so arrogant? To avoid death, dodge!" The plump man shouted as he charged forward. But Xue Fan stood resolute, his expression unyielding. With a silent sigh, the plump man felt a moment of pity flicker in his eyes. Yet, it was too late. His hefty form collided forcefully with the defiant Xue Fan. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed, and an extraordinary scene unfolded. To the casual observer, Xue Fan appeared to be at a disadvantage. Yet he remained standing, unperturbed by the breeze that barely stirred his hair. In stark contrast, the plump man was violently propelled backward, his golden aura shattered beneath the crimson glow. As he hit the ground, the plump man was left dazed and bewildered. How could this be? I was clearly stronger. How could I be sent flying so easily? He stared incredulously at Xue Fan, unable to comprehend the situation. Long Kui let out a cold laugh, unperturbed by the spectacle. Though she had often been displeased with Xue Fan, deep down, she held profound admiration for his capabilities. After all, he was the first individual on the continent to slay 2 experts of the celestial realm while still at the Qi gathering stage. How could he not handle this plump man? Approaching the plump man, Xue Fan extended a hand, offering a faint smile. Plump man, you were holding back, weren't you? I know you didn't use your full strength. With a wave of his hand, the rotund man let out a deep sigh. Defeat is defeat. Facing a 7th-tier gathering of energy with only a 5th-tier effort, while still exerting full strength would yield the same result. I have always been fair in my dealings, and this time, you have triumphed. Shaking his head, Xue Fan's expression suddenly turned grave. Perhaps what transpired moments ago seemed just to you, but to me? It was an act of mercy. The rotund man couldn't help but furrow his brow, casting a profound gaze at Xue Fan. He never anticipated that the fleeting thought in his heart would be so swiftly grasped by the man before him. Truly, no wonder he was favored by Sister Kuei. He possesses remarkable insight. The rotund man nodded in approval, extending his hand to grasp Xue Fan's, leveraging the grip to rise. Approaching Long Kuei, he sighed, "Sister Kuei, your judgment is commendable. This lad will surely become someone of significance in the future." Having said that, the rotund man departed with a sigh, his silhouette tinged with a hint of melancholy at that moment. A sound of slicing air echoed. Xue Fan's pupils constricted as he swiftly leaped in front of the rotund man, tackling him to the ground. Simultaneously, a streak of azure light streaked above them, severing trees in its path. The rotund man raised his head, staring at the scene in awe, unable to suppress a gasp of cold air. Turning to Xue Fan, his eyes now brimmed with gratitude. "Brother, thank you for saving my life. I never imagined I would be rescued by a rival. Thanking me is premature. They are coming." Xue Fan furrowed his brow, pulling the rotund man to his feet. Long Kuei hurried to their side, scanning the surroundings for threats. Just then, a dozen sounds of slicing air erupted, and the 3 of them looked ahead to find themselves surrounded by several masked men. Judging by the faint aura they emitted, they were all formidable practitioners of the bone refinement realm. "What shall we do?" Long Kuei asked, her brow tightly knit, her expression grave as she looked at Xue Fan. In this moment, the Qianlong Pavilion was of no assistance, and the rotund man's guards were absent. She could only rely on this individual she had always despised yet who had repeatedly defied the odds. Calmly, the rotund man pushed through the 2, stepping forward with an air of composure, devoid of any fear. He addressed the black-clad figures. "You seek me. Let them go. Heh, no wonder you are of royal lineage. You certainly possess the demeanor of a king. Unfortunately, we will not leave any survivors." A leader among the masked men chuckled ominously. The rotund man clenched his teeth, his face filled with animosity. Suddenly, Xue Fan stepped in front of the rotund man, blocking him, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "This rotund man is under my protection. If you wish to kill him, You must first contend with me." As soon as the words left his mouth, the masked men erupted in scornful laughter. A mere gathering of energy practitioner dares to stand up. They decided to eliminate the rotund man first to complete their task. They could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Observing their bickering, the rotund man leaned toward Juefan, whispering urgently, "Brother, they seek me. I will draw them away to the east. You must take Sister Kue back to Qinlong Pavilion immediately." Juefan shook his head slowly, laughing aloud. "With your speed, you wouldn't even make it 10 meters before they dispatch you. How can you possibly divert them? What shall we do then?" The rotund man pressed, desperation evident in his voice. A flicker of killing intent flashed in Juefan's eyes as he coldly replied, "Eliminate them." No sooner had he spoken than Juefan sprang forward, appearing before the leader, his hand shimmering with light as he grasped the evil moon wheel. "Is that a demonic treasure?" The black-clad leader recognized it, his heart sinking. However, as he attempted to evade, a sudden red light pierced through him, rendering him immobile. With a swift motion, the leader was cleaved in two before the eyes of his subordinates, blood and entrails spilling forth upon the ground. Only Juefan remained standing amidst the crimson pool, his gaze gradually turning frigid. In that instant, the rotund man's eyes widened, his face taut as he realized the truth for the first time. He had not been the one holding back during their earlier contest, but rather, it had been Juefan all along. "Eliminate that little brat." Suddenly, a voice rang out, and all eyes turned toward Juefan. They had cast aside their original mission, united in the understanding that if they did not take him down first, they would surely suffer great losses, a disaster waiting to unfold. With a smirk, Juefan grinned wickedly. "Just as I desired." In the next instant, he launched himself toward another assassin, who, startled, retreated in haste. After all, despite Juefan's gathering of energy prowess, the third-grade demonic treasure could slice through flesh with ease. As the leader had fallen due to negligence, he would not repeat such a mistake. Fixing his gaze on the evil moon wheel, the assassin felt a surge of confidence. He had devised a strategy. Juefan's gathering of energy speed could not match his OW and as long as he kept an eye on the wheel. Avoiding its edge, he could easily dispatch this young man. However, before he could act on his plan, a silver flash erupted from the evil moon wheel. In an instant, Juefan enveloped himself in silver light, darting past the assassin like a comet. The man barely comprehended what transpired before he found himself reeling backward, his upper half collapsing while his lower half remained rooted to the ground. As he fell, he caught a glimpse of Juefan's cold visage, his eyes devoid of any warmth. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers as fear gripped their hearts. Initially, Juefan's strike against their leader was perceived as a sneak attack. Yet now, in a one-on-one confrontation, he had effortlessly felled another practitioner of the bone refinement realm, a testament to his strength. Amidst the flickering silver light, Juefan's speed had left them utterly unprepared. The terrifying swiftness, coupled with the sharpness of the evil moon wheel, sent chills down the spines of the remaining assassins. "Dare to disturb my domain?" Juefan's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the surroundings. Extending a finger to his throat, his gaze turning bloodthirsty. "None shall leave alive." In an instant, the remaining assassins felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively retreating as fear deepened in their eyes. In that moment, it became unclear who was the hunter and who was the prey. The roles had reversed dramatically. The rotund man stood frozen, staring at Juefan's imposing figure, his demeanor reminiscent of the authority he had once felt from his father. Yet, Juefan exuded an even greater majesty, as if anyone who dared to oppose him would meet their end. This overwhelming pressure from a superior left even him profoundly shaken. "Do not fear. Everyone, charge." He is merely a gathering of energy practitioner, relying solely on that third-grade demonic treasure, one assassin shouted, rallying the others. Hearing this, the group nodded in unison, their fears somewhat dissipating. The next moment, a battle cry rang out, and they charged at Juefan, encircling him like a net with no escape. With a cold smile, Juefan remained undaunted, brandishing the evil moon wheel as he surged toward one of the attackers. The assassin gritted his teeth, swallowing hard, determined to confront Juefan, while two others flanked him, launching their fists toward the young man. In that critical moment, should Juefan continue his advance, he would undoubtedly slay the man before him. But he would also fall victim to the combined assault of two formidable bone refinement practitioners. Yet if he retreated, the encirclement would only tighten, leading to his inevitable demise. Ultimately, death was inevitable, whether sooner or later. However, Zhuo Fan had no intention of fleeing. Otherwise, he would have utilized the speed endowed by the evil moon wheel to escape long ago. With another flash of silver light, Zhuo Fan vanished, evading the impending strikes of the three assassins, who found themselves swinging at nothing but AI art in the next heartbeat. Zhuo Fan reappeared behind one of the assassins, who was taken aback, having not anticipated such a maneuver. Seeing Zhuo Fan facing away, he felt a surge of joy and launched a punch, convinced that the young man's head would soon be his trophy. Yet, at that moment, a flash of red light enveloped him, and he found himself unable to move. At this critical juncture, Zhuo Fan swung the evil moon wheel, which swiftly sliced through the air before him, allowing him to escape the encirclement of the crowd. The assassin, eyes wide with disbelief, collapsed, his body severed at the waist. Blood and entrails spilled forth like a torrential flood. Another one down. This time, the group united to surround him. Yet they not only failed to harm a single hair on Zhuo Fan, but also allowed him to claim another head amidst the chaos. In that moment, the fear in the eyes of the onlookers towards Zhuo Fan intensified. Previously, they had clung to the hope of numerical superiority, but now, that advantage held no weight against Zhuo Fan. What the hell is this kid? Is there truly such a monster among the 7 noble families? One assassin trembled, unable to suppress his expletive, while the others were drenched in cold sweat. With a cold smirk, Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes, a wave of overwhelming killing intent surging forth. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. The morale of these assassins had crumbled, their courage shattered, rendering them incapable of organizing any form of resistance. If not now, when? With that thought, Zhuo Fan charged forward, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The silver glint of the evil moon wheel danced in the air, and wherever it passed, dismembered limbs and severed arms flew out. The assassins wailed in despair, devoid of any fighting spirit. Zhuo Fan was like a fierce tiger unleashed into a flock of sheep, mercilessly tearing through them. Even those who could still resist found themselves immobilized as the blood infant entered their bodies, awaiting Zhuo Fan's strike that would leave them a bloody pulp. Initially, with Zhuo Fan's strength, bolstered by the blood infant, he could contend with masters of the bone-tempering realm one-on-one, but facing 2 at once would pose considerable difficulty, let alone the dozen or so present now. However, fortunate for him, after slaying Elder Yun a month prior, he had acquired the evil moon wheel from him. This enhancement was akin to giving wings to a tiger. The lethality of the evil moon wheel against masters of the bone-tempering realm was no less than that of the blood infant. Perhaps even greater. Moreover, its ability to augment the user's speed granted Zhuo Fan the means to compete with formidable foes. Reflecting on this, he felt a surge of gratitude towards the Netherworld Valley for providing such a remarkable tool. Otherwise, he would have truly met his end today as the anguished cries of the bone-tempering masters echoed in his ears, and as severed heads and entrails flew through the air, the rotund figure of the fat man stared blankly at Zhuo Fan, who ferociously wielded the evil moon wheel. Witnessing the assassin's desperate pleas and frantic escapes, utterly dumbfounded, he could hardly believe that the person he had deemed a rival, the one he had boldly challenged, could possess such overwhelming strength. Reflecting on his own earlier duel, he felt a wave of absurdity wash over him. These masters of the bone-tempering realm were being slaughtered like dogs, and here he was, a mere practitioner of the Qi-gathering 7th layer, daring to challenge Zhuo Fan, while foolishly thinking he was showing mercy, believing he was acting justly. Alas, Yuan Song, what right do you have to show mercy? What right do you have to speak of justice and compassion? The fat man shook his head helplessly, a sense of melancholy rising within him. Among his peers, he had encountered many prodigious offspring of the 7 noble families. Though he could not match them, he had thought his strength was not too far behind, at least within a reasonable range. But today, seeing Zhuo Fan's prowess, he realized what it truly meant to be outclassed. Compared to Zhuo Fan, those geniuses from the 7 noble families were nothing but dust. How could there be such a staggering disparity among individuals of the same age? Long Kuei, standing nearby, also covered her mouth in astonishment, her eyes wide with shock. This was her first genuine encounter with Zhuo Fan in battle. Although she had heard tales of him slaying two heavenly profound masters, she had always harbored doubts, deeming it too extraordinary to be true. Yet today, witnessing his ferocity firsthand left her utterly awestruck. His ruthless skill and commanding presence resembled that of a divine being descending upon the mortal realm, instilling terror in the hearts of the bone-tempering masters before him, each one more powerful than he. Zhuo Fan suddenly halted, the evil moon wheel dripping blood with each heartbeat. The once dry ground had transformed into a veritable pool of crimson. Beneath the evil moon wheel, one assassin trembled, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed up at Zhuo Fan. His legs had been completely severed, yet he lacked the time to acknowledge the excruciating pain coursing through him, merely pleading for mercy. Zhuo Fan, however, seemed to exist in a realm devoid of all but icy indifference. "Who sent you?" he asked coldly. The assassin quivered, glancing around. All of his comrades had perished, leaving him in abject fear. In his eyes, this youth was no longer merely a ruthless killer but a bona fide demon. His psychological defenses had utterly crumbled. However, just as he was about to divulge, a sudden sound of a flute pierced the air. In the next moment, a tangible wave of energy swept through, and the assassin's eyes widened in shock before he collapsed, lifeless, a thoughtless kill by a master of the divine illumination realm. Zhuo Fan's pupils constricted slightly, a chill running down his spine, as panic flickered for the first time in his otherwise serene gaze. Chapter 46. Alliance. The melodious notes of the flute echoed in everyone's ears. Yet no one felt uplifted by the enchanting melody. Conversely, every heart raced with trepidation. A master of the divine illumination realm, capable of killing with mere thought. Such a formidable opponent was not one Zhuo Fan, with his blood infant and evil moon wheel, could confront alone. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his brow, his expression grave. Suddenly, the flute fell silent, replaced by the sound of slow, deliberate footsteps. Zhuo Fan and his companions seemed to forget to breathe, their gazes fixated on the direction from which the sound originated. However, when the figure finally emerged from the thicket, the rotund man was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Teacher, what brings you to this place?" Long Kuei also involuntarily exclaimed in surprise, "Elder Fong, what a pleasant surprise!" Zhuo Fan, observing the reactions of both, discerned that they recognized the newcomer and scrutinized the figure before him. The man appeared to be around 60 years old, clad in a flowing blue robe, with a goatee and a green sword slung across his back. Since his arrival, he had worn a faint smile, his jade flute spinning idly in his palm. Upon seeing the flute, Zhuo Fan's eyes widened in realization, and he blurted, "You are Feng Qiubai, the jade flute sword god and one of the 5 dragon guardians of the royal family." Zhuo Fan had heard from Long Ju that the royal family's control over the 7 noble families had greatly diminished, yet they still managed to suppress them, thanks entirely to the 5 dragon guardians, each a top-tier master of the divine illumination realm. Any one of them was someone the 7 noble families dared not offend lightly. Among them, the one known as the foremost sword god in the heavens was indeed this jade flute sword god. Feng Qiubai, he prided himself on the unity of sword and flute, with his sword following the music, and music transforming into sword intent. He had once defeated 5 divine illumination masters in succession, earning him a fearsome reputation that resonated far and wide. The man raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Zhuo Fan, a look of approval dawning upon him. Just then, a booming laugh erupted, and Long Zhuo's figure appeared before everyone. "Ha ha ha, was I not right? This lad has quite the discerning eye. I've only mentioned you once, and he recognized you immediately." "Uncle Zhuo," Long Kuei exclaimed, rushing over with a bright smile. "When did you and Elder Fong arrive? Why didn't you show up sooner?" "Ha ha ha, we've been here since Brother Zhuo's duel with the 3rd prince," Long Zhuo replied, his laughter ringing out. He then turned to Zhuo Fan, praising Brother Zhuo. "Your composure in the face of over a dozen bone-tempering masters is truly remarkable. Even in my youth, I lacked such courage. Impressive, truly impressive." Long Kuei pouted, casting a sideways glance at Zhuo Fan, remaining silent. After witnessing Zhuo Fan's performance, she was thoroughly convinced, yet her pride prevented her from admitting it. "Teacher, now that both of you have arrived, why didn't you intervene sooner? You had me worried." The rotund man sighed, patting his ample chest. "I'm fine, but I feared for Kuei Mei and the others. If I had intervened from the start, I would have missed quite the spectacle." Fang Qiubai chuckled, then regarded Zhuo Fan with a knowing look, adding, "Besides, I wanted to witness this young prodigy display his talents." "You flatter me, elder," Zhuo Fan replied with a respectful bow, yet his expression remained serious. "But I must inquire why you chose to eliminate that individual. Was it?" Fang Qiubai's eyes narrowed slightly, a subtle smile playing on his lips, but his tone turned icy. "Young man, you are indeed very astute. Yet with your current strength, cleverness may not be a boon." Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips as he bowed again with utmost respect. "I have learned from your words, and I shall promptly forget today's events." Zhuo Fan understood that Fang Qiubai was warning him. Such power struggles among the elite were beyond his current level of involvement, and eliminating that assassin was also a measure of protection for him. Fang Qiubai cast another deep glance at Zhuo Fan, the admiration in his eyes growing ever stronger as he solemnly remarked, "Not only are you clever, but you also know when to advance and retreat. Truly a rare quality." Unexpectedly, apart from the 7 great families, there exist such remarkable young individuals in the mundane world. Had it not been for your affiliation with the demonic path, which is at odds with my principles, I would have undoubtedly taken you under my wing for 2 years of rigorous tutelage, leading to boundless achievements in the future. Upon hearing these words, Long Kue and the portly fellow were taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances filled with disbelief. As for Fang Qiubai, his reputation may not be known to many, yet none among the 7 great families are unaware of his temperament. One must ponder, among the heads of the 7 great families, who would not wish to send their disciples for training under his guidance. However, this old man possesses a stubborn disposition and has yet to show interest in a single one, even when the emperor himself intervenes, beseeching him to accept his sons as disciples. He remains unmoved. The portly fellow, having knelt before him for 3 years, was reluctantly taught a few techniques, yet was never accepted as a disciple. Thus, he continues to refer to him as teacher, rather than master. Yet, it is utterly astonishing that Zhuo Fan, after merely one meeting with Fang Qiubai, has captured his attention, with Fang Qiubai himself extending the invitation. Were it not for their differing paths of cultivation, it is likely that Zhuo Fan would have been the first to join the ranks of the Sword Godi in such a case. Even disciples of the 7 great families would have to tread carefully around him. Observing the astonished expressions of the 2 youths, Long Jiu understood their thoughts and couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. These youngsters have yet to reach a level of comprehension that would allow them to grasp the meaning of a coveted disciple. Talents like Zhuo Fan evoke a desire in any master to take them under their wing. After all, one's unparalleled skills and legacy must be passed on to the finest disciple possible. The more formidable the master, the greater the yearning. However, Zhuo Fan could only shake his head in resignation, letting out a soft chuckle. Not only will Fang Qiubai refuse to accept him due to his demonic affiliations, but even if he were to be accepted, he would decline the apprenticeship. With his prowess as the demon emperor, only those of imperial caliber could truly be his mentors. Glancing once more at Zhuo Fan, Fang Qiubai's eyes reflected a hint of reluctance, yet he ultimately shook his head, resolutely turning to leave with the portly fellow. "Long Jiu, the 3rd prince has official duties to attend to. I shall take my leave." With that, Fang Qiubai and the portly fellow vanished in an instant. Alas, wait. The portly fellow wished to turn back and say something to Long Kue and Zhuo Fan, but it was too late. All that remained was the fleeting image of his anxious face as he turned, before he disappeared completely. How swift! Truly the mark of a master in the divine radiance realm. Zhuo Fan inhaled deeply, marveling at the display, while silently resolving to expedite his own cultivation to the divine radiance realm, for only then would he feel secure traversing the continent. "Brother Zhuo," at that moment, Long Jiu stepped forward with a solemn expression, "Come with me to the hidden dragon pavilion. I have something for you." A slight smirk appeared on Zhuo Fan's lips, as if he had anticipated this, and he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. A quarter of an hour later, Zhuo Fan and Long Jiu arrived at the conference room of the hidden dragon pavilion. After Long Kue was reluctantly ushered out by Long Jiu to stand guard, Long Jiu retrieved a piece of beast skin paper embossed with 4 dragon seals at its corners from his ring. "This is..." Zhuo Fan took the paper, unfolding it to reveal the word alliance prominently featured at its center. After reading through the contents, he abruptly folded the beast skin paper, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Indeed, This was the alliance agreement he had long desired between the Hidden Dragon Pavilion and the Luo family. With this, the Hidden Dragon Pavilion would not only serve as a formidable ally for the Luo family, but would also provide unconditional support. Thus, in the near future, no one would dare covet the Luo family, allowing him to focus on expanding his family's influence in peace. Observing Zhuofan's expression, Long Jiu couldn't help but express his astonishment. Why do I get the feeling that you already knew about this? Meeting Long Jiu's gaze, Zhuofan offered a mysterious smile. He did not know it in advance. Rather, everything he had done previously was in pursuit of this very contract. From the moment he decided to ally with the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, he had strategically attracted Long Jiu's attention with an ancient formation diagram, seizing the opportunity to have the pavilion step forward on his behalf. However, this was not merely an alliance, it was protection. Should genuine danger arise, the Hidden Dragon Pavilion might very well cast him aside as a pawn. This was not what he desired. Thus, he fought alongside the pavilion, even going so far as to slay 2 elder experts of the celestial realm, risking the ire of the Netherworld Valley to showcase the potential of the Luo family. What he sought was a fair alliance contract. Otherwise, if it were only him, he would prefer to quietly amass wealth rather than flaunt the corpses of 2 celestial experts. If the leader of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion were truly a discerning individual, this would be the moment to choose alliance. Forming an alliance now would be like offering timely assistance in a snowstorm, far superior to embellishing a prosperous situation later. Therefore, Zhuofan had undertaken a grand gamble, wagering whether the leader of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion was a true hero, willing to overlook trifles and ally with a family of little renown. Ultimately, he had won his bet. Of course, had he lost, the Hidden Dragon Pavilion would have been forever excluded from the list of potential allies, simply because their leader lacked the fortitude needed for greatness. Taking a deep breath, Zhuofan rolled up the beast skin scroll and declared, "I shall take this back immediately for the young lady to sign." "Wait." Long Jiu seized Zhuofan's arm, asserting, "Sign it here, right now?" Raising an eyebrow, Zhuofan replied with a smile, "I am not the head of the Luo family. I am merely the steward. My signature may prove ineffective in the future." With a sly grin, Long Jiu scrutinized Zhuofan, chuckling, "What our pavilion master means is that this alliance agreement will not be signed with the Luo family, but rather with you, Zhuofan." Raising an eyebrow again, Zhuofan fixed his gaze on Long Jiu. "Wherever you stand, that is where the Hidden Dragon Pavilion shall ally." Long Jiu stated earnestly, "This is our pavilion master's exact words." At this proclamation, Zhuofan's brows involuntarily twitched, and he nodded with a smile. "Your pavilion master is truly a remarkable figure." In the late hours of the night, Zhuofan returned to the small courtyard and promptly encountered Captain Pang. Inquiring, "Old Pang, where is that girl? I need to speak with her." Sighing, Captain Pang cast a resentful glance at him and murmured, "I'll take you to her." Zhuofan, taken aback and confused, followed along. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the kitchen door. Zhuofan looked at Captain Pang with a puzzled expression, only to see him shake his head and gesture towards the inside. Peering in, Zhuofan was met with a chaotic scene. As if a calamity had struck by the stove, Luo Yunsheng had already fallen asleep against the hearth, her face smudged with streaks of soot. Alas, the young lady has been toiling from dawn till dusk, even seeking advice from the kitchen staff, and now she has collapsed from exhaustion, Captain Pang lamented, casting a reproachful glance at Zhuofan. "Steward Zhua, I know you possess great abilities and have never regarded the young master or young lady with much respect. But do you realize the young lady has practiced tirelessly for a month, hoping to prepare a delicious meal for you upon your return? Yet, what did she receive in return? Your harsh criticism. Not just her, but any girl would find it unbearable." Ignoring Captain Pang's tirade, Zhuofan approached the stove, where he found several dishes the young lady had just prepared. Compared to those from the morning, they were still mostly charred. Zhuofan picked one up, took a bite, and shook his head lightly. "She truly lacks talent." "Alas, even if she lacks talent, you should still consider her feelings," Captain Pang scolded, moving to the dishes and grabbing a handful to taste. How difficult is it to swallow like this, however? Upon chewing a mouthful, he promptly spat it out with a loud pft. "All right, Steward Zhua, you were right. The young lady indeed lacks talent. I misjudged you earlier." Captain Pang wiped his mouth, his face flushed as he turned to leave. Yet Zhuofan did not follow. Turning back, he noticed Zhuofan still chewing thoughtfully. as if savoring every flavor contained within the dishes. Steward Joie, don't push yourself too hard. Just take my previous words as nonsense. I've just tasted the young lady's cooking, and indeed. Captain Pang smacked his lips, his entire face contorting in distaste. It's nothing. I was just hungry. Shuo Fan replied with a faint smile, continuing to eat until every last morsel was consumed. Chapter 47. The royal invitation. On the following morning, a ray of sunlight gently streamed into the kitchen of the small courtyard. Luo Yunsheng fluttered her eyelids, slowly opening her drowsy eyes. Glancing around, she realized she was in the kitchen and let out a wry smile. She had exhausted herself to the point of collapsing from cooking yesterday, having spent the night here. If this were to be revealed, no one would believe it. How could a practitioner at the Gathering Qi realm tire themselves out from cooking? Yet the truth was, she preferred cultivation far more than culinary endeavors. Just as she prepared to rise, she froze in surprise. She was covered with a simple garment, and what she leaned against felt soft. Unlike the hard hearth. Biting her lip, Luo Yunsheng slowly turned her head to the side, only to find Zhuo Fan sitting beside her, looking completely at ease. The soft surface she had been resting against was none other than Zhuo Fan's arm. Ah! Luo Yunsheng nearly cried out but quickly covered her mouth, utterly astonished that Zhuo Fan had stayed with her throughout the night. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she stared at Zhuo Fan's serene sleeping face. Involuntarily inching closer, her youthful, fragrant lips gradually approached his cheek. Steward Zhuo, young lady. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed through the small courtyard, the disheveled voice of Captain Pang ringing in their ears. Zhuo Fan's brows involuntarily twitched, and his eyelids fluttered slightly. Observing this, Luo Yunsheng immediately leaned against his shoulder, pretending to be asleep. Yet her long eyelashes continued to tremble nervously. It was as if she had engaged in some clandestine act and had been discovered. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Zhuo Fan opened his sleepy eyes and took a deep breath, utterly unaware of the events that had just transpired. When Captain Pang arrived, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Old Pang, what is all this fuss about?" Brother Zhuo, it's about the young lady." Captain Pang was taken aback by their appearance, gesturing towards Luo Yunsheng. Zhuo Fan turned to see her rosy cheeks and shivering form, and he gently patted her head, saying, "You feel so warm. Could it be that you caught a chill sleeping here last night?" He shook his head helplessly, internally berating himself. Last night, he had intended to carry Luo Yunsheng back to her room to rest but feared waking her. So he had kept vigil throughout the night. Little did he expect that it would lead to her becoming ill. "Old Pang, whatever it is, we can discuss it later. I need to take this girl back to her room to rest." Zhuo Fan lifted Luo Yunsheng into his arms and proceeded towards the room, but Old Pang, in a flurry, exclaimed, "No, Brother Zhuo. Someone has requested the young lady's presence at their residence. We absolutely cannot offend them." "What do you mean cannot offend?" "I won't even attend an invitation from Qianlong Pavilion," Zhuo Fan retorted angrily, his voice cold. "Can't you see this girl has fainted? She's clearly gravely ill. How can she entertain guests?" "I can meet him later." "Alas, Brother Zhuo, the steward, it is imperative that the young lady personally attends. He bears an imperial token," Captain Pang said urgently. Zhuo Fan paused, taken aback. An individual with an imperial token was a royal guard. Even the heads of the 7 noble families had to respond immediately, or they would be guilty of disrespecting the emperor's orders. The lightest punishment could be death, while the gravest could implicate entire clans. However, given the strength of the 7 noble families, the royal family would not dare to act so recklessly. Yet, for their relatively insignificant family, the consequences were uncertain. Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes, contemplating, then coldly stated, "Old Pang, go tell him that my young lady is unwell today and request he come back tomorrow." "What?" Hearing this, Captain Pang was startled, gasping in disbelief. The individual had come on imperial orders. Dismissing him like this was tantamount to courting death. However, Zhuo Fan was resolute. Reflecting on yesterday's events, he was certain that the messenger had been sent by that rotund man. That rotund man was decent, not one to act impulsively or harm the innocent, which gave Zhuo Fan the confidence to refuse so decisively. "Do as I say. At once," Zhuo Fan commanded again. "Wait." Suddenly, Luo Yunsheng cried out, breaking free from Zhuo Fan's embrace. She looked serious as she said, "Captain Pang, please ask that person to wait a moment. I will freshen up and join them." "Yes." Captain Pang clasped his fists, exhaling in relief, feeling fortunate that the young lady had awakened in time. Had he followed Brother Zhua's orders, who knew what trouble would have ensued? It must be said that while this Zhua steward feared nothing, those of us who worked alongside him were often filled with trepidation. Captain Pang shook his head, sighing as he took his leave. Zhua Fan regarded Luo Yunshang with confusion. How could she have appeared so unconscious just moments ago, yet now seemed fully alert? Luo Yunshang cast him a charming glance and reproached. How can you be so reckless? Can one so easily offend the royal family? After speaking, she hurried away, seemingly eager to avoid revealing anything further, leaving Zhua Fan shaking his head, his mind filled with questions. Upon entering the reception hall, Zhua Fan encountered the messenger, who was garbed as a servant, possessing peak strength. He was one of the bearers who had carried that rotund man the previous day. You must be Steward Zhuam. Why Master requests that you and Miss Luo come to the estate for a discussion. Upon seeing Zhua Fan, the man stood and cupped his fists in greeting, though his expression was one of arrogance, disdain evident in his gaze. Moreover, whether intentional or not, the imperial token at his waist swayed conspicuously, as if he wished to ensure that everyone knew he was a royal guard. With a cold snort, Zhua Fan silently mocked him. You think you're impressive flaunting that in front of me? You're still too green. When I was showing off back in the day, you weren't even born yet. Without acknowledging the man, Zhua Fan boldly seated himself, crossing his legs nonchalantly, ignoring him completely. The man's expression shifted, anger flaring in his eyes. Is that rotund man uninjured? Zhua Fan suddenly inquired. The messenger was momentarily taken aback, then realized Zhua Fan meant his master. In this world, few dared to openly refer to his master as the rotund man. A surge of unease washed over the messenger as he lost all arrogance. Instead adopting a more respectful tone, My master did not mention any injuries upon his return yesterday. Is that so? Zhua Fan raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at the messenger before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha! Surely, that rotund man is merely saving face. He won't admit it. I landed over 30 punches and kicked him several times. How could he be unscathed? Don't you agree? That fellow is just putting on a facade. Not wanting you servants to mock him. Ha 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 ha. Zhua Fan quirked an eyebrow, wearing a playful grin. The messenger's mouth twitched, unsure how to respond, feeling awkward. By the way, did that old man Feng Qiubai return home angry after yesterday? Zhua Fan suddenly asked, his tone cautious. The messenger paused, shaking his head slightly. He had come to fully believe Zhua Fan's words. They had only learned of Feng Qiubai's presence after returning with their master. However, the fact that Zhua Fan was aware of it indicated a close relationship with his master. Realizing this, the messenger quickly tucked the imperial token back into his pants. Such an object might intimidate others, but it would only embarrass him in front of this esteemed gentleman. Splendid. Seeing the messenger shake his head, Zhua Fan feigned relief, exclaiming, You have no idea. That old man Feng insisted on taking me as his disciple. Had I not been steadfast and resolute, I might have already been taken away by him. I was worried he might be furious and return to pester me again, but hearing your words puts my mind at ease. It seems the old man has understood my predicament. What? Feng Qiubai wants to take you as his disciple. The messenger was taken aback, nearly collapsing to the ground in shock. Goodness, who is this esteemed gentleman before me? Not only is he a friend of my master, but he also remains unperturbed even after having beaten my master, and now the legendary Feng Qiubai, who commands respect from the emperor, wishes to take him as a disciple? Zhua Fan observed the messenger's astonishment, inwardly chuckling. However, he maintained a feigned expression of curiosity. Oh, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly on the ground? Let me help you up, Zhua Fan said, though he did not move an inch. The messenger, realizing his folly, quickly scrambled to his feet, waving his hands. No need, Steward Zhua. How could I dare accept such a grand gesture from you? You would be embarrassing me. Humph. A true servant's nature, Zhua Fan scoffed, rolling his eyes in disdain. Helping you up is hardly a grand gesture. Surely you must be the emperor's envoy. At that moment, Luo Yunshang emerged from her grooming, radiant and enchanting, offering a slight bow to the messenger. Seeing her, the messenger promptly prostrated himself, bowing repeatedly as he lamented, You honor me too greatly. Please, do not do this. If my master learns that I was disrespectful to his friend, he would surely punish me severely. Luo Yunshang was taken aback, glancing at Zhua Fan in confusion. Zhua Fan shrugged slightly, indicating his own lack of understanding. Captain Peng, who followed closely behind, was momentarily dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, this man had been so arrogant, boasting that if the young lady did not emerge within the time it takes to burn incense, he would execute everyone. Why was he suddenly so courteous? Furthermore, his demeanor was excessively respectful compared to before. Captain Peng looked at Zhuo Fan in bewilderment, only to see him wearing a mysterious smile. Soon, Captain Peng realized that everything stemmed from this Zhuo steward, and he involuntarily gave a thumbs dash up. To make a royal guard bow to a family of such humble standing could only be accomplished by their steward Zhuo. Zhuo Fan waved his hand dismissively, then turned to the messenger with a serious expression. What does that rotund man want from us? I'm not sure, but I was instructed to invite the Kai, Lei, and Luo families from Fenglin City to discuss matters at the estate. The messenger replied obediently. Zhuo Fan's eyes narrowed, as if a realization had struck him. Could it be that the secrets of the underworld valley regarding the three families are somehow connected to the royal family? We are, after all, royal guards. Who would dare to stand before us without bowing their heads in deference? Yet here you are, nearly bending over backwards to please a few local family heads. It is truly disgraceful for us. My friends. Do you not realize how our companions perceive us? That individual merely scoffs, completely indifferent to the situation. You fools fail to comprehend the significance of these esteemed guests. Take Butler Zhuo, for instance. He is not just a friend of our master, but also a favored individual of the legendary Yu Shao sword god, Feng Qiubai. With a mere word from him, he could become Feng Qiubai's disciple, commanding respect even from the emperor himself, let alone USS for the other three. They are all associates and friends of Butler Zhuo. How could we possibly afford to be discourteous? With a disdainful huff, the man maintained a facade of servile smiles, ushering Zhuo Fan and his companions inside. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a garden. In the distance, a pavilion came into view, with a stone table at its center. The rotund figure sat at the head of the table, flanked by the Yu Shao sword god, Feng Qiubai, behind him. Beside the rotund man sat the head of the Lei family, Lei Yuntian, with Lei Yuding and Xiao Chui standing behind him. Next to them was Kai Rong, head of the Kai family, with his son Kai Shouting standing in attendance. 2 additional stools were placed at the round table, presumably for Zhuo Fan and Luo Yunshang. It was evident that this gathering was a council of the three family heads. Zhuo Fan rubbed his nose and instinctively took a step back, pushing the young Luo Yunhai forward. Brother Zhuo? You? Luo Yunhai looked at Zhuo Fan in confusion, to which Zhuo Fan replied with a smile, present yourself with the demeanor befitting a family head, lest they underestimate you. Luo Yunhai paused, as if coming to a realization, while Luo Yunshang cast a grateful glance at Zhuo Fan. Clearly, this meeting was a negotiation between the royal family and the heads of the three families. However, after the events of the past few months, it was likely that everyone in Fenglin City recognized Zhuo Fan as the true leader of the Luo family. By acting in this manner, Zhuo Fan aimed to avoid overstepping his bounds and to restore the Luo family's dignity, asserting that the true master of the Luo family still bore the Luo surname. Esteemed guests, please enter, announced the leading guard, who, upon seeing the third prince, bowed deeply to Zhuo Fan and his companions, demonstrating his respect for the friends of his master. Yet the rotund man was taken aback. When had the royal guards become so humble? The Kai and Lei families were equally astonished. The guard had previously been domineering in their presence, treating them as inconsequential, yet now he treated the Luo family as esteemed guests. A wave of murmurs spread through the two families, accompanied by a tinge of jealousy. Fellow aristocrats of Fenglin City. The disparity in treatment was staggering. Only Feng Qiubai smiled silently, having already surmised that Zhuo Fan was leveraging the royal authority to intimidate the guards. Yet simultaneously, he regarded Zhuo Fan with newfound respect. Under the guard's polite invitation, Zhuo Fan and his party made their way into the pavilion. Upon seeing the rotund man, Luo Yunshang gracefully bowed. I am Luo Yunshang, here to pay my respects to your highness. The third prince, the guard had already informed her of the prince's identity during their journey. The others followed suit, bowing in unison under Luo Yunshang's lead, while Zhuo Fan merely shrugged, showing no sign of deference. However, the rotund man was unperturbed, waving his hand. Please, have a seat. At this moment, Luo Yunshang guided her brother to their respective stools, while Zhuo Fan and the leader, Peng Tong, positioned themselves behind them. The rotund man scrutinized Zhuo Fan with a profound gaze, secretly nodding in approval. A loyal minister who bears great achievements yet remains humble, truly commendable. Feng Qiubai also nodded in agreement, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. Shuo Fan's actions had undoubtedly earned the esteem of both men. With all three family heads present, the rotund man inhaled deeply and declared, "Today, I have summoned the three family heads to unveil the ancient ties that bind us." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to him. Curiosity piqued that it was likely that upon ascending to the position of family head, each of them had received a familial edict stating that their families must not be adversaries, but rather support one another. The rotund man stood slowly, intoning, "Moreover, the influence of our three families must never extend beyond Fenglin City until the pearl shines bright." Exchanging glances, Kai Rong and Lei Yuntian looked at the rotund man with a mix of suspicion and intrigue. After receiving a confirming nod from Luo Yunhai, Luo Yunshang's eyes reflected her own doubts. In truth, all of this stems from an agreement established a millennium ago between the royal family and the heads of the three families, known as the Pearl's Secret Edict. The rotund man smiled faintly, his eyes suddenly gleaming with intensity. The Luo, Kai, and Lei families, like the 7 families of the imperial court, are all founding contributors to the dynasty. What? The revelation landed like a thunderclap, leaving the members of the three families in shock, unable to fathom the rotund man's smiling visage. They had never imagined that they, who should stand alongside the 7 families at the pinnacle of the empire, had instead been relegated to the status of inconsequential families within Fenglin City. Faced with their collective disbelief, the rotund man's expression shifted to one of regret. "I apologize. This is a debt owed by our Yuan family." Sighing, he continued, "When the Tianyu Empire was newly founded, its foundations were unstable, and civil unrest was rampant. Thus, the founding emperor dispatched the 7 meritorious ministers to the provinces to govern, quell disturbances, and grant them sufficient autonomy, even equating their status with the royal family. This was the origin of the 7 families. Little did they expect that 20 years later, the power of the 7 families grew increasingly formidable, and their struggle for interests ultimately led to conflict among them. At that time, the royal family could no longer maintain control and resorted to a strategy of divide and conquer to weaken their influence. Ultimately, the 7 families realized that such a path would yield no benefits for anyone, leading to a cessation of hostilities. However, that war wrought devastation, severely diminishing national strength and even threatening the very existence of the nation. "But what does that have to do with our 3 families?" Shuo Fan furrowed his brow, inquiring. Drawing a deep breath, the rotund man surveyed the gathered family members and bowed deeply. "Ladies and gentlemen, to speak candidly, your 3 families are the founding figures of the empire, elder statesmen in the court. Were you still in the court today, you would likely stand alongside the 4 pillars. The 4 pillars? The mention caused gasps of astonishment to ripple through the crowd. The 4 pillars represented the backbone of the Tianyu Empire, wielding control over the military, economy, politics, and diplomacy. They were the only force capable of challenging the 7 families. Rumors even suggested that the true strength of the 4 pillars surpassed that of the royal family, instilling fear within them. The royal family, 4 pillars, and 7 families formed the mightiest force within the empire, maintaining a precarious balance of power. Should one side falter, the Tianyu Empire would crumble instantly. They had never envisioned their ancestors as such illustrious figures, potentially standing as pillars of the empire. Observing the expressions of the crowd, the rotund man chuckled softly before continuing. To prevent another outbreak of chaos from the 7 families, the founding emperor established the Pearl's Secret Edict with your ancestors. The ancestors of the 3 families were ostensibly demoted to Fenglin City under various pretenses, becoming ordinary families. In truth, the royal family could elevate the 3 families to the stature of the 7 families at any moment. When the 7 families waged war again, it would serve to balance their respective powers and mitigate the suffering of the populace. But even if an 8th family emerges, will that truly deter the 7 families? Luo Yunshang questioned, perplexed. Before the rotund man could respond, Shuo Fan smiled and interjected, "Miss, the emergence of the 8th family is not meant to obstruct, but rather to balance the power dynamics. Wars typically occur when one side possesses an overwhelming advantage. Conflicts resulting in mutual destruction are rare unless driven by irreconcilable enmity. Thus, when 2 formidable forces clash, resolution is often more attainable, as neither wishes to suffer devastating losses." Luo Yunshang nodded, appearing to grasp the concept. while the rotund man regarded Zhuo Fan with approval, remarking, "Butler Zhuo is indeed a prodigy. No wonder the Luo family has thrived under your guidance." Kai Rong couldn't help but grimace, regretting the past. Had he not offended Zhuo Fan, perhaps he could have enlisted his support. This young man was undeniably a rare talent. Third Prince, we have grasped the ties among the three families. Now, I seek only to understand one thing. How can you ensure our safe ascent to becoming the eighth family? Zhuo Fan's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze intently upon the rotund man. The rotund man involuntarily flinched, exhaling deeply, and nodded in admiration. Indeed, Butler Zhuo, you have hit the nail on the head. Naturally, it is not difficult for the royal family to elevate a family. The challenge lies in achieving that ascent without attracting attention. Zhuo Fan replied with a faint smile, leaving Luo Yunshang and the others bewildered. He continued, "Do the seven families truly intend to watch us rise to their level?" As their eyes widened, Kai Rong and Lei Yuntian exchanged glances, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. They had been so caught up in their joy at discovering their ancestors' esteemed status and the prospect of their family ascending with royal support that they had overlooked the implications of Zhuo Fan's words, a jarring awakening. The seven families would never allow them to grow stronger, let alone surpass them. The only solution would be to eliminate them before they could gain power. With this realization, both Kai Rong and Lei Yuntian cast grateful looks at Zhuo Fan. Were it not for his timely reminder, they might have been sold out by the royal family, even counting their coins for them. The royal family seeks a balance of power among the seven great clans. While they merely wished to survive, at the same time, Kai Rong could not help but admire Zhuo Fan's meticulous thoughts, which were beyond the reach of ordinary minds. Chapter 49. The three families unite after a moment of contemplation. The rotund man said nonchalantly, "This aspect was arranged at the time the secret edict was formulated. What is the most fundamental and essential aspect of a family? Spirit stones? Pills? No, these are mere external possessions. It is the strong that serve as the most crucial assurance for a prosperous family. Qianlong Pavilion boasts 9 elders, each possessing formidable strength, while the Ghost Valley is guarded by 12 elders. Each of the 7 great clans possesses its own strongest combatants, and the offerings each family has invited are their secret weapons. Even our royal family dares not act recklessly against them." As he spoke, a fiery intensity ignited in the man's eyes. To numb the 7 clans, the founding emperor confiscated all the assets of your 3 families, leaving you with not even a decent martial technique. However, because of this, the surveillance of the 7 clans over you was lifted 500 years ago. Yet, they could never have anticipated that you still hold a low-level mysterious martial technique in your possession. With a cunning grin, the rotund man added, "With this technique, you can cultivate your own strong warriors. Even among the 7 clans, there are only a handful of mysterious martial techniques in their possession." Upon hearing this, all 3 families displayed expressions of astonishment. They possess mysterious martial techniques? How could that be possible? If they had them, they would have already thrived, and there would be no need for your reminder. Only Zhuo Fan's eyes glimmered with insight, as if he had come to a realization, and he nodded knowingly. With a hint of a mysterious smile, the rotund man's hand shimmered briefly, revealing a jade slip of vibrant green. This is a low-level martial technique of the common tier. A fusion secret ART holds little intrinsic value, but when practiced alongside your family's ancestral spirit tier martial techniques, it can merge the 3 families' martial arts into one, transforming them into a mysterious tier technique. In other words, the Luo family's returning dragon palm, the Kai family's wind-cutting leg, and the Lei family's thunderous finger are all parts of the same martial technique, which was divided and passed on to the 3 families by the royal family, with only the royal family possessing the method of fusion. Zhuo Fan's eyes narrowed as he spoke. The rotund man looked at him in surprise, nodding slightly in praise. Indeed, Steward Zhuo is exceptionally perceptive. There are few martial techniques in this world that can be split, and even fewer who understand the method of division. I never expected you to know this. If it weren't for my father mentioning it, even I would never have thought of it. With a smile and a nod, Zhuo Fan remained noncommittal. Perhaps the method of division is rare among common tier techniques. But in the sacred realm, it is a technique mastered by every sect. Its purpose is to prevent the sect's ultimate skills from being passed on to unworthy disciples. Only the disciples of the inner circle are qualified to learn the complete set of martial techniques. At this point, Zhuo Fan turned to the Kai and Lei families, noticing their astonished expressions, yet their eyes also shimmered with deep regret. They must be lamenting their failure to safeguard their ancestral martial techniques, which were seized by the people of Ghost Valley. Especially the Kai family, who had presented theirs willingly to it. Is likely that Kai Rong is already regretting it deeply. Now, esteemed heads of the three families, it is time to present your ancestral martial techniques. The rotund man placed the jade slip on the table, smiling at the three individuals. Only Luo Yunsheng graciously produced her family's martial technique. Ever since learning of Yang Ming's actions, Lei Yuding had returned the returning dragon palm to the Luo family. However, the heads of the other two families exchanged glances, their faces displaying difficulty. The rotund man's brow twitched as he fixed his gaze on them. With a sigh, Lei Yuntian was the first to clasp his fists. Your Highness, I, Lei, failed to protect my ancestral martial technique, which was taken by the people of Ghost Valley, thus failing the royal command. Please punish me, Your Highness. What? The rotund man slammed his palm on the table, incredulous at this moment. Kai Rong also clasped his fists, stammering. Your Highness, actually, mine is the same. The rotund man shuddered, gritting his teeth. You. How could you serve as heads of your families? Have you forgotten your ancestral teachings? You must protect the ancestral martial techniques with your very lives. Both men were taken aback and quickly knelt on the ground, pleading, Please forgive us, Your Highness. The rotund man let out a long breath, scratching his head, uncertain of what to do. Kai Rong cautiously glanced at him, saying softly, Your Highness, could the royal family not bestow upon us another mysterious martial technique? What nonsense! At his words, the rotund man could not help but erupt in a furious tirade, spitting as he spoke, yet Kai Rong remained kneeling, enduring. Do you think mysterious martial techniques are as plentiful as cabbages and carrots sold outside? Even in the royal treasury, there are only 3 or 4, and each is meticulously recorded. Should one be casually taken out, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the major clans, and how then could your 3 families rise? Are you a fool, seeking death? The rotund man slammed his palm on Kai Rong's head, infuriated. Kai Rong shrank back, not daring to make a sound. What to do? What to do? The Mingzhu secret edict is completely ruined. The rotund man paced back and forth, sweat beading on his forehead. Zhuo Fan observed with a smirk. It was time. With a flash of light in his hand, 2 more jade slips appeared, and he calmly said, Your Highness need not be anxious. I have retrieved the martial techniques of the 2 families. What? The 3 were taken aback, their eyes fixed on Zhuo Fan without blinking. Especially Kai Rong, who, having never witnessed Zhuo Fan's abilities, found it hard to believe that items taken by Ghost Valley could be so easily reclaimed. Lei Yuntian, however, nodded gratefully at Zhuo Fan. Without him, the Lei family would not only fail to rise, but the wrath of the 3rd prince could have led to their complete destruction. Ha ha ha. Steward Zhuo, you truly are formidable. No wonder you are valued by the 9 elders of Qianlong Pavilion. The rotund man beamed, rushing to Zhuo Fan and giving him a bear hug. If it weren't for you, I would have failed the task entrusted to me by my father. This realm owes you a favor. With a faint smile, Zhuo Fan shook his head in refusal. I did this for the Luo family, yes, for the Luo family, and also for my own sake. Ha ha ha. The rotund man rejoiced, patting Zhuo Fan's shoulder, then placed the 4 jade slips together, continuing. Now that we have the martial techniques, the next step is to merge the 3 families. According to the Mingzhu secret edict established by the founding emperor, when the edict is activated, the 2 other families must merge into the strongest one, with the mysterious martial technique under the control of its head. So now you. Your Highness, suddenly, as if on a stimulant. Kai Rong leaped up, puffing out his chest. At present, the Luo family is weak, with only 4 members remaining, and the Lei family has already fallen apart. Only my Kai family remains prosperous. Therefore, I shall unreservedly take on the mantle of the family after the unification of the 3 families. From now on, I shall ensure that the Lei and Luo families serve as disciples of the Kai family, assisting the royal family in fulfilling the edict planned. As he spoke, Kai Rong reached for the 4 jade slips. However, at that moment, a loud thud echoed as his hand was forcefully held down by another rough hand. Lei Yuntian squinted, glaring at the old man. Kai Rong, do you think with your meager strength in the bone refinement realm, you can become the head of the family? Hemph, and so what? In terms of strength, my Kai family is currently the strongest. Kai Rong retorted coldly, his eyebrows twitching. Not necessarily, Lei Yuntian sneered, turning to Lei Yuding. Lei Yuding stepped forward with a proud smile. Head Kai, within this month, I have gathered the scattered remnants of the Black Wind Mountain. There are at least 500 to 600 people, the majority of whom are at the gathering Qi realm. In terms of strength, the Kai family is likely not our match. Ha ha ha. What does your strength matter? You merely rose from the ranks of bandits. As soon as Lei Yuding finished speaking, Kai Shouting let out a loud laugh, his face full of disdain. How could the Lei family, born of bandits, ever hope to enter the grand halls of nobility? If you were to become the head of the new family, you would surely become the laughingstock of the 7 clans. And how would you ever rank among the 7 great clans in the future? Who are you calling a bandit? Seeking death, are you? Aren't you one as well, bandit wench? In an instant, the Lei and Kai families erupted into a heated exchange of insults as they vied for the headship of the new family. Zhuofan watched from the sidelines, a cold smile on his face. This new family had just begun to take shape, and whether they could establish themselves in the Tianyu Empire was still uncertain. Yet these people were already fantasizing about their status alongside the 7 great clans. Truly a bunch of useless mud that cannot be propped up, showing no sign of progress. The rotund man and Feng Qiubai silently observed the quarrel, their eyes reflecting the same disdain. Luo Yunsheng surveyed both families with flushed cheeks, her anger palpable. While the 2 families fought desperately, they had completely sidelined the Luo family, clearly disregarding them. Though their family now consisted of only 4 members, they were still part of the 3 families, yet, during this dispute, the 2 families showed no concern for their opinions, which was exceedingly insulting. Suddenly, a loud bang resounded as the argument came to an abrupt halt. Everyone froze in surprise, turning towards the source of the sound, only to see that it was the young boy Luo Yunhai, who had struck the table with great force. However, at this moment, Luo Yunhai wore a serious expression. Shedding his usual childish demeanor, his cold gaze radiating determination. Even Zhuofan raised an eyebrow, looking at him intently. What are you all arguing about? Luo Yunhai cast a sweeping glance over all present, his countenance resolute. Among the 3 families, only one is worthy of the position of the main family, and that is my Luo clan. His words resonated with a profound authority, causing a palpable tremor in the hearts of those gathered. Kai Shouting regarded him with a sneer, unable to suppress his derision. What do you know, you little brat? Your family is the weakest among the 3, entirely insignificant. What qualifications do you have to claim this position? With a cold smile, Luo Yunhai's lips curled into a sinister arc. Witnessing this, all present were momentarily taken aback, for this expression was all too familiar, resembling that of someone they knew. Realizing this, their gazes shifted toward Zhuofan, who stood behind Luo Yunsheng. Goodness, this kid has learned from Zhuofan. Zhuofan, on the other hand, raised an eyebrow in intrigue, his expression one of amusement. Our Luo family currently possesses neither manpower, nor wealth, nor elixirs. We are but 4 souls relying on one another. Luo Yunhai surveyed the assembly, his eyes sparkling with determination. Yet we are the strongest among the 3 families, for we have Zhuofan, our esteemed steward. As soon as he spoke, Luo Yunhai turned his gaze toward Zhuofan, his eyes radiating admiration. The others followed suit, their faces etched with seriousness. If there was anything of merit the Luo family could present, it was indeed Zhuofan. His talents were evident to all in attendance. Even the Qianlong Pavilion was acutely aware that as long as Zhuofan remained, the rise of the Luo family was merely a matter of time. Observing the expectant and anxious gazes of the crowd, especially Luo Yunhai's filled with hope, Zhuofan couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle softly. It was rare for this young man to have such faith in him, and he certainly couldn't let him down. Humph, Zhuofan, a mere steward. Can he truly rival the numerous guards and wealth of my Kai family? You little brat, this unification of the 3 families is a matter for the adults. You should not meddle, Kai Shouting scoffed repeatedly, but before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous sound erupted as Zhuofan slammed a piece of beast hide onto the table. I landed squarely in the center. Emblazoned with the words Alliance Agreement. In the midst of the puzzled gazes, Zhuofan cast a cold glance at them. This is the alliance agreement between the Luo family and the Qianlong Pavilion. What? The room erupted in astonishment, the hefty figure of the fat man quivering as if he might topple from his seat. Even Feng Qiubai, who had been indifferent until now, found his pupils constricted. His gaze fixated on the beast hide, his expression one of utter disbelief. The Qianlong Pavilion was one of the 7 noble families. It had never forged an equal alliance with any other family outside of these 7. Even if an alliance were to be formed, it would be as a subordinate entity, yet now. After a long, contemplative look at Zhuo Fan, Fang Qiubai exhaled deeply, unable to restrain himself. Youngster, how did you achieve this? Recognizing heroes, valuing heroes. Zhuo Fan smiled and nodded at Fang Qiubai, then turned his attention back to the other 2 families, his expression turning icy. Let me make this clear. Even without this so-called Pearl Secret Order, the unification of the 3 families, as long as I, Zhuo Fan, am here, the Luo family's ascension to the ranks of the 7 noble families is merely a matter of time. You, in relation to the Luo family, are hardly a source of support. On the contrary, you are merely a burden. Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes and sneered. The other 2 families, upon hearing this, were rendered speechless, utterly dumbfounded. Luo Yunsheng raised her head proudly, her face aglow, while Luo Yunhai's excitement painted his cheeks crimson as he gazed at Zhuo Fan with newfound reverence. Chapter 50. The integration of a new family. Smacking his lips, the fat man stroked the Qianlong Pavilion's alliance agreement, exclaiming in astonishment. Even he had not anticipated Zhuo Fan's formidable prowess in securing such an alliance. It was known that even if Longjiu favored him as an elder of the Qianlong Pavilion, he possessed no such authority. After casting another deep look at Zhuo Fan, the fat man marveled. Steward Zhuo, it truly is a disservice to keep you in such a mundane family. Why not consider aiding me? At this declaration, all present were taken aback, particularly Kai Rong and his son, who stared in disbelief. Had Zhuo Fan grown so powerful that even the royal family sought to claim him? Luo Yunsheng stood up nervously, her face etched with concern, fearing that Zhuo Fan might be poached by this 3rd prince. With a light chuckle, Zhuo Fan nodded slightly at the fat man. Your Highness, you flatter me. Why remaining in the Luo family is also a service to the royal family. The fat man raised an eyebrow, chuckling in agreement. Very well, if you are unwilling, then so be it. He then turned to the assembly, stating with calm authority, let it be decided then, that the Luo family shall take the lead, and the 3 families shall merge. The Kai and Lei family shall diligently assist the head of the Luo family in completing the Pearl Secret Order. Your Highness, you, Kai shouting, felt a surge of panic at the thought of the Kai family being subsumed under the Luo family's rule, but before he could voice his concerns, Kai Rong quickly tugged at his arm. Shaking his head slowly, Kai shouting was bewildered, but upon meeting the fat man's gaze, he felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. For at that moment, the fat man's eyes were filled with a genuine murderous intent. The Pearl Secret Order was a scheme the royal family had concealed for a millennium, and its significance was immeasurable. They would undoubtedly select the most suitable family to serve as the main family for this new establishment. If the 3 families had equal strength, dissent might be entertained. However, the agreement Zhuo Fan had presented with the Qianlong Pavilion was of such monumental importance that it elevated the Luo family to be the royal family's unequivocal choice for executing the secret order. Should the other 2 families express any dissent, the royal family would surely take action to eliminate them. As Zhuo Fan had articulated, the current Luo family was fully capable of executing this order independently, rendering the other 2 families mere vassals. If they proved disobedient as vassals, it would be akin to walking with a tiger. The royal family would not hesitate to cleanse them without a flicker of hesitation. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Kai shouting dared not utter another word of dissent, bowing deeply alongside Kai Rong, submitting with genuine respect. The fat man nodded in satisfaction and then turned to the Lei family, where Lei Yuntian promptly clasped his fists. Your Highness, rest assured, I shall earnestly assist Yunsheng and Yunhai in the future. The Luo family's demise at my hands would be a sin I would bear for life. Observing the sincerity in his eyes, the fat man nodded approvingly and waved his hand. Very well, since there are no further objections, let us commence the integration. Yes, everyone replied with a bow, respectfully saying, We take our leave. Steward Zhuo, please stay for a moment. However, just as everyone was about to depart, the fat man suddenly spoke up. Zhuo Fan, puzzled, remained behind, while the others exchanged glances filled with curiosity but dared not linger. Once the room cleared, the fat man let out a long breath and hurriedly approached Zhuo Fan, leading him to an empty space in the garden, where they both knelt down. Your Highness, what is this? Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow in confusion. The fat man waved his hand dismissively, urging, "You need not concern yourself. Just repeat what I say." Having spoken, the fat man joined his fingers together, pointing toward the heavens, and declared loudly, "I, Yu Wonsong, the third prince of the Tianyu Empire, hereby swear an oath before heaven. Today, I, along with Luo family steward Zhuofan, shall become sworn brothers, united in life and death, never to betray." "Your turn." The fat man turned eagerly to Zhuofan, urging him on. Zhuofan, albeit puzzled, surmised that forging a brotherhood with the prince could bear advantages, so he complied. "I, Zhuofan, steward of the Luo family, swear before heaven, today, I bind myself as a sworn brother to Yu Wonsong, the third prince of the Tianyu Empire. Should he not betray, I too shall remain steadfast." Upon hearing Zhuofan's vow, which included a condition of loyalty, the fat man regarded him with a deep look, murmuring, "Brother, you truly are cautious." "Fat man, it's not that I distrust you, but the world is perilous." Zhuofan shrugged nonchalantly, using the fat man's nickname freely, for there was no one else around. Given the fat man's character, he likely wouldn't hold a grudge over such trivialities, especially since he relied on Zhuofan to fulfill that secret order. Zhuofan was acutely aware of when to be audacious and when to be reserved. Indeed, the fat man was not offended. He merely nodded casually. "Call me what you wish, after our brotherhood." "It feels much better." Zhuofan looked at him in bewilderment, completely confused. The fat man sighed, lamenting, "Do you remember our wager yesterday? The loser must give up on Kuei Mei. However, I lost and still can't let go. Hence, I've decided to swear brotherhood with you. From now on, we shall be brothers, as the saying goes. A brother's wife should not be wronged," allowing me to finally let go of my feelings for Kuei Mei. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow, entirely taken aback by the fat man's insistence on forming a brotherhood over this matter, and helplessly shook his head. "Fat man, there's really nothing between me and that girl. What she said was merely an excuse." "What? Are you speaking truthfully?" The fat man leaped 3 feet into the air, his face brimming with excitement. "So, I can still pursue her?" Nodding, Zhuofan wore a mischievous grin. "Go ahead. Go ahead. Do your best to annoy that little girl, wonderful brother. You truly are my true brother. Ha ha ha." The fat man danced with joy, utterly elated that his initial promise could be disregarded, allowing him to pursue his beloved Long Kuei once more. Zhuofan observed the excitement etched upon his companion's face, a faint smile gracing his own, when he suddenly inquired, "Fatty, what is the true content of the Pearl's secret order?" The smile vanished abruptly. Fatty halted in his tracks, turning to face Zhuofan with an awkward chuckle. "Brother, did I not just mention it? This plan is indeed exquisite, and the goals it aims to achieve are unquestionably just." However, Zhuofan narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, "The ambition of this plan is remarkably modest, so much so that it hardly seems like something devised by an emperor founding a new dynasty. Every sovereign who establishes a nation is characterized by grand aspirations. Tio devised such a plan, hidden for a millennium, merely to curb the influence of the 7 great families and balance their power. Is something I cannot fathom." Fatty chuckled awkwardly, shaking his head in resignation. "I am just as clueless, brother. All I know is that I have been tasked with executing this secret order." Zhuofan fixed his gaze intently into Fatty's eyes. Yet he could discern nothing conclusive. Perhaps he genuinely had no inkling, or perhaps his acting skills were simply too refined. If this secret order has been concealed for a millennium, how could the underworld valley be aware of it? Zhuofan chuckled softly and continued, "In hindsight, it seems the underworld valley has been diligently attempting to thwart this secret order, ensuring no suspicion is cast upon themselves. They must be fearful of the royal family's investigation." Fatty furrowed his brow, seemingly perplexed. Logically speaking, that shouldn't be the case. However, with so many eyes and ears within the imperial city, perhaps this secret order has indeed been leaked, the millennium without exposure, and now it surfaces? Zhuofan raised an eyebrow, shaking his head with a smile. What if the leakage itself is a part of the secret order? Fatty's brows twitched involuntarily, and for the first time, a flicker of uncertainty appeared in his small, bean-sized eyes. Zhuofan smirked, having already come to a realization. Forget it. What does it matter? As long as this endeavor benefits the Luo family, why should I delve too deeply? Truly, it is the folly of an overthinking mind. He chuckled heartily, waving farewell to Fatty. Fatty, I must take my leave. We shall meet again when the opportunity arises. With that, Zhuo Fan departed. As Fatty watched Zhuo Fan's silhouette gradually fade away, the laughter in his ears slowly subsided, and a bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. This lad is rather astute, is he not? Quite terrifying. Suddenly, a figure clad in azure appeared before Fatty. It was Fang Qiubai. Gazing in the direction Zhuo Fan had vanished, Fang Qiubai murmured, "The more I see this lad, the more he resembles someone." "Who?" Fatty inquired, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Fang Qiubai fixed his gaze resolutely. "Zhuge Changfeng." "What? The foremost of the four pillars, Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng?" Fatty gasped, his eyes wide with shock. "Are you suggesting that Zhuo Fan?" Nodding, Fang Qiubai smiled at Fatty. "Clever. Today you forged a brotherhood with Zhuo Fan, and it may very well be the wisest choice of your life. One day, he will become your pillar, aiding you in mastering the world." Upon hearing this, Fatty was momentarily stunned. When he glanced once more in the direction Zhuo Fan had disappeared, an uncommon aura of dominance shimmered in his eyes. Unbeknownst to Fang Qiubai's assessment of him, Zhuo Fan exited the small courtyard and spotted Luo Yunshang and the others waiting by the entrance. As soon as they saw him emerge, they flocked towards him. "What did the third prince say to you?" Luo Yunshang asked anxiously. Although Zhuo Fan had previously declined the invitation from Qianlong Pavilion, this time it was an imperial summons. Should he acquiesce, he would instantly ascend to a significant position within the court, a vital asset to the royal family, enjoying the privileges of a noble lineage. This naturally filled Luo Yunshang with worry. Concealing a smile, Zhuo Fan replied nonchalantly, "That Fatty didn't say much, just urged me to fulfill this secret order diligently." "Sure." Luo Yunshang quickly covered Zhuo Fan's mouth, glancing around before scolding. "How can you refer to the third prince as Fatty? Be cautious, or he may take your life." "He wouldn't. He still needs me to complete the task." Zhuo Fan waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Luo Yunhai, giving him a thumbs up. "Your performance today truly embodies the demeanor of a family head. You didn't embarrass me, of course. Just look at who my elder brother is." Luo Yunhai stood proudly before Zhuo Fan. His head held high. It was evident that the elder brother he referred to was Zhuo Fan. Witnessing this scene, everyone couldn't help but smile, and Luo Yunshang's face radiated with a look of pride. "Father, did you see that? Yunhai has grown up. He can fully shoulder the honor and disgrace of the Luo family." Luo Yunshang gazed up at the sky, tears shimmering in her eyes. The following day, the new family was established, led by the Luo family, which remained the core. With the royal family's backing, Zhuo Fan naturally became the chief steward of the new family, overseeing all affairs. Under his appointment, Lei Yuntian was named the grand elder of the Luo family, Kai Rong became the second elder, and the old Pang continued as the captain of the guards, leading the guards from the Kai family. Lei Yuding was appointed as the captain of the Shadow Team, responsible for gathering intelligence across the continent and training assassins. Due to the royal family's arrangements, members of Qianlong Pavilion and the Underworld Valley were forbidden from stepping foot in Fenglan City, while the other 5 families imposed corresponding restrictions, transforming this place into the stronghold of the Luo family's rise. Although Kai family initially intended to set up their residence within Fenglan City's Kai Mansion, Zhuo Fan had already made plans. That place was none other than Haifeng Mountain, which he had long coveted, surrounded by a natural formation. Another Tianma Mountain was soon to rise, and Zhuo Fan's plans were steadily coming to fruition. Chapter 51. The foremost of the 4 pillars. The slums outside the imperial capital are the darkest corners of the city. Here, various factions intermingle, and every corner bears the marks of decay and ruin. Anyone with even a modicum of savings would avoid residing here. Only the most destitute, those who have barely enough to eat, would find themselves trapped in such a place, waiting for life's inevitable conclusion. Yet, at the very end of this slum, there lies a dilapidated courtyard that no one dares to enter. Even if an outsider finds themselves stranded here, well-meaning locals would warn them to steer clear of that location. The courtyard remains uninhabited, yet during the deep of night, one might occasionally hear sounds emanating from within, even whispers. Some brave souls have ventured inside to investigate, but none have ever returned, as if they had vanished from the world entirely. In times past, some masters of the bone refinement, or even the celestial profound realm, disbelieving in the supernatural, dared to enter. Then, there were no further developments. They were never seen again. From that moment on, this courtyard transformed into a forbidden ground, a place where no powerful being would dare tread. On yet another moonlit night, the slums fell eerily silent as everyone hurried home with their families, distancing themselves from that sinister courtyard. However, in that moment, dim lamplights flickered to life within the courtyard, resembling ghostly flames. Inside a decrepit room of the courtyard, an elderly man with white hair and beard sat leisurely in a grand chair, gently waving a goose-feather fan in his hand. His half-closed eyes occasionally sparkled with brilliance. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips, as if he regarded the world with disdain. Behind him stood two other older men, one with a head full of black hair and the other entirely white. Both were with their eyes lightly shut, yet the powerful aura they exuded deterred any living creature from approaching within 100 meters. Even a mere beetle, upon nearing them, seemed to be gripped by fear and chose to scuttle away. Suddenly, a figure clad in black appeared outside the room, wearing a conical black hat that obscured his features. The elderly man's fan halted instantly, and a serene smile spread across his face. "Master of the Underworld Valley, how did the task proceed?" The black-clad figure removed his hat, revealing the true identity of Yuan Shan. The master of the Underworld Valley. With a sigh, Yuan Shan shook his head in resignation. Over a decade of effort has gone to waste. The Emperor has ordered the Underworld Valley to distance itself from Fenglin City while imposing restrictions on the other 6 families. It seems he has become aware, though. The old man's brow arched slightly, and he chuckled softly. Then it can be inferred that the Emperor intends to activate the Pearl's secret order. I suspect so. Yuan Shan nodded, a hint of fury flickering across his face. They were fortunate this time. Next time, they will not be so fortunate. If the royal family wishes to support the 8th family, they must see if that family possesses the capability to survive until then. Ha ha ha. Master of the Underworld Valley, do not be angered. A loss is a loss. There is no need to concoct excuses. The old man maintained his tranquil demeanor, yet his words dripped with mockery. As the Underworld Valley, subordinate to the 7 great families, failing to manage even 3 secular families, being replaced in the future would be quite justified. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shan's temper flared, and his powerful aura erupted, shattering the windows and doors of the room. The pressure, laced with murderous intent, bore down mercilessly toward the old man. "Zhuge Changfeng, you were the one who informed me of the contents of the Pearl's secret order, and you also claimed that the royal family intended to support the 8th family to replace my Underworld Valley. All these years of planning originated from your hands, and now you dare to utter such words?" Yuan Shan bellowed at the old man. "You should perish." A faint smile graced the old man's lips as he remained seated calmly, his fan continuing its rhythmic motion. Suddenly, just as the powerful pressure drew near Zhuge Changfeng, the black-haired and white-haired elders behind him abruptly opened their eyes. In an instant, 2 elderly figures were seen, their eyes flickering with a blend of black and white light, as a tangible wave of energy suddenly emanated outward. The oppressive force of Yuan Shan collided with this wave, resulting in a deafening explosion that reverberated through the entire slum, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. Yuan Shan felt a sweet taste in his throat, and crimson blood could not be restrained from spilling forth, his complexion paling in an instant. The 2 elders once again closed their eyes, remaining utterly still, while Zhuge Changfeng continued to sway his feather fan, a serene smile gracing his face. Gazing at the 2 old men with a look of astonishment, Yuan Shan incredulously uttered, "The dual elders of Yin and Yang?" Zhuge Changfeng nodded with a smile. "Indeed, the Lord of the Valley possesses remarkable insight. These 2 seniors have not appeared for over a century. It is unexpected that you could recognize them." Gritting his teeth, Yuan Shan gasped for breath, occasionally coughing up blood. Yet when he glanced at the 2 elders, his eyes were filled with trepidation. Truly deserving of the title of the wisest in Tianyu, Zhuge Changfeng, the foremost of the 4 pillars, could summon even these 2 ancient beings. Even Feng Qiubai's 5 dragon guardians would likely struggle to contend with you now. You flatter me, Lord of the Valley. I cannot bear the title of the wisest in Tianyu, and I am even less inclined to brazenly confront the royal family, Zhuge Changfeng replied, shaking his head with a light chuckle, his expression radiating confidence. With a cold chuckle, Yuan Shan scoffed, murmuring, "Zhuge Changfeng, excessive modesty can be a form of arrogance. With your current strength, who in the Tianyu Empire could possibly rival you? Including the royal family. Alas, No wonder you were defeated in Fenglin City. In this world, strength cannot be judged solely by appearances, Zhuge Changfeng sighed, casting a resigned glance toward the vast sky, adding, moreover, I am not the wisest in Tianyu. If you are not, then who is? The person above me. Zhuge Changfeng pointed to the heavens, a hint of gravity appearing in his eyes. Yu Wanshan raised an eyebrow, sneering, Are you referring to that foolish old emperor? Foolish? Zhuge Changfeng shot him a glance, amusement dancing in his eyes. I have served as chancellor for 40 years, and even now, I cannot fathom what thoughts occupy his mind. If he is foolish, then there are no shrewd individuals left in this world. Lord of the Valley, you should return. Refrain from provoking trouble in the near future. Zhuge Changfeng waved his fan, his expression returning to one of tranquility. Be cautious. That old man may seize the opportunity and lead you to utter ruin. Humph, with the current strength of the royal family, extinguishing my Yuming Valley is no simple feat, Yu Wanshan scoffed disdainfully. Yet when he met Zhuge Changfeng's piercing gaze, he immediately fell silent, clasping his fists and vanishing into the inky night. After Yu Wanshan's departure, Zhuge Changfeng took a deep breath, gazing up at the expansive firmament, his eyes filled with profound contemplation. Why, Majesty, what are your true intentions? And what is the nature of the Pearl's secret order? Sighing. 3 months later, in the misty forest beneath Black Wind Mountain, Shuo Fan stood beside a chilling blood pool, holding a gourd. With a flick of his hand, crimson dots emerged from the pool and entered the gourd. Observing the writhing red points, a satisfied smile crept across Shuo Fan's lips. This blood pool had been specially constructed by Shuo Fan to cultivate the cold pool snow silkworm. However, it was time for a name change. It should now be called the Cold Pool Blood Silkworm. This was a magical creature cultivated through the secret techniques in the 9 Nether Secret Record.it. Not only inherited the characteristic of the cold pool snow silkworm's permanent parasitism, but also shared a telepathic bond with Shuo Fan, allowing it to respond to his commands and utilize the sinister arts of the 9 Nether Secret Record, the Blood Curse. This blood curse was initially a method employed by demonic experts to control their subordinates. Once implanted, the cursed individual would obey commands for life. Otherwise, the curse would activate, resulting in an instant and brutal demise. However, this curse had a flaw. If the cursed individual possessed greater strength than the caster, it could backfire. This posed a challenge for Shuo Fan. Yet now, with the assistance of this blood silkworm, even if the opponent were stronger, there would be no risk of backlash. The blood silkworm's constant parasitism within him rendered him unable to escape the curse's control. By utilizing this peculiar magical creature, Shuo Fan could command a multitude of powerful allies. If those in the Tianxian realm, or even the Divine Illumination realm, were to hear of this, they would undoubtedly rush to eliminate Shuo Fan. For such a creature was utterly terrifying and defied the heavens. The ability to turn any expert into a slave would send shivers down anyone's spine. With a wicked smile, Shuo Fan filled his gourd with blood silkworm larvae and departed from the misty forest. He then altered his hand gestures, enveloping the forest in a crimson mist, preventing anyone from entering. This was his breeding ground. How could he allow others to discover it? After storing the gourd in his ring, Shuo Fan returned to Black Wind Mountain. Throughout the journey, he meticulously inspected every blade of grass and tree, ensuring all was in order. Over the past 3 months, not only had the royal family provided thousands of spirit stones and hundreds of medicinal supplies, but the Qianlong Pavilion had also contributed another 1,000 spirit stones, followed by an additional 2,000. With such an abundance of resources at his disposal, this formation master was finally able to unleash his potential. Furthermore, given that this place was already a natural grand formation, while it may not have reached 10,000 spirit stones, he could still establish a formidable defensive array. To the east of Black Wind Mountain lay the Azure Dragon position, associated with wood, a place of vitality and longevity. Thus, Shuo Fan set up a 5th-level formation, the Poison Dragon Array. Within this array, poisonous plants thrived, and toxic mists lingered, making survival nearly impossible for even the Tianxian experts who ventured inside. To the west, the White Tiger position, associated with metal, was a realm of sharpness. Shuo Fan established the 5th-level Golden Light Array. Within this array, 9 suns shone brightly, blinding anyone who attempted to navigate through it. Yet every beam of golden light acted like a lethal sword, capable of claiming lives invisibly. To the south lay the Vermilion Bird position, associated with fire, where flames danced. Shuo Fan created the 5th-level Black Flame Array. Within this array, the flames were the bone-eating demon flames, which, once they made contact, were nearly impossible to escape, incinerating foes to ashes. Tio the North, the Xuanwu position, associated with water, was a realm of frigidness. Zhuo Fan formed the 5th-level ice shadow array. Within this array, biting cold winds howled and illusions abounded, making it exceedingly difficult to find an exit, ultimately leading to a frozen demise. After establishing these 4 grand formations, Zhuo Fan refrained from informing anyone. But today he was set to depart, necessitating the transmission of the formation secrets to a trusted individual. Chapter 52. Departure Miss, please come with me. Zhuo Fan beckoned to Luo Yunshang, confused but eager to follow. She complied. Over the past few days, witnessing the influx of resources to the Luo family filled her with joy. Especially with the presence of 2 elders overseeing matters, the Luo family was steadily growing stronger, leaving her utterly exhilarated. Thus, during these 3 months of Zhuo Fan's absence, she had not inquired about his whereabouts. Butler Zhuo, is there something amiss? She asked with a smile as she accompanied Zhuo Fan to a secluded room. Zhuo Fan said nothing and turned to close the doors and windows. Observing this, Luo Yunshang felt puzzled, but soon her thoughts led her to blush deeply. Zhuo Fan, what are you planning to do? She stammered, fidgeting. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan replied calmly, I am leaving. What? Initially, Luo Yunshang was unsure if she had misheard or was in disbelief, momentarily frozen. Only when Zhuo Fan repeated himself did she regain her senses. Why? The Luo family is thriving now, the foremost family in Fenglan City. Why would you leave? To ensure greater safety for the Luo family. Zhuo Fan stated gravely, in the short term, the Luo family is undoubtedly secure, and no other family in this vicinity can rival it. But let us not forget what has brought us to this point. We have pledged to execute the enigmatic Pearl secret order from the royal family, which has further offended the Yuming Valley of the 7 noble houses. As for the Qianlong Pavilion, if we cannot elevate ourselves to be on par with the 7 noble houses, they will not spare us. Then we need you all the more. If you leave, what will happen to us? Tears welled in Luo Yunshang's eyes, her heart heavy with reluctance. In the blink of an eye, a crystalline tear fell. Gently wiping away her tear stains, Zhuo Fan said softly. A wise man once said, the foundation of a family lies in its strength. I will go out to gather formidable allies to ensure the safety of the Luo family in the future. Here are the formation secrets for the 4 grand formations surrounding Black Wind Mountain. Only you should practice them. Do not let anyone else know, if any troubles arise while I am away. You can activate these formations. These 4 5th-level arrays, combined with the previous Insha array set up in the Misty Forest, should ensure your safety for the time being. Zhuo Fan handed a jade slip to Luo Yunshang, who accepted it with tear-filled eyes, gazing at him as she murmured, How long will you be gone? Sighing deeply, Zhuo Fan shook his head helplessly. I do not know. Hopefully, it will be soon. His journey was not solely to recruit powerful individuals for the Luo family, but also to seek the Celestial Emperor's relics mentioned by Long Jiao. The Thunderfall Gorge, at any time, enhancing one's strength was the most fundamental assurance of survival. All right, you may go now and have Captain Pang and Yunhai come in. Nodding, Luo Yunshang turned to leave, but suddenly paused, quickly turning back to plant a soft kiss on Zhuo Fan's lips. Taken aback, Zhuo Fan gazed deeply into her eyes. Luo Yunshang, her face flushed, dared not raise her gaze again, murmuring, Return soon. And with that, she dashed away. Before long, Commander Pang led Luo Yunhai into the room. Upon learning that Zhuo Fan intended to depart, they were all taken aback, their eyes revealing an overwhelming sense of reluctance. You rascal, you are the only male descendant of the Luo family. Henceforth, it will be upon you to look after your sister. You must bear the weight of the Luo family's responsibilities like a true patriarch. Zhuo Fan said, gently patting Luo Yunhai on the shoulder. Luo Yunhai nodded, wiping away his tears with a trembling hand. Turning his gaze toward Commander Pang, Zhuo Fan conjured a gleaming jade slip and handed it over. However, when Commander Pang received it, he clutched it tightly, refusing to let go. Confused, Commander Pang looked at him quizzically. Zhuo Fan fixed his gaze into his eyes and said coldly, Pang Yu, do you still remember what Long Kuei said back then? She was not mistaken. With your aptitude, you will only reach the gathering Qi realm at best. Upon hearing this, Commander Pang's expression darkened, and his outstretched hand trembled slightly before he slowly withdrew it. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan shifted his tone, speaking gravely, In this world, nothing is absolute. I now possess a method to transform you fundamentally, granting you immense power. However, the trials you will endure may render your existence more agonizing than death. Are you willing to accept this? Commander Pang was momentarily stunned, an indescribable joy flashing across his face. Really? Nodding, Zhuo Fan raised the jade slip in his hand and declared, "This is a mid-level mystical technique. The demonic devastation art. Unlike other techniques, it is a body-tempering method that places no demands on the practitioner's innate talent or cultivation level. There is but one caveat. While practicing, it will subject you to torment akin to being trapped in the depths of a hellish realm. Moreover, once you begin, you cannot cease. Otherwise, your soul will perish, and you shall face eternal damnation." Commander Pang licked his parched lips, his eyes devoid of fear, only barely concealing his excitement. "It matters not. As long as I can grow stronger, I shall endure any hardship with that." Commander Pang seized the jade slip and shouted in exhilaration. Observing his fervor, Zhuo Fan again cautioned, "The suffering involved in this technique surpasses anything you can imagine. You might very well experience a mental breakdown from the agony, ultimately leading to your demise. Though this is a mystical technique, its power, once mastered, rivals that of advanced mystical techniques. Yet, due to the excruciating process, many cruel and ruthless practitioners of the demonic path dare not approach it lightly. You must deliberate carefully." Waving his hand, tears glimmered in Commander Pang's eyes. "Brother Zhuo, the only pain I have felt in this life is witnessing the Master's tragic death while feeling powerless to intervene. My sole wish now is to ensure the safety of the young master and young lady." Commander Pang looked up at Zhuo Fan, gratitude etched on his face. "Brother Zhuo, thank you for granting me this opportunity. I shall not harbor regrets." A chill ran through his heart as Zhuo Fan nodded slightly, his eyes filled with respect. "I hope that when I return, I will see a formidable old Pang. Not your lifeless corpse. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, old Pang is quite resilient. I won't perish so easily." Commander Pang bellowed with laughter and embraced Zhuo Fan tightly, his fierce eyes already glistening with moisture. "Brother, you must return soon. The Luo family cannot do without you." After patting Zhuo Fan's shoulder once more, Commander Pang led Luo Yunhai out. Following Zhuo Fan's instructions, he soon summoned Lei Yuding. "Miss Lei, how have you fared with the task I assigned?" Zhuo Fan inquired with a smile as soon as she entered the room. Blushing, Lei Yuding nodded. "Brother Zhuo, I have nearly gathered 600 children around the age of 10, all of whom possess exceptional aptitude. Just waiting for your guidance." Zhuo Fan gazed at her deeply, nodding subtly. "How did you know I intended to teach these children?" With a confident smile, Lei Yuding replied, "From my understanding of you, you are not the type to extend kindness to those unfortunate orphans. Therefore, I surmise that you wish to train them as protectors of the Luo family, which is why you asked me to bring them." Hearing this, Zhuo Fan seemed to recall past events, letting out a quiet sigh. Kindness? He had once taken in an orphan out of compassion. Yet in the end, that very child betrayed him. That thought. A cold glint suddenly flashed in Zhuo Fan's eyes, startling Lei Yuding. "Miss Lei," he said, swiftly producing a jade slip. "This is a mid-level spiritual technique, the shadow concealment art. Take it for your cultivation, and then select trustworthy individuals to form a shadow team to protect the family in secret. Train the 600 children first, using the methods I taught you. Identify the least capable among them to integrate into the regular guard. The moderately skilled should be placed in your shadow team. And the most exceptional, those with the strongest will, should be entrusted to Commander Pang for secret training. Relay my instructions to him, and he will understand how to proceed." Dazed, Lei Yuding accepted the jade slip. Her gaze fixed on Zhuo Fan's eyes, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. "Why don't you do it yourself?" "I am leaving," Zhuo Fan replied indifferently. "What?" Lei Yuding exclaimed, questioning him. "Why?" With a hint of helplessness. Zhuo Fan reiterated his reasons. After hearing this, Lei Yuding nodded, but just before she exited, she unexpectedly pecked Zhuo Fan on the cheek. Zhuo Fan stood stunned, blinking at Lei Yuding as she hurriedly dashed out. What was that about? Do women have a penchant for such things? After a while, Lei Yuntian arrived at the small chamber. After Zhuo Fan recounted everything, Lei Yuntian memorized his instructions with utmost sincerity. Although he was the eldest elder of the family, he understood that Zhuo Fan held the highest authority within the clan and possessed the qualifications to do so. Elder Lei, at this moment, Zhuo Fan produced another jade slip and presented it. This is a low-level mystical martial technique I compiled from the three families, the Wind, Thunder, Returning Dragon art. Since this is part of the royal family's secret edict, our Luo family's highest publicly acknowledged martial technique will henceforth be this one, as the eldest elder. You must cultivate it diligently. Lei Yuntian raised an eyebrow, nodding in understanding. Zhuo Fan emphasized that this was the public technique, implying that he retained even more powerful techniques unknown to the royal family, kept as secret weapons. Perhaps one day, the royal family would discover that the eighth family they had nurtured was no longer under their control. But by then, the dragon would have entered the sea, the tiger would have roared in the mountains, and it would all be too late. Despite his youth, Zhuo Fan's insight and cunning earned the admiration of this seasoned veteran. Rest assured, Steward Zhuo, I will fulfill my duties as the eldest elder, Lei Yuntian chuckled, understanding the unspoken bond between them. Even without Zhuo Fan's guidance, he knew the adage about serving a monarch akin to accompanying a tiger. The royal family was unreliable. However, with Zhuo Fan's presence, it granted this old man greater courage and confidence to navigate dealings with the royal family. By the way, Steward Zhuo, what shall we do about the Kai father and son? Suddenly, Lei Yuntian's brow furrowed, worry evident in his expression. It has been 3 months since our three families united. Yet I feel that the Kai father and son are not aligned with us. They have always been enigmatic. Now that the guards of Black Wind Mountain are from the Kai residence, I fear. Let it happen. Zhuo Fan waved his hand, smiling. After all, the Kai family is part of the execution of the royal family's secret edict. If we were to dispose of them carelessly, it would likely invite suspicion and resentment from the royal family. However, should they betray us first? A spark of understanding flickered in Lei Yuntian's eyes as he nodded in agreement. As expected of Steward Zhuo, you've already made your plans. With narrowed eyes, Zhuo Fan's gaze briefly flashed with murderous intent. The next morning, Zhuo Fan quietly departed from Black Wind Mountain alone. The mountain's peak. Luo Yunshang, Lei Yuding, Lei Yuntian, and various high-ranking members of the Luo family watched his figure gradually fade away, with only the Kai father and son absent from sight. Yet, in the dense forest halfway down the mountain, Kai Rong and Kai Shouting exchanged cold, sinister glances as Zhuo Fan's figure disappeared, breaking into mocking laughter. Himph, without that annoying Zhuo Fan, how could the Luo family still be worthy of the patriarch's position? Kai Shouting scoffed, a wicked smile gracing his lips. That wretched Luo Yunshang spends every day flirting with Zhuo Fan, completely disregarding me. Now that Zhuo Fan is gone, Black Wind Mountain belongs to my Kai family. Let us see how she continues to act so arrogantly. Sigh, Zhuo Fan is indeed a rare talent. He has managed to harness the power of the left and right dragon pavilions and the third prince, single-handedly suppressing the might of our three families. Who in Black Wind Mountain does not know that Zhuo Fan is the de facto patriarch since our families united? Kai Rong shook his head, a look of lamentation on his face. It's a pity he has always been our adversary. Now that he has left, it's time for us to reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. Father, just tell me how to proceed. Kai Shouting's eyes sparkled with excitement. Shaking his head, Kai Rong replied coolly, there's no rush. With Zhuo Fan gone, the Luo family may not pose a threat, but the Lei family remains our true enemy. We need allies, forces stronger than the Lei family. Chapter 53. The Beast Mountain Range in the shadowy woods. A figure cloaked in black stood silently atop a mountain peak, gazing far into the distance. Before him lay a grand city gate, adorned with 3 resplendent golden characters. Qingming City. A sinister smile curled at the corners of the black-cloaked figure's lips as he turned and slowly descended. Behind him, 2 piles of dark powder swirled upward with the wind. A quarter of an hour later, the black-cloaked figure arrived at the city gate. Wait, where is your pass? With a sharp clanging sound, 2 city guards crossed their steel spears before him, emanating an aura of energy at the 6th level. Slowly, the figure in the black robe produced a metal badge inscribed with the character Fering from within his cloak and, with a nod, presented it to them. The guards examined it briefly, exchanged subtle nods, and then withdrew their spears. You may enter. With a slight bow, the black-robed figure strode forward. However, after covering a distance of 100 meters, he glanced back at the 2 guards, revealing a trace of disdainful amusement. Utterly ineffective. The black-robed figure slowly lifted his head, revealing his true identity, Zhuo Fan. Having departed from the Luo family for over a month, his first destination was Qingming City. This place belonged to the domain of the Underworld Valley, much like the Qianlong Pavilion stationed at Fenglin City, and it was similarly guarded by personnel from the Underworld Valley. To avoid detection, Zhuo Fan cloaked his form in the black robe. His perilous journey to the enemy's territory was driven by necessity, for the most abundant gathering place for spirit beasts, the Wanshou mountain range, was adjacent to Qingming City. However, due to this very reason, the scrutiny in Qingming City was exceedingly stringent. It is well known that both righteous and demonic practitioners enhance their strength not only through arduous training, but also through external factors such as spirit weapons, magical treasures, spirit pets, and demonic creatures, which can prove invaluable in times of crisis. For instance, the demonic creature, the ghost crow, devoured by the Underworld Valley Elder, the bald eagle Jian Fan, wielded the purple thunder golden eye, making it difficult even for the three elder leaders of the Qianlong Pavilion to contend with it. Similarly, the third-grade spirit weapon, the Aolong Sword, in the hands of Long Jiao, could force back two elders of the Underworld Valley with a single strike. This underscores the significance of such external elements to a practitioner's power. As for demonic creatures and spirit pets, aside from Zhuo Fan's innate blood infant, which was a naturally occurring spirit, their primary source was spirit beasts. Righteous practitioners domesticated them as spirit pets, while demonic practitioners refined them into demonic creatures. However, Qingming City, the essential route to the Wanshou mountain range, was annexed by the Underworld Valley at the inception of the Tianyu Empire, obliging many practitioners wishing to acquire spirit pets to seek the Underworld Valley's approval. Consequently, the Underworld Valley established checkpoints a mile away, issuing unique passes only upon verifying identities, compelling individuals to present these passes for entry into the city. Yet, Zhuo Fan could not afford to expose his true identity. That would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, outside the city gates, he had dispatched two pass holders and seized their permits, allowing him to enter brazenly. The Underworld Valley's tactics merely ensnare those timid souls. Any practitioner with a modicum of courage, especially those above the Tianxin level, would not give a damn about them. Zhuo Fan scoffed dismissively, striding forward. His destination was the Wanshou mountain range, where he sought a rare spirit beast, the 6th-grade thundercloud lark. According to Long Jiao, entering the thunderstorm gorge necessitated traversing through those purple thunders. Based on his description, Zhuo Fan deduced that the purple thunders there were far more formidable than the 3rd-level ones Long Jiao had cultivated, potentially reaching the 6th level. Such power would deter even the mightiest of Divine Radiance realm practitioners from approaching recklessly. Thus, before deciphering the Thunderstorm Gorge's prohibitions, he must find something to shield him from the lightning. The thundercloud lark, which thrived by consuming the power of lightning, was the perfect choice if he could transform it into a demonic creature and utilize the heavenly demon transformation technique. His entry should be seamless. Zhuo Fan now fervently hoped that the purple thunders in the Thunderstorm Gorge were truly limited to the 6th level. If they were any stronger, even the Thundercloud Lark might not withstand a single strike and would be reduced to ashes. In that event, his demise would be inevitable. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan lengthened his stride significantly. Were it not for the irresistible allure of the Celestial Emperor's relics, he would never have taken such risks. Suddenly, as he strode forward, a dark object unexpectedly collided with his chest. Looking down, Zhuo Fan was taken aback to find a ragged, soot-covered little beggar. Initially stunned, Zhuo Fan felt a surge of anger rising within him. But before he could unleash a torrent of curses, he heard the beggar's pleading voice. "Please, don't make a sound." Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Just then, a group of over 30 individuals, all at the gathering Qi realm, burst forth from behind him. Shielded by the beggar's small frame and the ample fabric of Zhuo Fan's robe, they failed to notice him entirely. "Have you found him?" "No." "If you haven't, what are you still doing here? Hurry up and split up to search. If you can't find him, watch out for the master taking your heads." A figure resembling a steward berated the others, who dared not utter a word, merely nodding in compliance as they dispersed to search the area. Once everyone had scattered, the little beggar peeked out cautiously, exhaling a sigh of relief. "That was close. I thought I wouldn't be able to escape." Zhuo Fan ignored him, shifting his feet to bypass him and continue on his way. "Hey, big brother." The little beggar was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly chased after Zhuo Fan, positioning himself in front of him with a face smeared in dirt and grime. Grinning widely, "Thank you so much just now. If it weren't for you." Zhuo Fan remained silent, continuing to sidestep him. The little beggar blinked, persisting in his pursuit. "Big brother, you came from outside the city, right? Could you please take me out? I beg you. If you want to leave, you can walk on your own. Exiting the city doesn't require a pass," Shuafan replied while walking. The little beggar's expression turned sour. Unable to suppress a bite of his lip, suddenly, his nose twitched and tears began to well up in his eyes. "Big brother, to be honest, I stole from them. If they catch me, they won't let me off easily. Please, take me out." Shuafan couldn't help but chuckle lightly, gazing deeply at him. 15 or 16 years old, at the 4th level of gathering chi, at your age, that's not weak. Most commoners wouldn't reach this level of cultivation. "Are you truly a beggar?" Upon hearing this, the little beggar ceased his sobbing, his eyes darting as if contemplating how to explain himself. Shuafan smiled and continued, "All right, even if what you say is true, what benefit would it be for me to help you? It would only offend the local powers. Therefore, I truly cannot think of any reason to assist you." After saying this, Shuafan shook his head with a smile and moved forward. The little beggar stood there, momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. He had never expected Shuafan to be such a pragmatic individual. Initially, the little beggar thought he was a warm-hearted person simply because he helped him. "Are you headed for the Wansho mountain range?" the little beggar shouted from behind. Shuafan continued walking, responding coolly, "Everyone who comes here is bound for the Wansho mountain range. Are they here to pay respects to the underworld valley?" Upon hearing this, the little beggar paused again, involuntarily clicking his tongue. This fellow had quite the audacity to curse the underworld valley. Did he not value his life? Yet, the more Shuafan spoke this way, the more intrigued the little beggar became. "If you're headed to the Wansho mountain range, you might have to wait 3 months. You can't go there right now." Shuafan halted, his brow furrowing slightly. "Why?" The little beggar raised an eyebrow, bouncing over to stand before Shuafan, grinning. "Let me tell you, the Wansho mountain range is about to experience the emergence of the diamond quicksand, so for the next 3 months, the underworld valley will seal off the Wansho mountain range, prohibiting anyone else from entering." "Diamond quicksand?" Shuafan exclaimed, his heart leaping with joy. This diamond quicksand, known as the bloodline of the earth, was exceedingly rare and difficult to obtain, serving as a material for crafting 5th-grade spirit weapons. But most importantly, it was a flowing steel that matched perfectly with his innate blood infant. His blood infant was on the verge of breaking through to the bone-forging realm and required materials to forge its physical form. At that point, the blood infant could be both ethereal and solid, ethereal enough to kill invisibly, yet solid enough to be forged from refined steel, making it a formidable magical treasure, far less susceptible to injury. If the blood infant could be crafted from this diamond quicksand, it would likely withstand even a direct confrontation with a Tianxin expert without issue. With this thought, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Shuafan's eyes. Sensing Shuafan's eagerness, the little beggar cleared his throat and raised his head proudly. "Let us make a deal. If you agree to take me out of the city, I will guide you through a shortcut into the Wansho mountain range. When the diamond quicksand emerges, we can seize a bit while they are unprepared." Shuafan inwardly chuckled. Such a crucial item. How could the underworld valley not have stringent defenses, and how could it be so easily stolen? Yet, having someone to guide him for a covert entry, avoiding alarming the guards, was still a worthwhile proposition. "Deal," Shuafan nodded. The little beggar promptly extended a hand, winking at him, clearly indicating the need for a pact. Shuafan shook his head helplessly, then clapped his palm against the little one's in agreement. "Ha ha ha! Wonderful! Finally, someone to help me escape this wretched place." The little beggar laughed exuberantly, practically bouncing with joy the way. "Big brother, what is your name?" "Shuafan." Shuafan replied without reservation, knowing that even if the underworld valley recognized the Luo family, they wouldn't know his name as a mere steward. For the incident involving the deaths of their 2 elders. Only Yang Ming was aware. But would anyone believe him if he recounted it? Thus, Shuafan was confident that Yang Ming would keep this matter to himself. Otherwise, if it were known that Elder Jin was slain by a mere gathering chi practitioner while he fled, how could he possibly survive? Moreover, even if he were to speak, would the denizens of the Nether Valley dare to broadcast it far and wide, fearing their reputation might suffer further indignity? The little beggar's eyes darted playfully, and he chuckled. "Brother Zhua, you may simply call me Xiao Ning, I shall allow it." Shuafan nodded, dismissing it as inconsequential, for he understood it to be but a fictitious name. The little beggar pouted slightly, casting a profound gaze upon him, his heart brimming with astonishment. Zhuo Fan's aura was unlike any he had encountered before, suffused with an air of enigma. Chapter 54. He is my Ninger. Suddenly, just as the little beggar was about to guide Zhuo Fan to the myriad beast mountain range, a resounding shout pierced the air, startling both of them. The little beggar flinched and timidly turned his head. As the slow cadence of footsteps drew nearer, they beheld a young gentleman clad in white, his hair tied back with a ribbon. Following him were more than 20 formidable experts of the Qi-gathering realm, their attire unmistakably belonging to the same faction as those who had departed moments before. The young gentleman approached them, not sparing Zhuo Fan a glance, but fixating his gaze intensely on the little beggar, his eyes betraying a flicker of barely concealed anger. Enough of this ruckus. It is time to return. Biting his lip, the little beggar's expression wavered, but soon, as if steeling himself, he displayed a resolute gaze. He darted behind Zhuo Fan, shouting, "Brother Zhuo, save me!" At that moment, the young gentleman in white seemed to finally notice Zhuo Fan's presence, his phoenix-like eyes dismissively glancing over. "This is a matter concerning the Shui family. If you wish to avoid trouble, I kindly ask you to step aside." "The Shui family?" Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow, turning to cast a deep look at the little beggar. Astonished that he had managed to provoke the Shui family, it was well known that the Shui family was the foremost clan in Qingming City, boasting a master of the celestial realm among their ranks, capable of standing tall even on the continent's stage. Yet, within Qingming City, the Nether Valley reigned supreme, relegating the Shui family to a mere subordinate status. Observing the little beggar's pleading eyes, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but chuckle softly as he enveloped him in his embrace. The sight caused the young gentleman's pupils to constrict, his expression shifting to one of alarm. The little beggar was taken aback, his previously grimy visage now awash with an unexpected blush. "What are you doing, you rascal?" the young gentleman bellowed in fury. Zhuo Fan sported a devilish grin, calmly stating, "From this moment forth, he is under my protection. Should you wish to harm him, you'll have to contend with me first." "How outrageous! Did you not inquire about who the Shui family is before arriving in Qingming City? How dare you provoke us here?" Chuckling lightly, Zhuo Fan shook his head nonchalantly. "I certainly did my homework. The Shui family is but a dog tethered to the Nether Valley within Qingming City. Do you think I would come to the myriad beast mountain range, surrounded by such rare and wondrous beasts, only to concern myself with a mere dog?" At this proclamation, the young gentleman's fury intensified, his complexion shifting from pale to crimson, and then to a deepening shade of green. The little beggar's eyes flared with anger as he shoved Zhuo Fan away, exclaiming, "Do not speak ill of the Shui family." Zhuo Fan was momentarily taken aback, bewildered. "I am defending you, and yet you turn against me. Guards, seize him." However, just as Zhuo Fan was left perplexed, the young gentleman bellowed, commanding, "Capture him." No sooner had the words left his lips than the guards surged forward en masse. The little beggar, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly sought refuge behind Zhuo Fan. With a cold smile, Zhuo Fan assessed the guards, noting that most were at or below the 5th level of Qi gathering, with only a few reaching the 6th level, hardly a force to be reckoned with, a mere gaggle of fish, daring to court their own demise. Disdainfully, Zhuo Fan scoffed, advancing rather than retreating, and launched himself at the guards. A flash of crimson light illuminated his hand as he unleashed the blood shadow palm, a mid-tier martial technique. With a thud, he struck one guard squarely in the chest, causing the unfortunate soul to feel his very organs surge with blood. As though they might explode, a spray of crimson erupted from his lips, and he fell into unconsciousness. Another blow, and yet another guard was sent flying, rendered utterly incapacitated. One palm after another fell, and within mere moments, 20 or so guards were sent sprawling, all devoid of consciousness. By this time, the young gentleman in white stood in stunned silence. Even with his 8th level Qi gathering prowess, he could hardly fathom facing over 20 experts simultaneously, let alone do so with such ease. Yet, witnessing Zhuo Fan's prowess, he was bewildered. The latter, seemingly only at the 5th level of Qi gathering, inflicted injuries far beyond what should have been possible. What he failed to grasp was that the blood shadow palm was a peculiar technique that bypassed physical defenses. Targeting the very lifeblood itself, it was akin to rendering all physical defenses moot, striking at the internal organs, thus amplifying the damage manifold, in a matter of breaths. All the guards lay incapacitated upon the ground. The young gentleman's expression grew increasingly grave, while the little beggar stared in wide-eyed astonishment, unable to believe the spectacle before him. What a remarkable lad! No wonder he dares to speak so boldly. The young gentleman, Shuegang, gritted his teeth, stepping forward with a fierce stomp, shattering the cobblestones beneath him. Then let me, Shuegang, experience your skills firsthand. Shuegang. Shuefan arched an eyebrow, casually inquiring, are you the eldest son of the Shue family? Shuegang. I have heard you are favored by your father, positioned as the rightful heir. And what of it? Are you afraid? Shuegang retorted, raising an eyebrow defiantly. Shaking his head with a smile, Shuefan replied, it is not fear. Rather, it is a distaste for unnecessary trouble. Should I offend you here, I can only anticipate a torrent of complications awaiting me in Qingming City. It is far preferable to render those present here forever silent. Ensuring my ears remain untroubled, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Shuefan's eyes as he suddenly lunged forward like a cannonball. The weight of his intent bore down upon Shuegang, causing a tightness in his chest. He had not anticipated that Shuefan would strike with lethal intent, the chilling aura rendering even an 8th-level practitioner like himself momentarily breathless before a 5th-level opponent. Shuegang, a pampered young lord revered within his family, could scarcely fathom the existence of such a terrifying youth. Though he only wielded the 5th level of Qi gathering, Shuefan's murderous presence managed to suppress him entirely. As Shuefan's palm aimed for his heart, Shuegang's terror escalated to a breaking point, prompting him to bite his tongue in desperation. The searing pain jolted him from his paralyzing fear. Without hesitation, he assumed a fighting stance and unleashed a punch. A gust of azure light surged forth, slicing through the air towards Shuefan. Wind Howl Fist. With a dismissive scoff, Shuefan merely smiled, executing a hand seal that sent a red light surging into Shuegang's body. Just as Shuegang's Wind Howl Fist neared Shuefan, it abruptly faltered and vanished. Shuegang found himself frozen in place, unable to move. Witnessing this, Shuegang's shock morphed into sheer horror. In that moment, Shuefan closed the distance, his wicked smile resembling the grin of a specter, causing Shuegang's heart to momentarily cease its rhythm. With a resounding thud, Shuefan struck him mercilessly in the chest, forcing a spray of blood from Shuegang's lips as he was propelled backward like a broken kite, his internal organs aflame, feeling as though his very blood vessels had ruptured. Yet before he could fully register the agony coursing through his body, Shuefan, like a wraith, was upon him once more. To Shuegang's utter dismay, it was indeed Shuefan again. Instead of delivering another blow, Shuefan seized Shuegang by the throat, a series of cold chuckles escaping his lips. Rest assured, young Master Shue, upon your demise, I shall promptly deliver your minions to you. There will be no survivors, at least for the next 3 months. I wish to avoid any pursuit from the Shue family. Let this matter remain an unsolved mystery. As he tightened his grip, Shuegang felt his breath stutter, the pressure on his throat nearing the point of fracture. The ominous sound of cracking bones echoed in his ears. The precipice of death. He was engulfed by fear and confusion. How had he ended up in this predicament? All he sought was to retrieve Ninger. How had he drawn the ire of such a relentless killer? Curse it all! I should have checked the omens before stepping out. If not for the constriction around his neck, he would have wept in despair over his misfortune. Stop! Yet, just as Shuefan prepared to exert one final push, sending the young master to his eternal rest, the little beggar cried out with fervor. Shuefan, perplexed, turned to him, questioning, what are you doing? Are they not your enemies? The little beggar gazed anxiously at Shuegang, tears welling in his eyes. He had long wished for Shuefan to cease his assault, but Shuefan's speed had been so swift that, in the blink of an eye, all the guards were incapacitated. In another fleeting moment, Shuegang was on the brink of death, leaving the little beggar with little time to react. Even if they are my enemies, I do not wish to kill them, the little beggar exclaimed, his voice trembling with tears. Shuefan furrowed his brow and coldly retorted, why did you not say this sooner? It is already too late. They are not only your enemies now but mine as well. And as my enemies, there is but one fate awaiting them. Death. With that, Shuefan tightened his grip, causing Shuegang to visibly stiffen, his eyes bulging in terror, clearly on the brink of death. If you do not release him, I will refuse to lead you, the little beggar cried out, his dirt-streaked face marred with tears. Zhuo Fan frowned slightly, perplexed. This was the first time he had encountered someone weeping for their enemies. Relenting, Zhuo Fan released his grip, letting Shui Gang fall to the ground with a thud. He summoned the blood infant back with a casual shrug, saying, "If you are unconcerned, why should I fear future troubles?" Approaching the little beggar, Zhuo Fan wiped the tears from his angelic face and embraced him, instructing, "Lead the way, and I shall guide you out of the city, away from the Shui family." You are a bad person." The little beggar sobbed intermittently. Zhuo Fan chuckled softly at this. "Indeed, I am a villain, but in this world, only the wicked have the right to survive. The good have long since descended into hell." Gazing deeply at him, the little beggar wiped his tears but did not appear afraid. Although he had seen many wicked individuals, none had been as fearsome as Zhuo Fan. Yet, in Zhuo Fan's presence, he felt no aversion to evil. On the contrary, he felt a sense of security that he could not quite articulate, but it was undoubtedly comforting. Half an hour later, a shadow suddenly appeared at the spot where Zhuo Fan had just been. Observing the unconscious Shui family guard strewn across the ground, the old man trembled with rage, his beard quivering as his expression shifted between anger and uncertainty. Suddenly, he noticed Shui Gang convulsing on the ground and hurried to his side. Exclaiming, "Ganger, what has happened to you? Who has done this to you?" "Ha ha ha." Shui Gang gasped for breath, his face pale, unable to utter a single word. The old man quickly examined him, discovering that Shui Gang had sustained severe internal injuries. With a pool of liquid beneath him, he hastily fed Shui Gang a pill, allowing him to draw a breath. However, the severity of Shui Gang's condition left him astounded. Though his internal injuries were not critical and would heal in a month with rest, his spirit had been greatly traumatized. Frankly speaking, he had been so frightened that he had lost control and wet himself. Shui Gang was not typically cowardly. On the contrary, he was quite bold. Tio frightened someone of such prowess into this state in such a short time. What kind of formidable expert could achieve such a feat? The old man wore a perplexed expression, pondering for a while, then helplessly shook his head, lifting Shui Gang and heading back to the Shui family. Regardless of who it was, anyone who offended the Shui family in Qingming City would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Chapter 55. Pinnacle of Bone Refinement that must be the path up the mountain. Half an hour later, Zhuo Fan and the little beggar peeked out from the thicket before a narrow mountain trail. Zhuo Fan gazed ahead and saw over 30 guards stationed there, all of them formidable experts at the bone refinement stage. He furrowed his brow. With his current strength, combined with the third-grade magical artifact, the evil moon wheel and his blood infant, breaking through would not pose much difficulty. The challenge lay in how to do so stealthily. If any noise were made, it would inevitably attract the elders stationed in the Netherworld Valley. Coupled with that formidable expert from the Shui family, escaping would become exceedingly difficult. After contemplating for a moment, Zhuo Fan shook his head in resignation. It seemed he would have to rely on the little beggar to guide him up the mountain. "Xiao Ning, where is your secret passage?" Zhuo Fan turned to the little beggar, who appeared still shaken from the earlier fright. Although his tear-streaked face had dried, his nose continued to twitch. "Follow me." Taking a deep breath, the little beggar led Zhuo Fan back into the thicket. Zhuo Fan felt a sense of helplessness. How could this boy be more timid than a mouse? Since witnessing Zhuo Fan's earlier display of power, the little beggar had been frightened into tears and had yet to recover. "The ones who were injured were your enemies, not your relatives. Why are you still crying?" Zhuo Fan grumbled internally, yet he had no choice. He had already promised him. His greatest fear was that after bringing the little beggar up the mountain, they would encounter fierce spirit beasts, and he would never find peace. With a long sigh, Zhuo Fan followed the little beggar through the gloomy woods. After an indeterminate amount of time, they finally arrived at a hidden stream, where they discovered a cave barely large enough for one person to enter. "This is it." The little beggar struggled to suppress his sobs, his body trembling. "I used to sneak away with my brothers to play up the mountain through here." Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow, examining the cave and its surroundings, secretly nodding in approval. This place was exceedingly concealed. Had it not been for a local guiding him, outsiders would never have located this entrance. It was likely that the little beggar and his brothers had stumbled upon it while playing, or else it would have long since been monitored by the Netherworld Valley. "All right, Xiao Ning, you go first, I'll follow," Zhuo Fan called out, giving the little beggar a gentle push. Though he did not suspect any treachery within, years of experience had ingrained caution in him. The little beggar understood and shot him an annoyed glance before bending down to enter the cave. Just then, a loud shout rang out, "Ninger, stop!" Swish! A powerful figure suddenly materialized before them. The man appeared to be in his 40s, clad in luxurious attire, with a robust physique. His piercing eyes radiated the aura of a strong man, unmistakably a peak expert in the bone refinement stage. Zhuo Fan frowned, his fists tightening involuntarily. "Could you be Xue Wanlong, the head of the Xue family?" "Sharp eyes," Xue Wanlong praised, nodding in acknowledgement. "Is it true that my eldest son, Xue Gang, has fallen victim to your hands?" "Indeed," Zhuo Fan replied with a faint smile. "He sought to take my people. I showed him mercy by sparing his life." "What? Your people?" Xue Wanlong was momentarily taken aback, his enormous eyes narrowing as they scrutinized the little beggar behind Zhuo Fan. The little beggar's face reddened, and he quickly hid behind Zhuo Fan. For a moment, Xue Wanlong's expression turned quite peculiar. "Father!" At that moment, a voice called out, and a youth in white rushed to Xue Wanlong's side. Upon seeing the little beggar, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! I told you he would be hiding here. Father, let me help you catch him." The young man laughed, completely disregarding Zhuo Fan, and charged toward the little beggar. "Damn it, this kid is too arrogant. Does he think I'm invisible?" Zhuo Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, a surge of anger rising within him. As the youth approached, Zhuo Fan's hand suddenly shimmered with crimson light. In an instant, the youth felt as if his breath had been stolen, his blood surging. Just as the situation became critical, Zhuo Fan struck like lightning, seizing the youth by the throat. With a firm grip, he rendered the boy entirely immobile. "What are you trying to do?" Xue Wanlong exclaimed in shock. He had never expected his son to be so easily subdued by this young man before him. In truth, he had already discerned that Zhuo Fan possessed merely the strength of a fifth-level Gather Qi practitioner. Thus, he had been puzzled as to how someone of such limited prowess could severely injure his eldest son and a host of guards. But now, he finally understood the reason. Compared to his two sons, nurtured with care within the family, Zhuo Fan resembled a ferocious beast forged in the crucible of bloodshed. Though his cultivation was inferior, his timing and ferocity in action were exceptionally ruthless and decisive. With a single strike, he could incapacitate, even kill his opponent. Before Zhuo Fan, his two sons were akin to delicate flowers in a greenhouse, utterly incapable of contending. With a sinister smile, Zhuo Fan lifted the youth high, coldly stating, "With a cultivation level of 5th-tier Gather Qi, I presume you must be your second son, Xue Lin. Release him at once, or I will not spare you," Xue Wanlong shouted in fury. Zhuo Fan chuckled coldly, shaking his head dismissively. "If I were to truly release him, you would be the one who would not let me go. Head of the Xue family, regardless of any grievances Xiaoning may have with you, he is now under my protection. I only hope you will cease your pursuit. Otherwise," Zhuo Fan tightened his grip, causing Xue Lin to gasp for breath, his tongue protruding in distress. "Then you may as well prepare to collect your son's corpse. Please, no." Before Xue Wanlong could speak, the little beggar had already grasped Zhuo Fan's arm. Shaking it earnestly, his eyes pleading, Zhuo Fan was taken aback. What was wrong with this little beggar, siding with the enemy? Xue Wanlong observed the two with a complex expression. However, soon his demeanor shifted to one of calm resolution. This left Zhuo Fan momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend. "Boy, what is your name?" Xue Wanlong inquired coolly. Zhuo Fan smiled slightly. "I am all alone, and fear not your vendetta. I shall not shy away from revealing my name, Zhuo Fan." "Very well, Zhuo Fan. Are you determined to protect him at all costs today?" Xue Wanlong pointed at the little beggar, an unprecedented seriousness gleaming in his eyes. With a cold snort, Zhuo Fan resolutely declared, "He is mine. I shall protect him to the end." "Very well, let us wager. Release my son first, and I will allow you to strike me 10 times. Should you fail to triumph within those 10 strikes, I shall never pursue him again. How does that sound?" Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating for a moment before revealing a wicked smile. With a flick of his wrist, he sent Xue Lin flying back. "Good show. Are you not afraid I might go back on my word?" A glimmer of admiration flashed in Xue Wanlong's eyes as he boomed. With a sneer, Zhuo Fan replied nonchalantly, "If I wished to kill him, you would be powerless to stop me, utterly shameless." At this, Xue Wanlong could not suppress his rage, bellowing, 10 strikes, Prepare yourself. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xue Wanlong charged at Zhuo Fan, unleashing the full force of his peak bone-forging realm prowess upon him. Yet, Zhuo Fan remained unfazed, standing there with an unyielding composure. Xue Wanlong's brow twitched involuntarily, and he silently praised Zhuo Fan's fortitude. However, before he could reach Zhuo Fan, the latter suddenly lunged forward rather than retreating, leaving Xue Wanlong perplexed. Logically, even a fighter with abundant experience could not possibly contend with a master of the bone-forging realm, but in the next moment, he understood the reason. Zhuo Fan's hand shimmered with light as the evil moon wheel appeared in his grasp. With a flash of silvery brilliance, Zhuo Fan surged forward, closing the distance between himself and Xue Wanlong in an instant, the wheel slicing upwards towards him. A third-grade demon treasure? Xue Wanlong gasped, alarmed. He quickly pivoted. Attempting to evade, however, at that moment, a red light suddenly burst forth from Zhuo Fan's body, hurtling straight toward Xue Wanlong. I've got him. Zhuo Fan grinned, revealing a cold smile laced with murderous intent. Yet, at that very instant, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Just as the blood infant was about to enter Xue Wanlong's body, it rebounded with a loud bang. The impact of this rebound jolted Zhuo Fan, who was connected to the blood infant, causing his inner energy to surge chaotically. His hand faltered, and the evil moon wheel veered off course, its silvery edge grazing Xue Wanlong's cheek like a shooting star. Once both men halted, Zhuo Fan had already positioned himself where Xue Wanlong had stood, his expression grave. His initial plan had been to seize control of Xue Wanlong's body with the blood infant when the latter was preoccupied with the evil moon wheel, delivering a fatal strike. Yet, he had never anticipated the blood infant would bounce back, disrupting his attack. Turning his gaze, he noticed a flickering light on Xue Wanlong's chest, and Zhuo Fan's eyes narrowed in shock. A second-grade defensive demon treasure? Now he finally understood the underlying reason, and his heart sank further. The opponent had a second-grade treasure for protection, rendering his blood infant utterly ineffective. From that point onward, he would have to rely solely on the evil moon wheel. Meanwhile, while Zhuo Fan wrestled with the impending battle, Xue Wanlong was already flabbergasted, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. How could he have anticipated that a mere fifth-level practitioner would possess such terrifying combat capabilities? Just moments ago, his head had nearly been severed by that demon treasure. How foolish he had been to boast about letting the boy take 10 strikes. Given the current circumstances, not only was it improbable for him to withstand 10 strikes, but it would be a miracle if he could save his own head in the process. Reflecting on this, he glanced at the chainmail on his chest, feeling a sense of regret. Thankfully, before he set out, his father had warned him that the one taking Ninger away might be a formidable opponent, urging him to wear the family heirloom, the heavenly lock armor. Otherwise, that boy might have eliminated him with a single blow. Although he was still unclear about the blood infant's true nature, he could sense that once that red light entered his body, it would spell certain doom. With that thought, and seeing Zhuo Fan's eyes glinting with a predatory gaze, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Such a terrifying adversary was a first for him, especially considering this opponent was merely a fifth-level practitioner. Damn it, is this boy a monster? Gritting his teeth, Xue Wanlong could not help but inhale sharply. Chapter 56. The Shadowy Mirage Step. After a brief pause, Zhuo Fan fixated on Xue Wanlong, contemplating strategies to break his defenses. Xue Wanlong mirrored this gaze. Remaining motionless, his expression slowly drifting into a daze in Zhuo Fan's eyes, he saw no trace of hesitation, only a raw, predatory glare. This was not the gaze of someone in the Qi-gathering realm scrutinizing a master of the bone-forging realm. It resembled a ferocious beast fixating on its prey, an unsettling sensation that made him quite uncomfortable. After all, he was a peak master of the bone-forging realm, and today, being scrutinized in such a manner by a mere fifth-level practitioner was a severe affront to his dignity. Thus, he resolved to strike first, intending to intimidate this young upstart. However, before he could make a move, Zhuo Fan surged forward, taking the initiative. Second strike? Startled, Xue Wanlong was taken aback by Zhuo Fan's sudden assault. But he quickly regained his composure, reminding himself of his status. For the sake of a practitioner's dignity, he could not show fear before this young boy. Moreover, Zhuo Fan's only threat lay in that evil moon wheel. As long as he kept his eyes fixed on it, enduring 10 strikes would pose no problem. If this thought were to reach others, they would surely be astounded. a peak master of the bone-forging realm engaging in combat with a 5th-level chi-gathering practitioner should be akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Yet here he was, striving to survive the 10-strike wager. Who was truly the strong one, and who was the weak one? Furthermore, who had initiated this wager in the first place? At that moment, however, he had no time for such musings. As he watched Zhuo Fan transform into a streak of silver light, Xue Wanlong's aura surged dramatically, and he retreated, lacking the courage to counterattack, fearful that the evil moon wheel might land a blow, which would be utterly humiliating. Just then, Xue Lin, who had just risen from the ground, coughed twice and shouted, "Father, you said earlier that you would let him take 10 strikes, not that you would let him strike you 10 times. Xue Wanlong's face stiffened, wishing he could rush over and kick this boy. If you don't speak, no one will think you mute. He had not even noticed his father's expression, as Xue Lin continued to shout encouragement. Meanwhile, Xue Wanlong's face grew increasingly ashen. With a wicked grin, Zhuo Fan, having completed 5 strikes, had yet to even graze Xue Wanlong's clothing. But he noticed that Xue Wanlong seemed intent on retaliating, which emboldened him further. 6th strike, with a loud shout, Zhuo Fan accelerated, closing in rapidly. Xue Wanlong remained calm, watching the light of the evil moon wheel as he dodged backward. However, this time was different. Zhuo Fan deftly stepped, creating 3 illusory images that surrounded Xue Wanlong. 3 silver beams of light sliced toward him from different directions. Startled, Xue Wanlong never anticipated that Zhuo Fan possessed such a lethal technique. Yet, as a master of the bone-forging realm, he quickly reacted, stomping down with a resounding crash that sent the ground erupting in a shower of dust and debris. Using the force of the explosion, Xue Wanlong made a sudden retreat, narrowly escaping the encirclement. But just then, Zhuo Fan chuckled coldly and stepped once more. Swish! All the illusions vanished, but as Xue Wanlong attempted to escape, Zhuo Fan's figure suddenly materialized behind him, a beam of light slicing past his ear. A low-level agility martial skill, the shadowy mirage step. The two halted once more, with Zhuo Fan standing 3 meters in front of Xue Wanlong, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Xue Wanlong stood rigid, a few strands of black hair drifting downwards. I've lost. He could hardly believe this was true. Initially, he had proposed the 10-strike wager merely to gauge this young man's strength. Yet, astonishingly, by the 6th strike, he had already lost, and he conceded with complete acceptance. The moment Zhuo Fan had appeared behind him, he had not sensed a thing. However, in that fleeting moment, Zhuo Fan could have easily beheaded him but had deliberately spared him. Merely grazing a few strands of hair, it was evident that Zhuo Fan had shown him mercy. Otherwise, Xue Wanlong swallowed hard, too frightened to contemplate further. In truth, after the first strike, he had unleashed his full power. Even his evasive maneuvers had utilized every ounce of his peak bone-forging strength. Yet, even so, impossible. At that moment, both the little beggar and Xue Lin exclaimed in disbelief, shaking their heads in astonishment. They could hardly fathom that the once mighty Xue Wanlong had been defeated within 6 strikes by a peer of similar age. "Father, you must have held back, right? You were letting him win, weren't you?" Xue Lin hurriedly approached Xue Wanlong, his eyes gleaming with expectation. However, Xue Wanlong could only offer a bitter smile, unsure how to respond. Zhuo Fan cast a cold glance at the two, stating flatly, "The head of the Xue family indeed did not exert his full strength. Every one of my strikes was merely a probe, devoid of any intent to kill. See? If it weren't for my father holding back, you would have died long ago," seizing what seemed to be a final lifeline. Xue Lin lifted his chin proudly, teasing Zhuo Fan with a grin. However, Zhuo Fan merely chuckled coldly and slowly shook his head, saying, "I'm afraid your father did not exert his full strength. Had he truly done so, I would have already severed his head by now." Zhuo Fan's words were not mere bravado. Although he initially found himself in a passive position due to the incapacitation of his blood infant, this did not imply that he had forfeited the opportunity to deliver a lethal blow to Xue Wanlong. That opportunity lay in speed. Compared to the masters of the Tianqian realm, the defining bone realm lacked in speed. With the assistance of the evil moon wheel, Zhuo Fan's speed was comparable to that of a defining bone realm expert. What remained was to create an opportunity for a decisive strike. Had Zhuo Fan still been at the 4th level of Qi Gathering, he might have struggled. However, since his breakthrough to the 5th level of Qi Gathering, he had truly begun to cultivate spiritual-level martial skills. The first spiritual-level martial skill he practiced was a movement technique known as the Mirage Steps. This was no ordinary movement technique, but rather a rare skill imbued with array characteristics found in the 9 Nether Secret record. The essence of Mirage Steps was not the illusion itself, but rather a ruse to confound the enemy. The true killing move resided in the art of movement. Once this technique was employed, Zhuo Fan could instantaneously shift in any direction within a limited range. Earlier, Xue Wanlong had been distracted by the illusion, allowing Zhuo Fan to suddenly appear behind him. At that moment, had it not been for Zhuo Fan's restraint due to Xue Wanlong's lack of murderous intent towards him, he would have already taken his head. Xue Wanlong was equally aware of this, which is why he conceded defeat with full acceptance. Zhuo Fan sighed deeply, and Xue Wanlong, with a serious expression, turned to him and said, "You are the most reliable young man I have ever encountered. I entrust Ninger to you. Do not let her down." Zhuo Fan was momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered by his words. What did he mean? Before he could grasp the true meaning, Xue Wanlong had already approached the little beggar, cradling him in his arms and gently patting his back. "Ninger, let us go, do not return. Go live the life you wish." "Father!" the little beggar cried, tears streaming down his face, unable to articulate his sorrow. Zhuo Fan, wide-eyed in disbelief, exclaimed, "Father, where did Xue Wanlong find a third son?" Yet, soon an epiphany struck him, and he shouted, "Wait, you are Xue family's third miss." "Xuaningxiang?" Rolling his eyes in exasperation, Xue Wanlong then approached Zhuo Fan and patted his shoulder, saying, "Kid, you just realized? I thought you were quite astute. Anyway, you mentioned she is yours, so I am entrusting her to you. If I find out you mistreat my daughter, I will surely come after you." "No, what in the world is happening?" Zhuo Fan was left dumbfounded, realizing that he had been fighting against the family of this little beggar all along and nearly wiped them out. No wonder every time he intervened, the boy cast him a look of pure hatred. Sighing, Xue Wanlong said nothing further, merely casting one last glance at his weeping daughter before turning to leave with Xue Lin. However, they had not gone far when Xue Lin's worried voice echoed back, "Father, what will we say if we cannot retrieve Ninger from the Yumming Valley?" "Shut up. I have my ways," Xuaningxiang. After the two left, Zhuo Fan approached the little beggar and unceremoniously knocked off his beggaress hat. Instantly, a cascade of glossy black hair tumbled down like a waterfall. The little beggar, still gazing tearfully in the direction of his departing father, gasped in surprise and hurriedly covered his head. His face flushed with embarrassment as he averted his gaze. "Third Miss Xue, I wonder what play you're acting out. I've been unwittingly battling the Xue family for quite some time, thinking I was avenging you, but it turns out I'm caught in the middle." Xuaningxiang took a few hesitant steps back and murmured, "Brother Zhuo, please don't be angry. After all, I only want to leave the city, and you wish to go to the Beast Mountain Range. We can each get what we want. It's not a loss for you." Zhuo Fan was taken aback for a moment, then thought it over. Indeed, as long as he achieved his goal, it mattered not whether they were family or foes. Each seeking their own desires, a principle even a young girl understood. How could he, the demon monarch, be so foolish as to be angered by her deception? After all, this had no bearing on his interests. With this thought, Zhuo Fan was suddenly struck by another realization. Since when had he become so easily swayed by emotions? His brow slightly furrowed as he reflected on every detail of his rebirth, not overlooking even the minutiae. His interactions with the Luo family over the past few months had unconsciously led him to consider those around him more, deviating from the path of a demon cultivator. Damn, such unnecessary emotions must be eradicated. They must be changed. Change. Zhuo Fan incessantly reminded himself, his expression gradually calming, devoid of any emotion. "Xuaningxiang, go down." Zhuo Fan pointed at the cave entrance and coldly stated, "Once I finish my business in the Beast Mountain Range, I will take you out. Thus, our transaction will be concluded." Xuaningxiang was momentarily taken aback, gazing deeply at him before giving a slight nod and descending. Zhuo Fan's demeanor had shifted so rapidly that it left her feeling somewhat disoriented. Although she had never considered Zhuo Fan a good person, he now seemed more akin to a being devoid of morality and completely emotionless. Chapter 57. The Golden Spring Pool. The Beast Mountain Range was dense with thickets, obscuring the sky. In a secluded patch of grass, a rabbit was savoring the tender green grass. Suddenly, a rustling sound startled the rabbit, causing it to scurry away in fright. A moment later, a small, dirty hand emerged from the ground, followed by a beggar-like figure struggling to crawl out. However, just as he had emerged halfway, a loud shout rang out, and he was forcefully ejected, as if struck by a powerful hand. "Get up there, now!" Shuafan furrowed his brow tightly before crawling out. Like the little beggar, Shuafan was also covered in dirt, resembling a coal miner emerging from a coal mine. This tunnel twisted and turned, stretching at least a mile in length. Moreover, it was damp, dark, and reeked of decay. He could not fathom how the Shui siblings enjoyed playing here in their youth. Xuaningxiang stood up, rubbed her backside, and glared at him in annoyance, exclaiming, "You are truly despicable. I lead the way, and you push me. Indeed, I am a villain." Shuafan did not engage in argument but glanced around, taking in the surrounding scenery, occasionally hearing the roars of spirit beasts. He could confirm that this was indeed the Beast Mountain range. Looking at his filthy appearance, he couldn't help but shake his head in resignation and asked Xuaningxiang, "Hey, is there a river nearby where I can wash up?" She shot him an exasperated look and replied, "Follow me." Shuafan chuckled softly and followed closely behind her. After about a quarter of an hour, the sound of flowing water reached their ears. His brows involuntarily raised. Shuafan quickened his pace. Soon, a clear river appeared before him, its depths visible, with small fish and shrimp swimming along the bottom. Unable to contain his excitement, Shuafan leaped into the river without regard for the presence of a girl. He promptly discarded his clothes. Seeing this, Xuaningxiang quickly turned away, her face flushed with anger as she shouted, "You scoundrel! What do you think you're doing? What do you think?" "Naturally, I'm taking a bath," Shuafan huffed, ignoring her, and continued his washing. "I'll be out once I'm done. You can manage yourself. If you wish, you may join me. I want you mind, pervert. Who wants to bathe with you?" Xuaningxiang didn't dare look back, sulking as she muttered, "Shameless." Shuafan heard her clearly but was indifferent. If a demon cultivator were to care about their reputation, what would that mean for righteous practitioners? A quarter of an hour later, Shuafan finished bathing, emerged from the river, and changed into a fresh robe from his ring. He approached Xuaningxiang and patted her shoulder, saying, "Let us go. Where does the diamond sand appear?" As he began to walk away, Xuaningxiang panicked, standing there with a flushed face, unsure how to speak. Shuafan raised an eyebrow in confusion. "What's wrong? Lead the way. Didn't we agree?" But, Xuaningxiang fidgeted for a moment before murmuring, I haven't washed yet." Shuafan raised an eyebrow, wearing a knowing smile. "I just offered you a chance to wash, but you refused. Since you don't want to wash, that's fine. I won't hold it against you." But, Xuaningxiang's embarrassment deepened. When she ran away from home, she could disguise herself to evade pursuit. However, being a girl, she naturally cherished her appearance. How could she allow herself to look so disheveled? Shuafan understood this too. He merely sought to tease her for her earlier deception. Like an ant on a hot pan, Xuaningxiang was blushing furiously, unsure how to voice her thoughts. Yet, when she noticed Shuafan's teasing smile, she realized she had been played in a fit of anger. She snatched her hat and hurled it at Shuafan's face before striding away towards the river without a backward glance. However, after taking only a few steps, she seemed to recollect something. Turning her head warily to regard Shuafan, stuttering, You should go hide in the woods and not peek." Shuafan scoffed dismissively, pivoting on his heel to leave. "I wouldn't bother with unripe fruit." "Unripe?" Xuaningxiang blinked in surprise, glancing down at her own chest, defiantly puffing it out. "Humph. What do you mean I'm unripe?" Yet at that moment, Shuafan had already entered the woods, leaving no further sound. Pouting, Xuaningxiang felt a twinge of frustration and turned towards the river. Half an hour later, Shuafan lay leisurely amidst the thicket, chewing on a blade of grass while contemplating his next plan. Suddenly, the bushes rustled slightly, causing Shuafan to glance over and chuckle. "Ah, you've finally finished washing. Little girl, can we leave now?" Okay. A timid voice responded, as the bushes were gently parted. A young woman clad in white, with a delicate appearance, emerged slowly. Though her beauty could not be deemed striking, she radiated an aura of purity from within. Like a pristine white orchid, she exuded an ethereal charm. Upon seeing her pure visage, Shuafan was momentarily taken aback. He never would have imagined that the dirty little beggar, upon shedding her guise of an ugly duckling, would transform into such an untainted young lady. Noticing Shuafan's intense gaze, Xue Ningxiang's cheeks flushed slightly, prompting her to clear her throat. At this moment, Zhuo Fan realized he had lost his composure and awkwardly chuckled. Well, Miss Xue, please lead the way. His manner of address had changed upon encountering a beauty. And even Zhuo Fan couldn't help but scorn himself for his own shamelessness. However, to be in the company of beauty was indeed a refreshing experience. An hour later, Xue Ningxiang led Zhuo Fan to the pinnacle of a small mountain. Zhuo Fan was taken aback, puzzled, logically. If the King Kong sand were to appear, there should be many people watching. Yet there isn't a soul here. Xue Ningxiang shook her head with a smile, shooting him a sidelong glance. Zhuo Gu, I thought you were clever, but why have you turned foolish now? Zhuo Fan's brows furrowed in confusion as he looked at her, not comprehending. If we were to go directly there, we would surely be discovered, which is why I brought you here. Xue Ningxiang took Zhuo Fan's hand and guided him to the mountain's peak, pointing ahead. Look over there, that is where the King Kong sand will emerge. Following her finger, Zhuo Fan indeed spotted a throng of figures, over 50 in number, guarding a small pond. The water there shimmered with a misty aura, likely emanating from an underground hot spring. At the center of the pond sat an elderly man in gray robes. Eyes closed in meditation, despite the heat swirling around him, it dissipated entirely upon nearing his body. Not a single strand of his white hair bore any moisture. Such profound cultivation, could he be a master of the celestial profound realm? Zhuo Fan's brows twitched as he praised inwardly. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes sharply, fixing his gaze on Zhuo Fan. Two piercing glances shot forth like lightning bolts. Not good, get down, Zhuo Fan exclaimed in alarm. Quickly pulling Xue Ningxiang down behind the rocky outcrop, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. What keen intuition! That old man is undoubtedly a master of the celestial profound realm. Indeed, Xue Ningxiang nodded. That elder is the seventh elder of the Netherworld Valley, stationed in the Qingming city for over a decade. It was only last month, during the Golden Tide, that he settled here after the King Kong sand surged forth from that spring. She continued, and those 50 individuals are all experts at the bone-tempering stage. Zhuo Fan nodded, his understanding deepening. Before the emergence of the King Kong sand, a golden tide would occur, releasing a small quantity of the sand. However, within 3 months, a substantial amount would erupt. To secure more King Kong sand and prevent others from obtaining it, one must remain vigilant here, for no one knows when the sand will burst forth from the spring. Contemplating this, Zhuo Fan furrowed his brows deeply. With his current strength, it was impossible to seize the King Kong sand from so many experts unless a glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes as Zhuo Fan slowly began to lead Xue Ningxiang down the mountain. What? You have a plan? Seeing Zhuo Fan's confident demeanor, Xue Ningxiang was filled with astonishment. The thought that he could defeat her father and brother had already left her astounded. Could he truly have a way to contend with celestial profound masters and that group of bone-tempering experts? Zhuo Fan shook his head, replying nonchalantly, if I can't overpower them, I'll have to outsmart them. Come, let me find you a little pet. Upon hearing this, Xue Ningxiang froze in surprise, her eyes filled with even more confusion. Meanwhile, near the golden spring, the old man slowly withdrew his gaze, a look of puzzlement crossing his features as he murmured, could it be my delusion? At the same time, in the Xue family of Qingming City, Xue Wanlong returned, looking disheveled alongside Xue Lian in the main hall. An elderly man well past his twilight years rose abruptly upon their arrival. So, did Ninger return? Have you dealt with the one who injured Ganger? Sighing deeply, Xue Wanlong slowly shook his head. Father, I let them go. That young man is quite commendable. Ninger can be entrusted to him. As for his injury to Ganger, ignorance is no crime, as long as he treats Ninger well in the future. I shall not hold it against him. What? That person is Ninger's. The elderly man exclaimed in shock, disbelief etched on his face. Nodding, Xue Wanlong replied calmly, that young man has already claimed Ninger as his. She is willing, so it's likely true. Foolish. The elderly man slammed the table, roaring, Wanlong, regardless of who that young man is, even if we overlook his injury to Ganger, we can never allow Ninger to be taken away. You know as well as I do, if she leaves, our Xue family will. His face contorted with grief, but soon Xue Wanlong's expression hardened with resolve. Father, let Ninger go, I will bear the consequences. You bear what? Can you shoulder the safety of the entire family? The elderly man shouted, shaking his head helplessly. Wanlong, I understand your love for your daughter, but how could I not love this granddaughter? Yet the Shui family. Alas, with a deep sigh, the old man's expression suddenly turned grave. Where have they gone? Shui Wanlong's eyes revealed a complex array of emotions, but ultimately, he closed his eyes in resignation and murmured, "The Beast Mountain Range." In an instant, the old man's figure vanished without a trace. Chapter 58. The mysterious youth in the Beast Mountain Range. Zhuofan and Xuaningxiang were crawling through the thickets, seemingly searching for something. Xuaningxiang was quite curious, unsure of his intentions. Suddenly, Zhuofan let out an exclamation, pulling a clump of dirt-encrusted substance from the ground. His face lighting up with joy. Found it? Xuaningxiang blinked in surprise. Eyeing the object with curiosity, what is this? What use could it possibly have? Fragrant sweet potato. Zhuofan replied with a mysterious smile. This is the favorite food of the first-tier spirit beast, the burrowing rat. Upon hearing this, Xuaningxiang's eyes sparkled with realization. Great idea. You intend to use the burrowing rat to dig a tunnel and steal their King Kong sand. Though the burrowing rat was a first-tier spirit beast with little combat prowess, easily caught even by Foundation establishment cultivators, its tunneling skills were unparalleled among all spirit beasts in less than half an hour. A single burrowing rat could tunnel through an entire mountain range stretching for thousands of miles. Zhuofan remained silent, merely wearing a faint smile. Seeing this, Xuaningxiang was further baffled, her suspicions growing. Zhuofan seemed to be concocting a plan that none could fathom. After a while, Zhuofan and Xuaningxiang set up a fire at a distance from the golden spring. Placing the sweet potato within, careful not to let the smoke attract the attention of the Netherworld Valley's people. Soon, a peculiar fragrance wafted into the air, lingering for miles. Many spirit beasts in the mountains poked their heads out, drawn by the enticing aroma, while Zhuofan and Xuaningxiang lay in ambush in a concealed spot, their eyes fixed intently on the direction of the fire. Rustle, rustle. The sound of rustling grass arose as numerous spirit beasts cautiously approached the fire. Rummaging through the dark mass, searching for the delectable sweet potato, but they could not find it no matter how hard they tried. Zhuofan chuckled inwardly, sharing a knowing glance with Xuaningxiang. In truth, they had already taken away the roasted sweet potato. They only needed the aroma to lure in the burrowing rats. As more and more spirit beasts gathered around the fire, they still couldn't locate the source of the delectable scent. Suddenly, the soil beside the fire shifted, gradually forming a small mound the size of a fist. Zhuofan's eyes narrowed, and he leaned forward, preparing to act. With a soft pop, the little mound suddenly burst open, revealing a small, agile head that poked out from within. After circling the campfire several times, he sniffed and a look of confusion flickered in his eyes. It was that little creature. Act now, in his heart. Zhuofan shouted fiercely, and with a sudden step forward, he shot towards the fire like a cannonball. The surrounding area was filled with low-level spirit beasts, and the sudden loud noise startled them, causing them to scatter and hide in the nearby bushes. Only the burrowing mouse remained oblivious to the commotion, yet its instinct as a spirit beast soon alerted it to impending danger. It hastily began to dig into the ground with its forepaws. However, it was too late. Just as it buried half of its body in the soil, Zhuofan had already appeared before it in an instant. Grasping its tail and pulling it out, squeak, squeak. The burrowing mouse struggled desperately, panic evident on its face. Yet, having fallen into Zhuofan's grasp, how could it hope to escape so easily? Ha, little creature. Do you still wish to flee? A wicked grin spread across Zhuofan's face as he tightened his grip on the mouse's petite body, causing it to scream in pain. Its tiny claws flailed helplessly in the air. Xuaningxiang, observing this with a twinge of sympathy, quickly snatched the little creature from Zhuofan and cradled it in her arms, soothing it gently while casting Zhuofan a disapproving glare. How can you be so cruel? What if you hurt it? Humph. Spirit beasts are not so easily harmed, Zhuofan retorted disdainfully. We are pressed for time. If we do not tame it quickly, we will miss our chance. There's no need to be so rough. Though that I've raised several small spirit beasts at home without ever having to tame them, and they still listen to me. Xuaningxiang caressed the burrowing mouse, her face breaking into an adorable smile. Right? Little one? The burrowing mouse seemed to comprehend her words, nodding vigorously before casting a fierce glare at Zhuofan. Damn it, this little creature really is getting bold. Zhuofan felt a surge of irritation, wanting nothing more than to train the little thing thoroughly. However, with Xuan Ningxiang protecting it, he hesitated to act. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and a sinister smile crept across his face. Seeing this smile, the burrowing mouse shivered and quickly scurried back into Xuan Ningxiang's embrace. Seeking refuge? What are you planning? Xuan Ningxiang eyed Zhuo Fan warily, stepping back 2 paces while displaying an unusually gentle smile. Zhuo Fan held up a glimmering gourd. Rest assured, I have no intention of harming that little one. I merely wish to feed it something. With that, he produced a blood-red worm from the gourd. This was none other than the magical creature he had meticulously crafted, the cold pool blood silkworm. Once ingested, any creature would be compelled to obey his commands, or else the blood curse would activate, leading to a gruesome demise. Had it not been for the time constraints necessitating the swift taming of the burrowing mouse, he would have been loath to waste a blood silkworm on a mere first-level spirit beast. What is that? How disgusting! Xuan Ningxiang wrinkled her brow, instinctively retreating another 2 steps. Meanwhile, the burrowing mouse seemed to sense the danger and burrowed deeper into Xuan Ningxiang's arms. Unwilling to show itself, Zhuo Fan observed Xuan Ningxiang calmly, stating blandly, "In any case, we must hasten to tame that little creature. There are only 2 options. Either I train it thoroughly for a day, or it consumes this." Seeing Zhuo Fan's serious demeanor, Xuan Ningxiang realized he was resolute. Should she oppose him further, he might resort to force. Reluctantly, she cradled the burrowing mouse once more, gently patting its little head, and urged, "Little one, you should eat that. Though it may be a bit repulsive, it's certainly better than falling into this fellow's hands." With that, she brought the burrowing mouse before Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan grinned wickedly as he slowly brought the blood silkworm closer to the mouse's mouth. The burrowing mouse shook its head vigorously, but to no avail. The worm was about to be shoved into its mouth. Just then, a whoosh echoed through the air. Zhuo Fan's pupils constricted as he swiftly kicked Xuan Ningxiang down and retreated. "Be careful!" Whoosh! A cold gleam sliced through the air before them, a chilling light flashing from Zhuo Fan's fingertips, severing the still wriggling blood silkworm in 2. Zhuo Fan could distinctly sense the murderous intent embedded within that light. Coming to a halt, Zhuo Fan turned to see a tall young man standing 10 meters away, likely around 20 years old, with striking features and a pair of cold, piercing eyes scanning them like 2 glimmering swords. Squeak, squeak. The burrowing mouse let out a few frantic cries, seizing the opportunity to break free from Xuan Ningxiang's grasp and scampering to the young man's feet, nimbly climbing up onto his shoulder. This burrowing mouse actually belongs to someone. Zhuo Fan's brows involuntarily furrowed as he contemplated the implication. The young man cast a cold glance at the 2 of them, scoffing disdainfully. "You 2 have quite the audacity to even touch my spirit pet?" Apologies. We didn't mean to," Xuan Ningxiang began to explain, but Zhuo Fan waved his hand, stepping in front of her with a cold smile. "Regardless of whether this little creature belongs to someone or not, we are determined to claim it today." "Ha, such grandiose claims." The young man's brow twitched, and he couldn't help but chuckle derisively. A mere 5th-level gathering chi practitioner and a 4th-level gathering chi practitioner dare to covet my possession? Very well, allow me to put an end to you today. Humph. Who will end whom is still uncertain. With a cold laugh, Zhuo Fan suddenly charged forward, the silver light in his hand flashing as he brandished the evil moon wheel. A 3rd-grade magical treasure. The young man's brow involuntarily arched, the disdain that had previously lingered in his eyes dissipating in an instant. After all, a 3rd-grade magical treasure could threaten his life, and he had been taught from a young age that even when fighting a rabbit, one must use full force. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he lunged toward Zhuo Fan, a gleaming golden sword appearing in his hand. As the saying goes, when a sword is drawn, the world trembles. In an instant, it was as if the entire world had come to a standstill. Everything above and below had vanished without a trace, leaving only the sword's blade shimmering with light. Purification style, whoosh. As Zhuo Fan charged forward, his movements suddenly slowed down. It felt as though he and the world had halted in motion, with only the long sword relentlessly thrusting towards him. Shin-level martial technique. Bone-tempering 7th layer, 4th-grade spirit weapon. His pupils constricted slightly, and Zhuo Fan's heart grew heavy. This young man was no ordinary FOE. To achieve the bone-tempering 7th layer at such a young age was already a significant feat. Yet he also mastered a Shin-level martial technique and wielded a 4th-grade spirit weapon. In the entire Tianyu Empire, Even among the disciples of the 7 families of Yuxia, few had reached such a level. The answer became clear. This man was undoubtedly a core disciple of the 7 families of Yuxia, perhaps even a successor. Offending him today would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble in the future. He must be dealt with swiftly. In that instant, Zhuo Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, an unmasked killing intent radiating from him. Seeing this, the young man was momentarily stunned. He currently held the absolute advantage. So why did that young man across from him exude such a murderous aura? Could it be that he thought he could kill him? Yet in the next moment, Zhuo Fan's actions left him utterly shocked. Though his movements were slow, 5 figures suddenly appeared around him, with a cold smile. The young man disdainfully scoffed. If this was his killing move, then he was clearly overestimating himself. With that thought, the young man transformed his single sword into 5, instantly shattering all the illusions. But just then, Zhuo Fan's voice rang out in his ear, "Good sword. Unfortunately, you have encountered me." Startled, he could never have imagined how Zhuo Fan had managed to appear behind him. In that critical moment, he hastily swung his sword backward. The attack was precise, aimed directly at Zhuo Fan's chest. Zhuo Fan inwardly praised him, but alas, it was too late. Whoosh! Ignoring the golden sword's thrust, Zhuo Fan executed a horizontal slash towards the young man's waist. Should this connect, Zhuo Fan would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries, but the young man would also meet his demise. One death for one injury, it was worth it. Chapter 59. The 7 Families of Yuxia. Sword marquee manner clang. Zhuo Fan's desperate slash collided with the young man's golden sword, emitting a sharp metallic sound, and the evil moon wheel was sent rebounding. His pupils widened in alarm. This brat had not just a single spirit weapon, but also a protective spirit armor. However, at that moment, he could no longer afford to consider anything else. The man's sword was thrusting directly towards his chest, which was no longer a matter of trading a death for an injury. Rather, it meant the opponent would remain unscathed while he would be severely injured, left without any combat capability. Damn it, I miscalculated this time. Zhuo Fan cursed inwardly, hastily using the rebound force from the evil moon wheel to pivot and save himself. Little did he expect that this brat was actually a wealthy individual. Even among the elders of the Nether Valley, those who possessed magical treasures were few and far between. Most had only one at most. Yet this young man wielded one and wore another. Who the hell is he? Bang! There was no time for further contemplation. Zhuo Fan's evil moon wheel had firmly collided with the young man's golden sword. In an instant, a deafening roar erupted, and Zhuo Fan felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, sending him flying backward. Blood surged in his chest, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of crimson blood. Zhuo Fan fell to the ground, and the evil moon wheel in his hand shattered into 2 pieces with a crisp sound. His brow involuntarily twitched, and a heavy weight descended upon his heart. The adversary was clad in spiritual armor, at least of the 4th rank or higher, rendering his blood instant ineffective. At this moment, the only weapon capable of inflicting harm was the evil moon wheel. Yet it had been cleaved in 2 by that single sword strike, leaving him utterly defenseless. In this instant, Zhuo Fan found himself confronting the gravest peril since his rebirth. The opponent was a 7th layer master of the bone-forging realm. Fortified with spiritual armor and wielding a spiritual weapon, their martial skills belonging to the mysterious tier, he had no means to breach their defenses, relegated to a position of passive endurance. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The most daunting truth was that this opponent was a formidable warrior who would exert their full strength against even the weakest of foes. The adage that life is most fearful of earnestness rang true. This young man would unleash his full might even against practitioners of the gathering Qi realm such as them, leaving little room for error, and without errors, there could be no weaknesses. How could he possibly contend with such an adversary? Fixating intently on the figure standing resolutely with their sword, Zhuo Fan's forehead was already slick with perspiration. Little did he know that at this very moment, the opponent's mental state mirrored his own, perhaps even more steeped in fear. This young man was a paragon within his family, a genius among geniuses, who had never tasted defeat in his life. Yet now, facing Zhuo Fan of the 5th layer of gathering Qi, he had nearly been struck down in a single lethal blow. Reality he found utterly unacceptable. Were it not for the protective spiritual armor, he would have already met his demise. And the one who posed this threat was a practitioner of the 5th layer of gathering Qi. a realm that seemed worlds apart from his own. This was a conundrum he could not fathom, for he was a transcendent genius capable of defeating peak masters of the bone-forging realm with a single strike. And the future heir of his family. How could this be? A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he turned back to gaze deeply at Zhuofan, gritting his teeth and asking, "Brother, what is your name?" Zhuofan was momentarily taken aback. He seemed to discern the shift in the young man's gaze, suspecting that he would not pursue their deaths any further. Thus, he called out loudly, "Zhuofan, very well, I shall remember you. Perhaps we shall contest again on a future occasion." The young man sheathed his sword, exhaling a sigh of relief, ready to depart with the drilling mountain rat. Zhuofan's eyes darted, and he hastily called out, "Wait." The young man paused momentarily, not turning back. "What is it? May I inquire? Did you come here for the King Kong flowing sand as well?" The young man slowly turned to face Zhuofan, responding, "And if I did, what of it? If I did not, what then?" Zhuofan smiled and said, "If not, then we shall part ways here, and I hope to encounter you again by fate. If so, might we consider a collaboration?" "Collaboration?" The young man raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the duo with keen interest. "What do you propose? Even if the three of us joined forces, it seems unlikely we could seize even a grain of King Kong flowing sand." Initially, he had regarded the two as insignificant as ants, but now he spoke of collaboration, indicating he had acknowledged Zhuofan's strength, which was indeed comparable. Zhuofan felt a surge of joy. This meant they could negotiate from an equal footing. This brother, possessing a drilling mountain rat, likely did not wish to engage in a direct confrontation with them. The young man pondered for a moment, then said with a smile, "It seems we are on the same wavelength. No wonder you are also in search of this little treasure. However, this drilling mountain rat belongs to me. What do you offer for collaboration?" "The method, the correct usage of the drilling mountain rat." Zhuofan replied with a serene smile, "May I ask how you intend to acquire those King Kong flowing sands with that drilling mountain rat?" The young man's eyes narrowed slightly, and instead of answering, he asked, "What do you have in mind?" "We could have the drilling mountain rat dig a tunnel, and while they are busy retrieving the King Kong flowing sand, we could seize a portion for ourselves." Xuaningxiang interjected before Zhuofan could speak. However, as soon as she finished, Zhuofan and the young man erupted into laughter, causing her cheeks to redden in indignation as she glared at them. "What are you laughing at? Is my suggestion flawed?" Once the laughter subsided, the young man shook his head helplessly. "My dear lady, there is a master of the heavenly profound realm guarding the treasure. It won't be so easy to succeed. You might find yourself captured before you even make a move." Zhuofan nodded in agreement, then turned to the young man. "Regardless, my foolish sister has proposed an unfeasible plan." "What do you suggest?" Xuaningxiang shot an annoyed glare at Zhuofan for mocking her, her cheeks growing ever redder. The young man regarded Zhuofan, contemplating for a moment before saying, "My approach is quite simple. The King Kong flowing sand is forced into the spring water due to the pressure from the Earth's core. Flowing out with it, I will have the drilling mountain rat create a tributary, and thus a portion of the King Kong flowing sand will flow my way." Clap, clap, clap. Zhuofan applauded, and Xuaningxiang laughed in realization. What a splendid idea! The young man smiled and nodded, a look of pride crossing his face. But Zhuofan shook his head and said lightly, "If I were in your position, that would indeed be the best plan." The young man raised an eyebrow, a hint of defiance in his gaze. "Do you have a better plan?" He, of course. Otherwise, why would I propose collaboration?" Zhuofan chuckled lightly, stating, "While your method might yield some King Kong flowing sand, I fear it would amount to less than 1/1000th of the total. Moreover, the path the drilling mountain rat digs will be filled with soil and stones, causing most of the King Kong flowing sand to settle into the earth, leaving you with even less." "Are you implying?" The young man's eyes narrowed as he fixated on Zhuofan, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Zhuofan held his head high with pride. "If you trust me, I can secure all the King Kong flowing sand for us, leaving not a single grain for the underworld valley. Shall we split it evenly then?" "How is that even possible?" the young man exclaimed, astonished. Yet Zhuofan merely smiled confidently and replied, "Transforming the impossible into the possible is my specialty." The young man scrutinized Zhuofan, recalling how Zhuofan had nearly killed him moments ago, before nodding vigorously, "Very well. I shall place my trust in you. You dictate how we proceed." "Splendid," Zhuofan laughed heartily. "From this moment forth, we are partners." May I ask your honorable surname? Xie Tianyang, the young man declared with a deep breath. Zhuo Fan's brow furrowed, locking his gaze onto him. Xie, could it be that you hail from the prestigious Ye family? The Sword Marquis manner? Waving his hand, Xie Tianyang revealed a mysterious smile, preventing Zhuo Fan from speaking further, yet they all understood the implication. Xuanning Xiang stared at Xie Tianyang in disbelief, her eyes wide. Unable to blink, families like the Shui family were mere vassals beneath the 7 noble families. However, since her birth, she had never ventured beyond the Qingming city, having only encountered members of the Underworld Valley. This was her first time meeting someone from the Sword Marquis Manor, which was renowned alongside the Underworld Valley. By the way, Brother Zhuo, you are so formidable. Which family do you belong to? At this moment, Xuanning Xiang recalled that Zhuo Fan, despite his youth, possessed strength that was on par with Xie Tianyang. Had it not been for the protective spiritual armor, Zhuo Fan could have indeed slain this disciple of the Sword Marquis Manor with a single strike. Thus, it stood to reason that Zhuo Fan's background must be extraordinary. Hearing this, Xie Tianyang turned to Zhuo Fan, curiosity evident on his face. He too wanted to know which family could nurture a prodigy like Zhuo Fan, who could contend with a master of the 7th layer of bone forging with the strength of the gathering Qi realm. Under the curious gazes of both individuals, Zhuo Fan chuckled and shook his head. My origins are not so illustrious. I am but a humble steward of the Luo family in Fenglin City. Steward? Luo family? The two were taken aback at this revelation. They had never heard of such a family. Did I imagine you are unaware that the Luo family is merely a lowly clan, barely scraping into the 3rd tier? Zhuo Fan waved his hand dismissively. This left the two in astonishment, exchanging incredulous glances filled with skepticism. They could hardly believe that a small family could produce such a formidable expert. Even among the royal family and the 7 noble families, such prodigies were a rarity. Brother, if your family truly is a minor one, and you do not mind, you could seek refuge with our Sword Marquis Manor. Xie Tianyang clapped Zhuo Fan on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Setting aside whether Zhuo Fan's claims were true or false, if they were indeed accurate, he represented an undiscovered gem. With a disciple like Zhuo Fan, and the support of the Sword Marquis Manor, the Luo family could at least ascend to the 2nd tier. Perhaps even reach the pinnacle of the 2nd tier. At that time, the strength of the Sword Marquis Manor would undoubtedly grow even more formidable. The invitation from the 7 noble families would cause other clans to weep tears of joy. However, Zhuo Fan remained unimpressed. Understanding Xie Tianyang's intentions, he chuckled and shook his head, saying lightly, You are too late. I have already signed a pact of alliance with the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Should your Sword Marquis Manor wish to form an alliance with us, I would welcome it. What? Zhuo Fan's words detonated like a bomb, leaving the two utterly astounded. A pact of alliance? The Hidden Dragon Pavilion? How could the Qianlong Pavilion possibly forge an alliance with an obscure and unremarkable family? Chapter 60. The formation of 1,000 miles. Fixating intently on Zhuo Fan's eyes, both Xuanning Xiang and Xie Tianyang exchanged dubious glances, their minds swirling with skepticism. Logically speaking, judging by Zhuo Fan's expression, he did not seem to be lying. Yet, the notion was so utterly preposterous that it was more unbelievable than the upheaval of heaven and earth heralding the end of days. The 7 great houses. Esteemed families standing shoulder to shoulder with the imperial family would surely not regard a lowly family with any significant potential worthy of a subordinate contract. An alliance, however, was a binding power shared between the 7 houses. And even 2nd-tier families lacked the qualifications to intervene in such matters. This disparity not only highlighted the gulf between the 7 houses and others, but also represented the honor they shared with the imperial lineage. Which emperor would ever fraternize with a beggar on the streets? Presently, the 7 houses were akin to emperors, viewing all other families as mere beggars waiting for their charity, utterly unworthy to be considered their equals. Thus, how could what Zhuo Fan claimed possibly come to pass? After studying Zhuo Fan deeply, Xie Tianyang suddenly shook his head and chuckled, patting his shoulder. Brother, if you are unwilling to speak, that is fine. But why concoct such an absurd excuse? Xuanning Xiang exhaled, pouting and casting an annoyed glance at him. Zhuogu, we've already shared our backgrounds with you. It's truly inconsiderate of you to keep us in the dark. Zhuo Fan offered a wry smile, shaking his head in resignation. The truth of his words seemed to fall on deaf ears, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. All right, if Brother Zhuo is reluctant to share. That's understandable. After all, once we complete this task, we may very well part ways, and who knows if we shall meet again. So why must we delve into such clarity? Ultimately, it was Xie Tianyang who clapped his hands and said, "For now, let us first hear what good ideas Brother Zhua has." With a slight smile, Zhua Fan nodded in approval. He appreciated Xie Tianyang's pragmatic approach. In this land, there were no true friends or foes, merely interests guiding relationships. Perhaps today's allies, united by mutual benefit, could become deadly adversaries by tomorrow. Thus, it was unnecessary to know each other so intimately. On the contrary, concealing one's secrets served better for self-preservation. Xuanxiang, however, continued to pout, muttering, "Since we are fated to meet and have such rapport, why can't we remain friends forever?" Upon hearing this, both Zhua Fan and Xie Tianyang scoffed derisively. With a swift motion, Zhua Fan retrieved a sheet of white paper and a pen from his ring, immediately beginning to sketch fervently. In less than a quarter of an hour, a bizarre illustration began to take shape. Xuanxiang watched in confusion, while Xie Tianyang became increasingly alarmed with each stroke Zhua Fan made. Once Zhua Fan completed his drawing, Xie Tianyang stared at the illustration in shock. "A level 1 formation diagram? But I have never seen a level 1 formation diagram like this before. Many formations are completely unfamiliar to me." Zhua Fan nodded quietly. Xie Tianyang, as expected of a member of the 7 great houses, had an impressive grasp of formation diagrams even at a young age, much like Long Kue. However, many of the formations Zhua Fan depicted were relics from ancient times, unseen by contemporary practitioners. Holding the diagram, Xie Tianyang pondered for a long moment, then gazed deeply at Zhua Fan, his eyes filled with determination. "You are indeed one of the 7 great houses. No, you are of the royal lineage." Xie Tianyang was uncertain. The more he interacted with Zhua Fan, the more astounded he became by his abilities. He truly could not ascertain Zhua Fan's heritage. He even suspected that it would be difficult for any of the 7 great houses to nurture a talent like Zhua Fan. Thus, the only possibility above the 7 great houses was the imperial family. Zhua Fan chuckled, shaking his head. "As I have already stated, believe it or not, but for now, we must cooperate." After contemplating for a moment, Xie Tianyang nodded solemnly. "Follow me." Zhua Fan took back the diagram, chuckling lightly, and ran toward the distance, with Xie Tianyang and Xuanxiang closely trailing behind. 6 hours later, Zhua Fan arrived at the banks of a small river and halted. After surveying the surroundings, he nodded slightly. Xuanxiang and Xie Tianyang followed, yet their confusion deepened. They had now strayed far from the Lujin Spring Pool, nearing the second zone of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. The perilous areas of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range were generally classified into 3 zones. The first zone was deemed a safe area, inhabited primarily by first and second-tier spirit beasts, with third-tier beasts rarely seen. It was suitable for practitioners in the Qi gathering and foundation establishment stages to capture their spirit pets. The Lujin Spring Pool lay within this zone. The second zone was identified as the treasure hunting zone, frequented by 3rd and 4th-tier spirit beasts. Entering this zone without the strength of the bone-forging stage was tantamount to courting death. Yet, this area was rich in spirit beasts, making it a primary location for human experts to acquire spirit pets. The third zone was classified as a danger zone, where only 5th-tier and above terrifying monsters could survive. Even a practitioner of the divine illumination stage could face peril here. Thus, unless one was confident in their abilities or was an old monster of the continent, no one dared to venture recklessly into this zone. Currently, Zhua Fan and his companions stood at the boundary between the first and second zones. Once they stepped into the second zone, practitioners like Xuanxiang, at the Qi gathering stage, would be in constant danger of death. Even a Tianxian expert would not dare to wander carelessly in this area. Taking a deep breath, Zhua Fan's eyes shimmered with intensity as he nodded solemnly. "It is here." Xie Tianyang and Xuanxiang looked at him in bewilderment, their faces etched with confusion. Zhua Fan waved his hand and instructed, "Brother Tianyang, please have your drilling rat burrow a tunnel from here to the Lujin Spring Pool, and then set up the formation according to this diagram." Pointing to the center of the diagram, he declared, "This is the Lujin Spring Pool." "What?" Xie Tianyang exclaimed, pointing to the periphery of the diagram. "While having it tunnel to the Lujin Spring Pool is feasible, placing spirit stones in these locations that requires over 1,000 stones. Indeed, specifically, it should be 3,221, Zhua Fan confirmed, his tone nonchalant. The drilling rat is quite small and can only carry one spirit stone at a time. This means it must make the round trip 3,221 times to set up the formation beneath the Lujin spring pool. Xie Tianyang inhaled sharply, and Xue Ningxiang gasped, unable to contain her shock. Are you trying to work it to death? The drilling rat perched on Xie Tianyang's shoulder seemed to grasp their plan, rolling its eyes in despair and promptly collapsing in a feigned death. No way! This guy is surely trying to kill me. I refuse to partake in this folly. Just let me die. The drilling rat tightly shut its eyes, even as it tumbled to the ground, bumping its head and forming a sizable lump, yet it stubbornly kept its eyes closed. However, its trembling body betrayed its fear. Xue Fan chuckled dismissively, ignoring the little creature and focusing on its master. We are short on time. The golden sandstorm could erupt at any moment. Your little companion must act swiftly. Must we do this? Xie Tianyang licked his lips, a grave expression on his face. Xue Fan chuckled lightly. If you can set up the formation right under their noses without being detected, that is also an option. Glancing at the little creature sprawled on the ground, a flicker of pity crossed Xie Tianyang's eyes. Xue Fan continued to entice him. A single drilling rat can be easily replaced in the future. But the golden sandstorm, if you follow my instructions, you will surely reap bountiful rewards. Seemingly swayed by Xue Fan's words, a gleam of determination flashed in Xie Tianyang's eyes as he resolutely nodded. Fine. It's just a first-tier spirit pet. If it comes to it, I can do without it. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the drilling rat sprang up, tears welling in its eyes as it looked at Xie Tianyang. Full of pleading, Master, how could you be so heartless? If you proceed with this plan, I will surely be worked to death. But Xie Tianyang paid it no mind, his gaze solely fixed on Xue Fan and Xie Tianyang's sinister smiles. Xue Ningxiang looked at the little creature's pitiful eyes, her heart swelling with compassion. She scooped it into her arms, offering comforting words, before casting a fierce glare at Xue Fan and Xie Tianyang. Yet, they remained unfazed, especially Xie Tianyang. With the golden sandstorm at stake, who could care less about a mere drilling rat? Thus, under Xie Tianyang's authoritative command, the drilling rat was compelled to burrow toward the Lujin spring pool. In just a quarter of an hour, the underground had already formed a complex network of tunnels as per Xue Fan's diagram. However, the Tianqian elder meditating at the center of the Lujin spring pool remained completely oblivious. Thus began the drilling rat's lamentable fate as a laborer, carrying spirit stones one by one towards the spring pool. Initially manageable, by the time it had transported 100 stones, it was drenched in sweat. Its fur soaked through. After 500 stones, it began to wheeze heavily. Xue Ningxiang felt a pang of sympathy and wanted to let the little creature rest. However, Xue Fan and Xie Tianyang, like merciless landlords exploiting impoverished laborers, were determined to squeeze every last ounce of strength from it before relenting. Especially in the case of Xie Tianyang, his mind is now entirely consumed by the thoughts of the King Kong flowing sand, leaving little room for concern about the exhausting plight of his spirit pet. Consequently, the drilling mouse must tirelessly transport materials, and seeing its pitiful state, Xue Ningxiang secretly provides it with water whenever she returns, which serves as the sole comfort in its hellish existence. To the little creature, Xue Ningxiang appears almost like a celestial being descended from the heavens. It can only lament its unfortunate choice of master. Having been lured by the demon king Xue Fan, forsaking their bond without a second thought, forcing it to labor to the point of exhaustion. After burying the last piece of spirit stone according to the formation diagram, it returned, barely clinging to life. Xue Ningxiang cradled it in her arms, soothing it gently, allowing it to feel the joy of surviving a calamity. Xue Fan chuckled lightly, exchanging a glance with Xie Tianyang, and said, "See? I told you this little one would be fine." Reluctantly nodding, Xie Tianyang sighed, "Yes, but this little rascal will surely come to resent me as its master." There was no alternative. To complete the grand formation within 3 days, it had to be forced, or else this little creature would undoubtedly slack off. Xue Fan shrugged, letting out a long sigh. If it were to tire itself to death like this, it wouldn't even be a first-level spirit beast. No sooner had he spoken than Xue Fan suddenly sprang to his feet, his hands flickering with light as he laid down another grand formation by the riverside. With a swift motion of his hand, the buried spirit stones erupted in radiant brilliance. An invisible wave of energy surged forth, and the 2 grand formations, separated by thousands of miles, seemed to resonate with one another. The elder seated at the center of the flowing gold spring suddenly jolted awake. Confusion etched across his face. What is happening? Why do I feel an unsettling sensation? By the riverbank, Zhuo Fan descended, revealing a confident and mischievous smile. All is in readiness, we just await the east wind. When the King Kong flowing sand emerges, the esteemed Tianxian elder of the underworld valley will surely be taken aback. Hee. Chapter 61. The Great Relocation of Heaven and Earth. With all preparations complete, the three of them, like those from the underworld valley, entered a period of waiting, anticipating the eruption of the King Kong flowing sand. During this time, everything seemed to settle into an eerie calm. Xie Tianyang stood idle, sword in hand, wishing to practice his family's martial arts in the woods, yet he was troubled by the fear that the King Kong flowing sand might erupt at any moment, leaving him to be outdone by Zhuo Fan and his companions. The saying goes, you may know a person's face, but not their heart, and given his lack of familiarity with Zhuo Fan, complete trust was out of the question. Meanwhile, Xuaningxiang appeared to have completely forgotten about the King Kong flowing sand, playing joyfully with the drilling mouse every day. Xie Tianyang, observing this, attempted to call the little creature back but was met with a disdainful glance that left him feeling quite embarrassed. This spirit pet, which belonged to him, now seemed to be so closely bonded with Xuaningxiang. Alas, he then turned his gaze towards Zhuo Fan, confusion evident in his eyes. To him, Zhuo Fan was an enigma, shrouded in mystery regarding both origin and background. Although Zhuo Fan claimed to hail from a humble family, Xie Tianyang found that impossible to believe. Among the trio, Zhuo Fan was the most composed. For the past 10 days, he had engaged in nothing but meditation, seemingly unconcerned with the matter of the King Kong flowing sand, yet paradoxically, he was the most attuned to it. This only served to heighten Xie Tianyang's respect for Zhuo Fan. Such a calm disposition in a young man was rare throughout the entire Tianyu Empire. At the very least, he himself could not remain at ease in his training while awaiting the King Kong flowing sand. With his current state of mind, he felt anxious and restless. Forced cultivation would only lead to a path of madness, yet Zhuo Fan. Xie Tianyang fixed his gaze on Zhuo Fan, a mix of envy and jealousy on his face. Suddenly, a crisp sound pierced the air as Zhuo Fan slowly opened his eyes, exhaling deeply, murmuring, I've reached the 6th level of qi gathering, finally a breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Xie Tianyang's cheeks twitched involuntarily, ultimately revealing an expression of genuine admiration. In such a tense moment, to achieve a breakthrough in cultivation, such composure was truly beyond his reach. Thus, the three of them quietly endured an entire month. During this time, Xie Tianyang remained listless, while Xuaningxiang and the drilling mouse grew increasingly playful, her smile never faltering. Only Zhuo Fan continued to meditate, patiently awaiting the moment. Growing increasingly frustrated, Xie Tianyang felt as though he might go mad from the oppressive atmosphere. Had he known this would be the case, he would not have compelled the drilling mouse to work for 3 consecutive days. After all, there was still ample time. Now, he had strained his relationship with the little creature, leaving him without even a companion to alleviate his boredom. I've had enough. Unable to contain himself any longer, Xie Tianyang shouted out. However, at that moment, a tremendous roar echoed throughout the mountains. The ground began to tremble violently. It's here! Zhuo Fan's eyes flew open, and he sprang to his feet, his eyes shining with excitement. Xuaningxiang, who had been playing with the drilling mouse, suddenly froze, her expression one of shock as she looked toward Zhuo Fan and Xie Tianyang. Yet, there was no fear on their faces, only unrestrained exhilaration. At the center of the flowing gold spring, Elder 7 of the Underworld Valley abruptly opened his eyes, rising into the air and laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. I've waited over 2 months, and it has finally arrived. Prepare the flowing gold silk net to capture the King Kong flowing sand. With a wave of his sleeve, the bone-forging guards clasped their fists in unison. Yes. They then produced a shimmering golden net, tossing it into the flowing gold spring. In an instant, the bottom of the spring transformed into a dazzling gold. Simultaneously, by the riverside, Zhuo Fan turned to Xie Tianyang and asked, Are you prepared with the flowing gold silk net? Ha ha ha. What a joke. How could we come to seize the King Kong flowing sand without the flowing gold silk net? Xie Tianyang laughed heartily, waving his hand to summon a golden net before the trio. The King Kong flowing sand erupted alongside the magma water from the depths of the earth to filter it from the lava. They needed the flowing gold silk net. Zhuofan took the net and tossed it into the river. Xie Tianyang looked at Zhuofan, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Brother Zhua, what will you do next? Just watch. With a confident smile, Zhuofan swiftly formed a hand seal, chanting, Heaven and earth invert, mountains and rivers shift, yin and yang exchange, dual formations relocate, go. As soon as the words left his mouth, the buried spirit stones suddenly burst forth with radiant light, shooting upward like pillars into the sky. Beside the flowing gold spring, 3,221 beams of light simultaneously soared into the heavens. Elder Seven was taken aback, bewildered, but at that moment, with the King Kong flowing sand about to emerge, he had no time to ponder the source of this phenomenon. He could only fix his gaze on the spring's spouting opening. Suddenly, accompanied by a deafening roar, torrents of clear water erupted from the spring, pouring into the pool. Within mere moments, the temperature of the spring water plummeted drastically. Witnessing this scene, everyone was momentarily stunned. Logically, the emergence of the King Kong flowing sand should have been accompanied by the flow of lava water, causing the spring's temperature to rise sharply, making it unwise for even a bone-forging expert to venture down. Yet, how could ordinary cool water be gushing forth instead? Elder Seven blinked in disbelief. Then, noticing the surrounding thousands of light pillars, he slapped his forehead in realization. Damn it, someone is up to mischief. Soaring into the sky, he gazed into the distance, where thousands of light pillars also appeared. It must be over there. Elder Seven gritted his teeth and shot toward that direction. Daring to play tricks in front of him was tantamount to seeking death. Meanwhile, the river before Zhuofan and his companions suddenly vanished, revealing a dark, gaping mouth in the blink of an eye. Scalding lava water burst forth from it, shimmering with flecks of golden light. King Kong flowing sand. Xie Tianyang's heart leapt with joy, incredulously turning to Zhuofan beside him, exclaiming, Brother Zhua, you truly have a remarkable talent. How did the King Kong flowing sand suddenly emerge from here? With a slight smirk, Zhuofan replied nonchalantly, this formation is known as the Great Relocation Formation. Although it is a first-level formation, it can invert heaven and earth and shift mountains and rivers. I merely redirected the flow of the King Kong flowing sand from the flowing gold spring to here. While Zhuofan spoke with ease, Xie Tianyang was left utterly astonished, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Inverting heaven and earth, shifting mountains and rivers? To his knowledge, such powers could only be achieved with formations of 6th level or higher, which had largely been lost to time. Yet, here was Zhuofan, not only reproducing this lost formation but doing so with a mere first-level formation. It dawned upon him the implications of Zhuofan's earlier words about allying with the Qianlong Pavilion. If this brother Zhua truly possessed such extraordinary abilities, it would not be surprising for the Qianlong Pavilion to seek an alliance with him. With this thought, Xie Tianyang cast a deep glance at Zhuofan. Secretly elated, he had struck gold. Who would have thought that his venture for training would lead him to encounter such a remarkable individual? With such a peculiar formation, it was likely that no one else in the entire empire could replicate it. Lost in thought, Xie Tianyang suddenly exclaimed, Brother Zhua, would you be interested in coming to serve at my Sword Marquee Manor? Upon hearing this, Xuaningxiang gasped in astonishment. It was utterly unfathomable that someone as young as Zhuofan could be invited to serve by the 7 great families. Zhuofan rolled his eyes, and the next statement nearly caused Xuaningxiang to stumble to the ground in shock. Spare me, that very line was uttered to me by the Qianlong Pavilion, and I turned them down. Hence, they decided to ally with me instead. Brother Zhua, you are boasting far too much, Xuaningxiang remarked, clearly unconvinced, as she curled her lip. Yet, Xie Tianyang nodded, seemingly already anticipating this. All right. I shall have someone send you a copy of the alliance contract. Tio, where shall I send it? Send it to the Luo family in Fenglan City. I shall return once I finish my business. After a moment of hesitation, Xie Tianyang replied, let's wait until you return to discuss it. I will only ally with you. With your capabilities, if you are no longer with the Luo family in the future, wouldn't we be at a loss? Zhuofan shook his head in bemusement, wondering why all the members of the 7 great families were so similar. Xuaningxiang inhaled sharply, her exquisite face twitching involuntarily. The people from the Sword Marquee Mansion were rather reckless. How could they casually form an alliance with someone outside the 7 great families? Moreover, This alliance was not with a family, but with an individual. What she failed to comprehend was that it was precisely because Xie Tianyang belonged to one of the 7 great families that he could discern Zhuo Fan's worth. If it were an ordinary family, they would not even be able to perceive the immense potential Zhuo Fan possessed. Suddenly, with a muffled thud, the last surge of crimson lava erupted from the black hole. Zhuo Fan's gaze sharpened, and he quickly exclaimed, "Reel it in now. What's the rush?" Xie Tianyang waved his hand dismissively with a smile. "The flowing golden silk net is as sturdy as steel. Even after the lava cools, we can still retrieve the indestructible flowing sand." Furrowing his brow, Zhuo Fan snorted coldly. "Do you think I am unaware of that? I merely fear that by then, we may have our lives at stake but lack the means to enjoy our spoils." Xie Tianyang was taken aback, looking at Zhuo Fan in confusion. Zhuo Fan replied nonchalantly, "Do you think those from the Netherworld Valley are blind? Such a dazzling beam of light. How could they possibly miss it? Shortly, that Tianqian expert will be upon us." Upon hearing this, Xie Tianyang was startled and hurriedly began to gather the flowing golden silk net. As the net gradually ascended, the 3 of them could clearly see the lava flowing from the net's void, emitting a hissing sound as it burned. Yet, on each golden thread, glimmered grains of sand, shining with golden light. "So, what shall we do now?" Although thrilled by the sight of the indestructible flowing sand, Xie Tianyang still regarded Zhuo Fan with a serious expression. Zhuo Fan had led them tirelessly for 6 hours, and he now fully understood their purpose for being here, to buy time for their escape. After all, even a Tianqian expert would take over an hour to reach this place. Within that hour, they could have long collected the indestructible flowing sand and made their escape. The critical question remained: where would they be safe? A glint flickered in Zhuo Fan's eyes as he gazed across the small river. Xie Tianyang and Xuaningxiang followed his gaze, their pupils constricting as they exclaimed in unison, "The second zone? The treasure hunting area?" "Incorrect." Zhuo Fan slowly shook his head, stating calmly, "It is the 3rd zone, the danger zone." Both of them gasped in astonishment, staring at Zhuo Fan in disbelief. Had he lost his mind? With their combined strengths, traversing the 2nd zone was perilous enough. Venturing into the 3rd zone would surely be tantamount to seeking death. Yet, they were unaware that this was precisely Zhuo Fan's primary objective. 6th level Spirit Beast, Thundercloud Sparrow. Chapter 62. The Great Escape. First, let us divide the indestructible flowing sand. We shall discuss our escape later. As the flowing golden silk net fully surfaced, Zhuo Fan gazed at the heavy golden grains, rubbing his hands together in eager anticipation to commence the division of spoils, leaving the anxious duo momentarily sidelined. Xie Tianyang and Xuaningxiang exchanged glances, both sharing a wry smile. Since their encounter with Zhuo Fan, they had been led around by him. Zhuo Fan acted unilaterally, never bothering to clarify his intentions. This was true for capturing the drilling mountain rats, as well as for setting up formations to seize the indestructible flowing sand. However, they were fortunate that each of Zhuo Fan's plans succeeded splendidly. Thus, although he did not elucidate his strategies, causing them to feel anxious internally, they trusted that Zhuo Fan must have a countermeasure in mind. Consequently, Xie Tianyang completely relinquished his reservations, focusing solely on the gleaming indestructible flowing sand. His eyes brimming with excitement, in a flash, the flowing sand cascaded down like a waterfall from the net, filling the large barrel they had brought, which measured 1 meter in diameter and height, in the blink of an eye. Yet, this was not even a third of their total haul. Thus, Zhuo Fan rummaged through his ring for various containers, and in no time, dozens of containers of all shapes and sizes were filled with the coveted indestructible flowing sand that would make everyone on the continent green with envy, witnessing such a bountiful harvest. Xie Tianyang could hardly contain his joy. Initially, he had only intended to use the drilling mountain rats to pilfer a small amount of indestructible flowing sand. Yet he had not anticipated encountering someone as extraordinary as Zhuo Fan, who efficiently secured all the flowing sand in no time. Logically, merely adding a pinch of indestructible flowing sand during the refinement of 5th-grade spiritual weapons would immediately enhance their strength, making them top-tier 5th-grade weapons. With such an abundance of indestructible flowing sand, he could not fathom how many 5th-grade spiritual weapons could be forged, and the quantity he could add during the refinement process was limitless. Others would measure in grams, yet they could afford to measure in kilograms. Even crafting 5th-grade spiritual weapons solely from flowing sand was not out of the question. Ha 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 ha. Xie Tianyang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although he held a prestigious position in the Sword Marquis mansion and had never considered himself poor, he now realized just how impoverished he had been. Zhuo Fan, observing Xie Tianyang's unrestrained laughter, couldn't help but curl his lip at the sight. So much for being a disciple of the Sword Marquis mansion. He clearly had little exposure to the world. Zhuo Fan waved his hand, storing half of the flowing sand into his ring, and stated matter-of-factly, "I shall take my share. The rest is yours." Xie Tianyang blinked, nodding with a smile. "No problem. You could take even more, and it wouldn't matter." They had indeed struck it rich this time. Even after Zhuo Fan claimed half, Xie Tianyang still possessed several tons of indestructible flowing sand, showcasing the enormity of their haul. However, this wealth would be equally divided between the two. Xuanxiang did not take a share, but she did not mind. Compared to possessing this coveted indestructible flowing sand that everyone coveted, she yearned more for an escape from Qingming City. Zhuo Fan was quite principled, only taking his portion without excess. Xie Tianyang nodded in agreement, then collected the remaining indestructible flowing sand and turned to Zhuo Fan, saying, "Now, you should tell us how we are to escape." With a flash, a small porcelain vial suddenly appeared in Zhuo Fan's hand, from which he poured out 3 red pills. Zhuo Fan consumed one first and then handed the other 2 to Xie Tianyang and Xuanxiang. These were first-grade pills, concealment pills, which could mask our presence for a day. Thus, as we traverse the second and third zones, as long as we avoid direct encounters with those spirit beasts, they would not detect our presence. Xie Tianyang was taken aback, examining the pill in his hand with astonishment. "So marvelous? Where did you obtain this?" The Beast Mountain Range had long been a treasure trove, coveted by cultivators across the continent for centuries. Unfortunately, the ferocity of the spirit beasts deterred most from venturing there. If they knew that such a miraculous pill as the concealment pill existed, they would undoubtedly scramble to acquire it. Moreover, this was merely a first-grade pill. However, to Xie Tianyang's knowledge, such a pill did not exist on the continent. Otherwise, countless cultivators would have flocked there. Xuanxiang also held the pill in her hand, gazing at Zhuo Fan with wide-eyed wonder. Zhuo Fan scratched his nose and replied nonchalantly, "I refined it myself, a unique creation, with no duplicates." Upon hearing this, Xie Tianyang was taken aback, exclaiming, "You can also refine pills." Perhaps due to his astonishment, he even let a curse slip. However, Zhuo Fan was unfazed, lightly shrugging, "Indeed, one can never have too many skills." Upon hearing this, Xie Tianyang was stunned for a moment, his handsome face twitching involuntarily. What on earth was this kid? With his qi-gathering realm cultivation, his strength could rival Xie Tianyang's 7th level of bone refinement, making him a monstrous prodigy. Yet, this kid also knew how to set formations and refine pills. Moreover, the formations he laid were unprecedented, and the pills he crafted were unparalleled in the world. How could they, the talented descendants of the 7 great families, survive? He had always believed himself invincible among his peers and his family, with only a few hidden geniuses from other families posing a challenge. Yet, during this journey, he had encountered such an anomaly, leaving him feeling utterly crushed. He vowed never to call himself a genius again. At least not in Zhuo Fan's presence. After swallowing the red pill, Xie Tianyang turned and crossed the small river, heading towards the second zone without saying much more, only uttering 2 words, "Let's go." Zhuo Fan and Xuanxiang were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances, puzzled by Xie Tianyang's sudden shift to this taciturn demeanor. Little did they know, a once arrogant genius had just experienced a sudden and profound fall from grace. Half an hour after the 3 departed, a gray figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was the 7th elder of the Netherworld Valley, who had been guarding the flowing golden spring for over 2 months. Gazing at the molten lava water still billowing with steam upon the riverbed, Elder 7's face flushed with anger, and his eagle-like eyes radiated a palpable intent to kill. Indeed, someone has brought the diamond flowing sand here. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Elder 7 took several deep breaths to calm himself. Yet, the tranquility that followed only rendered his expression colder and more chilling. Turning his gaze to survey the surroundings, Elder 7 murmured, "This person has just acquired the diamond flowing sand. They should not have escaped far. If they are still hiding in the first region, they are surely doomed." Slowly turning his head, Elder 7 cast a cold smile towards the opposite bank of the river and scoffed. "Humph, do they think such trifles could deceive me? What a dream! As soon as his words fell, Elder 7 suddenly soared into the air, heading towards the second region. Caw, caw, caw. 100 miles away, Shuafan and his companions were sprinting madly. Suddenly, a cacophony of cawing erupted behind them as a swarm of crows took to the sky. Shuafan abruptly halted, turned around, and his pupils constricted, his brow furrowing deeply. What is happening? Xie Tianyang and Xue Ningxiang also came to a stop, looking at Shuafan with confusion. How can this be? Shuafan gravely shook his head and murmured, that elder from the Netherworld Valley is actually pursuing us directly into the second region. What? Xie Tianyang exclaimed. What should we do? At that Elder 7's speed, he will catch up to us in no time. Shaking his head, Shuafan sighed. I do not know. My initial plan was to create a time difference with that elder. Logically, when he discovers the molten lava water, he would search the first region for safety. Moreover, the dangers of the second region are well known. He should not immediately suspect that we would head there initially. By the time he comes after us, it should have been 3 hours in the second region. For his own safety, he would not dare to fly, to avoid the attacks of 4th-level spirit beasts. Thus his speed would be greatly reduced. We would have a 3-hour lead, and by then, he would not have caught up to us, as we would have already entered the third region, where he too would have to cease his pursuit. After all, in the third region, he is merely food for those powerful spirit beasts, and he would certainly not have the courage to follow us. Shuafan's eyes narrowed, pondering, but why did he pursue us into the second region right from the start? Our distance from him is now only half an hour. If he can catch up to us in the second region, we are finished, Brother Zhua. Have you not heard of Elder 7's nickname? Xie Tianyang suddenly interjected. Shuafan was taken aback, asking in confusion, I only know that an elder from the Netherworld Valley is stationed here, but I am unaware of any specific details. With a long sigh, Xie Tianyang shook his head helplessly. Alas, knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. If you are unaware of the terror of Elder 7, it is no wonder you have misjudged the situation. Terror? Shuafan raised an eyebrow, casting a deep glance at Xie Tianyang. Xie Tianyang took a deep breath, his face grave. This Elder 7 is known as Ghostly 7. Even in the Netherworld Valley, he holds a prestigious position. Many significant matters in the valley are discussed with him by the Valley Master, Yuan Shan. Otherwise, he would not be stationed in such an important place as Qingming City. Are you saying he possesses great strength? Shuafan inquired, his brow twitching. Shaking his head, Xie Tianyang replied sternly, It is not merely strength, but cunning. This man is treacherous and sly, reputed to have a heart as intricate as 7 apertures. His schemes are unfathomable. Among the 7 families, many elders have fallen victim to his machinations, particularly the 9th elder of the Qianlong Pavilion. The destruction of his purple lightning golden eye was orchestrated by Ghostly 7. Thus, while many in the 7 families harbor hatred for him, far more fear him. Shuafan suddenly understood. No wonder the elder's pursuit differed from his assumptions. It turned out he was a master of deception. However, with the situation as it stood, Shuafan could not turn back, and thus he could only play along with the plot. Brother Zhua, our only option now is to abandon Miss Ning. With our speed, we may yet escape the clutches of Elder 7. At that moment, Xie Tianyang fixed his gaze on Shuafan, a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. Xue Ningxiang shuddered involuntarily, clutching Shuafan's arm with a pleading look in her eyes. Big Brother Zhua, you promised to take me out of the city. Brother Zhua, now is not the time for compassion. If we leave Miss Ning behind, she will surely delay Elder 7, allowing us to escape safely. A fierce determination flashed in Xie Tianyang's eyes. Shuafan's eyes narrowed slightly, contemplating for a moment before coldly smiling at Xie Tianyang. Humph! Had I not possessed the concealment pill, you would surely have cast me aside as well. Taken aback, Xie Tianyang pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Shuafan chuckled lightly, waving his hand with conviction. I will not abandon anyone. As for that Elder 7, I have my ways to deal with him. Here, I will set up a great formation and engage him in a life-or-death battle. Upon hearing this, Xie Tianyang pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. Having witnessed Shuafan's prowess in formations, he recognized it as master-level skill. Seeing his confidence, he couldn't help but acknowledge it. Xue Ningxiang beamed with joy, shaking Shuafan's arm repeatedly, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. However, none of them noticed the strange smile that curled at Shuafan's lips after he spoke those words. Chapter 63. The Wind and Thunder Explosive Flame Array Whoosh. In the shadowy woods, a gray figure darted past in an instant. Occasionally, a few spirit beasts caught sight of it, their greedy eyes glinting as they lunged forward. Yet, within a second, they were sent reeling back, emitting cries of despair. When they landed, they were already lifeless, a fist-sized hole gaping in their chests. Elder Seven's eyes were darkened, his speed unyielding as he pressed forward. Just as Zhuo Fan had surmised, he could not fly here. Doing so would only make him conspicuous and attract unnecessary trouble. Nevertheless, numerous third-level spirit beasts continued to recklessly charge at him along the way. Fortunately, he had not encountered any fourth-level spirit beasts, or he would have found it difficult to manage. Suddenly, he halted in a clearing, bending down to examine the traces on the ground, his calm eyes flashing with brilliance. Point three little rabbits, why have you stopped running? Elder Seven chuckled coldly, straightening his back as he scanned the surroundings, his eyes gleaming with malice. Will you come out on your own, or must I personally drag you out? Elder Seven's voice was laced with a chilling, murderous intent, causing nearby spirit beasts to scatter in fright. Ha ha ha. Truly, as the one known as the Ghostly Seven, you possess a heart as intricate as 7 apertures. You can discern our numbers merely from our tracks. Impressive, impressive. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan's laughter echoed through the clearing. Elder Seven's brows flicked, his ears twitching as he replied nonchalantly, Kid, you just broke through to the 6th level of Qi gathering. Did you not? Good hearing. Hiding in the shadows, Zhuo Fan felt a chill run down his spine, his eyes darting left and right. This Elder Seven was far more astute than he had anticipated. Indeed a formidable opponent. Yet, he maintained an outward calm. Having pursued for so long, you must be weary. Besides, engaging in battle here could attract 4th-level spirit beasts, which would undoubtedly trouble you. Why not we negotiate? What do you propose? Elder Seven replied with a cold snicker, his ghostly eyes scanning the area. With a light chuckle, Zhuo Fan said calmly, Elder Seven, you have traveled thousands of miles to pursue us, all for the diamond-flowing sand. If we were to give you a portion, would you spare our lives? Ridiculous. That diamond-flowing sand is mine by right. You dare to steal from me and then bargain? Laughing heartily, Elder Seven suddenly exuded a powerful murderous aura. Today, I shall reclaim the diamond-flowing sand and take the lives of you little brats. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Seven lunged forward, crashing through the lush trees with a powerful palm strike, revealing Zhuo Fan seated upon a large stone. Jijiji, little brat, knowing I have keen hearing, you still dare to speak to me. You are truly seeking death. Elder Seven arrived in an instant, striking down at Zhuo Fan without hesitation. Yet, Zhuo Fan showed no fear, coldly smiling, hee. Since I dare to do this, I am not afraid of revealing my hiding place. As his voice fell, Zhuo Fan suddenly formed a seal with his hands, boom. Out of nowhere, with a resounding explosion, flames shot up behind Zhuo Fan, soaring over 10 feet high, accompanied by a soft cry. A fire phoenix materialized behind him. With a flap of its wings, 2 fire pillars, as thick as barrels, shot towards Elder Seven. This is data formation? Startled, Elder Seven had never expected that this seemingly weak brat could set up such a profound array. Judging by its power, it had already reached the 5th-level array standard. Realizing this, he dared not delay any longer and raised both palms to strike against the fire pillars. Boom! The flames erupted, and the immense shockwave sent Elder Seven flying back. His palms charred black. Raising his gaze, Elder Seven looked at Zhuo Fan, his previous levity replaced by a faint air of gravity. Seems I have indeed underestimated you, he said in a low voice, his eyes narrowing slightly. Initially, I regarded you merely as a youth at the 6th level of Qi consolidation, but to my surprise, you are a 5th-level array master. However, it is a pity that with your strength, even if you manipulate a 5th-level formation, you will find it impossible to defeat me. With that, Elder Seven suddenly soared into the air, forming seals with his hands. In an instant, a sinister ghostly visage emerged behind him, entwined in swirling black mist, as chilling screams echoed throughout the sky, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Upon witnessing this, even Zhuo Fan's pupils constricted slightly, his face etched with seriousness. I did not expect you to have mastered such a terrifying demonic technique. Is this the legacy martial art of the Netherworld Valley? Why bother knowing so much when death is imminent? Elder Seven cackled wickedly, pointing forward with his hand seal. causing the ghostly visage to charge towards Zhuofan with its piercing wails. Zhuofan's gaze sharpened, refusing to be careless, as he swiftly altered his hand seals. The fire phoenix let out a piercing cry, unleashing a torrent of flames that shot directly towards the ghostly visage. Bang! The flames collided with the ghostly visage, yet no explosion occurred as anticipated. Instead, upon contact, the flames seemed to encounter ice, gradually waning in intensity. Observing this, Elder Seven manifested a triumphant smile, while Zhuofan narrowed his eyes slightly. Shouting, "Ninger, make your move!" No sooner had he spoken than a melodious voice rang out. On the opposite side of Zhuofan, a sudden gust of wind arose, sweeping the surrounding trees into the sky, revealing Xuaningxiang, who sat calmly on a stone platform. Hearing Zhuofan's call, Xuaningxiang hurriedly formed the hand seals he had previously taught her. In an instant, a fierce azure wind surged forth, slicing through the air like blades, merging with the fire pillar expelled by the fire phoenix. At that moment, the wind fueled the flames, causing the fire pillar to expand tenfold. The flames, which had been on the verge of extinguishing, surged back, forcing the ghostly visage to retreat continuously. Elder Seven's expression tightened, and he hastily formed hand seals to barely maintain the ghostly visage's existence. However, in this standoff, with Zhuofan and Xuaningxiang working together, they still held the upper hand. Elder Seven's eyes narrowed, a bead of cold sweat slowly trickling down his brow. He never expected that the manipulation of this formation involved not just one person, but also an accomplice. However, before he could contemplate a countermeasure, Zhuofan's voice rang out again, startling him. "Xie Tianyang, it's your turn. I've been waiting for this moment. Watch how I take the head of a celestial mystic master." As Xie Tianyang's arrogant laughter echoed, a thunderous roar resounded. Amidst the booming thunder, the trees directly opposing Xuaningxiang erupted into chaos, revealing Xie Tianyang, who laughed maniacally. With a flick of his hand, a lightning dragon, over 10 zhang long, suddenly appeared behind him. With a furious roar, it transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging towards the ghostly visage. Boom! Lightning entered the fire, flames bolstered the thunder, and an explosion ensued, in but a breath's time. The ghostly visage could no longer withstand the sudden surge in power, shattering into wisps of black mist that dissipated in the flames. Elder Seven felt a surge of bitterness in his throat and, with a splat, could not help but spit out a mouthful of crimson blood. He would never have imagined that today he would suffer such severe injuries at the hands of a few youngsters. Yet at this moment, those young ones showed no intention of relenting, continuing to unleash the combined power of wind, thunder, and fire towards him. If struck by this force, given the might of a 5th-level formation, even he, a celestial mystic master, would not escape unscathed. Thinking thus, Elder Seven gritted his teeth, and a flash of light illuminated his hand as he suddenly swung forth a long cord resembling a centipede. Boom! Another explosive sound erupted, dispersing the fiery, thunderous assault into mere sparks that scattered into the air. Elder Seven could not help but stagger back several steps, while Zhuofan and his companions on the stone platform shook involuntarily, their blood surging, both sides locked in a stalemate. A 4th-grade magical treasure? Zhuofan fixated on the long cord, his expression grave. Elder Seven cast a sweeping glance at the three, panting heavily, and could not help but grit his teeth. Very well. Very well indeed. I never expected that in my lifetime I would be pressured to such a degree by 3 mere children. Then, he turned to Zhuofan and said, "Now I acknowledge your strength. Continuing this battle will yield no victor, only mutual destruction. Let us proceed as you suggested. You will provide me with a portion of the King Kong flowing sand, and I shall cease my pursuit." Upon hearing this, Zhuofan and his companions exchanged glances, and neither Xuaningxiang nor Xie Tianyang wished to entirely offend the Netherworld Valley, giving a slight nod to Zhuofan. After pondering for a moment, Zhuofan revealed a warm smile. "Very well, let us reach an accord with that." Zhuofan leaped down from the stone platform, and Elder Seven exhaled slowly, stowing away the magical treasure as he approached Zhuofan. However, when the two were still 10 meters apart, an instant of murderous intent flashed in their eyes simultaneously. "You little brat, die! Kill him!" Almost simultaneously, both shouted in unison. Elder Seven swiftly produced the magical treasure and hurled it at Zhuofan, who had already formed his hand seals, pointing forward. Suddenly, flames entwined with the long cord once more. Xuaningxiang and Xie Tianyang paused momentarily, thus reacting a beat too late, but soon azure winds and dazzling lightning converged once more. Surging towards Elder Seven, caught off guard, Elder Seven had no choice but to swing the long cord again, shattering the three powers, yet he was forced backward, hovering in midair, glaring at Zhuo Fan from afar. Elder Seven's face turned a mottled hue of fury, grinding his teeth. "You little brat, I should never have trusted you." We are all practitioners of the demonic path. After all, aren't we? Zhuo Fan smirked wickedly, disdainfully curling his lip. Xuaningxiang and Xie Tianyang exchanged glances at the standoff, both rendered speechless. What in the world are these two? One more cunning than the other, devoid of any basic trust. The elder is like this, and the youngster is the same. From the very beginning, both had intended to eliminate each other, never contemplating reconciliation. These two are utterly sinister, completely devoid of integrity, yet upon reflection, if either of them were honorable, one of them would have long since faced a grim fate. Contemplating this, they both cast a deep glance at Zhuo Fan, exhaling a sigh of relief. Fortunately, we have such a villain among us. Otherwise, we would all be doomed. Chapter 64. The bait taking a deep breath to quickly calm himself, Elder Seven surveyed his surroundings, his eyes narrowed, a frown creasing his brow. Initially, he had not thought it difficult to retrieve the King Kong flowing sand, especially after observing Zhuo Fan and the others fleeing towards the second district. With his years of experience, he was certain that their combined strength was feeble, the highest among them merely at the 7th level of bone refinement. Such capabilities, to him, were like squashing 3 ants. However, he never anticipated that among these 3, one possessed profound knowledge of formations and cunning that belied his youthful appearance. This unexpectedly placed him in a dilemma. As long as these 3 collaborated to operate the formation, he would be unable to gain the slightest advantage. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a wicked glint flickered in his eagle-like eyes. "You are the 3rd miss of the Xue family. Aren't you?" Elder Seven no longer regarded Zhuo Fan, instead turning his attention to Xuaningxiang, sizing her up with a sly smile. "The last time I saw you was 5 years ago. Back then, you were merely a child. I never imagined you would grow into such a young lady so quickly." Xuaningxiang's heart tightened, fear gripping her as she lowered her head, unable to meet his piercing gaze. Zhuo Fan furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, and called out, "Elder Seven, if you have something to say, speak to me. Do not intimidate the young lady." However, Elder Seven paid no heed to Zhuo Fan. His eyes fixated on Xuaningxiang. "Ninger, why must you oppose me? I believe your Xue family is an affiliated clan of our Netherworld Valley, and we have always treated you well. Yet your actions today..." At this point, a flash of murderous intent suddenly appeared in Elder Seven's eyes. Xuaningxiang trembled, her hands, which had been forming seals, involuntarily slackening. Zhuo Fan, sensing the threat posed to Xuaningxiang, shouted urgently, "Act now." As soon as his words fell, Zhuo Fan and Xie Tianyang simultaneously formed their hand seals, unleashing thunder and flames towards Elder Seven. Yet Xuaningxiang remained frozen, her hands shaking uncontrollably. Xie Tianyang silently cursed. Realizing that Xuaningxiang, now fearful of her family's reprisal, was completely immobilized. Without the wind to bolster the flames, the combined power of fire and thunder would be greatly diminished. The conflated fire and thunder approached Elder Seven in a flash. Yet he merely swung the long cord, shattering the combined assault into fragments. Elder Seven remained suspended in the air, while Zhuo Fan and Xie Tianyang shuddered violently, their blood surging. "Ha ha ha. Just like that," Elder Seven laughed triumphantly, declaring, "Ninger, you have finally made the right choice. These 2 scoundrels may walk away unscathed after the ordeal, but the Xue family shall find it far more challenging to extricate themselves." Zhuo Fan clenched his teeth, casting a glance at the trembling Xuaningxiang, and could not help but roll his eyes before urgently exclaiming, "Ninger, do not heed this old fool's words. He has already recognized you, and upon returning, he will surely annihilate your family. The only way to save the Xue clan now is to eliminate him here and now. Do you recall what I mentioned earlier? The Wind Thunder Explosive Flame Array is a 5th-level formation that requires 3 to unite as one. Even a master of the heavenly profound realm would be unable to escape once ensnared." Xuaningxiang's body quivered in response, and her previously shaken form suddenly stilled. The frightened look in her eyes, which had been clouded by Elder Shue's words, gradually began to coalesce again. Seeing this, Shuo Fan's lips curled into a smile as he bellowed, "If this old codger escapes, it will spell doom for the Shui family." Boom! It was as if something within her mind had detonated. Xue Ningxiang abruptly lifted her head, eye in her bright eyes. A rare and unadulterated murderous intent emerged. Simultaneously, she began to mutter in a trance. "He cannot leave here. He must die. He must die. Die." With a final, resounding shout, Xue Ningxiang fiercely executed a hand seal. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted as a shadow of a green leopard manifested behind her. Upon completing her formation, it lunged forward, its might surpassing that of before by tenfold. Elder Shui was taken aback, realizing this was the true power of Xue Ningxiang's formation. Had she been holding back until now? Little did he know that Xue Ningxiang was inherently kind-hearted and would never resort to lethal force against an enemy. However, Shuo Fan's earlier words had instilled a profound fear in her, nearly robbing her of her martial spirit. Yet at that moment, Shuo Fan's exhortation ignited within her a resolute fighting spirit. This stark psychological contrast unleashed her full potential. Now, to protect her family from harm, Xue Ningxiang transformed into a ruthless avenger, determined to vanquish this old man at all costs. Seemingly anticipating this turn of events, Shuo Fan and Xie Tianyang exchanged knowing glances and swiftly executed their hand seals. Unleashing a torrent of thunder and fire, the elements of wind, fire, and lightning converged with unprecedented ferocity, generating a cataclysmic force that surged toward Elder Shui. Witnessing this scene, even the typically composed Elder Shui was rendered pale with fear. He hastily raised the long chain, flinging it forward. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated, causing the entire second district to tremble. It felt as if the very heavens and earth were about to collapse. Even the fourth-level spirit beasts, upon hearing the thunderous roar, scattered in terror, seeking refuge. Elder Shui was propelled several meters away by the force of the explosion, his hair and beard singed, and he could not suppress another spurt of blood. Yet, this time, the blood evaporated before it even hit the ground, illustrating that the thunder and fire had invaded his very organs. It was evident that his internal injuries were severe. Another blow would undoubtedly be fatal. Gasping for breath, Elder Shui's eyes betrayed a flicker of fear for the first time. How could he have anticipated that a woman's frenzy could amplify the formation's power to such an extent? Even he would struggle to withstand a few more blows. That old fool is nearing his limit. Ninger, Xie Tianyang, prepare yourselves. We shall strike him once more. Observing Elder Shui's plight, Shuo Fan laughed heartily and ready to form his seal. However, before he and Xie Tianyang could act, the green leopard lunged once again towards Elder Shui. Shuo Fan turned to see Xue Ningxiang's eyes ablaze with madness, her hands weaving seals while she incessantly murmured, "He must die, must die. This is bad. The girl has been triggered. While it has unleashed her full potential, it has also driven her to madness, fixated solely on killing that old man, entirely forsaking the notion of cooperation. If she continues to form seals like this, the formation's power will diminish." Elder Shui seemed to have realized this as well, his face lighting up with glee as he charged toward Xue Ningxiang. Though the green leopard was fierce, it wielded only the wind element, lacking the support of fire and lightning, rendering it inconsequential in his eyes. With a swift flick of his long chain, he shattered the leopard into dust. "This is dire. I must assist Ninger," Shuo Fan exclaimed in urgency, and he and Xie Tianyang quickly formed their seals once more. In an instant, wind and lightning surged toward Elder Shui. However, such uncoordinated action strayed far from the essence of the formation, and Elder Shui dismissed them entirely. With a flick of his long chain, he dispersed the elemental attack and appeared before Xue Ningxiang in an instant. Yet, she remained oblivious, still entranced in her seal formation. Elder Shui scoffed coldly, seizing her by the throat and lifting her off the ground. Xue Ningxiang felt her breath catch, and her hand seals gradually ceased. "You foolish girl, I nearly perished at your hands. Were it not for your potential usefulness, I would have already ended you." Ninger, Shuo Fan and Xie Tianyang rose in unison, their faces etched with worry as they looked toward Xue Ningxiang. Elder Shui cast a disdainful glance at Shuo Fan and Xie Tianyang, sneering, "What are you two brats hollering about? I shall deal with you shortly." Shuo Fan gritted his teeth, his fists clenching involuntarily, yet feeling utterly helpless. Cough, cough, coughed at that moment. Xuanning struggled to cough twice, squinting at Zhuo Fan and the others as she murmured, "Quickly, kill him. Do not let him return to harm my father and the others." He. What a dutiful daughter, still thinking of her father in such dire straits. Alas, those two brash youngsters lack the ability to slay me now. Once I return, I shall ensure that not a single member of the Shui family remains. Hearing this, two streams of tears cascaded down Xuanning cheeks. Xiat Tianyang felt a surge of emotion, his fists tightening in anger as he bellowed, "Ghostly Seven, as a dignified elder of the Netherworld Valley, do you not feel ashamed to bully a defenseless young girl? Jek, Jek, Jek." The concept of shame holds no weight among those of the demonic path. Elder Shui scoffed, disdain etched across his features. He then turned to Zhuo Fan and praised, "You, young lad, are quite impressive. You have ignited this girl's fighting spirit with just a few words. Were we not adversaries today, I would have gladly taken you as my disciple. You have harmed my friend. I shall see to it that you perish." Zhuo Fan's eyes narrowed, determination etched on his face. Xiat Tianyang, prepare to strike. But Ninger would agree. A glimmer of tears flashed in Zhuo Fan's eyes, his voice laden with gravity. Xiat Tianyang was taken aback, studying him deeply before glancing at the pleading Xuanning, and with a heavy sigh, he gritted his teeth and formed his seal. If they failed to eliminate this old wretch, he would return to devastate the Shui family, and even if Ninger perished, she would find no peace. With that thought, Xiat Tianyang suddenly roared, unleashing a hand-sealed eye in an instant. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a lightning dragon surged toward Elder Shui. Zhuo Fan's eyes burned with fury as he shouted, summoning the fire phoenix to soar alongside it. This was the pinnacle of their power within the formation. Yet, as the lightning dragon and fire phoenix bore down upon Elder Shui, he merely scoffed, "Humph, I have comprehended this formation. Without the assistance of wind, no matter how potent the lightning and fire elements, they cannot harm me." Upon hearing this, Xiat Tianyang clenched his teeth in frustration. Could it be that even their full strength could not contend with this old man, leaving them to pay the ultimate price? More importantly, Ninger and her family would suffer the consequences of their folly. However, Zhuo Fan suddenly revealed a mischievous smile. "Who says we lack wind?" In the next moment, he altered his hand seal that a powerful vortex of wind erupted around Elder Shui, ensnaring him within, as if he were trapped in a prison of azure winds. Just then, the lightning dragon and fire phoenix struck simultaneously. Boom! Flames intertwined with thunder within the azure tempest, obliterating everything within to nothingness. The force of this attack exceeded even their strongest combined effort by several folds. This time, Elder Shui was utterly ensnared. From a distance, Xiat Tianyang stood in stunned silence, muttering, How is this possible? How could a storm arise?" Zhuo Fan smiled at him, his expression devoid of the sorrow he had felt over lost friends. "I initially told you that I could not control a fifth-level formation by myself. It requires 3 to collaborate. That was a ruse. Otherwise, with Elder Ghostly Seven's cunning, he would have seen through us, and our plans would have been foiled." "What? This was data deception?" Xiat Tianyang's eyes widened in disbelief, stammering. Nodding, Zhuo Fan continued, "Elder Ghostly Seven is exceptionally astute, a sage of the Netherworld Valley. If I were to face him alone, I would have little chance of victory. Thus, I orchestrated our combined efforts. While such collaboration conserves some of my energy, it bears a critical weakness. It must be executed by 3 to achieve maximum efficacy. This flaw, with Elder Ghostly Seven's sharp intellect, he would undoubtedly uncover. He would then seek out the weakest among us 3. It was evident that Ninger was the most fragile, and the Ghost Seven would undoubtedly exploit her as a point of breakthrough. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Ninger was precisely the bait I had set for him. By arriving there, he would be ensnared in a trap. You mean you intended to abandon Ninger from the very beginning?" Xiat Tianyang gasped in shock, staring intently at this figure, as if he could hardly recognize him anymore. He vividly recalled proclaiming before Ninger that he would never forsake anyone, embodying the spirit of loyalty. But who would have thought he was capable of such treachery? "Why are you looking at me like that?" Zhuo Fan cast a sidelong glance at Xiat Tianyang and scoffed. "Did you not also propose to cast aside Ninger, viewing her as a burden and flee alone? I merely devised a more cunning plan to fully utilize this burden. Then, What about the promise you made to Ninger? Xia Tianyang swallowed hard, murmuring, I heard you vowed to take Ninger out of the city. With a light laugh, Zhuo Fan nonchalantly shook his head. Taking her corpse out of the city would amount to the same. Upon hearing this, and observing Zhuo Fan's nonchalant demeanor, Xia Tianyang felt a chill run down his spine, as if a cold wind were blowing against his back. After spending over a month together, he had come to know Zhuo Fan quite well, however. Looking at him now, he felt an unsettling strangeness, one that was terrifying. Such a cold-hearted and ruthless individual made even him, a master of the 7th layer of bone forging, feel more fear than when facing an opponent of the divine illumination realm for the first time. Just then, a hearty laugh suddenly erupted from the tempest of fire and thunder. Zhuo Fan's pupils constricted sharply as he abruptly turned to look in that direction. Chapter 65. The Seven-Hold Ghost Linglong. Ha ha ha. Young man, you truly align with my temperament. Selfish, cold, and ruthless, even willing to unhesitatingly exploit your own kind. A scoundrel like you instills a sense of dread even in someone like me. With a thunderous boom, the fiery storm was instantly shattered, revealing the grinning visage of the 7th elder. However, at that moment, he possessed not just one long tether as before, but now wielded a second black long tether in his other hand. The two tethers intertwined in a spiral, encasing him and shielding him from the severe injuries of the storm. Nevertheless, his body was still marred with hundreds of burn marks, some deep enough to expose bone. With blood gushing forth incessantly, it was evident that had he not swiftly produced the second long tether to safeguard his vital points, he would have long since met his demise. The true might of this wind and thunder explosive formation was palpable. Spitting out a mouthful of fiery blood, the 7th elder gasped for breath, yet his gloomy old eyes remained fixated on Zhuo Fan, filled with madness. Young man, I never expected that after a lifetime of wisdom. I would nearly fall for your tricks today and almost lose my life. I've never encountered such a terrifying little devil as you. Furrowing his brow deeply, Zhuo Fan gazed at him, noticing that beneath his feet, Xuan Xiang lay unconscious, yet it appeared she still had breath. It seemed that his two long tethers had shielded her as well while protecting himself. However, Zhuo Fan held no concern for her fate. He was solely focused on the black long tether, narrowing his eyes with gravity. You possess yet another 4th-grade magic treasure? I originally had only this one. The 7th elder combined the two long tethers into a single black and white intertwined tether. Sneering, this 4th-grade magic treasure, the yin-yang twin tethers, is inherently one. I typically use the yang tether for combat, while the yin tether is reserved for moments of desperation. Today, in a bid for survival, I've allowed you to witness this yin tether ahead of time, which can be considered your achievement. Others, even those of the heavenly profound realm, would only see its true form at the moment of their demise. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Zhuo Fan gritted his teeth. No wonder you are known as the 7-Hold Ghost Linglong. You truly possess remarkable restraint. You would rather endure the full brunt of our 3-way assault and sustain grave injuries than reveal your trump card. That is, of course, the case. The 7th elder coughed lightly, expelling a considerable amount of blood. Yet a smug smile adorned his face. This world is rife with schemes and deceptions. It is precisely because I always maintain a final trump card that I am the one who schemes against others. How could anyone ensnare me, however? This time is an exception. As his eyes narrowed, a glint of cunning flashed within the 7th elder's gaze, and he swung the yang tether fiercely at Zhuo Fan while brandishing the yin tether towards Xia Tianyang. Bellowing, what a pity! You have exhausted all your tricks and can no longer contend with me. Who says so? Suddenly, a smirk crept across Zhuo Fan's lips as he formed a hand seal, unleashing a crimson beam that shot forth from Xuan Xiang's body, aimed directly at the 7th elder. In that moment, the 7th elder was gravely injured. His long tethers had drifted away from his body, leaving him defenseless. Moreover, Zhuo Fan had previously scrutinized the wounds on his body and knew he lacked any defensive magic treasures like spiritual armor. Thus, his blood infant could be fully unleashed. Given his current state of severe injury, once the blood infant entered his body, it would utilize the heavenly demon transformation technique to completely annihilate him, leaving him with no means of resistance. This was Zhuo Fan's true killing blow. Even the seemingly final trump card of the storm prison was merely a bait to compel the 7th elder to reveal all his hidden methods. Zhua Fan could not believe that the seven-holed ghost Linglong could possibly lack a means of self-preservation. Magic creature, on the other side, as the crimson light surged toward him, the seventh elder felt a jolt of terror. It dawned on him why Zhua Fan had referred to Xuaningxiang as the true bait. It turned out this bait not only led him into the trap of the fire thunderstorm, but also concealed a lethal move within itself. Being so close to him, there was no way for him to evade the magic creature. Realizing this, even the seven-holed ghost Linglong could not help but admire Zhua Fan's deep stratagem, as he had anticipated this very step. Watching the blood infant poised to enter the body of the ghost seven, Zhua Fan revealed a tranquil smile, stating softly, "It's over, seventh elder. In this decisive battle, it is ultimately I who emerge victorious." Suddenly, the yang tether of the ghost seven penetrated Zhua Fan's body without hesitation, and Zhua Fan felt a tumult within his organs as he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, mingled with fragments of his internal organs. How is this possible? Zhua Fan stared ahead incredulously. BY writes, once his blood infant entered the body of the ghost seven, it should have taken control of him, causing the yang tether to halt. Thus, he had not taken any precautions, confident in this outcome. Yet, the reality was that the yang tether had not paused at all, piercing through him instead. Furthermore, he felt his entire body beginning to surge with blood and qi, gradually losing vitality. This was not an injury that could have been inflicted by the yang tether, but rather a consequence of a problem with his own blood infant, cultivated through his life force. Gushing blood profusely, Zhua Fan gazed blankly at the seventh elder, only to see the blood infant languishing behind him, a silver gleam emanating from a short dagger that had pierced through the chest of the blood infant. A third-grade magic treasure, the fish intestine dagger. The seventh elder shot Zhua Fan a cold glance, swiftly retracting the fish intestine dagger back to his elbow. It turned out that the weapon had been thrust from his elbow, piercing the blood infant that was on the verge of entering his body from behind. With a thud, the blood infant fell helplessly to the ground. Zhua Fan also sank to his knees, eyes wide with disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that he would be the one to lose in the end. Bang! On the other side, Xie Tianyang attempted to raise his sword in defiance, but was struck by the yang tether across his chest, spitting blood and succumbing to unconsciousness. Fortunately, he possessed spiritual armor for protection. Otherwise, he would have long since perished. Ignoring the others, the seventh elder slowly approached Zhua Fan, his eyes once again devoid of emotion. Young man, I am known as the seven-holed ghost Linglong. How could anyone foresee my intentions? The seventh elder regarded Zhua Fan, who was bleeding profusely and whose life force was waning, and said calmly, "You are quite impressive, truly impressive. In terms of scheming, you have instilled fear in me. Given another 10 or 20 years, you would undoubtedly become a formidable figure in the demonic realm. Even the most astute strategist of Tianyu, Zhuge Changfeng, would not be your match. Alas, it is regrettable that you will not have that opportunity. For I too am afraid of your continued growth. You are the first to evoke such a sentiment in me." As he spoke, the seventh elder raised a hand, preparing to deliver the final blow to Zhua Fan. "Today, you shall perish at my hands. What a pity! In the realm of schemes, we are evenly matched. Yet, my strength surpasses yours. In the face of absolute power, all calculations and strategies are futile." With a whoosh, without uttering another word, the seventh elder struck down towards Zhua Fan's crown, his eyes gleaming with malice. Zhua Fan could even hear the howling wind of the descending palm slicing through the air beside him. Gritting his teeth in defiance, he found himself utterly powerless. Defeat was defeat, whether in strategy or in strength. The one who perished in the end was indeed the loser, yet he remained unwilling to accept it, as there were still many things left undone. But what did that matter? The defeated have no power to act. Slowly closing his eyes, Zhua Fan exhaled his last breath, completely losing consciousness. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded throughout the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. The seventh elder's palm had just descended to within a centimeter of Zhua Fan's head when a wave of scorching heat unexpectedly swept through the air. Wherever this heat passed, all the trees instantly withered. In the blink of an eye, they had turned yellow and lifeless. The seventh elder was taken aback. His fierce momentum halted just above Zhua Fan's head. Gazing into the distance towards the third district, his expression shifted between astonishment and uncertainty. Why has this monster come to the second district? After casting another glance at Zhuo Fan and the others, who lay unconscious on the ground, the seventh elder gritted his teeth and, with a flick of his sleeve, hastily took flight, abandoning even the golden sand of the Vajra. Moments later, a shrill cry echoed, and the sky darkened instantly. A monstrous bird, flapping its enormous wings, soared above the clouds, casting shadows over the land. Every spirit beast that heard its cry trembled in fear and scurried into their burrows. The bird's wings burned with azure flames, and each flap sent sparks cascading down. Any place touched by these sparks was destined to be reduced to nothingness. Where the creature passed, the once lush forest was swiftly transformed into a sea of ashes. Even fourth-level spirit beasts that came into contact with the flames would be utterly obliterated. The peculiar bird merely flapped its wings once and flew past, yet the forest beneath it was irrevocably lost. Zhuo Fan and his companions lay unconscious amidst the charred remains, oblivious to the world. Some spirit beasts, upon approaching and sensing no life, assumed they were dead and departed. In truth, they had merely consumed a concealment pill. Masking their presence, cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, a series of soft coughs broke the silence. Xuanxiang slowly opened her eyes, only to be taken aback by the sight before her. Why had the once verdant trees transformed into a charred wasteland? Could this be the result of the battle with the seventh elder? With this thought, she quickly scanned her surroundings, searching for Zhuo Fan and the others. To her dismay, they were all unconscious. Moreover, Zhuo Fan's condition was dire. A pool of blood had already formed beneath him, and it continued to seep from his mouth. At this rate, he would soon perish. Zhuo big brother, she cried urgently, rushing over to turn Zhuo Fan, who lay in a pool of blood, onto his back. To her horror, she discovered a gaping hole the size of a fist in his chest, piercing through to his back. His complexion was growing increasingly pale, and his body was rapidly cooling. Witnessing this, tears streamed down Xuanxiang's face as she cried out, "Zhuo big brother, please wake up, wake up." Perhaps it was the warmth of her tears that stirred him, or perhaps the constant calling brought back his long-dormant consciousness. Zhuo Fan's brow twitched slightly as he weakly opened his eyes. "Zhuo big brother, you're awake," Xuanxiang exclaimed joyfully, her heart lifting. Zhuo Fan moved his lips, but no words came forth. He was far too weak. It seemed he would soon succumb to death. Gazing at the tear-streaked yet beautiful face before him, Zhuo Fan paused momentarily before taking a deep breath, managing to lift an arm to point into the distance. However, it quickly fell back to the ground, devoid of strength. Following his gaze, Xuanxiang saw the blood infant lying weakly on the ground, surrounded by a pool of blood. "You want me to bring it over?" she asked Zhuo Fan. He could not muster the strength to respond, merely blinking his eyes slightly. Understanding his intention, Xuanxiang swiftly retrieved the blood infant and placed it on Zhuo Fan's chest as he indicated. In an instant, the lethargic blood infant emitted a flash of red light and vanished. Entering Zhuo Fan's body, he let out a sigh of relief, his complexion gradually regaining color as his breathing became more frequent. This blood infant was intertwined with his very essence, even more vital than his own life. As long as the blood infant was safe, he could endure any injury. Yet now, the blood infant teetered on the brink of death. He could only nourish this small being with his own life force, but that would only sustain it for a brief moment. He himself was in a precarious state, scarcely able to save the blood infant. However, after the blood infant regained some vitality, he felt a glimmer of strength return. "Blood. Blood." Zhuo Fan rasped, whispering. Xuanxiang paused in surprise, contemplating for a moment before producing a dagger and slicing her wrist. Allowing blood to flow freely, she then brought her wrist to Zhuo Fan's lips. The girl's blood dripped into Zhuo Fan's mouth, and his complexion began to improve. Xuanxiang felt a wave of relief wash over her, exhaling deeply with a smile of comfort. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan abruptly lifted his head and bit down on her wrist, desperately drinking. Xuanxiang felt a sharp pain in her wrist but gritted her teeth. Allowing Zhuo Fan to drink his fill, time passed, and Zhuo Fan continued to absorb her blood without pause. While Xuanxiang's face grew increasingly pale, her vision blurring, she realized it was due to her excessive blood loss. Yet she cared not, allowing Zhuo Fan to continue. At last, Zhuo Fan released her wrist, gasping for fresh air. However, when he saw Xuanxiang's pale cheeks, his gaze became complex. "Thank you." After receiving the life-giving blood, Zhuo Fan finally found his voice. Xuanning smiled at him, her heart warmed. Although she appeared pale and weak to Zhuo Fan, her smile was breathtakingly beautiful. Reflecting on his earlier actions, a pang of guilt stirred within him. With a thought, a streak of light flickered in Zhuo Fan's hand, and a blue porcelain bottle appeared before Xuanning. Ninger, this is a third-grade heart protection pill. Feed one to me, one to yourself. And then check on that lad to see if he's still alive. If he is, give him one as well. Upon hearing this, Xuanning nodded and promptly fed Zhuo Fan a pill. She then went to examine Xie Tianyang's injuries. Finding him alive and slowly regaining consciousness, which filled her with joy as she quickly administered a pill to him. However, when it came to herself, she hesitated. Although Zhuo Fan lay immobile, he was acutely aware of everything. Ninger, you too have been injured. Why do you not take one? Ninger shook her head, smiling. I've only sustained a minor injury. It's nothing serious. These third-grade pills are quite valuable. They're better reserved for you. Ha ha ha. What value do they have? After all, they were a gift from the Qinlong Pavilion. We might as well use them. Zhuo Fan chuckled softly, sighing. He had prepared thoroughly for this journey to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, bringing sufficient spirit stones and a variety of pills. With the support of the royal family and Qinlong Pavilion, he was well equipped, except for a few exceedingly rare elixirs, which he could concoct himself as the demon sovereign. Yet he hadn't anticipated needing them all so soon. Ninger, do take it. It's what he owes you. At that moment, a cold snort echoed. Xuanning turned to see Xie Tianyang, who was also gravely injured. Though not as critically as Zhuo Fan, he was unable to move. It would take at least 3 to 5 months for him to recover fully. Now that Zhuo Fan was incapacitated, Xie Tianyang felt less fear towards him and coldly remarked, Ninger, you may not know, but your Zhuo big brother intended from the start to sacrifice you, using you as bait. His current predicament is merely poetic justice. When Zhuo Fan had revealed his plan, Xuanning had already fainted amidst the tempest and was completely unaware. Hearing this now, she was taken aback, her expression filled with disbelief as she turned to Zhuo Fan. She couldn't bear to accept that the Zhuo big brother, who had stood by her side for over a month and remained loyal in critical moments, had initially intended to abandon her. She desperately wished this was merely a misunderstanding, hoping that Zhuo Fan would refute it himself. Yet, Zhuo Fan remained silent, his once warm gaze now cold and avoiding hers for the first time. Tears glistened in her eyes, but she suppressed the sorrow within, not allowing it to surface. Yet in her heart, it felt as though she had been pierced by a knife. She did not know when Zhuo Fan had become so important to her. Rather than feeling hatred for being betrayed by this man, she felt profound pain. Sensing her anguish, Zhuo Fan's brow furrowed, hesitating as he said, Ninger, I got enough, you need not say anything. Xuanning wiped her nose, a hint of sadness in her smile. I know Zhuo big brother is intelligent and resourceful. Always has his own plans. This must be a misunderstanding. With that, she abruptly turned and dashed off into the distance. I'll gather some branches to make a couple of frames. This place is not suitable for long-term stay. Seeing her skip away as if nothing were amiss, Xie Tianyang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Hey, Ninger, are you just going to let him off the hook? He is currently gravely injured and unable to move. You could seek your revenge as you wish. However, Xuanning remained utterly silent, leaving one to wonder whether she had not heard or was merely feigning ignorance. Xie Tianyang was about to shout again when a cold voice from Zhuo Fan suddenly pierced the air. Shut up. If you wish to die, I shall grant you that wish right now. Humph, you are even more wounded than I am. Why should I fear you? Xie Tianyang muttered under his breath, yet he fell silent. Though his words betrayed no fear, a sense of trepidation began to stir within him. He had discerned the naked intent to kill in Zhuo Fan's words. Having witnessed Zhuo Fan's battle with the 7th Elder of the Ghost Valley, he finally comprehended Zhuo Fan's terrifying prowess. Despite their defeat in that skirmish, the fact that they had managed to corner the formidable Qi Chao Gue Linglong, who had caused no small amount of distress to the elders of the 7 families, was a testament to Zhuo Fan's ferocity. Now, his feelings towards Zhuo Fan were a tumultuous blend of hatred and fear. He despised Zhuo Fan's ruthlessness towards friends, yet feared the chilling calculation behind his actions. Above all, he felt a profound sense of respect. This was the first time this prodigious disciple of the Sword Marquis Mansion felt such emotions towards a peer. Soon, Xuanning found some dry twigs and fashioned 2 stretchers. She lifted the two men onto them, and while Zhuo Fan contemplated seizing the opportunity to apologize, he swallowed his words upon noticing her deliberately evasive gaze. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, followed by a torrential downpour, akin to a cascading waterfall, descending upon the forest recently scorched by flames, nourishing the new saplings to thrive. Xuanning bound the stretchers with vines and dragged them along the muddy, rain-soaked path. Despite being drenched by the downpour and weakened from excessive blood loss, she persevered, repeatedly rising like a machine to continue her arduous task. Throughout the journey, the three of them exchanged not a single word. Even Xie Tianyang, who had initially boasted about avenging the betrayal of a friend, now fell silent, observing Xuanning silently carrying the two injured men, her complexion growing increasingly pale. Zhuo Fan and Xie Tianyang exchanged glances, both inwardly sighing, overwhelmed by a complex mix of emotions they could hardly comprehend. In the beginning, Xuanning was the weakest among them, and Xie Tianyang had suggested abandoning her to fend for herself. Zhuo Fan had been even more callous, professing loyalty while secretly using her as bait. Yet now, both men lay grievously injured, likely rendered useless for months, while Xuanning truly embodied the spirit of not abandoning, not giving up. Contemplating this, they dared not meet her gaze, their hearts heavy with the weight of a debt they felt they could never repay. Suddenly, on the slick, rain-soaked ground, the soil shifted, and a mountain rat burst forth from a mound of dirt, scurrying towards Xuanning. Upon seeing the little creature, a smile broke across Xuanning face for the first time since realizing Zhuo Fan's intentions to betray her. Earlier, when they had set a trap to confront the seventh elder, she had urged the creature to flee for its safety. Now, however, it had returned to her side, visibly jubilant, darting around her feet before sprinting in a specific direction. Recognizing its intention to lead her, she quickly beckoned Zhuo Fan and Xie Tianyang to follow. Before long, they stumbled upon a spacious cave. A surge of joy filled Xuanning as she glanced back at the two men, promptly pulling them into the shelter at last. They had found a refuge from the rain to tend to their wounds, however. After surveying their surroundings, Zhuo Fan's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed, "We cannot stay here. We must leave at once." Xuanning was taken aback, puzzled by Zhuo Fan's urgency. Furrowing his brow, Zhuo Fan's gaze fixated on the scattered purple weeds within the depths of the cave. "Look there, it's all relaxation grass. Relaxation grass can alleviate fatigue. That's a good thing, isn't it?" Xie Tianyang raised an eyebrow in confusion. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes in exasperation. "That may be true for humans, but for spirit beasts, relaxation grass has a narcotic effect that will attract nearby spirit beasts to this location." Xie Tianyang froze, suddenly realizing the implication. "You mean, it's a trap?" Nodding gravely, Zhuo Fan affirmed, "Indeed, and it is a trap set for prey by spirit beasts. The mountain rat was lured here, and it led us into their snare. Damn it! This little creature had the option to escape, yet it dragged us into this mess. What good are you to me now?" Xie Tianyang seethed, directing all his frustration towards the small beast. Normally, he wouldn't care, but now, injured and vulnerable, he found himself ensnared in such a primitive trap. The thought of a proud disciple of the Sword Marquis mansion meeting his end at the jaws of mere beasts filled him with indignation. The mountain rat, sensing the hostility, whimpered softly, lowering its head in apparent shame. Xuanning, feeling a pang of compassion, cradled the creature in her arms to comfort it. After a moment's hesitation, she turned to Zhuo Fan. "What should we do now?" Despite her reservations about Zhuo Fan, she sought his counsel in this critical moment. "What else can we do? We need to leave," Xie Tianyang urged before Zhuo Fan could respond. After a brief contemplation, Zhuo Fan inquired, "What time is it now?" Xuanning glanced at the stormy sky outside the cave. The heavy clouds obscured her view, and she shook her head in frustration. "I'm not sure. It should have been over a day by now." "Then we are in trouble," Zhuo Fan sighed, his expression growing grave. "The effects of the concealment pill have worn off, and those beasts have likely detected our presence since we entered. They are probably converging on this location in droves." "What?" Xie Tianyang exclaimed, nearly dropping his jaw in shock. "You mean die in droves?" Zhuo Fan nodded solemnly. "Any powerful spirit beast would scoff at such tricks. Only lowly spirit beasts would set such traps. And most of them move in packs, as if to validate Zhuo Fan's prediction. A chorus of low growls echoed through the rain-soaked air, and a multitude of glowing green eyes emerged, fixated on the cave. A quick glance revealed there were easily thousands of them. Bloodthirsty wolves? Shuo Fan narrowed his eyes, letting out a long sigh. It's over. While bloodthirsty wolves are merely second-tier spirit beasts, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. And the Wolf King is a third-tier spirit beast. Even fourth-tier spirit beasts would think twice before provoking them. Xie Tianyang stared in disbelief at the approaching green glimmers, his expression a mix of despair and anger. How could I, Xie Tianyang, a prodigy, meet my end in such a place? Truly, fate is unkind to the talented. Xuening Xiang wore a similarly sorrowful expression, but Zhuo Fan remained composed. Xie Tianyang, he suddenly said, take out that sword and hand it to Ninger. Ninger? Xie Tianyang was taken aback, puzzled. Even if my Radiant Star Sword is a 4th-grade spirit weapon, Ninger is only at the 4th stage of Qi gathering. She won't stand a chance against those beasts. As he spoke, Xie Tianyang reconsidered, feeling that such a conventional assessment of strength might be flawed. He looked solemnly at Zhuo Fan and added, she is not you. She is merely at the 6th stage of Qi gathering. Yet her strength rivals that of a heavenly profound master. She is as formidable as a monster. Zhuo Fan chuckled softly, his demeanor calm. Ninger doesn't need to fight. She just needs to break through. With that, he summoned a small porcelain vial that appeared before him, but he lacked the strength to grasp it. Ninger, take this vial of concealment pill. Zhuo Fan took a deep breath, his face serene. Once you break free, use it to escape this beast mountain range, but do not return home. Head directly to the city instead. Upon hearing this, Xie Tianyang's expression shifted as he finally grasped Zhuo Fan's intent. Both of them owed Ninger far too much. Now, faced with certain death, there was no need to burden her further. Realizing this, he summoned his ever-present 4th-grade spirit weapon, the Radiant Star Sword. Seeing the resolute expressions on both men's faces, Xuening Xiang hesitated for a moment before charging towards the cave entrance with the golden sword in hand. This sight. Zhuo Fan and Xie Tianyang exchanged a knowing glance, both sighing in relief as if they had shed a tremendous burden. In this way, we can finally repay our debt to her. Even if we die, we will have no regrets, Xie Tianyang murmured, a smile creeping onto his lips. Zhuo Fan maintained his composure, replying, I care not for debts. Even if I were to die now, I would still feel unfulfilled. However, I simply do not wish for her to take any further actions on my behalf, and that is all. Humph, so cold and unfeeling. Xie Tianyang scoffed, turning his gaze away in disdain. Thus, both men fell silent, awaiting the inevitable approach of the bloodthirsty wolves, prepared to be devoured. Just then, a series of wails erupted, and a splatter of blood unexpectedly splashed across their faces. Startled, they turned to see Xuening Xiang standing alone at the cave entrance, brandishing her sword to fend off the encircling bloodthirsty wolves. With each fierce charge, she would swiftly dispatch them, severing their heads with a single stroke. Due to the singular exit of the cave, she stood resolutely at that very spot, effectively halting the advance of all the wolf packs, preventing any from entering. Ninger, what are you doing? Zhuo Fan exclaimed in shock. His voice raised in alarm. Xuening Xiang swung her golden sword with a swift motion, a flash of golden light illuminating the surroundings as she dispatched 3 ravenous wolves that lunged at her. Turning to glance at Zhuo Fan and the others, she revealed a radiant smile. See? As long as I stand guard here, none of them can get through. You fool! Those who charged are merely cannon fodder. The Wolf King will undoubtedly disregard their lives, but you will be dragged down by them. Zhuo Fan scolded vehemently, his eyes filled with profound concern. Xuening Xiang simply grinned and shook her head dismissively. The Wolf King is merely a beast, indifferent to the lives of its subordinates. However, you two are the first and second friends I've ever had since my birth, and you are the most important to me. I will not abandon you. With that, Xuening Xiang swung her golden sword once more, slaying 2 more hungry wolves that charged at her. Exhausted from their journey and already injured, she had also expended a significant amount of blood for Zhuo Fan. Her complexion was alarmingly pale, and she appeared as if she might collapse at any moment. Yet, her gaze remained steadfast, devoid of fear. Swish, 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 Xuening Xiang continued to wield her golden sword, the air filled with the lamentations of the fallen. Beneath her feet lay a pool of blood, and the massive wolf heads were strewn about the ground. Sweat glistened on her forehead, her breaths grew increasingly labored, and her arms felt as though they were no longer her own. Having gone completely numb, nevertheless, she persisted, her body swaying in the brisk wind. Gazing deeply at her petite form, Zhuo Fan felt a tremor in his heart, as if warm currents flowed within his eyes. Suddenly, he shut his eyes tightly, unwilling to witness the unfolding scene any longer. Taking a deep breath, it felt as though his heart was bleeding anew. Zhuo Fan. Suddenly, Xie Tianyang gritted his teeth and said with venom, "Ive just realized, we are both complete bastards." Zhuo Fan grunted softly, choosing silence. Xie Tianyang glanced at him and then back at the struggling Xuaningxiang, mimicking Zhuo Fan, and tightly closed his eyes. Ah! Suddenly, a piercing scream resonated as Xuaningxiang, succumbing to fatigue, was caught off guard and a ravenous wolf bit down on the arm clutching her golden sword, knocking her to the ground. Another wolf lunged. Seizing her other arm, she attempted to fight back, but her strength had been utterly drained. The weight of the two wolves, coupled with her already exhausted state, left her with no more energy to resist. Even when their sharp teeth pierced her arms, blood gushing forth, she felt nothing. Zhuo Fan and Xie Tianyang had anticipated this outcome, yet they kept their eyes tightly shut, unwilling to witness her fate. They could not bear to see this girl being devoured by the pack of wolves. Their teeth gritted tightly, they could only hear the low growls of the ravenous wolves and Xuaningxiang's faint breaths. If possible, they wished to block their ears to avoid hearing the sound of flesh being torn apart. As if celebrating a successful hunt, the pack of wolves howled towards the heavens. The Wolf King, 3 times the size of the others, approached Xuaningxiang with a regal stride, its eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Licking its sharp fangs, the Wolf King let out a tremendous roar and opened its enormous maw. Lunging towards Xuaningxiang, however, she had already succumbed to darkness, her vision fading to black. Zhuo Fan and Xie Tianyang gritted their teeth, unwilling to open their eyes. Roar. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the Beast Mountain range. The sound surged like waves, washing over everyone's ears. Zhuo Fan and Xie Tianyang, taken aback by the roar, had no time to react before they fell into unconsciousness. The bloodthirsty wolves, however, shrank back in fear, their eyes wide, before collapsing en masse. Only the Wolf King remained, trembling in terror. Yet, before it could flee, a streak of azure flame shot through the area in a straight line. All the bloodthirsty wolves disintegrated into nothingness as the flames swept by, including the Tier 3 spirit beast, the bloodthirsty Wolf King, which watched in horror as the flame passed, vanishing from this world. Whether by design or happenstance, Zhuo Fan and the others survived beneath that azure flame. Albeit still enveloped in slumber, Zhuo Fan, in the hazy depths of his consciousness, Zhuo Fan seemed to hear someone calling his name. Slowly opening his confused eyes and surveying his surroundings, he found himself in a misty place, the location unknown. Yet, he soon realized that he was no longer gravely injured. Why was he able to move freely? Suddenly, 2 azure flames ignited. Zhuo Fan turned abruptly, only to see a figure clad in a long azure robe hovering between the flames. Its robe seemingly ablaze with azure fire. "You must be Zhuo Fan. I heard those 2 little fellows call you that." The azure figure chuckled lightly. Judging by the voice, it belonged to a middle-aged man. Yet Zhuo Fan could not discern the man's appearance. Perplexed, Zhuo Fan furrowed his brow and asked, "Who are you?" "You need not know." The azure figure shook his head, replying nonchalantly, "This is my domain. Only I shall ask the questions." "Zhuo Fan, what brings you to the Beast Mountain range?" the azure figure inquired. Zhuo Fan pondered for a moment before responding, "To capture spirit beasts and refine demonic creatures." "What spirit beast?" "Tier 6 spirit beast. Thundercloud Sparrow." "What do you intend to do with it?" Upon hearing this, Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes and replied nonchalantly, "What else could I want a spirit beast for, if not to enhance my strength?" Boom! Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted, causing Zhuo Fan's head to throb as if it might explode. "Ha ha ha!" The man burst into thunderous laughter. "Little one, this is your consciousness space. If you lie, I can easily detect it." Zhuo Fan's pupils constricted, his eyes widening in shock. This man could invade another's consciousness space with mere mental prowess. Such power surpassed the realm of divine illumination and even transcended the mortal tier. "You are Dot from the Holy Domain." Zhuo Fan inhaled deeply, astonished. He never expected to encounter a master from the Holy Domain while still in the mortal tier. The man seemed equally surprised that Zhuo Fan would utter the words Holy Domain. Momentarily taken aback, before nodding solemnly. "You are indeed no ordinary person. to know of the holy domain and to be capable of deploying ancient formations and refining blood infants. Zhuo Fan was taken aback. Everything he had done had been under the man's covert observation. Even his blood infant was known. The tale of the blood demon ancestor was ancient, and few even in the holy domain were aware of it. Even he, as a prominent demon emperor, would not have known without the Nine Nether's secret record, which contained such ancient accounts. However, what exactly are you? I've already stated, you have no right to ask questions here. The azure-robed man replied coldly. Why do you seek the thundercloud sparrow? Speak the truth. Zhuo Fan deliberated for a moment, realizing he could not deceive him, and replied earnestly. I intend to go to the Thunderbolt Gorge to seek the relics of the Heavenly Emperor. And I need the thundercloud sparrow to shield me from the purple lightning there. What? The man seemed taken aback by Zhuo Fan's response, but soon burst into laughter, excitement evident in his voice. Ha ha ha. Splendid, truly splendid. That place is indeed remarkable. You should go. As soon as he finished speaking, a swish echoed, and the man vanished, only to reappear before Zhuo Fan in an instant. Zhuo Fan was taken aback. Unable to react, yet sensing no hostility, he dared not move. With a gentle gesture, the man touched Zhuo Fan's forehead, and in an instant, a flicker of azure flame briefly appeared on his brow. Yet, Zhuo Fan felt a warm sensation wash over him from above. Little one, we are fated. Here's a small gift for you. I hope it helps you in the future. The man's figure vanished once more, but his voice echoed in Zhuo Fan's ears. If you seek the thundercloud sparrow, it lies 3,000 miles into the third region. Whether you can tame it depends on your own abilities. Ha ha ha. Chapter 68. Bonds of Life and Death Wait. Zhuo Fan exclaimed. Sitting up abruptly, a beam of piercing sunlight streamed into the dark cave. Causing him to squint. At that moment, he was astonished to discover that he could indeed move. Though still somewhat weak, his injuries had healed significantly. Focusing inward, he noticed the blood infant lying peacefully in his dantian. Although still languid, it no longer seemed lifeless, and its little eyes began to twitch slightly, as if on the verge of awakening. Astonishment filled him. Zhuo Fan was certain that the one who had invaded his consciousness space last night was undoubtedly a master beyond the mortal tier. It was inconceivable that someone could possess such power, healing his injuries overnight and even mending the blood infant's grave wounds. But what was that person's true purpose in approaching him? Zhuo Fan furrowed his brow deeply. Raising a hand to touch his forehead, he distinctly remembered the man's touch, as if something had been left within him. However, with his current strength, he was utterly unable to uncover the truth. After pondering for a moment, Zhuo Fan shook his head and ceased his thoughts. Regardless of the circumstances, that individual had saved him. Even if there were ulterior motives, those were matters for another time. With his present abilities, which formidable expert would harbor intentions against him? He couldn't help but chuckle internally, realizing that he sometimes overthought things. Here he was, still merely a sixth-tier chi-gathering practitioner, yet he was preoccupied with the thoughts of royal-tier experts. What a frivolous endeavor. His primary objective now was to enhance his strength. Only with formidable power could he earn the right to influence the world. Having come to this realization, Zhuo Fan exhaled deeply and raised his gaze towards the sunlight outside the cave. Although the lush trees had turned to ashes, the sunlight remained resplendent. Suddenly, a soft whimper broke the silence, and Zhuo Fan turned to find Xuanning weakly collapsed in a pool of blood. He hurried over, supporting her and administering a heart protection pill. After a gentle flow of healing energy coursed through her, Zhuo Fan finally let out a breath of relief. The girl only had superficial wounds. It was primarily her exhaustion from battling the bloodthirsty wolf pack that had left her in this state. A few days of rest would suffice for her recovery. Observing Xuanning pale visage, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but sigh inwardly, a wave of guilt washing over him. He instinctively reached out, tenderly brushing away the dirt from her face. Sensing the roughness of his palm, Xuanning brow twitched slightly, and her eyes gradually fluttered open. Upon seeing Zhuo Fan's face, a smile inexplicably graced her lips, radiating sweetness. Big brother Zhuo, have we already perished? Fear not, we are very much alive. Liar, your injuries are so grave. How could you possibly move? Xuanning squinted, speaking in a dreamy manner. But how wonderful it is that we died together. With that, the little girl succumbed to slumber once more. Watching her serene expression, Zhuo Fan felt his heart soften, gently lifting her and placing her deeper within the cave, surrounding her with soothing herbs. For humans, these were the finest remedies for fatigue, beneficial for her condition as well. He then approached the still unconscious Xia Tianyang, his demeanor far less amicable. "Hey, wake up! Wake up!" Zhuo Fan nudged him with his foot, but Xia merely shook his head, unwilling to awaken. Witnessing this, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but smirk, raising his foot to deliver a forceful kick to his backside. Ah! A resounding wail echoed through the forest, akin to the cry of a slaughtered pig. Many spirit beasts, startled, turned their gazes towards the source of the sound. What on earth was that? That scream is earth-shattering. They thought. What terrifying creature lurks in the Wan Beast mountain range? It's becoming increasingly unbearable. Within the cave, Xia Tianyang, tears welling in his eyes, trembled as he murmured, "Where am I? I never did anything wrong in my life. Why must I endure such torment after death? A kick is considered torment. You truly are the young master of the Sword Marquis Mansion, utterly unaccustomed to such grand spectacles." Zhuo Fan chuckled at Xia Tianyang's bewildered expression. Realizing who had kicked him, Xia Tianyang gaped in shock. "Wait, were you the one who kicked me? Why not we clearly died together? How can you impose such punishment on me?" Zhuo Fan couldn't help but laugh aloud. "If we were truly dead, then all beings would be equal. Unfortunately, we are both alive, and since you cannot move—" "What? We are alive?" Xia Tianyang only caught the words alive, and he was filled with both shock and joy. As he surveyed his surroundings again, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Indeed, this is the cave. We are truly alive." Yet soon, he sensed something amiss, raising an eyebrow in astonishment as he looked at Zhuo Fan, exclaiming, "If we are alive, why can you move and I cannot? Your injuries are far more severe than mine, and your cultivation is not as profound as mine. So how?" Zhuo Fan simply shrugged, raising an eyebrow playfully at Xia Tianyang. He occasionally hopped about to tease this proud genius. Xia Tianyang's lips quivered, his astonishment growing, and he ultimately gritted his teeth. Monster. He could not fathom how, with such severe injuries, he could recover to this extent in merely 2 days. Even he, a 7th-tier bone refining practitioner, would need at least a month to stand again. But that cannot sigh. Xia Tianyang sighed inwardly, overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Initially, he had felt discontented witnessing Zhuo Fan, a mere 6th-tier qi-gathering practitioner, outclass him in strength, insight, and strategy. Now, this lad had unveiled a new talent, instantaneous recovery. How could he possibly compete against such an opponent who had left him leagues behind? "Zhuo Fan, tell me honestly, are you even human?" Xia Tianyang inhaled deeply, seething. Zhuo Fan laughed, patting his shoulder. "Of course, I am human, just with a slightly better character than the average person." Xia Tianyang, infuriated by Zhuo Fan's arrogance, clenched his teeth. Yet, even if he could move, a direct confrontation would end with Zhuo Fan deploying a formation that would easily subdue him. So why bother? With this thought, Xia Tianyang felt another wave of bitterness. All his pride as a genius disciple had been utterly shattered. However, Zhuo Fan's ability to act was undoubtedly a tremendous boon for the three of them. He could set up formations to ensure their safety. In this regard, Xia Tianyang could not refute. Zhuo Fan's recovery had indeed rendered him far more capable. With his prowess, even at full strength, no one could safeguard anyone else in this place, but Zhuo Fan could protect them all. The spirit stones from his ring flew out, and without hesitation, Zhuo Fan cast an ancient-level hidden heaven array at the cave's entrance. In an instant, the entire cave vanished within the mountain range, not a single trace of its presence remaining. Not even a 6th-tier spirit beast would detect it. It was as if the cave had never existed. Thus, within this secure environment, the trio could finally tend to their injuries in peace. After 3 days and nights of slumber, Xuanxiang finally awakened. Upon learning they were alive and that Zhuo Fan had nearly recovered, she was filled with astonishment and joy. However, she was puzzled as to what had become of the bloodthirsty wolves that had failed to consume them. Xia Tianyang was equally baffled. Only Zhuo Fan had an inkling, suspecting it was linked to the powerful figure who had invaded his consciousness. Thus, the three of them spent more than 3 tranquil months together. During this time, Zhuo Fan fully healed. Xia Tianyang regained substantial strength, capable of harnessing 70% of his power, while Xuanxiang had completely recovered, having frolicked with the burrowing mountain rodents for 3 whole months. Zhou Fan and Xie Tianyang now cherished her smiles, viewing her as akin to a beloved younger sister. Xue Ningxiang, in turn, seemed to have developed a greater sense of reliance on them. With a swift motion, Xie Tianyang cleaved through a boulder in a thicket not far from the cave. Waving his arm and grinning at Xue Ningxiang, feeling that he had regained 80% of his strength, Xue Ningxiang clapped her hands, her face flushed with excitement as she laughed with the mountain rodents. Regarding Xie Tianyang with the warmth of a brotherly gaze, at that moment, Zhou Fan approached them with a gentle smile, such formidable sword intent. I reckon that once you fully recover, you will break through to the 8th tier of bone refinement. And you? Did you not break through to the 7th tier of qi gathering while you were injured? Xie Tianyang raised an eyebrow, displaying dissatisfaction. So what if you have keen eyesight? Am I not aware of my impending breakthrough without you pointing it out? Xue Ningxiang quickly interjected with a smile. Why do you two always bicker when you meet? You were never like this before. Isn't it all for you? Xie Tianyang puffed out his chest, standing beside Xue Ningxiang as he pointed an accusing finger at Zhou Fan. Just thinking about how you used Ningxiang as bait infuriates me, and who suggested abandoning her to hold back that elder qi? Zhou Fan retorted, I didn't mean to. Xie Tianyang licked his lips, momentarily at a loss for words, but soon regained his bravado. I didn't realize how wonderful Ningxiang was back then. Had I known, I would never have let her go. Besides, even if I did abandon her, it would be better than you sending her straight into the jaws of danger. I am a practitioner of the demonic path. Being a bit more villainous is only natural. A bit more villainous? You are far worse than I am. Zhou Fan and Xie Tianyang exchanged barbs over her matter, while Xue Ningxiang watched in exasperation and amusement, quickly waving her hands. You two, cease this quarrel. It's all in the past. I don't mind at all. Why must you hold on to it? No, I just wish to seek justice for you. Xie Tianyang sidled closer to Xue Ningxiang, draping his arm around her shoulder as if they were allies, glaring fiercely at Zhou Fan. However, Zhou Fan merely smiled in silence. All right, we are all friends who have shared life and death. Let bygones be bygones. Xue Ningxiang glanced at Zhou Fan, then at Xie Tianyang, a bright smile illuminating her face as she extended her pinky finger. Xie Tianyang grimaced, reluctantly extending his own, while Zhou Fan nonchalantly joined in. The 3 fingers interlocked, each person wearing a distinct expression. Yet in that fleeting moment, a warm current surged through their hearts. Go find a confidant in life is already a formidable challenge, let alone a bond forged through life and death. From this day forth, the 3 of them would become steadfast companions, united in unwavering loyalty. Such camaraderie, Zhou Fan mused, was perhaps a rarity he might never encounter again in his lifetime. Retracting their fingers, Zhou Fan gazed deeply at the two, smiling as he said, now that we have all recovered from our injuries, it is time for us to part ways. Startled, both of them looked at Zhou Fan in confusion, questioning the timing of such a statement. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Fan chuckled softly and shook his head. Apologies. I misspoke that it is I who must depart. Xie Tianyang, Ninger has requested that I take her out of the city, but I fear I cannot fulfill that. Brother Zhou, where are you going? Xue Ningxiang asked in a rush, concern etched in her features. With a steady gaze, Zhou Fan replied, the 3rd district. What? Both Xie Tianyang and Xue Ningxiang exclaimed in unison, bewildered. You initially intended to go to the 3rd district to evade Elder Qi. Why would you choose to go there now? Shaking his head helplessly, a flicker of guilt crossed Zhou Fan's eyes. To be frank, the 3rd district was indeed my objective all along, when I invited you both to join me. It was, truthfully, also with ulterior motives. Damn it. So you intended to use me as bait? Xie Tianyang cursed vehemently. Zhou Fan nodded indifferently, his tone cold. Precisely, if you wish to avoid an untimely demise, you should leave immediately. Especially the farther away from me, the better. With that, Zhou Fan turned to leave. Wait. Suddenly, Xue Ningxiang rushed forward, grasping his arm with urgency, her radiant smile shining brightly. Brother Zhou, if you do not consider me a burden, please take me with you. Even if it means being bait, I am willing to help you. Zhou Fan was taken aback, gazing at her with newfound emotion stirring within him. Xie Tianyang hurriedly stepped forward, attempting to dissuade her. Hey, Ninger, this guy is unreliable. However, upon seeing the gentle gaze in Xue Ningxiang's eyes, which seemed to be directed solely at Zhou Fan, Xie Tianyang sighed helplessly, placing his hand atop theirs. Fan raised an eyebrow in surprise. You wish to accompany us? Indeed, Xie Tianyang replied, his voice lacking vigor. But do not misunderstand. I am not here to assist you, but rather to prevent you from selling Ninger out again. With a light laugh, Fan shook his head in resignation. With your intellect, I might just sell you both. Yet this thought remained merely a jest in Fan's mind. At this moment, he regarded these two individuals as more valuable than anyone else.